Every time I eat a meal, the essence in my body will grow stronger by 1 point. Then temper the flesh, and be reborn. It's been a month since I crossed here, but I have been fleeing all the time, and I haven't even had a full meal. Just as I walked to an abandoned post station and was about to go in for inspection, I saw a scar-faced man rushing out, his eyes gleaming with greed, staring straight at me from behind. Behind me is a grandfather and grandson. These two people walked with me a few days ago, but we never talked and I don't even know their names. The scar-faced man licked his lips and said to me, "Brother, we don't care about you. We just want the child." At this moment, another person emerged from behind a tree about 10 steps away, holding a long stick in his hand, creating a pincer attack. These two individuals clearly had planned this in advance. I weakly said, "Give me a share." "No problem." The scar-faced man immediately agreed and raised the broken stick to grab someone. "Heaven help us." The old man protected his grandson behind him, then let out a mournful shout and charged towards the scar-faced man, ignoring the stick strikes, and tightly hugged the scar-faced man's waist. "Child, run. The fearless are invincible." For a moment, the scar-faced man couldn't do anything to the old man. The frail child spoke up, revealing a girl's voice. She didn't run away but instead tried to help with all her might. "Get away." I took 2 steps forward, holding a stick, blocking the girl. Looking back, the scar-faced man was still young and strong, and after a brief struggle, he managed to overpower the old man, grabbing the old man's neck with both hands. "Ha ha, I've got him. Hurry, hit him on the head." The scar-faced man shouted madly at me. Seizing the opportunity, I struck the scar-faced man on the back of his head with the stick. This blow almost exhausted all my strength, making me dizzy and unsteady on my feet. The scar-faced man staggered and then fell to the side. His accomplice had already rushed over but was confused by my sudden retaliation, holding a stick but not knowing what to do, with a bewildered expression on his face. "Get lost." I gasped heavily, shouted at the man, and then continued walking forward. Killing the scar-faced man was a stroke of luck, and I truly had no strength left to kill the other person. The grandfather and grandson quickly caught up, and the remaining man dared not pursue us. He stumbled to his companion's body, cried a few times, then couldn't help but lick his lips. "Brother, you smell so good." Half a day later, I was almost exhausted, with only a glimmer of hope left. "Eat." The old man saw me slowing down, took out half a piece of bread from his pocket. I looked at the old man, seeing his sparse beard and sunken cheeks, clearly on the brink of death. "If I can't make it, please take care of this child." "Young man." The old man's lips cracked, forcing a smile, pleading, "Even if it's not possible, don't let anyone eat it." I took the bread, ignoring the hopeful gaze of the child, and swallowed it piece by piece, along with the crumbs, feeling a bit of strength returning. I then took a few more steps forward. By nightfall, we found a dilapidated temple, made a fire, and rested together. As dawn broke, we continued on our way and saw a city wall at the end of the main road, with many low houses beneath it, where the poor people lived. There was also a porridge shed, where 6 or 7 bailiffs were serving porridge. If there was a dispute among the disaster victims, they would be whipped harshly. Seeing a way out, the old man and I exchanged a glance, both feeling a sense of relief. We lined up, waited for a while, and received a bowl of porridge. "Young man, what are your plans?" The old man gained some strength after drinking the hot porridge. I shook my head. The world is tough, and without any skills, what other options do we have besides selling ourselves as slaves? Even though I can read and do math, no one will hire a refugee with an unknown background as an accountant. There's always a way. Being a slave or servant is better than freezing or starving to death. The old man sighed and added, "I'm surnamed Jiang, and we'll look out for each other from now on." As we were about to ask the toothless woman if there was any hope for us, a horse-drawn carriage emerged from the city. A handsome yet effeminate young man jumped out of the carriage, behaving quite frivolously, with a face that seemed to be powdered. When the cold wind blew, a sickly sweet fragrance wafted over. A constable approached, trying to please him, calling him Manager Yang. The steward Yang held a stove in one hand, exchanged a few words with the constable, and then the constable rang the copper gong and shouted loudly, "The Yang mansion is recruiting several young scholars. Those who can read, come over." Upon hearing this, many disaster-stricken people with straw hats rushed up. "Nee, I can read." A middle-aged man with a full beard approached. "Get lost." The steward Yang kicked him and scolded. "Can't you understand human language? I want young scholars. Can't you see how old you are?" Indeed. For a while, no one dared to respond. Reading and recognizing characters is not an easy task. It is already considered good if ordinary people can recognize a few big characters. The steward Yang saw that no one spoke up, so he said again, "It's fine if you can't read. Just pick the younger ones. Stand up straight. Let me have a look. If you are chosen, you'll live a good life." I watched coldly, feeling that something was not right. so I didn't step forward. Steward Yang, draped in a cloak, walked into the crowd of refugees, sizing up each one. When he saw someone he liked, he would pinch their arms, pat their buttocks, and check their teeth. Soon, this steward came to a teenager, reached out and picked up the teenager's chin to look at it and said, "The bones are a bit bigger. What's his name? How old are you?" "My name is Lu DeBeo. I'm 16 years old. Master, I've been picking dung since I was a child. I'm strong and most capable of working." That teenager curried favor. "A little older, but barely." Steward Yang shielded his nose, seemingly hating the smell of the teenager's body, then nodded, seeing that it's still quite resourceful. "Count you in." Lu DeBeo wiped his tears, knowing that he could live, and was about to kneel down and thank him, when he saw the corner of his clothes being pulled. The person pulling on his coat was a dying old man sitting on the floor. "What's wrong, Grandpa? I don't know you." Lu DeBeo was bewildered. "Young man." The old man put up his hand, closed his eyes, exhaled white air, said, "This is not selling your body. It's going to sell the ditch. You have to think more. Right now, Songafyu has many chances to live. The young man to suffer more also do not want to go astray." "What kind of bull ****** is the old undead putting on?" Before Lu DeBeo could respond, that steward Yang became anxious, stepped forward and kicked the old man over, saying angrily, "What's wrong with selling ditches? You look down on ditch sellers? Can't survive." "We didn't say we look down on. Just have to give the newborn to make things clear. This is the rule." The old man tumbled to the ground, extremely weak, but did not beg for mercy. "You just look down on ditch sellers. Around. Give me a beating." Steward Yang crossed his waist with one hand and crossed his fingers with the other, scolding angrily. Why did the former great ancestor keep his experience as a beggar? "I'll tell you. That's because the previous dynasty's great-grandfather was also a ditch seller before he gained power. You still dare to look down on the seller? You have no place to sell even if you want to." The steward's words were so strong that it was clear that he was the one selling ditches, so he thought everyone should sell ditches like him. Followed by the entourage went forward, kicked the old man, really to the death. Every one of the stragglers on the sidelines were numb and just stared. Soon, the old man no sound, aside from the constable as did not see the general, but also with that Yang steward climbed up, and harmony. Hot blood flowed out of the old man's head and face, melting into the broken snow, like a field of broken plums. The world is hard. Demons are everywhere. Yet there are still people who hold on to their last shred of conscience. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. The old man died. The victims here even more numb. A time outside the city on the open space was very quiet. Steward Yang was very proud, took out the small bronze mirror and looked at it, then looked at Lu DeBeo. Sell or not? Steward Yang didn't hide it anymore. Lu DeBeo cowardly. Look at the ground has died the old man. And look at the young steward. To see people face impatient. Then hurriedly knelt down. Bitter, sell, sell, sell. As long as you can live. Sell what are willing. Steward Yang flicked his finger and smiled, and then looked at the crowd of stragglers, going up to inspect them. Clearly one ditch was not enough, and he wanted to find a few more in the best of the best. The older ones are all skipped, only to see if there is a handsome young man. However, most of the victims are thin and out of shape, but also barely see a rough. That steward Yang turned around and picked out a few more. Then came to Meng Yuan. Bone phase looks okay, is dirty, cannot see the beauty and ugliness. Steward Yang put his hands together in his sleeves and said, grab a handful of snow and rub your face. Let me take a look. Not for sale. Meng Yuan returned directly. Bah! Fake innocence. You can't even find a place to sell if you want to. Steward Yang poo-pooed the ground, gathered 7 or 8 teenagers, and said a few words to the constables, and then hurriedly left in the car. The few constables also no longer care. Back to the porridge shed under the fire to go, as if nothing happened. The world is silent, and the occasional child whimpering makes it all the more lonely and desolate. Meng Yuan grabbed a handful of snow rubbing his face, and then came to the old man in front of him, kneeling down on one knee to try the nose, and touched the neck, clearly dead through. He was wondering if he could find a magistrate to place him, when he heard someone poo-poo. Meng Yuan looked up, only to see a woman in a tattered flower jacket leaning against the wall at the mouth of the ugly alley, spitting out melon peels. The woman, with an average appearance and dark circles under her eyes, glanced at the carriages driving into the city gates and said in a bad mood, it's hard in a disaster year, so it's just a matter of a stealing a S business, and a man coming to steal at S business too. What a world! Bah! Obviously, this woman is not a disaster victims, probably is the alley of the dark prostitution and so on, only she should not be very high. Those who like the rabbit master, think is not to the dark alley to seek pleasure, is to rob the business that cannot be accurate. Sister. Meng Yuan sat on the snowy ground, and only when he saw the woman look over did he ask, "Dare I ask if there is a worn-out cooler that can't be used in my sister's house?" The woman smiled at her words, and while getting high on melon seeds, she said, "In this freezing weather, what good is a cool mat? Sister's house has hot water to warm her body," said she, also winking, "but unfortunately the appearance is general. Also will not dress up, do not see the flirtatious, but some funny. When a person dies and goes into the ground, without a coffin there's at least a cooler to wrap his body and cover his face." Meng Yuan bowed his head and begged. When the woman heard this, she saw that the teenager was dressed in rags and bloat, with frostbite on his hands, and his face was withered and in a wretched state. So she asked, "What is he to you?" "I don't know him. They are all bitter people who fled the country. He died for a word of justice. It can't be hung out to dry." Meng Yuan returned. The woman pooh-poohed and turned back toward the alley, still spitting melon rinds as she did so. "Looking for something from me? Haven't you ever heard of a being heartless?" Meng Yuan was not discouraged, and lifted his breath, seeking out a few constables who were roasting under the kanji hut. "Master differential." Arching his hand and saluting, Meng Yuan then said, "Just now Steward Yang killed someone. Dare I ask what to do about it?" "What?" A bearded constable looked Meng Yuan up and down, his hand pressed against the knife at his waist in defense. "You want justice? Don't dare." Meng Yuan arched his hand covered in frostbite and said, "It's just that it's freezing cold, and this place is chaotic and cluttered, so I'm afraid that more and more victims will gather. If we don't care about the dead, there might be an epidemic. It's not a big deal for some victims to die, but since a few officials are here on business, it's hard to avoid disturbing the officials' cleanliness. Therefore, I have come to ask you if there are any mass graves or righteous villages nearby, so that I can drag them to take care of them." "You're a good boy. There's a mass grave half a mile to the southwest." The constable, seeing that it was a man who had come to sell his good fortune, and that he spoke in an organized manner, loosened his grip on the knife. "I really don't have the strength, so please put another bowl of kanji to eat." Meng Yuan made a small request. "The porridge is long gone." The constable glanced at Meng Yuan, touched his money bag, and impatiently said, "Enough for you to get another person to help. Go." He threw out a dozen or so coins, then looked at the other constable and said, "What exactly did they say up there? What about the victims? I came here to provide disaster relief, not to mention the lack of dispersal silver. I still have to pay out." Copper plates were scattered on the ground. Meng Yuan bent down, picking them up one by one before arching his hand again and returning to that corpse. "This world." Old Uncle Jiang also came over. He seemed like he wanted to say something but just said, "I'll give you a hand." "Good." Meng Yuan grabbed a handful of snow and rubbed away the bloodstains on the dead man's face, revealing a vicissitude's old face. "Here." Just then, the woman who had returned earlier came back, with a broken cooler under her arm and a cake cupped in one hand, then threw a piece of it in front of Meng Yuan. Meng Yuan hurriedly caught the cooler and covered the dead man's body, and tucked in the biscuits, saying gratefully, "Sister's great kindness will be repaid in the coming day." All right, and Thanksgiving in return. You men only shiver for a moment and speak the truth." The woman waved her hand, and got high on melon seeds, and smiled. "If you really have a conscience, when you're settled down in the future, you can come to Auspicious Lane to whore with me a few times a month, and that's better than anything else. Remember, my name is Sister Flower. Don't whore out the wrong person." Meng Yuan thanked him again and again, breaking the cake into two and distributing it to Old Man Jiang, who in turn distributed half of it to his granddaughter. The three of them wolfed it down and grabbed another handful of snow to smooth their throats. Meng Yuan did not dare to wait for a long time, for fear that the body is stiff and not good to move. Hurriedly wrapped in a cooler, and Jiang Old Man together to carry, toward the mass grave. Freezing and starving for a long time people. The two people are not enough energy. Half a mile full of fees for an hour before arriving. Snow cold. The soil has frozen solid. There is no digging utensils at hand. Meng Yuan simply pull out a piece of snow, will be put down, and looking for gravel to cover up, right as a grave. The world is a tough place, and there's only so much you can do. When I returned to the city gates, I saw that there seemed to be more stragglers. Let's go eat something first. Meng Yuan looked at old Uncle John's granddaughter who was already unable to walk, so he voiced a suggestion. "I don't have any money," Old Man Ginger said. Meng Yuan reached out, took out a handful of copper coins, and laughed. "The official rewarded us. It's our reward for moving the corpse." Nor did he wait for old Uncle Jiang to speak. Meng Yuan glanced toward the several ugly alleys under the city wall, avoiding the auspicious alleys, and headed in. In the year of disaster, food is expensive. Even asked a few stalls, and finally chose a home to sell hot tofu. 6 cents a bowl. Meng Yuan asked for 2 big bowls, a small bowl. After paying the money first, the stall owner copied the sea bowl. lifted the lid of the pot, plucked out 2 large pieces of tofu, then scraped some salt from the salt brick, scooped a large spoonful of chive blossom sauce, drizzled 2 drops of sesame oil, and finally added a spoonful of hot soup. Tofu hot, chive sauce spicy, both mixed, cold winter to a bowl, really is the most delicious. Gulp. Even the bottom of the bowl ate a clean. The coldness was instantly dispelled. Meng Yuan's head was hot, warm from the inside out. The whole person also finally came to life. I'm comfortable with this meal, but I still don't know where the next one is, so it's time to find a way to survive. Chapter 3, Selling Yourself. Chapter 3, Selling Yourself. Chapter 3, Selling Yourself. People have the will to rush to the sky, and they can't get through unless they are lucky. It's been a month since Meng Yuan crossed over here, and he's been on the run, frozen without a full meal. I don't know much about this world, but just the other day when I was burning a book to keep warm in a broken mansion, I realized that the text was the same as in my previous life, but the dynastic history was different. This is called the Kingdom of Qing, which was founded nearly 500 years ago and is now in a state of turmoil. In this world, there are Confucian, Buddhist, and Taoist great powers, demons that devour a city, and the unrivaled sword immortal. Meng Yuan traveled across. There is nothing to rely on, just a strange essence fire exists in the body, and do not know exactly where it is, but as long as you store the thought, you will be able to feel it. Because of these days are on the run. Weak body strength weak. The essence of the fire actually feed their own, but its momentum is also getting smaller and smaller, has retreated into a star point of fire. Now that he had eaten a hot tofu, his body was hot and the fire had grown slightly. This essence flame is closely related to oneself. As long as it is fine, the essence flame will be able to draw nutrients from its diet and slowly grow. I just don't know how big this essence fire can be raised to, and I don't know what utility it will have then. But Meng Yuan knows that nowadays everything is difficult, and he needs to seek a mouthful of food first, and then he can consider the matter of raising the essence fire. Opening a bowl is still not as good as weaving a mat and peddling. Meng Yuan sighed, and seeing that elder Uncle Zheng's grandparents and grandchildren were still stuffing their faces, he simply picked up the empty sea bowl and begged the stall owner to renew the bowl of hot water used to cook the tofu. Holding the bowl and sipping the hot water, Meng Yuan climbed into conversation with the vendor. Nowadays, there is no skill, no distant relatives, no silver money, and the 3 less teenagers are still not willing to sell their ditch. This place is called Songgafu, adjacent to the Tsanlong River. The water transportation is prosperous. May be able to go to the dock to get a short job, but a little inquiring to know. This year, less rain, Sanglong River water level drop. Winter is not much to go boat. The work is even less. There are not enough local people to share the work of the dock laborers, and the Chow gang is not recruiting people. If a stranger takes a private job, a beating is considered a light punishment. As for eating military rations, you still have to pay before you can do so. After thanking the shopkeeper, Meng Yuan went out of the alley with elder Uncle Zheng's grandparents and grandchildren, and together they headed for the city gates. Outside the city gate there is an open space. Many people have their heads stuck in withered grass, and there are also many people asking questions. The first to be picked off were naturally the craftsmen and young laborers, followed by women and children. The old and sick were never wanted. Selling children and slaving for wives is everywhere, and this is a different time of the year. The rich, dental firms and the government collusion. Most of the sale of the body cannot sell the price, not to mention, or a lifelong contract of sale of the body. The year of disaster is hard, and the people are like grass, by and large. Do you want a woman? Pay and go. A man-at-arms pulled Meng Yuan back. Man, I'm also out for sale, so you see clearly, Meng Yuan said. So are you selling it for $2 in silver? I'm cheaper than pork? What did you expect? Meng Yuan was speechless. Seeing this, old Uncle Zheng pulled Meng Yuan and comforted him. Let's not be in a hurry, old man. I have a family heirloom, so I'll be able to find a job. When asked, it turned out that the so-called craft of Zheng's old uncle, in fact, is geldings, that is, geldings of pigs, sheep, chickens and ducks. He also knew how to select horses and heal livestock. It does qualify as a craftsman. I thought it would be best for the 3 of us to be together, so we can take care of each other. Old Uncle Zheng was very sincere. Meng Yuan thought about it and thought that this world is too remote to copy poems and books. So why not just learn a craft from Zheng Laobo first? If you can de-emphasize the cattle and sheep today, how do you know that you can't de-emphasize the world in the future? The 2 of them talked it over, grabbed a handful of snow to wash their faces, and together they sought out a dental hygienist. In today's world, your geldings are not popular, and you're dragging your family along, so I'm afraid you won't be able to sell them at a good price. This tooth woman is obviously used to doing once up on the bluff to pressure the price, and then pulled Meng Yuan toward the corner, said, "Little Lang Jun handsome, let me measure your work. If the capital is enough, the nobles rush to want it." As she spoke, the toothy woman actually touched down. Daching to military state. The people's style is tough. The status of women is also high. The head of the show is a common thing. And even raise the head of the face is also there. Meng Yuan was terrified. Did not expect to just keep the ditch. Another thing was missed. He hurried to protect the crotch, which barely kept his innocence. Come on. No luck. The tooth woman didn't force herself, and led Meng Yuan to a cottage yard. And before she entered the house, the tooth woman shouted, "Mr. Liu, there's an old geld and a small geld who can also take care of oxen and horses. There's an old geld and a young geld here who can also take care of oxen and horses. And they're all clamoring for them outside. So I've asked them to wait and give you a test first." When he lifted the thick curtain, he saw a middle-aged man in a long shirt sitting by a fireplace, and 6 or 7 other people standing. There is a thick iron pot on the stove, in which tofu and pickles are fragrant. The middle-aged man chucked a block of hot tofu and took a sip of hot wine before looking over and asking, "Ever served cattle and horses? Have you tended deer and sheep? Took care of it all, and can cut deer blood. I've raised cows and sheep, tended horses, delivered babies and mated them, and seen to their illnesses. We've lived with livestock since we were kids. We're also used to neutering pigs and goats." Seeing that this man was very dignified, old Uncle Jiang bent over and boasted. The middle-aged man was non-committal, only picking at the hot tofu in the pot, while another donkey-faced man opened his mouth to ask a few questions about the care of the cows after giving birth. Old man Kong answered each and every one of them. Seeing the donkey-faced man nod his head, the middle-aged man then asked again, "These two are with you? Back to your lordship's words." "Exactly." Old Uncle Jiang bent over, squeezed out a smile, and respectfully said, "This is my granddaughter, and this is my granddaughter-in-law who is engaged to be married. This child is also capable. He has been picking dung since he was a child. He can endure hardships." This is what Meng Yuan and old Uncle Jiang discussed, talking about the three as a family. When the old one has a craft, the young one is in the prime of life. The girl may look like a burden, but she can tie the adults down, and she can't eat much rice and grain, and she can still make the main family feel at ease. And these days the poor girl married early, so early betrothal is common. The difference between men and women a few years, and even more than a dozen years is unusual. Then sign the deed of peace and sale, and from now on you will go to work in the princess's pastoral farm, and you will not be short of food and drink. The middle-aged man really answered. The tooth woman hurriedly took out the 3 documents of selling her body. The old geldings are $5, the young geldings are $3, and the girls are $2. We are all conscientious people. There is no such price outside. The 3 talents sold 1 or 2 silver? Meng Yuan was shocked, and hurriedly took over the paperwork to see, or lifetime contract of sale, just short of filling in the name and drawing a pledge. The situation is stronger than the people, and this is the way it is done outside. People are determined to eat the displaced people. If we delay for 2 more days, there will be more victims and it will be even harder to make a living. But Meng Yuan still feel outrageous. This world, you say bat it. People Wang Fei did find a dental firm, is in accordance with the rules of work, you say not bat it. 3 people to sell 1 or 2 silver, all chopped up according to the price of pork sale, are more than this money. Don't look at the small amount of silver, but we are going to the princess's ranch, when the food and shelter are not worried, and there is monthly silver to take. The princess treats her subordinates with the greatest generosity, so go and ask around. How many people would like to go there but can't? Seeing Meng Yuan's incredulous look, the tooth woman hurriedly calmed him down. Little geldings, if you miss this village, there won't be any more stores. Noble people, please still let us, the 3 of us, confer and discuss. Old Uncle Jiang sighed and pulled his granddaughter and Meng Yuan outside. After leaving the door, both Old Man Jiang and Meng Yuan couldn't speak. Grandpa, pawn me off first, and then think of a way to redeem me later. That little granddaughter grabbed the hem of old Uncle Jiang's coat and tilted her dirty little face. At this age, Grandpa doesn't have much later. He only hopes to be by your side and see you for 2 more years. Old Uncle Jiang smiled kindly, and then looked at Meng Yuan, saying, "Thank you for your help along the way. There's nothing to repay. If you want to find another way, I'll give you the money I got from selling my body, and I might be able to make a name for myself. When the time comes, I just hope you can come and see this child more often and help. Old uncle has not trusted me too much." Meng Yuan laughed helplessly. "You're a good man, I can tell." Old Uncle Jiang said, "It's better to stay together. Everyone helps each other out. There's always a day when you get ahead." Meng Yuan pinched the boy's cheeks. When he returned to the house, he took out 3 instruments of sale and recorded his name and place of origin. Old Uncle John's first name is Zhang Xuanyo, and he is 53 years old. That little girl's name was Jiang Tang, and she was only 11 years old. Meng Yuan is his real name. Aged 16. Each of the three drew their own pledges, and the tooth wife of the dental firm and the middle-aged man also made their payments. Meng Yuan has since sold himself to the royal family and become the personal slave of the princess. In the future, unless the princess releases him, he will have to work as a gelding smith for the rest of his life and cut off his balls for the rest of his life. Things are over. The middle-aged man touched out the broken silver. The tooth woman from the satchel took out a small arbiter weighing. Let the middle-aged man look at the scale star. Our rules are 10 draw 1. Both sides of the money out of a penny. Meng Yuan took the $9 of silver that he got, and couldn't help but think that this world was actually blameless even if he went to sell ditches. The three of you are truly blessed. The tooth wife facilitated the deal, got her commission, and was happy and smiling. Meng Yuan, 3 people are displaced and lost their homes, and now sold themselves into slavery. Listening to this, only to feel extraordinarily ironic. Chapter 4 Learning the Art. Chapter 4 Learning the Art. Chapter 4 Learning the Art. It is not a shame to come from a humble background, it is a husband to be able to give and take. Things have come to this point, then there is no need to say more. Only need to bend the body to keep points. Contain the essence of the fire. In order to wait for the time of day, there will always be the day of the head. Chief Lu. Then I'll leave first. The donkey-faced man fawned and bowed towards the middle-aged man, taking Meng Yuan and the 3 of them out of the door with him. He straightened his back. I'm the head of the Zhuang of the herding village, surnamed Li. From now on, you'll be following me. Old Uncle Jiang hurriedly said a few good words, while riding on a donkey cart, driven by a young man with a knife. The 5 of them went out of the door and did not enter the city, but only circled around the long wall and headed west. Wheels crushing snow. Meng Yuan and Jiang old uncle see Li Zhuantou cold, then also not rashly climbed. Stop. After walking for a while, Li Zhuantou suddenly shouted to stop, got out of the car and brought back a handful of steaming balls of dung from under the donkey's ass, carefully put them on the car, and also reprimanded the young man driving the car. Li Dabiao, why did I give birth to such a loser like you? If I hadn't seen it, wouldn't this dung have been thrown away for nothing? Meng Yuan and old Uncle Jiang looked at each other in disbelief, and even the little girl Jiang Tang was bewildered beyond belief. The north wind was tight, the snow was slippery, and after traveling about 40 miles, when the sky had wiped out the darkness, he finally arrived at the Makwang. The manor house is vast, with several sheds, and the cold wind brings the stench of composted manure. From time to time, there are cows and sheep bleating, yelling deer, just in time for dinner. Meng Yuan and the 3 of them all mixed bowls of hot paste. The 3 men were placed in the old veterinarian's former quarters, next to the cattle pens, with a fenced yard and 2 ramshackle thatched rooms piled high with farm implements. The bedding was old and filled with hay, a little snaggy but warm. Li Zhuantou tomorrow morning to check the ability. You are ready, and don't go out at night. The dogs don't bolt at night. Meng Yuan 3 people to lead the way is a big head of man, called Zhao Big Head. People really vary. Also live in the cattle barn next. Thanks for telling me. Old Uncle John climbed into a conversation with Big Head Zhao and asked about the main family. It turns out that the princess has several farms, all dowry private property. This pastoral farm is one of them. The ranch has wide pastures and 2 large mountains, which are very vast. Wang Fei is also benevolent and kind. The villagers near the pastoral farm can go into the mountains to collect firewood for hunting, and come to the pastoral farm for breeding without charging money. And the main reason why Meng Yuan and his trio were able to enter the manor was because the old veterinarian of the herding village was toppled by a deer. Meng Yuan and old Uncle John were sort of relieved to hear these words and know that they were indispensable. I've been on the run for a long time, and now I'm finally settling down. 2 broken thatched rooms. Jiang Tang lives in one. Meng Yuan and Jiang Laobo live in one. Old Uncle Jiang relaxed his heart at this moment and began to tell Meng Yuan about the learning of geldings. Why do you need to castrate these? If you don't castrate, the males will either fight or arch their asses, the females will pass urine and make a mess. I don't know what to do, but I don't know what to do, so I don't know what to do, so I don't know what to do. But once they're de-emphasized, the meat doesn't stir, they grow faster, and even their temperaments are more docile. When Meng Yuan heard this, he always felt that those displaced people who had been bought and sold at will were as if they had been depowered. But if there were more stragglers, the momentum would have grown and swept through the area. On the second day, the rooster crowed 3 times, and Meng Yuan and the 3 of them had just gotten up when Big Head Zhao came looking for them. I thought immediately have to work. I did not expect to go to the dining hall to eat first, and still thin porridge and salted food. Ordinary tenant farmers do not have this treatment. In the past, the princess came to the manor and saw the hard work of the manor folk before setting the 3-meal system. Zhuantou Li deducted some at most, but didn't dare to miss a meal. Big Head Zhao whispered. After eating, Big Head Zhao took Old Man Jiang and Meng Yuan with him to the pigsty. Zhuangzi mainly raised cattle, sheep and deer, is sold out. There are also some chickens and ducks, output for the royal family to eat. The pig is not raised much, is to the people of the manor to eat on New Year's Day. When he came to the pigsty, Zhao Daoda took out a worn leather bag clip, the old veterinarian's gadgets. Opening it up, there was a coil of fine thread and 2 needles. Most conspicuous were 2 knives, both a palm's length, one with a narrow blade, the other slightly wider. The small knife is for castrating chickens and ducks. Pigs and sheep have to use this handle. Old Uncle Jiang drenched the water and sharpened the knife while teaching Meng Yuan what he had learned. After sharpening the knife in 3 strokes, he went into the pigsty. The pigsty is divided into several pens, but there are not many pigs. This time 2 sows were born together, a total of 17 piglets. Old Uncle Jiang took Meng Yuan, circled around the pigsty, and lifted up the 2 little piglets to look at them, causing the old sow to gasp. It's usually best to go under the knife when it's half a month old. If it's a month or 2 later, you might have to get stitches. Elder Jiang was very old-fashioned, and asked Meng Yuan to fetch a basin of fresh water and bring it in, and to carry some firewood. After a while, Li Zhuangtou and his son Li Dabiao came, and only then did Meng Yuan light the firewood. And Old Man Jiang took the geld and put the fire on the prairie. Meng Yuan grabbed a small black piglet from the circle, then sat on a stool and, as taught by Old Uncle Jiang, lifted the piglet upside down by its 2 hind legs, and clamped his knees around its head and front legs, exposing the pig's butt. Old Uncle Jiang touched the piglet's buttocks, hooped the bulge with 1 hand, and then undercut the knife to make 2 fingernail-sized cuts, followed by a squeeze, and the ball slipped out, pulling outward to cut the spermatic cord. The 2 eggs were thrown into a basin of clear water, and Old Uncle Jiang grabbed a handful of grass ash and pasted it on the piglet's wound, followed by 2 pats, and it was done. He was steady and fast with his knife, and his movements were so consistent that the little piglet only wailed 3 or 4 times before he was depowered. There's really something. Li Zhuangtou often look after the Zhuangzi, obviously know some of the way. As soon as he saw Zhang Xuan have moved the knife, he knew that it was a style of people. He also pointed to Meng Yuan, said, "Boy, you have not yet left the master, but cannot be idle. You have to go to work in the barn. Big head, you've arranged it. Work to eat. Know what?" Li Dabiao glared at Meng Yuan. After saying the words, Li Zhuangtou and his father and son did not look at each other anymore and got up to leave. Seeing the Zhuangtou's approval, Jiang Xuanyou was a bit uncomfortable. He looked at Zhao Daodu and whispered, "This Zhuangtou looks like he's not a bad person." Zhao Daodu poo-pooed a mouthful to the ground without saying anything, again as if he had. Meng Yuan again grabbed a piglet, this time as a small sow. Castration method is different. Jiang Old Man also under the knife very stable and very fast, while giving Meng Yuan detailed explanation. It was obvious that he was genuinely teaching. In less than 2/4 of an hour, 15 piglets were castrated and the remaining 2 were kept for breeding. Flush! The clear water in that water basin had long since become blood, and strings of the stuff floated around, and Old Man Jiang was very satisfied. According to the rules of the gelders, after the work, in addition to receiving some hard money, the eggs removed also belonged to the gelders. But in the end, the person has been sold to the farm. Want money naturally cannot, but the eggs can be collected. After washing his hands, Old Man Jiang fished out the eggs in the water basin, found a bamboo skewer to put them on, and put them on the wood fire to roast. After a short while of baking, he handed Meng Yuan the baked eggs that were bubbling with oil and said with a smile, "What you eat makes up for what you have. You're young, you can grow a bit more if you eat it, and you're guaranteed to have a lot of children in the future. Eat it while it's hot." Having not tasted meat for a long time, Meng Yuan took it, and although he felt that it was extremely fishy, he still bit on it. No salt seasoning, fishy smell heavier, closed his eyes and made a vicious, "Do not dare to chew." A brain swallowed. Meng Yuan instantly realized that after these things entered his stomach, a strand of nutrients was taken away by the essence flame. The essence flame, which was originally like a candle seedling, had even grown slightly by a few points. It seems like I still have to eat meat, when I nourish my body, and the essence fire takes in more nutrients in the future. It will grow even faster. So what will happen then? Meng Yuan thought silently. A month has passed and it is late winter. Because Jiang Old Uncle taught seriously, Meng Yuan geld cutting skills learned extremely fast, and now can personally operate the knife. Meng Yuan did not have the pain of freezing and starving. These days did not eat any serious meat, but ate a lot of sheep eggs and cow eggs. The body has been greatly improved, and the essence fire in the body slowly grows, and has the size of a face basin. People are also more and more energetic, and their strength is not only much greater, but also seems to be inexhaustible. This is the outstanding appearance of Meng Yuan better people, coupled with practical and capable, easy to speak, in addition to livestock do not give a good face. The old women and young women are willing to talk to Meng Yuan on a few words. The head of the son of the bank Li Dabiao's daughter-in-law also secretly threw winks to the Meng Yuan. Before the chickens crowed, Meng Yuan woke up in the morning prime, got up and hit the well water, and wiped his body before he was able to wash away the dry heat. In 2 more years, Tonger will be fine when she grows up. Old Uncle Jiang also woke up. He was the one who came over and clearly wanted to make the marriage work. At this time, Jiang Tang knocked on the door outside, then pushed open a crack and drilled in ahead, leaving his body outside, saying, "Grandpa, I grew up early. Brother, why are you bathing in the morning again? Be careful of getting cold." This girl is still a little thin, but in the end raised a month. The face gradually moisturized some, eyes are very dynamic. Recently, Meng Yuan taught her how to read and write as soon as she was free, but this girl only wanted to do some sewing, so she didn't learn seriously. Meng Yuan said that he didn't want to marry someone who couldn't read, so she finally put her heart into it. Jiang Tang now looked at Meng Yuan and happily said, "I've washed the clothes you changed out of, and I've sewn up the socks and put them under your pillow." Meng Yuan glared at her, and this girl hurriedly closed the door and ran away. For this kind of yellow hair girl, Meng Yuan was not interested. However, after a long day in the manor, he was more and more interested in the princess. Wang Fei is the sequel to the king of the letter, married for 8 years, did not give birth to a son and a half-daughter, now only 24 years old. I heard that the princess' national color, noble birth, this is not down to the renewal of the string. Is the emperor pointed to the marriage? Cutting the eggs for the crown princess every day, but you haven't even seen her face. Meng Yuan sighed. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. Brother, it's time for morning work. Not a moment later, a man shouted from outside. This man is the son of Zhao de Daodu, named Tai Nyo, also in the barn to do labor. Meng Yuan like him simple and honest. He is very care of him, and sometimes will share him a sheep's egg to eat. So the relationship is very good. Every day called Meng Yuan a piece of work. Meng Yuan went out the door and went with Tai Nyo to the cowhouse. There was not much work to be done in the winter, just shoveling manure, drinking water and adding grass, and very little remaining chores. After all, winter was a time of leisure, and the fields did not need to be tended. But that Li Zhuantou was really inappropriate people, cannot allow others to rest for a moment. He saw Meng Yuan can do. They will make efforts to send work, in addition to gild sheep and oxen, shoveling dung guillotine grass, leveling the earth and snow, almost on behalf of his daughter-in-law to sleep. And even the ginger old man, this kind of Zhuangli unique veterinarian, cannot be idle. As long as the Zhuangli nothing, was sent to the nearby villages to do private work, but also let his second son to follow, got the money all to his second son. Even Jiang Tang such children, but also with the Zhuang women to weave the same number of straw bamboo baskets, and woven also belonged to his eldest son Li Dabiao sale. 3 meals a day never meet star, but also often deducted. Sell manure in the manor. Chickens and piglets are also sold outside. Can be described as both stingy and greedy. A group of Zhuang people also cannot. That Li Zhuang head is accompanied by the princess married to the old man, but also on the king's house of Lu. His father and son in the manor is really a hand in the sky. After working for more than an hour, the people washed themselves a little before going to the dining hall for breakfast. Jiang Tang was already waiting. She touched out 2 dry jujubes and wanted to give them to Meng Yuan, but was glared back by Meng Yuan. After eating, Meng Yuan is talking to Tai Nyo about the skills of pulling eggs. Just to hear the urgent sound of the gong outside, is to convene the people of the village. When they arrived in front of the manor's lobby, they saw a carriage and 2 other guards on horseback. 2 little maids came down from the carriage first, and finally the main man. The person was wearing a light-colored cloak. The edge of the hood set a circle of white fox fur, both hands gathered in the sleeves. The appearance of a pretty, about 20 years old or so, standing straight, looking around the people. "Miss Xuanmei, why are you here? Wasn't it always Chief Lu in previous years?" The usual yelling head of Li Zhuang hailed forward to curry favor. Meng Yuan had heard of this woman. She was a capable maid beside the princess and was favored by her. Just by looking at this person's body and style, he didn't look like a maid at all, but like a proper master. "The New Year's festival is approaching, and the princess ordered me to take a look." Seeking Plum's voice was as tranquil as a snowy plum as she stepped towards the lobby. Li Zhuantou hurriedly followed in, and the rest of the Zhuangmin did not know what to do, so they stood outside stupidly. Meng Yuan saw clearly that this Miss Mei Xuanmei is 80% here to check the annual accounts. Sure enough, waited a while, then see Li Zhuang head out of the lobby, shouting people in to ask questions, but he no longer go in. And after the questioning out of the people, are happy, Li Zhuang head of the father and son's face is more and more ugly. After waiting for half an hour, Meng Yuan and old man Jiang, as well as Zhang Tang, actually got the chance to enter. The girl who was looking for plums had already removed her cloak and was looking at the account book in front of a short case, with her other hand still planning a plan. You guys are the new vets? Seeker May didn't even look up, only fiddling with her abacus as she asked the question. Back to your honor. Exactly. Meng Yuan replied. Have you been bullied and treated harshly on the estate? May asked again. Wang Fei treats us generously, and no one has bullied us. Meng Yuan had long wanted to over Li Zhuanto's father and son, but didn't just report it. In the view of Meng Yuan, that Li Zhuanto was afraid of early to do the account round, and even if the prosecution, but also as selling manure and chicken piglets small matter, to Li Zhuang head of the dowry family status, today is probably no danger. How much regular silver does the bank give you each month? Back to your honor. We're new to the manor for a month and haven't claimed it yet. Do you know if Ma Kuang has used the name of the royal family to oppress the nearby villagers? We're new here, so we've never heard of it. See, you talk back eloquently. Read a book? Seek May raised his head, looked toward Meng Yuan, to see Meng Yuan dressed in rags, but it is difficult to hide the handsome aura, more than a couple of eyes, before stooping down again to count the accounts. I've read before and know a few words, Meng Yuan said. Can you do the math? Do the math? May Seeker asked again. Slightly read a few arithmetic scriptures. Meng Yuan returned. Today there are chickens and rabbits in the same cage. The top has 8 heads, the bottom has 26 feet. Ask the chickens and rabbits each geometry. Xuan made directly out of the examination question. This does not even need to break his fingers. Meng Yuan immediately had an answer, but made a thinking appearance, paused for a few breaths before saying, but 5 rabbits, 3 chickens? That Mason girl smiled slightly, with a few moments of appreciation, and said, Princess Wang is kind, and will not let her subordinates starve and freeze. You are a new stranger. Do a good job here, and there will always be a day to get ahead. Meng Yuan understands. This is to say that he can read and write and can count, is already the preparation of the superior servant, but because the status is too new, still have to wait a little longer. Thank you, Your Honor. Meng Yuan hurriedly thanked, but he just didn't know when he would be able to get a promotion. I'm not a noble. You and I are the same. We are just working for the crown princess. Seeking plums seems to have a good impression of Meng Yuan. She takes out a small porcelain bottle. Labor is hard, but there will always be a time when you pick up a book again. Just happen to bring a bottle of frostbite cream. You cure frostbite on your hands. Thank you, Sister May. Meng Yuan stepped forward to receive it, having already changed his address, and was literally climbing up the pole. Seeking May beckoned. The little maid beside her took out 3 pieces of broken silver and distributed them to the 3 Meng Yuan. A light weighing, about 1 or 2 looks. No wonder the people who were questioned earlier were happy to go out. It turned out to be a reward money. The New Year's festival is approaching. This is what the princess ordered. Everyone has it, but you guys are new here. I gave some extra. Don't publicize it. Xuan Mei smiled, seeing that Meng Yuan's 3 people were moved to tears and sniffles, and only then did she let the 3 people leave. Meng Yuan didn't get a chance to perform the licking technique, so he couldn't help but lose it. Out of the lobby, outside, Li Zhuanto's father and son were grimacing and glaring deathly at Meng Yuan and old Uncle Jiang. Old Uncle Jiang cackled in fear and whispered, "We didn't say anything." Li Zhuanto waved his hand impatiently. Meng Yuan didn't say anything either, but he had an insight in his heart. The sum searching for the plum personally issued the annual festival bounty silver can be seen in order to prevent some people to intercept the share of profits, which can also show that the princess is not only benevolent and will do things. It can be seen that the people above are good. It's all about the greed and cunning of the Li Zhuanto father and son below, and the execution is bad. Secondly, looking for plum isolation. Li Zhuang had father and son. Looking for Zhuang people inquired about the affairs of the Zhuang. Is a detailed understanding of the pastoral Zhuang. There is no deception of the matter. Visible Wang Fei also know the following people virtues, is for the sake of preventing the slightest gradual change, a little to knock. Sure enough, after checking the accounts, the search for the plum girl and walked a few enclosures, and then they strictly ordered Li Zhuang head not to treat the people harshly, not to withhold food and drink, not to borrow the name of the royal family to cause trouble. Li Zhuanto father and son atmosphere do not dare to breathe. Baba responded, but wait for the search for the plum left, but laughed loudly, not at all to avoid people. Meng Yuan coldly watched, guessing that Li Zhuanto father and son must have committed more than just this small matter, which only a past cannot help but be smug. It's just that Meng Yuan didn't catch the handle either, so it's not good to bring them down. After a busy day, we wrapped up our work and returned to our lodgings. After a brief wash, Meng Yuan was pulled by Jiang Tang into her small thatched hut. with a lamp like a bean. The two of them sat side by side on a bench, and Meng Yuan wet his fingers and wrote Jiang Tang's name on the broken table case. Jiang Tang didn't learn very attentively, and after paddling along twice, he whispered, "That sister Mei Xuanmei is really pretty today. You'll look even better than her in the future." Meng Yuan pragmatic. This girl bottom is good, is slightly thin and weak, if properly nurtured, in a few years is probably a flower. Jiang Tang sniffed and lowered her head, her face reddening under the faint light was still visible. The shyness of a yellow-haired girl is certainly simple and lovely, but it also makes it impossible to give birth to half a bit of flirtation. "Brother, how does this work?" Jiang Tang touched out a small porcelain bottle. This was the frostbite cream that Seeking Plum had given to Meng Yuan, which was casually thrown to Jiang Tang by Meng Yuan. "It's just frostbite cream. What else can I do with it? This girl is all heart at a young age." When Meng Yuan took the porcelain bottle, Jiang Tang hurriedly extended her hand. She weaves straw bamboo baskets every day. Her delicate palms are full of tiny cracks from freezing, and Meng Yuan's heart aches. Applying the ointment to the frozen cracks on her hands, Meng Yuan gently rubbed them together and said, "Next year, you won't be allowed to get frostbite again." Jiang Tang nodded happily. Then she went back to rubbing ointment on Meng Yuan's hands, her mouth lightly humming an off-key shepherd song. Chapter 6, Opportunity to Learn Martial Arts. Chapter 6, Opportunity to Learn Martial Arts. Chapter 6, Opportunity to Learn Martial Arts. The nobleman's visit was of no use, and the work in the manor was not half as much. That Li Zhuantou father and son sent another batch of chickens and ducklings out, and also killed a pig, but the Zhuangmin only ate some down, and the 2 fans of meat were pulled away. The big dung pit that had been sulking for a long time was half dug up by a group of outsiders, and Meng Yuan and Tai Niu and other young strong men were driven to help dig up the dung. These things are big or small, but not big enough to bring down Li Zhuantou. After 7 days, the head of Li Zhuang also do not know what madness, even gathered people, to go to the manor outside the turn over the land fertilizer. That land has 10 acres up and down, or ripe land, but did not plant winter wheat. Li Zhuantou said is the princess of the newly harvested land, is to take advantage of the plowing now, to be in the spring replanting spring wheat. Meng Yuan was all shocked. Winter is the time to recuperate. Even hard-working farmers do not go down to the ground, but Li Zhuantou is not at all the Zhuantou as a person, and he was afraid of cattle's skinny sell price. Not even let the use of plow oxen. Together with Meng Yuan and Tai Niu, a total of 8 people worked, all of whom had close family members. If one plows for a servant, how can one be rich? Meng Yuan still prefers to cut eggs and doesn't want to turn the ground. "Brother, don't forget iron ox when you're rich." Tai Niu sniffled. Meng Yuan smiled and answered. That night, after wrapping up work and returning to his place, old Uncle Jiang sighed more than once. "Li Zhuantou is unkind. How can you use a craftsman like this?" Old Uncle Jiang's face was full of guilt. Said, "It's me and Tanger who dragged you down. Otherwise you would be young and strong. Where can't you go? You wouldn't have to be exploited here. It's fine. It's not a big deal for me to work more when I'm young." Meng Yuan gave a comforting cry and whispered, "Old Uncle Jiang, when you go to do work outside the manor in these few days, inquire about the origin of that piece of land." Meng Yuan had asked the villagers who passed by while he was working, but they didn't know who owned the land, and had only heard that it belonged to a rich family in the town. That Li Zhuantou said that the land is the princess just purchased, but near the New Year's festival, who would sell the land for no reason? Either they can't go on, or they are forced to do so. And look at the princess's previous behavior. Engaged in the 3-meal system, personally pay the reward silver, allow the nearby villagers into the mountains, clearly is compassionate to the poor and weak, is aware of the world's situation, rather than pretending to be benevolent. Therefore, Meng Yuan thinks that this land is probably not the princess, but Li Zhuantou father and son in the name of the royal family, forcibly taken. That night, Meng Yuan was teaching her to recognize words in Jiang Tang's house when someone came knocking on the door. The visitors were Zhao Daodu's father and son, and both of them had joyful faces. "You even slept with your little daughter-in-law?" When Big Head Zhao saw Meng Yuan come out of Jiang Tang's house, he was surprised. "How old is she?" "I'm teaching her to recognize words," Meng Yuan explained and asked. "What's Uncle Big Head doing here so late?" "There are good things." Big Head Zhao's father and son pulled Meng Yuan, entered the house, and sat down with old Uncle Jiang piece by piece. That Jiang Tang still wanted to come and listen, but was glared out by Meng Yuan. "Uncle Big Head, what good thing?" Meng Yuan asked curiously, and old Uncle Jiang listened attentively. "Someone from the royal residence came in the morning, and I happened to come across it. He said that a few days ago, there was a civil unrest in the northern town of Songdafu, and many big families were robbed. Our Wang Fei was born alert and intends to pick up some people to go to the Wangfu, learn a trick or two, and be able to guard the manor as well." Big Head Zhao lowered his voice. It says that all the teenagers from the various manors and stores can go, and if they learn well, they can stay in the royal residence as guards in the future. All can go? Old Uncle Ginger asked. Regardless of whether it's a homeborn son or not, as long as there's a family member, they can all go. Big Head Zhao took Meng Yuan's hand and said, I've been with Zhuangtou Li for 5 years, and I've long since seen through it. There's no hope at all in the manor. The only way is to go out. My son Tainyo is very stupid, but you're smart, little Meng, and Tainyo listens to you. I thought, you two go together, so you can take care of him. Meng Yuan's heart moved. Now trapped in the pastoral village, Li Zhuangtou father and son of one hand to cover the sky, all kinds of things cannot do, so that people cannot move. If he could go to the royal residence to learn martial arts, not to say whether he could learn or not, at least his meals would be much better, and he could also better nourish the essence fire in his body, and then he might have other wonderful things to do. Besides, in today's world, everything is fake, only the knife is real, and learning more ways to save your life will do you more good than harm. This is a great opportunity that needs to be seized. You two masters discuss it. After finishing his speech, Big Head Zhao pulled Tainyo up and said, I've decided in my heart that I'll go to the Zhuangtu now to talk about it. When Big Head Zhao's father and son left, old Uncle Jiang sighed again. I can see, Xiao Meng, you have a living brain and can do things, and it's me and Tanger who have tripped you up in your suffering nowadays. If you were in a different place, you'd probably have gotten ahead, much better than being a gilding-smith. Jiang old uncle saw Meng Yuan pondering. From his pocket to touch out silver. We make silver. Please Li Zhuang head to help. Zhuang less you and not less. He can also get silver for nothing. Will not help. Li Zhuang head of the kind of people stingy greedy. Desire is difficult to equalize. Most of the silver do not do things. Meng Yuan think it's not appropriate. But if you go directly to find Miss Mei, people may feel that you are superfluous, but also have a bad feeling. Nowadays, there is only to find Li Zhuangtou. Always have to try. Jiang old uncle bitterly, and then totaled up the silver money. The deed of sale got 9 money. The previous search for plum hair reward silver 3 taels. A total of 3 taels 9 money. Took 2 taels. Jiang old man hard pull on Meng Yuan out the door. Jiang Tang wanna follow. Was Jiang old man scolded back. It was dark at the moment, and there were people in the manor holding dogs and banging gongs to patrol the night. Li Zhuangtou lived behind the hall of the manor and had a separate courtyard, which was still lit at the moment. When he knocked on the door and went in, he saw Li Zhuangtou, his eldest son Li Dabiao, and his second son Li Xiaohu eating. Good day Zhuangtu. Jiang old uncle opened his mouth, some constrained with a smile, said, I heard that the royal family intends to recruit some children to learn martial arts. My granddaughter-in-law is quite capable. Want to ask if you can go to learn something? At that time also good to come back to guard our manor well. Ginger head. Not to be disrespectful. Li Zhuangtou put down his chopsticks and said, the manor is already short of people, and if I let people go, I'm afraid this work won't be finished. Zhuangtou takes care of the manor with hard work. This is something we all see in our eyes. Old Uncle Jiang fished out money from his sleeve and said, please also take the trouble to do so. Son, it's not easy for you either. I will report the name of the little geldings. You go back to work well. Wait for my letter on the line. Li Zhuangtou received the silver, originally smiling, but suddenly changed color, picked up chopsticks and knocked his second son Li Xiaohu's hand, angrily said, look at a salted fish to eat a mouthful of rice. What chopsticks are you laying down? Li Xiaohu said angrily, my brother looks twice before taking a bite, and you don't care? You eat your own. Snooze, he deserves to die. Li Zhuangtou cursed angrily. Meng Yuan and Jiang Laobo looked at each other. This Li Zhuangtou greedy occupation so much. Every day to eat meat and eggs are no problem. But he is not only stingy to the Zhuang people, to the family is also this stingy. After another 5 days, Meng Yuan day in the manor outside, selling turned the land fertilizer. More than 10 acres of land are finished, a large part of Li Zhuang head, but there is still no news. On this day, when he returned from outside the manor and returned to his residence, old Uncle Jiang mysteriously pulled Meng Yuan. Today, I met a traveling groom outside, and I asked about the land. Old Uncle Jiang suppressed his voice, very cautious. It turned out that the 10 acres of land belonged to a rich family named Yin in the town of Qingshui. After the fall, the man of Yan's family fell ill and died, leaving only a widow and a young daughter, and the land was also deserted. The deceased's elder brother wanted to eat extinct, but also thinking of buying manure at a low price. They hooked up with the head of Li Zhuang, that Li Zhuangtou naturally willing, in the name of the royal family, looking for familiar with the evil officials, and finally low-priced land, but also manure to find a buyer. The widowed mother and young daughter have no place to live now, and people in town say that the royal family bought the land by force, saying that our princess is being hypocritical. Old Uncle Jiang sighed. Meng Yuan see clearly, Wang Fei even if false benevolence, but the annexation of such things will never let a pastoral Zhuang head to do. This is bound to be the head of Li Zhuang self-initiated, borrowed the momentum of the royal family. However, the head of the Li Zhuang is also really cunning. This matter did not go through the hands of the people in the village. If not greedy ginger old man went out to earn the 3 melons and 2 dates. It is really not good to notice. If a few more months, no one in Qingshui town is afraid to mention it. Meng Yuan was just thinking about how to use this matter to deal with Li Zhuangtou, when he saw Jiang Tang running, saying that Zhao Daodu's father and son had come. Zhao Daodu's eyes were red, and Tai Niu was also aggrieved. Meng Yuan let Jiang Tang out before asking what happened to Big Head Zhao. Zhuangtou Li is not a good person, receiving money but not doing anything. Big Head Zhao was furious as he angrily said, his family's second son, Li Xiaohu, has already gone to the royal palace. There are also a few children of the village inspectors who have also gone. I went to him to argue, but he said that the royal palace doesn't want anyone anymore. This, ginger old man wide-eyed, asked, then the money back yet? Can I return it? He thinks we're easy to bully. Said he helped with the silver, and I still owe him a tael. Big Head Zhao's eyes turned red. Old Uncle Jiang gasped and coughed repeatedly. Sighed, it is said that what you eat makes up for what you have. Our kind of can eat bitter can't become a human being. You have to eat talent. When Big Head Zhao heard this, he sighed and clenched his fist, and finally left with Tai Niu helplessly. Jiang Tang came in at this moment, and when she saw that neither Meng Yuan nor her grandfather were talking, she also behaved herself by not saying anything. After a long time, old man Jiang said, Xiao Meng, the head of the bank is the biggest in the bank, even if we know some of his black things, but we cannot fight. I don't think we should put up with this, when the geldings can't get rich, but we can take care of our food. Meng Yuan shook his head slightly. If one is pinned down and bullied, one is meek and submissive. And if one does not dare to resist and swallow one's anger, what is the difference between that and a pig or a sheep that has been deprived of its power? Meng Yuan did not do a lot of work in the manor, and never lazy and slippery. However, since Li Zhuangtou wants to block the road to progress, then Meng Yuan can only overturn this broken manor. Meng Yuan decides that he wants to depower Li Zhuangtou. Chapter 7, Snowshoeing for Plums. Chapter 7, Snowshoeing for Plums. Chapter 7, Snowshoeing for Plums. Where's that frostbite cream that Miss Seeking Plum sent? Bring it to me. Meng Yuan commanded Jiang Tang. Ginger Tong obediently went back to get it and quickly delivered it, tucking it into his arms. Meng Yuan got up and said, I'll go ask Zhuangtou Li. I'll go with you. Old Uncle Jiang hurriedly said, I'll just go by myself. Meng Yuan smiled and pacified. Don't worry, I'll never cause any trouble. I'm just going to ask a question. Out of the door. See the north wind whistling. No stars in the sky. There is a sound of dogs barking. Seems to be the snow will come. Arriving at Li Zhuangtou's courtyard, Meng Yuan didn't nag, and directly asked, Zhuangtou, how is the matter of my entering the king's house to learn martial arts? Alas, can't help. Specially went to ask, but the princess wants a family son. You sent the 2 silver also made to go. I also backed up 1 or 2, but the doorway is really cannot go ah. Li Zhuang head sighed. That Li Dabiao laughed twice and said, I say little geldings, you first work at ease, wait for 3 or 5 years, then if the princess still wants someone, my father will go to ask for you. This father and son are pretty funny, treating people like little cuties. Muddle, then I'll thank the banker for that. Meng Yuan didn't pull too much, and added, Zhuang too, old Uncle Jiang has been coughing at night for the past 2 days, so tomorrow I want to take a leave of absence and go to town to grab some medicine. Grabbing medicine? What about tomorrow's work? Li Zhuangtou became anxious when he heard this. I'm telling you, people get sick when they get old, and it's useless to take medicine. You'd better work hard, that's the right thing to do. I haven't learned my craft yet, in case old Uncle Jiang is too sick to do the work. The loss is still the Zhuang Li's. Meng Yuan grabbed the soft underbelly and added, when I come back from grabbing the medicine, I will definitely work more and make up the work. Hearing this, Li Zhuangtou finally agreed to come down. When I got up the next day, there were already snowflakes. Meng Yuan didn't eat breakfast, so he directly went out of the manor, and didn't go to the town of Qingshui, but ran directly to Songhe Prefecture. The reason why Li Zhuangtou can become powerful, is because he is the status of the old servant who came with the princess to accompany the marriage, which got generous treatment. That's all. Therefore, if you want to remove its power, you must break the return of the princess. Of course, how many years of master-servant bonding can't be broken just like that? And Li Zhuangtou usually do sell manure. Piglets and chickens are not a big deal. At most a reprimand. But according to recent events, the princess is disciplined, kind-hearted, sympathetic to the people, and concerned about reputation. That seeks the plum girl earlier inquired that there is no one to borrow the name of the king's house to cause trouble. She is the king's consort close service. Equivalent to the king's consort inquired that the king's consort can be seen to be on the lookout for the following people. Just did not catch the handle of the head of the Li Zhuang, but now Li Zhuangtou colludes with outsiders, bullying and humiliating orphaned women and mothers, and seizing people's property in the name of the royal family, clearly violating the taboo of the Wangfei, and spoiling the good name of the Wangfei. Therefore, if we want to remove the momentum, we should start from here. Of course, Meng Yuan does not have a sharp blade to remove the momentum. You need to borrow a knife to be able to do so, and the girl who seeks the plum is this knife. The wind and snow grew heavier, and the sky and earth were white, as the body of the essence of the fire. Meng Yuan more and more do not fear the cold. The body is full of energy. The road is not feeling tired. No power, no money, no sword in my hand. It's really hard to do something. Meng Yuan trotted forward and fell on his buttocks, feeling more and more that he had to learn martial arts. Only in this way can we not be oxen and sheep, and be worthy of the name of geldings. More than 40 miles, running tightly and slowly. It was nearly noon before they arrived at Songhua Prefecture. Meng Yuan went to grab the medicine first, and asked where the Xian Wang mansion was located in the meantime, before carrying the medicine bag and looking for it. It took half an hour to arrive in front of the main gate of the royal residence. Now that there is still half a month before the New Year's festival, the royal mansion is already decorated with lights and festivities. Go to the back door and look for it. After Meng Yuan explained his intentions and offered a silver coin, the door gave directions. Meng Yuan thanked him and went to the back door, where he saw a maid guarding the door. Sister, I'm from the south of the city's pastoral farm, and I've come to find sister seeking plum. Meng Yuan sends 2 coins of silver and takes out the porcelain bottle of frostbite cream that seeking plum sent. New Year's festival in the search for May's sister busy. You first wait. That maid saw Meng Yuan although woeful, but it is difficult to hide handsome. So she collected the money and porcelain vase, happy to inform inside. A long time before returning, said, reported up. First wait. If people do not come, cannot blame me. Meng Yuan thanked him and stood by the wall waiting, his mind pondering at the same time. There are 2 hard things about this business. One of them is to seek May busy, not to see. So Meng Yuan specially brought the porcelain bottle containing frostbite cream, hoping to seek May see the old things, think of a point of old love. The second is that this matter is essentially a complaint, and if it is the truth, searching for the plum will probably feel that he is because Li Zhuangtou blocked the learning of martial arts, which secretly search Li Zhuangtou's fault, is because of the grudge and report. In this way, even if you deal with Li Zhuangtou, you will make Xuan Mei feel that he is deep in mind, and he will not be able to avoid looking down on you and falling short. This time to learn martial arts ultimately fell on the search for Mei, is why Meng Yuan has to expose the evil deeds of Li Zhuangtou, cannot let the search for Mei born of bad feelings. This is a great test of improvisation. All day long, I've been bothering myself. I should have known that I would have gone to be the head of the face. Meng Yuan lamented in his heart. After half an hour, drenched in snow, finally smelled the faint plum blossom aroma. Mei Xuanmei stood in front of the door, clad in a light-colored cloak. She had just seen someone with a porcelain vase asking for an audience, so she knew who had come. Now the New Year's festival is approaching. It is the time to send gifts to and from the time. Looking for the plum is used to the world. I ask the messenger maid. Know that the teenager came with a straw paper bag. Will give birth to a few points of displeasure. The last gift of frostbite cream. Searching for the plum hinted at the teenager. As long as the practical and diligent, the next day must be mentioned. I did not think a month has not yet arrived. Came to send a gift to run the relationship. Now it seems, is up only camp. White born a good skin. Also play what snow trick. Visible is really not read a few books. Really boring. Meng Yuan? Seeking May's hand was folded into her sleeve. Her voice faint. As soon as Seeking Plum made a sound, he saw that the teenager slowed down. His hands were red. His eyes were exceptionally clear. And a happy smile appeared on his face as he excitedly said, Sister May, what brings you here? May Seeker remained cold. But see that young man lifted up the hand of the straw paper bag. Seemingly did not realize the coldness of the search for May. The opposite of excitedly said, Jiang old man cough at night. I took leave to come out to buy medicine. I wanted to go to the town of Clearwater, but I have not been. A snow and lost the way. Simply follow the road to the capital city. Then how did you find this place? After Seeking Plum saw that the teenager was seeking medicine for a loved one and not a gift, her heart had been much relieved. I saw that the young man's eyes did not hide. Simple and serious. Today the snow is heavy. I see that there are still a lot of stragglers under the city wall. So I thought that if it were not for the Princess Royal's acceptance, I would still be the same as them. I thought that since I'm in the capital city, if I don't come to kowtow to the princess, then I'm not too ungrateful. and old Uncle Jian will blame me for not knowing what I'm doing. Teenager hand surface freezing red. Exhale rubbing hands. Face also smile simple. Clothes dirty. But people do not have self-hatred. Visible mind pure. To the princess of Thanksgiving is also extraordinarily sincere. Searching for the plum cannot help but soften a lot. It's enough that you have this heart. Wang Fei doesn't love these vain rituals. Seeking Mei smiled softly and said, "It's cold outside. Come in and have a cup of tea to warm up." No no no. Only to see that teenager waving his hands in a hurry. Still carrying the medicine bag. "I'll kowtow to the crown princess and sister. I have to hurry back to decoct the medicine for old Uncle Jiang." There is no hurry this moment. Obey. Seek-mei has not half of this young man's bad feelings, but feels simple and sincere, is a loyal and filial person. And even this bag also look more and more smooth. Led the teenager into the door, to a side room. Searching for Mei took off the cloak. "Personally pour tea." "Thank you, Sister Mei." Mang Yuan sincerely thanked her. "Is it okay to live in the manor?" Seek-mei asked. "Sister, I'm the one who escaped the desert. I'm content with a place to sleep." Mang Yuan smiled. "You are contented." Seeking-mei smiled and nodded. Then asked, "Tell me honestly, did that Li Zhuantou do anything evil?" This, Mang Yuan some embarrassment, to see Seek-mei serious, then said, "I saw him seem to sell some manure outside. Chicken eggs also sent some outside." Mang Yuan only picked up small things. Ignorant and greedy, but he's an old family man, so he can't be too harsh. Xuanmei smiled and added, "The Wang Fei ordered the people below to send some children of the right age to learn martial arts. Why didn't you come? I see that you might be a martial arts practicing wizard." Sister joking. Mang Yuan held a cup of tea, sincerely said, "Not to hide my sister. I discussed with Zhang Laobo, originally thought to try, also paid out money to ask the head of the central bank, but his old man said that I was too late to enter the manor. Let me wait for 2 or 3 years. I think this is also reasonable. I am in the end a stranger. Wait a little bit is nothing. That's an amateurish thing to say. The sooner you practice martial arts the better. It's too late to put it off for a few years." Seeking-mei laughed. "That's nothing. I don't know anything about practicing martial arts or not." Mang Yuan looked like a simple man with no desires. Anyway, no matter if it's practicing martial arts or working in the manor, it's all working for the crown princess, and it's not that different. Mang Yuan is an old loyalist when he opens his mouth. "I had not thought that you know how to do things." Seeking-mei nodded her head in approval and asked again, "Have you had lunch? I'll have someone bring you some food." "Sister really can't." Mang Yuan hurriedly got up and refused, lifting up the medicine bag and saying, "I have to hurry back to decoct the medicine for old Uncle Jiang, and there's work to be done in the fields, so I can't be delayed for too long. Do you take me for a grain? The farmers also don't go out during the winter season, so what is there to do in the fields?" Seeking-mei laughed. Mang Yuan honestly replied, "I am the one who almost starved to death by the side of the road. It is the Princess Wang who feeds and clothes me, and being able to work more counts as a part of my heart. Besides, the head of the bank said that the land is newly bought by Wang Fei, and that it should be plowed to replant spring wheat, so there can't be any delay." Seeking-mei had been smiling. When she heard this, she put down her teacup and asked, "Where is the newly purchased land?" "It's just west of the manor. About 10 acres. A few of us have almost finished turning it over and fertilized it." "Sister, don't worry about it. I'll make sure that there will be a good harvest next year." Mang Yuan was very sincere. Seeking-mei nodded, and after contemplating for a while, she smiled again and took out a few pieces of broken silver from her embroidered pouch, saying, "You've worked hard to come over here, and since you don't want to eat, keep this money and buy some food on the way." "Sister Mei, I don't lack food and drink at the manor, and I still have monthly silver to take. I can't take this money." Mang Yuan didn't want it, very determined. "Then I won't force myself. Your nature is simple and pristine, too honest. If someone bullies you, just come to me. It's not in vain for you to call me a sister." Seeking-mei smiled and said, "Also, don't tell anyone about the fact that you came to see me today." Mang Yuan responded and bid farewell to Mei Sun. In this line, Mang Yuan did not tell a single lie. Every word was true. It's hard to pretend to be smart, and even harder to pretend to be innocent. Fortunately, I'm originally pure and innocent, so that doesn't count as a disguise. Mang Yuan swore with conviction. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. The north wind is still. Snow has stopped. The sky is gray as if it has been depowered. This snow trekking in search of plums, Mang Yuan purpose has been achieved. As for what is the result, is not yet known. Now there is no power and no sword. Want to do something, inevitably have to borrow the momentum. The consequences are naturally not good control. If you can bring down Li Zhuantou, then everything is fine. If it doesn't work, Mang Yuan will have to find another way. There are many people traveling on the main road of Songhua Prefecture. All of them are in a hurry, so it can be seen that winter is also not idle. Meng Yuan bought a pig's trotter, wrapped it carefully in greaseproof paper and put it in his arms. He also bought 2 large cakes and ate them while walking. After leaving the city, I caught a ride with a charcoal seller and continued west again, riding the wind and snow, with wet and broken shoes. It was dark before they made it back to the pastoral village. After dinner time had passed, Meng Yuan went straight back to his residence. It's snowing so hard and you're still running around outside. Jiang Tang saw that Meng Yuan's shoes and socks were wet. She was heartbroken, and without waiting for Meng Yuan to say anything, she ordered Meng Yuan to sit down, gave away his shoes and socks, and brought hot water to wash them. Is your cough better today? Meng Yuan took out the medicine bag and the oil paper bag from his arms. I'm not in the way. Rather, it's you, running around all day in the freezing weather. Old Uncle Jiang didn't know that Meng Yuan had gone to find Xuanmei, and only thought that he had gone to buy medicine, and smiled. This girl asked Tainyo for firewood, and the stove hasn't stopped, saying that she had to prepare hot water for you. She wasn't even this nice to me, and when she saw that you didn't return, she kept chanting to go pick you up. Jiang Tang sat on the small bench, lowered her head to wash Meng Yuan's feet, and didn't say anything. Silly girl. Meng Yuan laughed and flicked Jiang Tang's forehead, and she raised her head. Her face flushed and she didn't know what the shyness was about. I'm not stupid. Jiang Tang lowered his head again, not knowing what came to mind, and giggled twice before tickling the soles of Meng Yuan's feet. After soaking his feet, Jiang Tang dried them again, then picked up the shoes and socks and threw them into the basin, and was about to go out to wash them. Don't rush. Meng Yuan pulled her back and said, I bought you meat. Eat it first before you get busy. Meat? Jiang Tang's big dark eyes lit up and she hurriedly said, then I'll go and wash something before eating it. She busied herself with the basin and went out, quickly washing it and frying the medicine. Before she had the time to open the oil paper bag, pig's trotters had long been cold, but Jiang Tang was still happy, first letting old Uncle Jiang eat them, and then letting Meng Yuan eat them, and the two of them naturally wouldn't snatch food from her. The room is dark. Jiang Tang gnawed pig's feet. Jiang old uncle and Meng Yuan gossip, said what Jiang Tang's grandmother gave birth to 7. Several aunts also have children, which corroborates that Jiang Tang in the future will also be able to bear children. The next day, because the snow has not yet disappeared, there is no need to go down to the ground. Just Li Zhuantou is really to the death. Let Meng Yuan shovel manure for a day. The 3rd day, the 4th day also did not move. See closer and closer to the New Year's Day. Meng Yuan thought that after the year will not have results. A burst of hoofs vibrate pasture. The people of the village all poured out to see, only to see 6 steeds escorting a carriage to the front of the hall. The 6 guards, each armed with a sword, dismounted and shielded the carriage. An old man came down from the carriage first, and only after that was Mei's son. Seek Mei changed the attire, wearing a bright red cloak, slightly powdered, actually have a few points of martial arts. Tie it up. Before Li Zhuantou could understand what was going on, he heard Xuanmei give the order. 2 guards came forward and immediately pressed Li Zhuantou and tied his hands behind his back. What for? What are you doing? Li Zhuantou did not know what was going on, only full of fear, kneeling on the ground and shouted, Seek Mei, what are you doing? Who are you to kidnap me? I am an old man who married after the Wang Fei. I want to see the princess. Xuanmei folded her hands into her sleeves and said in a cold voice, Do you also know that you are the one who married after the Wang Fei? Have you ever listened to the teachings of the Wang Fei? Wang Fei has always been sympathetic to you old people, usually greedy some account for some, selling the manor's chickens, ducks, meat and eggs just as if they did not see. As she spoke, Xuanmei took 2 steps forward, then said, But the Princess Royal has ordered us not to use the name of the royal family to bully or insult the people, but you are borrowing the name of the royal family, colluding with outsiders, bullying widows and orphans, seizing fields, and eating people out of their homes. I didn't. Li Zhuantou knew that something had happened, and his voice was much smaller. Lost in thought, kneeling on the ground. When I came here last time, I told you to be lenient with the Zhuang people, but you forced them to plow the fields and turn them over in winter. Seeking Plum spoke, her tone getting more and more unkind, saying, Wang Fei said that the stragglers gathering and causing trouble in the year of disaster is due to the incompetence of the officials, and secondly, it's being forced by people like you. Li Zhuantou was trembling, unable to say a word, and no longer had the arrogance of the past. I know you're not convinced. When you return the bitter owner's field deed and count what you've gained, go back to your old home and tell the old madam about it. Seek Mei simply do not give Li Zhuang had the opportunity to argue, obviously got the instructions of the Wang Fei. Meng Yuan watched in amazement from the sidelines. He didn't expect the crown princess to be extremely insightful and act in a thunderous manner. That searching for Mei is not finished. Ordered the Li Zhuangto's home is also sealed. In order to wait for the inventory. From now on, he will be your new Zhuang too. Xuanmei pointed to the old man who came with her, and instructed the old man, saying, the lower people are easy to abuse. I hope that you will live up to the princess's trust, and do not treat the people of the manor harshly. After saying his words, Seeking Plum did not stay any longer and boarded the carriage. The wheels of the car crushed the snow, creaking, and the curtains opened as they traveled outside. Seek may see a group of Zhuang people are still in a trance. The young man stood in the crowd, the same face full of surprise. There is a girl leaning against the young man, but also confused and bewildered. Looking at this scene, Xuanmei then thought that this teenager was afraid that he didn't know that it was his unintentional words that brought about today's events. Come here. Seeking Mei smiled and waved at the teenager, seeing him freeze for a moment before rushing forward. Sister Mei, Meng Yuan was honest. Now do you still want to go to the royal residence to learn martial arts? Seeking Mei asked with a smile. Think. Meng Yuan immediately said. You're simple in nature. I'm afraid you'll be bullied when you arrive at the royal residence. Seeking Mei guffawed. But I will protect you. You will go to the new Zhuang Tu later and ask him to give you a note to report to the royal residence tomorrow. Thank you, sister. Meng Yuan's heart's desire was realized, and he only felt happy in his heart. The carriage drove away, and Li Zhuangto's father and son followed behind, having long since lost the arrogance of the past. A crowd of Zhuang people again rushed to pay homage to the new Zhuang head. This new Zhuang head surnamed Sun, after he toured the Zhuang, Meng Yuan and Jiang Old Man, as well as Zhao Big Head father and son, a piece of the door to find. Sun Zhuangto is amiable, nimbly wrote a letter of recommendation, but also let Zhao Daodu tomorrow morning to drive a donkey cart to send. It's just not the same with this change. In the end, it's still the princess that's good. When night came, Zhao Daodu and his son came and held Meng Yuan's hand. Tainyo's nature is naive, and he doesn't use his head when he talks, so I'm going to trouble you, little Meng, to take care of him. Big Head Zhao pressed Tainyo's head again and told him to listen to Meng Yuan in everything. Meng Yuan agreed and asked Big Head Zhao to take care of old man Jiang. After sending off Big Head Zhao's father and son, Meng Yuan saw that Jiang Tang had been silent, so he pinched her face. Brother, will you come back? Jiang Tang asked carefully. Will. Meng Yuan was very serious and earnestly said, at most half a year, I will pick you up to live in the city. Jiang Tang nodded her head obediently, and without saying anything more, she sat at the head of Meng Yuan's bed and sewed the cuffs of his sleeves. The stitches were fine, as if they could never be worn down. There was fog in the morning. Meng Yuan and Tainyo ate breakfast, and Zhao Daodu drove the donkey cart, and together they hid into the fog. Chapter 9, Meeting a Demon. Chapter 9, Meeting a Demon. Chapter 9, Meeting a Demon. Because the fog was so thick, the donkey cart traveled very slowly as it was no more than 3 or 4 feet away when he raised his eyes, grinding for more than 10 miles. The fog does not dissipate, but also cannot feel how long has passed. Hitchhiker, hitchhiker, hitchhiker. As he was walking, a clear and lively female voice suddenly appeared behind him, which should be a child in her teens. Phew! Big Head Zhao is a real person. Immediately stopped the donkey cart, but also toward the back of the smile. Little girl, why foggy days still go out? Meng Yuan and Tainyo sat on the crate and looked back, only to see a cloud of brownish-yellow shadows scurrying out of the fog and quickly jumping onto the car. What kind of little girl is that? It's a weasel. This weasel has an elongated body, short limbs, soulful eyes, a brownish-yellow back, and a light white belly. There was even a small bundle tied around his neck, as if he was going on a trip, only to see it use its hind legs to support its body to stand up straight as soon as it got on the car, and vigorously shook off the cold dew on its body, making Meng Yuan's face. Meng Yuan didn't dare to say anything. Big Head Zhao and Tainyo also froze on the spot, and Donkey was even shaking in his hind legs. I knew that there were demons and monsters in this world before, but in the end, I only heard about it, and this time, I saw it with my own eyes. 2 days ago it snowed, and today there is a demonic fog. It can be seen that when there is a dim king in the country, there are bound to be demons. The weasel's voice is crisp and clear, and it says something out of tune, and it looks like a competent person. While loosening the baggage, it says excitedly, go, 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 old donkey dear hey. Weasel skillfully shouted the horn of the donkey drive, obviously knowing his way around. Sure enough, the donkey did move forward. Where are you going? Weasel remembered to ask the owner of this room after he had overstepped his bounds. Great immortal. Let's go to Songhua Prefecture City. Seeing that the weasel didn't ask for a seal and didn't show any intention of harming anyone, Meng Yuan spoke back. That's just the way. The weasel's voice was as clear and crisp as a young girl's, but its tone was old-fashioned. But you can't call me Daxian. Just call me Auntie. I've eaten more chickens than you 3 have salt. This weasel's words were disorganized, but it seemed as if it was really here to hitchhike. Meng Yuan and Big Head Zhao looked at each other and decided to hurry on before waiting to see what would happen. Weasel also no longer pay attention to Meng Yuan. Three people looked around, and then took down the small baggage. Also do not unravel, only reached out his claws in to touch an egg out. That egg should be a wild egg or something. The weasel cracked the eggshell and peeled it carefully with its paw, but it was still boiled. Then he ate it in small bites, and when he ate the yolk, he grunted with great satisfaction. I can see that this weasel hasn't had a good meal. It's not that auntie doesn't share your food. Is it much? Not much. When the weasel saw Meng Yuan and Taino's wide-eyed stares, it turned away from them and said something incomprehensible in its mouth. Soon, the weasel finished the eggs, and then fished out a pocket-sized bronze mirror and wooden comb from the baggage, and tended to his fur in the mirror, which was really stinky. Meng Yuan kept his guard up, thinking that this weasel had a lot of fancy work. Soon, Weasel finished cleaning up, sat down on his butt, and asked as if he were nagging a family. Are you two married? Tainyo shook his head blankly, and Meng Yuan also shook his head. Start a family early, don't be a jerk. Weasel was old-fashioned. Meng Yuan and Tainyo really didn't know what to say. The smell of cow dung on you guys smells pretty good, the weasel praised, tilted his head crookedly to look at Meng Yuan and said, how come you still have blood on you? I'm a geld maker. Meng Yuan said, gelders? The little weasel first cocked his head in retrospect, then said happily, it's an egg cutter, right? Hey, what haven't I seen before? Both of its front paws were crossed, and it was a very impressive sight to behold. When Meng Yuan saw that the person looked like he was begging for praise, he casually complimented, Auntie knows the world well, has a wide range of knowledge, and is wise. Little geldings, your speech is still oddly good. The weasel is obviously a can't stand flattery. It happily jumped a little, said, you say it again a few times, I haven't memorized it. Meng Yuan couldn't help it and repeated it 3 more times. Weasel whispered it several times in silence, looking as if he was going to use it to flatter someone else. When it had memorized it, it shook its head happily and said, hold out the little gelding's hands. Is this a payoff? Or is it a fee for writing? Meng Yuan took a deep breath, his right hand behind his back in defense, and extended his left hand, placing it on the car panel. The weasel came forward and turned around again, raising its tail and puckering its buttocks, rubbing against Meng Yuan's tiger's muzzle. It was slightly warm, and it didn't smell like a tawdry odor, but Meng Yuan knew that this was the weasel marking. Auntie has a wide range of people, so I'll look for you if I have geldings in the future, and you'll get a discount. Weasel was very serious. Meng Yuan never thought that one day he could let the weasel introduce business to him. And look at this situation. He also became the weasel's human face. Good to know. Meng Yuan could only admit it, and seeing that weasel didn't seem to have a very good brain, he cried, how many faces does Auntie have? That's a lot. Ha, what are you doing in town? Weasel snorted and changed the subject, obviously too shallow in his ways to reveal himself when he lied. Visiting relatives. Meng Yuan removed a few moments of fear, babbled, and asked back, what is Auntie going to do? Go wish godmother a happy birthday. Weasel was happy and proud. My godmother said she would introduce me to a good marriage, with endless chickens and eggs from my aunt's family. No wonder it's a mirror and a comb. And I'm told to get married early, so you're going on a blind date. Speaking of which, Weasel asked curiously, what kind of hairstyle is popular in the city nowadays? You can't learn a fashionable hairstyle. Meng Yuan looked at the weasel's petite head and honestly replied, I really don't know. Dirtbag. Weasel grinned. Another 7 or 8 miles ahead, the weasel called for a stop. It climbed onto the back of the donkey, stood up on 2 legs, looked around, and sniffed, as if to identify the direction. We're not on our way. The weasel sighed and looked at the 3. It rubbed its 2 front paws together and reached into its bag for a while, with a look of reluctance, but finally felt out a tiny bit of broken silver. Auntie won't ride in your car for nothing. This is the money I saved for myself. It was full of reluctance to throw the silver to Zhao Daodu with a stingy look, and finally looked at Meng Yuan, saying, little geldings, when Auntie has gotten you the job, you can score me some money. How much does a geldingsmith make? How much money can a geldings make and still share it with you? Meng Yuan was very serious and said, this is the rule of the trade. If you are the introducer, you will naturally have a share. Satisfied with this, the weasel jumped out of the car, carrying the small bundle on its back, and disappeared into the mist with a brain. Giddy up. Seeing that the demon had been sent away, there was no need for Big Head Zhao to whip it, and the donkey darted forward nimbly. The 3 did not dare to talk about anything, just drove forward, panicked and took a fork in the road. Until afternoon, the fog is dispersed, only to arrive at the entrance of Songhua Prefecture. There was a lot of traffic under the gates, and the trio finally breathed a sigh of relief. Big Head Zhao held Meng Yuan and Tainyo's hands and carefully urged, "You can't tell anyone about what happened today. Yellow purses are the most vindictive, and if it's because of us that we've ruined someone's business, we won't be able to live a peaceful life in the future." As he spoke, he grabbed a donkey dung egg from the ground, rubbed Meng Yuan's tiger's mouth vigorously, and grabbed wet soil to rub, fearing that it would leave the weasel's stench. After finishing all this, Big Head Zhao felt out the hitchhiking money sent by Weasel, and there was about a penny. So he spent it all at the stall outside the city, bought cakes, chucked fat meat, and the three of them had a beautiful meal. "We were lucky today. We ran into an honest one who gave us money for a ride." Big Head Zhao had a heart palpitating with fear and earnestly urged, "But don't think that monsters are good. This yellow skin is close to the people to understand a little bit of human feelings. Some of the monsters that are going to eat people, very fierce nah. There are also some that specialize in seducing men. You have to be careful." He pointed at Meng Yuan's tiger's mouth and said seriously, "Little Meng, if you realize that there's someone else in the quilt in the middle of the night and they're still pestering you to sleep with you, then it's the great immortal that's coming to suck your yang qi. So you've got to hold on to it." Meng Yuan held his forehead, thinking that if it really came to that day, how could he hold it? Chapter 10, Learning Martial Arts. Chapter 10, Learning Martial Arts. Chapter 10, Learning Martial Arts. Farewell to Big Head Zhao. Meng Yuan brought Tainyo to the Xan Wang house, submitted a letter of recommendation, and came out to be received by an old man. "Follow me." The old man led the way in front, his mouth still chattering, saying something about how hard it was to lead the way, and how the country boy didn't know how to behave and didn't know about filial piety in clouds. Meng Yuan pretended not to understand, and Tainyo was not understanding at all, also did not go deep into the royal residence, only circled around, came to the south side of the royal residence, then saw a long fence. I knocked on the door and pushed it in, but it was a schoolyard. Just see, the center is a martial arts field. On both sides there are arrow targets and fletching, weapon racks, and all kinds of stone grinders and stone locks, standing wooden stakes and plum blossom stakes. On all sides there are no trees, only a high fence. In the open space of the martial arts arena there were more than 20 people in the Zhangmaji boxing, both male and female, all 15 or 16 years old teenagers, all wearing the same tight short beat. A man in his 40s walked around with his hands behind his back, cursing from time to time. The old man led Meng Yuan and Tainyo forward and said towards the middle-aged man, "Teacher Nya, this is the new kid. What took you so long? You see, the children here are having their second crop. This Mr. Nya is very exaggerated. I can't, it's what Miss Seeking Plum ordered," the old man said helplessly. Seeking May's face has to be given. 1 is practicing, 10 is practicing. It's not like we're eating my family's rice anyway. Teacher Nya smiled. The old man walked away leisurely after a few polite words. Teacher Nya waved at the two of them, and Meng Yuan and Tainyo hurried forward. "The young man is so handsome. Why don't you go to the garden and practice martial arts?" Mr. Nya grabbed Meng Yuan's wrist, looked at the calluses, and pinched his shoulders and waist, and said, "It's a seedling for practicing martial arts. If he practiced when he was young, he might be a bit more capable now." He made a slight evaluative assessment and then asked, "Ever slept with a pussy?" "Nope," Meng Yuan returned. "You can't sleep now. Learn your ability well, and when you're done I'll ask the princess to point you to a beautiful one." Teacher Nya laughed out loud and grabbed Tainyo's wrist again to see. "This kid is strong and a seedling." Mr. Nya gave the evaluation and asked, "Have you slept with a pussy yet?" "Slept," Iron Bowl returned. "Yoo-hoo!" Mr. Nya laughed, sized up Tainyo some more, and asked, "How many have you slept with?" "2," Iron Bowl returned honestly. The crowd of teenagers also looked at Tainyo in amazement, with envy and contempt. "TSK, TSK, TSK, which gardens are they all from?" Mr. Nya asked curiously. Tainyo was surprised and said, "It's my own family, my mother and my milk." Good, good, good. What a resourceful good boy." Teacher Nya couldn't help but laugh. He saw that Meng Yuan and Tainyo still had their baggage with them, so he greeted a teenager and instructed, "You take them both to receive their clothes, and then give them a place to stay, and fetch some water to wash them. They smell like donkey dung eggs." The teenager led the order and immediately took Meng Yuan and Tainyo outside, whispering as he walked, "My name is Wu Changsheng. What are you two called?" Meng Yuan and Tainyo reported their names. Chatting, two people received 2 sets of thin clothes. "Is the ordinary practice use?" That Wu Changsheng said that this is the princess down. Visible generosity. The so-called residence was also in the schoolyard, a row of green-tiled cottages against the fence. Came to the dormitory. Then C is a big bunk, enough for 10 or so people to sleep side by side. There is no locker to store clothes and so on. It is very simple. Put down your bags, fetched well water outside, and scrubbed your body right in the house. This Wu Changsheng has a lot of words. Do not need Meng Yuan deliberately inquire. Will know a brain pulled out. It turned out that the Nya teacher's name Nya Yanian is followed by the old man married to the princess. Has always been the trust of the Wang Fei. Plain in the status of the king's house is not low. The teenagers are called Nya division. How's the food on our side? Meng Yuan was most concerned about this issue, as it was related to the growth of the essence flame. As the old saying goes, poor in literature and rich in martial arts. The old saying still holds true. Poor people practice their swords, rich people practice their swords, and if you don't have money, you go pick. Practicing martial arts is not an ordinary family can afford, not to mention the venue, travel, worship and so on. Eat alone, this is not a small cost. The teenagers are still able to eat when the family does not have a little bottom really cannot afford to feed. Meng Yuan was afraid that someone would withhold food and drink. Every day the steamed buns are filling. And there's meat too. Wang Fei is the number one good person under the sky. Can she let us starve? Wu Changsheng was also from a straggler background, and he was sincerely in love with the Wang Fei. Meng Yuan was quite relieved. After scrubbing his body carefully, Meng Yuan sniffed the tiger's mouth hard and couldn't smell half a bit of foul odor. I also don't know if Auntie will still be able to find me when she wants to introduce me to business. Meng Yuan muttered in his heart. Changing into clean short-beat and strong clothes, Wu Changsheng brought Meng Yuan and Tainyo back to the schoolyard. That Nya Yanian Nya master also does not pull nonsense. Only said, there are no rules here. Only one, without my permission, cannot go out of the schoolyard. What do you practice every day? Let Wu Changsheng lead you. Meng Yuan and Tainyo responded. Go on, follow the practice and show me patience, Nya Yanian said. Meng Yuan and Tainyo then hurriedly came behind the men, found a position to stand, followed the men's movements, set down the horse stance, and then followed the punches. This is horse stance punching fist. Nya Yanian looked at it for a while, then came to point it out, saying, spread your feet slightly over your shoulders, bend your knees and press down. Your thighs should be flush with the ground, and your knees should not go over the toes. That's the horse stance position. After teaching the standing stance, Nya Yanian added, make fists with both hands, fists upward, and place them on either side of the waist pole. Right fist forward, arms must be straight, fists down, switch between the two fists. Remember to turn your waist and send your shoulders. Only then will the force be fierce. Nya Yanian finished briefly and demonstrated himself, casually said learn well, and regardless of whether Meng Yuan and Tainyo had learned, he left the schoolyard at a quick pace. It could be seen that this Master Nya didn't teach this group of teenagers as disciples and was clearly a mixer. The teenagers saw that no one cared, and did not dare to stop, still playing horse stance punch, but talked about the sky. Some people asked Meng Yuan his name, some people talked about which flour cake was good, and some people shouted that they had to pee. Meng Yuan didn't talk much with them, and only came to learn seriously. This horse stance punch is a simple method of practicing downward motion and outward force, not difficult to learn, just boring. And when you first practice, you don't feel how, but the more you practice, the more you feel your legs are sore, your arms are swollen, and your whole body is heavy. Meng Yuan carefully followed Wu Changsheng and practiced a few times before he got the hang of it roughly. After a quarter of an hour had passed, Wu Changsheng asked everyone to stop and rest. After a break, it was back to practicing front and side kicks, and then it was time to throw and lift stone blocks to build arm strength. When it was dark, Wu Changsheng blew the call to disperse. All the teenagers have long been hungry and hard, have to run to the schoolyard's canteen. The food was tofu boiled with cabbage and radish and dripping with oil. Lining up, Meng Yuan first gave Tainyo a big bowl full, and then served himself, then grabbed a few steamed buns, and the two of them sat side by side and ate them in large mouthfuls. The food here was so much better than Makwang, and especially there were white steamed buns that smelled countless times better than eggs. Meng Yuan only felt too happy. Brother, there is meat. Tainyo is eating happily. Actually found a piece of meat from the bowl, immediately happy and forgetful. Meng Yuan didn't say anything, just ate with a big mouthful of food, hope for the future rising in his heart. Chapter 11, Chaotic Warfare. Chapter 11, Chaotic Warfare. Chapter 11, Chaotic Warfare. After eating and drinking, a thin stream of water merged into the essence flame, which grew slightly stronger again. Over these days, Meng Yuan observed the essence flame from time to time, and realized that the nutrients that the essence flame drew from the different things he ate were also more or less important. Meat was the best, while things like rice, noodles, vegetables and fruits were a bit worse, and there's a difference in the meat, so you're better off eating sheep's eggs and cow's eggs than anything else. If he looked at the meals this time around, Meng Yuan estimated that in another month, the essence flame would be able to envelop itself, and would probably be at the state of completion. What will happen then? Also, if we eat something else, will it be better for essence fire? Can you eat demons? Meng Yuan couldn't help but think of his aunt. Just as I was thinking about it, a sharp pain shot through my arm. Why are you pinching me? Meng Yuan hurriedly pressed Tainyo's hand. Brother, with a serious face, Tainyo said, my father said that if you gawk at the tiger's mouth and smile foolishly, you'll have to be woken up. You also have to be asked, have you forgotten your little daughter-in-law at home? Meng Yuan didn't realize that Uncle Big Head had so little confidence in himself, fearing that he would be hooked by a demon. Have you forgotten? You say it. Tainyo grabbed Meng Yuan's arm and shook it vigorously. Didn't forget. Meng Yuan was breathless. It was dark by now, and the moonlight was pale. After they had eaten their fill, they went to the schoolyard to play horse stance punching, which was followed by lifting stone locks. When the night is deeper, tired and sweaty, this is considered to be broken up. While everyone else headed back to their lodgings, Meng Yuan and Tainyo were in no hurry to leave. With the body the body of the essence of the fire is strong. Meng Yuan chi strength is much larger. 20 pounds of stone locks thrown up is also a breeze. Although he had labored in the pastoral village, he had never tried his limits, but now it was the right time to try. Seeing no one in the schoolyard, Meng Yuan chose 100 pounds of stone mill, set down the horse stance, both hands hold the lifting place, grit his teeth and slowly lifted, and then in his heart silently counted 30, and only then gently put down. Slightly slowed down, Meng Yuan went to try 200 pounds of stone mill again. This time there is a feeling of powerlessness. Can only move, but cannot lift up. Let me try. The difference between man and man is indeed very big. This iron ox sinews and bones are strong. Brute force is also big. It is really a natural divine power. Meng Yuan estimated that his own limit was probably around 150 pounds, while iron ox was going to be around 250. Of course, both were untrained. If they had fought for some more time, they would have been able to lift heavier ones when they had more strength and more skill. Besides, as the essence fire grows, one's strength will be greater. The two men gossiped about the day, and came piece by piece to the well. The total number of people in this room is 27. 15 young men and 12 young women, all of whom live in the schoolyard and live 100 paces apart. There is no hot water here, and with the cold wind blowing on winter nights, most people go straight back to bed. Only a few people would simply scrub at the well. The young girls, on the other hand, were a bit more refined and took the water back to the house to scrub. Master Nye said that people who learn martial arts are not formal, so how nice for us to wash together here. Wu Changsheng was also at the well, and he cheaply joked towards the female trainees. That Wu Changsheng flirted with the young girls for a few moments, and when he was arched by them, he was carrying buckets of water to the women's house. Meng Yuan and Tainyo didn't talk too much. The two of them were naked, so they scrubbed in the cold wind. Seeing that some female trainees were coming this way, praising that Wu Changsheng for having eyesight, the words were motivating, trying to get Meng Yuan and Tainyo to help, but both of them were honest people who didn't understand at all, and quickly dried themselves off and headed back to the dormitory. Pushing open the door to the dormitory, it was quite dim with oil lamps burning inside. Newcomer! Meng Yuan and Tainyo had just entered the door when the house fell silent. Then a few strange laughs emerged. Meng Yuan looked over and saw that there was a person sitting against the wall at the very end of the long bed, with his legs crossed, and two teenagers sitting cross-legged on either side of him, all of them looking over with smiles on their faces. There were two bundles thrown to the ground, with shoes and socks scattered inside, clearly belonging to himself and Tainyo. Some of the rest of the people in the house lay down to sleep, while others looked as if they were waiting to see the joke. Go! The teenager with his legs crossed laughed and pointed outside. Get me a basin of water to wash my feet. Where is the basin? Meng Yuan asked with a smile. Eyes growing for nothing? The teenager glared at Meng Yuan and pointed to the ground. Where there are many people there is bound to be a division of masters and subordinates, with some bullying and others being bullied. Meng Yuan did not want to be nosy, nor did he have the idea of bullying. However, people's horsepower fell on his head, and that package is Jiang Yaotu in the cold day specially washed. Having already had the experience of nearly starving to death once, Meng Yuan was extraordinarily life-thirsty and extraordinarily didn't want to get into trouble. But, Meng Yuan walked up, lifted up the wooden basin, and then violently raised his step onto the bed. The wooden basin directly smashed the teenager's face, and then the person followed, lifted his foot and kicked the teenager in the head. How dare you hit me? I'm the son of General Manager Liu. That teenager didn't expect Meng Yuan to speak of martial virtues at all, and at the moment, his face was soaring with blood as he wailed and cried. The two teenagers beside the Chief Liu's son froze before coming back to their senses and rushed to stop Meng Yuan. One of them was kicked in the small of the abdomen, the other was grabbed by the arm, followed by a strong force coming from them, yanked forward. and had already slumped to the ground. Meng Yuan settled the helpers, and the main target of attack was still the provocative general manager Lu's son. "Come and help." The teenager shielded his head with both hands and crouched on the bed, wailing. The rest of the people saw this and rushed forward. Some went to hug Meng Yuan's waist, some went to hug his legs, and some shouted to urge a fight, but took their fists to Meng Yuan. Tainyo was an honest child, and was still loudly persuading the fight, but seeing that no one listened to the persuasion, but instead Meng Yuan was surrounded, he shouted, went forward and grabbed one person and threw him back. "Don't hit my brother. He is extremely brute force." A brain continuously threw back 5 or 6, and then grabbed one. "But I feel that this person's strength is not small, but some tugging. Iron Ox is me. Watch where you're fighting." Meng Yuan was in the middle of a fight when Tainyo grabbed him by the waist. "I've never been in a fight, brother." Tainyo hurriedly let go of his hand and replaced it with another person to grab it. For a while, 7 or 8 people couldn't do anything about Meng Yuan and Tainyo, and there was a lot of crying and shouting in the men's house. "Don't fight! Don't fight!" Wu Changsheng was originally outside pleasing the female trainees, and when he heard the commotion he rushed to persuade them, but he couldn't persuade them at all. He tried to go up and pull someone out, but whoever it was kicked over the oil lamp, and the men's house went black, and he was mistakenly hurt in the face. For a while, the bed became a battlefield, and in the darkness, it was hard to know who was fighting who, and it was already a mess. These people are all just here to learn martial arts for 5 or 6 days, fighting without a pattern, completely mixed. After a while, the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling became louder and louder, and there were constantly people shouting to stop, but Meng Yuan didn't stop at all, just staring at the teenager to fight. "You guys stop fighting." The door to the men's dormitory was violently pushed open, and several female cadets shone inside with lanterns. "All stop." A tall female cadet walked in carrying an oil lamp. This woman seemed to be quite authoritative, and Wu Changsheng lowered his head while plugging the blood in his nose. All the teenagers also stopped. No one spoke for a while, but there were quite a lot of crying sounds, only to see 15 teenagers, except for the 3 that didn't move. The rest were all injured, all bruised and swollen, and even Wu Changsheng, who was advising the fight, was also affected. "Who started it?" the tall female cadet asked. The crowd of teenagers looked at Meng Yuan and that Chief Lu's son in unison, and Tainyo saw this and hurriedly stood to Meng Yuan's side. Meng Yuan's hand at this time was still grasping the hair of General Manager Lu's son, and he didn't look at anyone else. He only pulled back hard, and that General Manager Lu's son raised his head, and his nosebleed was still flowing out hard. "In the future, if I find out that someone has touched me and Tainyo's stuff, I'll beat you up." Meng Yuan was bare-chested and also had a purple and green patch in front and behind his body, but didn't care at all. Just looked around the circle and landed his eyes on General Manager Lu's son again. That Lu's son of the chief steward was bruised and swollen. His clothes were tattered and torn. His red and swollen eyes were streaming downward with tears, and with the blood on his face dripping into his mouth, he was still whimpering and crying. "It's not me who did it but also beat me? Yeah, I'm only going to hit you." Meng Yuan knew the truth of hitting with a punch. "Sister Qian, save me." That Chief Lu's son cried even harder, looking blearily at the tall young girl at the door. "Crying? Cry and fight too." Meng Yuan loosened his grip, blew his bloody nose, and wiped his hand on Chief Lu's son's clothes. Iron Bull followed suit, but he blew his nose a little too loudly and a little too rudely to be aesthetically pleasing. The tall female cadet glanced at Meng Yuan and frowned. "All of you go to sleep. Anyone who dares to make a move again will be kicked out tomorrow." "Sister, don't worry." With half of his face swollen, Wu Changsheng squeezed out a smile at the tall female cadet and went up to pat Meng Yuan and Tainyo on the shoulder again. The people cleaned up the things on the floor, and they really didn't make any more trouble, and each of them fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 12, Simmering. Chapter 12, Simmering. Chapter 12, Simmering. On the second day, before dawn, the men got up. Meng Yuan recuperated overnight, although the body is still bruised and swollen, but it has been much better, while the essence of the fire is slightly smaller. When I was freezing and starving earlier, the essence flame kept feeding back. Now it seems that the essence flame can also slowly repair the injuries. I just don't know what would happen if there was a major injury in life or death. Meng Yuan reviewed last night's events. Last night's melee was a completely blind fight with no semblance of discipline. Meng Yuan and Tainyo took advantage of a strong light. A pick more than one is not false, but when the light is dark, I do not know who hit who, especially Tainyo. The strength came up to swing blindly, not only hurt the enemy, Meng Yuan also received 2 hard blows on the back. The most significant injury on Meng Yuan's body was inflicted by Iron Bull, and having just come to learn the art and making a scene in the dormitory, Meng Yuan had already prepared for the worst. Waking up in the morning to wash before dawn, Meng Yuan took the opportunity to dictate to Tainyo. Tai Nyo, remember, if Master Nya comes to ask, just tell the truth. I was the main culprit in last night's incident, and Master Nya can tell the difference. If I'm kicked out at that time, don't talk nonsense, you must stay. Meng Yuan said. Then what should I do if you leave? Tai Nyo was bewildered. My father told me to follow you well. I'll do whatever you do. Listen to me, Meng Yuan said. If you're leaving, there's no point in me being alone. Why don't we just leave together and go back to the farm to shovel manure? Tai Nyo didn't look far ahead. Meng Yuan patted Tai Nyo's shoulder, knowing that he could not persuade him, so he said no more. After washing up, it was time for morning exercise. The atmosphere today was slightly different. Both male and female trainees went to look at Meng Yuan and Tai Nyo from time to time, only with different expressions. After the morning exercise, the men headed for the cafeteria. Breakfast was hot porridge, salted vegetables and steamed buns. As soon as he sat down, Wu Changsheng followed. There was no need to deliberately ask, so Wu Changsheng shook it out in his head. The man who received the hardest beating last night is called Lu Ha, the son of Chief Steward Lu. That tall young girl was called Hu Qian, the youngest daughter of the royal consort's nursemaid. These two were considered to be the highest status among the group of cadets, and were also the heads of the male and female cadets, especially that Hu Qian, who had always been the one to speak up. Last night's matter is not too big, not too small. That dog Lu Ha will definitely sue. When the time comes, Sister Qian and I will plead for you. Wu Changsheng was very righteous. Meng Yuan nodded slightly and looked toward Lu Ha, who was not far away. That Lu Ha was also looking at Meng Yuan, and instead of crying and sniveling, he snapped, "Kid, you wait. When I sue Master Nya, I'll kick you out today." Meng Yuan stood up, and that Lu Ha was so shocked and shivered that he almost didn't sit still. Nya Yanian only came late in the morning after training for an hour or so. Seeing all the teenagers with bruises and swollen noses, each with wounds, he laughed and said, "Did you compete for the flower girl last night? Who won and who lost?" Master Nya. Lu Ha took a step forward. He had a large gash on his lip and both of his eyes were swollen to just a slit. He complained, "Master Nya, last night the newcomers Meng Yuan and Zhao Tainyo beat me up for reasons. Don't give me any ing reasons." Nya Yanian interrupted Lu Ha without any good humor and walked forward, slapping Lu He's head with his big hand. "You came here to learn martial arts. If you lost the fight, then fight back again. And you're complaining to me? I don't care if you are reasonable or not. How old are you? Don't you understand? I'll take off my clothes and let you have a sip of my breasts. It's because your mother is too old. Otherwise I would have shoved you back into her belly. Worthless thing." Lu Ha did not expect Nya Yanian simply ignore the matter of the complaint, but instead came to taunt. Immediately could not tense up, and even cried out again. "That's a good cry." Nya Yanian laughed. If the little guy were to become a rabbit master, he'd be the top dog. The group of teenage girls all froze. Meng Yuan was also dumbfounded, not to mention how this Nya Yanian's martial arts, alone this ability to damage people. Meng Yuan knew that it would be difficult for him to look up to him in his own lifetime. That Nya Yanian carried his hands behind his back as he took a measured step to Meng Yuan and asked, "I heard that you're very capable of fighting?" He asked with Meng Yuan and Tainyo yesterday and knew that Tainyo was a rash one, and the fight was bound to be started by Meng Yuan. "It's all my fault alone. Please punish Master Nya." Meng Yuan didn't return people's questions and directly expressed his willingness to be punished. "Anyway, whatever the penalty, admit it, Master Nya." Wu Changxing just wanted to open his mouth to plead for mercy, but he was glared at by Nya Yanian. "You two go to the plum blossom stakes and do horse stances for a day. And if you fall down, climb up and stand again." Nya Yanian gave the punishment. Plum blossom pile is for practicing body coordination and balance, and is divided into high pile and low pile. Moreover, in order to prevent the practitioner from falling, there is fine sand under the pile. This is simply not a chastisement. The one-day horse stance is certainly difficult for novices, but Meng Yuan and Tainyo are both sturdy teenagers. The big deal is just to fall a few times. Meng Yuan hurriedly pulled Tainyo to recognize the punishment, and the two of them headed to the plum blossom pile to stand on the pile. One day down, the two fell down from the plum blossom pile dozens of times. 2 legs or more, no feeling in general. However, when the night was over, the two scrubbed their bodies and returned to the men's house. No one dared to provoke. The 2 packages were placed together. No one had moved them. No one even wanted to get too close. That Lu Ha looked gloomy, and he got medicine from somewhere and applied it to his face. According to the rules, male and female cadets are strictly forbidden to go out of the schoolyard, not to mention that they are not allowed to contact people outside the schoolyard. When that Lu Ha saw Meng Yuan and Tainyo, he pretended to grunt twice, but in the end, he was afraid of pain and didn't dare to say a word. Meng Yuan didn't bother with him either, minding his own business and sleeping peacefully. After that, Meng Yuan only trained daily according to Master Nie's arrangement, beating up his chi and eating in large mouthfuls. But that Nie Yannian is a day to come twice a day. After the fight came once a day. And do not teach any moves. Only let the teenagers to beat up the strength. Is really a sheep general. As the end of the year is getting closer and closer, the cadets see that it is going to be the new year in the schoolyard. And Nie Yannian not only does not teach the real ability, but also simply does not come. These trainees saw that they were out of control. And they couldn't help but get up in arms. At first it was just slacking off on training. And then it even simply slept in and didn't do any of the morning exercises. Especially Lu Ha. I do not know is used to a good life. Or Nie Yannian heart resentment. Even took the lead in pulling up several people. Every day. Before getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning. Training is also not attentive. When the hook female trainees talk. Whenever the wind is strong. They go back to the men's house to sleep. And people are not stupid. But also arrange the eyes to prevent Nie Yannian suddenly come to check. But Nie Yannian simply never showed up again. 27 trainees. Nearly half of whom were muddling through. Meng Yuan watched with cold eyes. But never had the thought of laziness. Every day before dawn. He got up to drill. Meticulous. Never discounted. Tainyo is a simple man. He is simple-minded. And he has been instructed by Zhao de Daodu. He only follows Meng Yuan's drills every day. In the blink of an eye, a small half-month has passed. Has come to the New Year's Eve day. And the sky is snowing again. Wang Fei benevolent. Condemned to send the annual festival reward. Each cadet got a roast chicken. 2 pounds of pork. But Nie Yannian still didn't show up. And the men were not allowed to go out. The sound of firecrackers outside the schoolyard. You can still hear the sound of silk and bamboo music. This is the day of family reunion. But the people can only brave the snow drill. Some of the family's son even cried out. Meng Yuan didn't take it seriously at all. Eating and drinking as he should. On the first day of the new year, Meng Yuan got up before dawn and called on Tainyo to go out together. The north wind is howling and snow is all over the ground, adding to the loneliness. Meng Yuan and Tainyo fetched well water, washed their faces and brushed their teeth before starting to sweep the snow before their morning exercise. Warm up with a set of punches, then plunge into a stone lock to work on your arm strength, while hitting a horse stance punch. Usually, even if someone is lazy, there will still be 10 or so people who come to practice in the morning. But Meng Yuan and Tainyo practiced for a quarter of an hour, and didn't see anyone else come. Brother, it's New Year's Day, so everyone should have a day off. They're not even coming. Why do we have to practice? They all say behind our backs that we are cuties. Tainyo, with hot air coming out of his head, came to ask in a naive manner. Master Nie said that 1 day's practice is 1 day's work, and 1 day's lack of practice is 10 days worth of work. It means that practicing martial arts requires perseverance. And that you need to keep practicing every day in order to keep improving. If you interrupt your practice 1 day, then you will lose the results you have accumulated before and it will take more time to return to your original level. Meng Yuan said as he punched his fist. Tainyo, I am a refugee, and your father was a sharecropper. So to put it bluntly, he's a clay-legged man. Learning martial arts is the only chance to change our destiny, so we need to firmly grasp it. But no one is watching either. Master Nie hasn't come for days. They all say that Master Nie doesn't care about us anymore. Tainyo was puzzled. We're practicing for ourselves, not for Master Nie. Don't you care what others think? Let's just do ours. Meng Yuan said. Actually, Meng Yuan had his own opinion. Looking at how the princess acted before, it was clear that she would do something and could do something. In that case, with the princess's strength in dealing with Li Zhuangtou, how could she allow Niesher to let the sheep go free? Wang Fei practiced this batch of teenagers, and is strictly ordered that all of them are not allowed to go out of the schoolyard, and is not allowed to go home on New Year's Day. Obviously not forget this batch of people. After all, yesterday's New Year's Eve also sent meat. In Meng Yuan's opinion, the crown princess probably wanted to pick a group of people who were hardworking, honest and obedient, and could endure. Because the practice of martial arts is the most difficult, cannot be achieved overnight, do not allow sneaky, need to have patience, perseverance. All of them are 15 years old teenagers. Martial arts enlightenment has been a little late, and is not outstanding talent. You have to be self-discipline, obedience to some achievements. Therefore, Meng Yuan felt that the princess, or Niesher, was simmering people, using this to select people who could be cultivated. Of course, Meng Yuan didn't dare to conclude that he was right, but no matter what, having daily food and drink, as well as the ability to build up your chi, is good for you. If out of the first month, Niesher still does not teach the real skills, Meng Yuan intends to jump ship. Then whether it is to lick the search for plums, or think of another method, always have to find a way out. After all, that little girl Jiang Tang was still waiting at the Makwang. Chapter 13, Strength. Chapter 13, Strength. Chapter 13, Strength. It was still dark and the sound of firecrackers in the distance. Meng Yuan and Tai Nyo practiced for a while longer. And Hu Qian also came. She looks outstanding. Tall body, wear also thin. Chest should be wrapped a few circles of cloth, but still can show the size. Hu Qian's mother is the royal consort's nursemaid. And looking at her body, I know that she has been eating well since she was a child. It's New Year's Day. Why don't you two get some more sleep? Hu Qian went up and casually asked. Meng Yuan is not familiar with Hu Qian. Moreover, Hu Qian has a high status and has always been reluctant to talk to people, so it is rare for her to take the initiative to talk today. However, in Meng Yuan's opinion, if Princess Wang really intended to observe the character of this batch of trainees, then with Hu Qian's status, she was probably the insider. Anyway, let's get the house of cards up first. If Master Nye didn't tell me to stop, I won't stop. Meng Yuan responded in an unusual tone as he punched his horse stance punch. This Hu Qian has the highest status in the schoolyard, and is quite beautiful. Everyone grabs to please. Against this kind of not experienced love affairs, and starry-eyed little girl, cannot be licked and flattered like others. You have to first pull a distance, and then strike. It is like goring a piglet. If you go forward with a goring knife, you are sure to scare the piglet away. But if you hide the knife well and act carelessly, the piglet will come to your feet instead. Of course, to use this kind of means need to be talented and good-looking, such as Meng Yuan. This kind of can. If you change a crooked, even if you pull away from 100,000 miles, people still do not take care of you. Sure enough, when Hu Qian saw that Meng Yuan was not half as enthusiastic, and was still hitting the horse stance punch, she said, "You're quite honest and obedient, so how come you fought with Lu Ha on your first day here? If people don't offend me, I don't offend them. I came here to learn martial arts. I didn't think of anything else. I just wanted to be your highness's guard and repay your highness's favor." Meng Yuan didn't explain much and continued to zigzag. Hu Qian nodded slightly and said with a smile, "You're suffering like this, but Niashur doesn't teach real skills. You have some brute strength at most. In the coming days, if the princess is really in danger, you may not be able to protect her." Sister Qian, your words are wrong. Could it be that if you can't learn real skills, you can't protect the princess? Meng Yuan paused, set up his tablets seriously and earnestly, and said, "I was born as a straggler, and if it weren't for Princess Wine giving me food and drink, I would have frozen and starved to death long ago. If anyone really dares to harm your highness, even if I am of low skill, then they would have to step over my corpse first." This kind of nonsense. Meng Yuan can pull more than a dozen sets of non-repetitive. The core of the two words, loyalty. Hu Qian was stunned for a moment. She saw that Meng Yuan's words were loud and clear. His handsome face was full of integrity and loyalty. A look of willingness to die for the princess. Not at all like the ruthless man who grabbed Lu Ha and beat him up not long ago. "I didn't expect you to have a loyal and righteous heart for being born as a straggler." Hu Qian sighed. "If you don't have a heart of gratitude, what's the same as?" Meng Yuan was all righteousness, his voice resounding, and he said seriously, "Sister Qian, if the Wangfei is really in danger, I think you must be as willing to die for the Wangfei as I am." This kind of talk is used to bring two people closer together. Sure enough, Hu Qian nodded heavily and said, "I'm just like you. Your highness treats me like her own daughter. Of course I am willing." "A daughter?" Then it seems that Wangfei really did not give up here. Meng Yuan saw that he had gotten the words out, so he nodded solemnly, and then said seriously, "Sister Qian, recently when I play punching fist, I always feel that my waist and arms don't work well. Can you see where I'm practicing wrong?" "Oh, you hit 2 more strikes for me to see." Hu Qian clasped her arms, very serious, with a big sister look. This girl often live in the deep courtyard, do not know the danger of the human heart, and do not know that Meng Yuan used the desire to capture in fake dementia of the art of war learning. Tai Nyo on the sidelines to see the dumbfounded. "Said you 2 days ago also corrected my movements to come, combined with the fact that you have not even practiced?" Soon there were people coming to morning exercise one after another, and Hu Qian no longer said much to Meng Yuan. Since then the days as usual, but the schoolyard never came to outsiders. The teenagers have no control, the lazy more and more lazy. People have a herd mentality, and teenagers are fickle. See people lazy slacking off, then follow suit. Meng Yuan is still practicing meticulously. Daily horse stance punching, lifting stone locks, standing stakes, running, half of the actual battle without moves cannot be learned, only according to the process set by the Nye division to beat up the muscles and bones. Meng Yuan also did not deliberately to make friends with Hu Qian, only from time to time to teach one or two, so that she corrected the action essentials, to satisfy the young girl's good teacher's mind. We are halfway through the first month. Daily fierce eating and drinking and practicing, the body of the essence of the rapid growth of fire, has covered the whole body. More and more do not fear the cold. The body seems to be inexhaustible general. Manhwa estimated that in a few more days, the essence flame would be able to reach the realm of perfection, but he just didn't know what changes would take place by then, and his heart was inevitably looking forward to it. Now it was already in the process set by Master Nye to increase the amount of training. For example, Master Nye requested that a 20-gene stone lock be lifted 300 times a day, divided into 6 repetitions. Manhwa then switched to a 30-catty stone lock and lifted it 500 times. There is also running with sandbags on your back, carrying stone mills and pushing stone mills. Others rested early, but Manhwa had to take advantage of the night to drill again, tired and forgetful to do so. But even so, I woke up the next day refreshed and warm, with all my strength back. On this day, the 15th day of the first month, before dawn, Manhwa got up, went out naked, and drew well water to scrub his body. I'm here to learn martial arts. Why do I think about pussy all day? Manhwa planned to increase his training today. Halfway through the morning of this day, there were only about a dozen people on the martial arts field, and the rest of the people were still nestled in the dormitory without getting up. On weekdays, these people are worried about Nyesher raid inspection. Do not dare to be lazy for too long, but today is the 15th day of the first lunar month. Are going to celebrate the festival, is why these people are bold. It was only towards lunchtime that these people came to the martial arts arena. Lu Ha was among them. After all, he was the one who led the way. Lu He's injuries had recuperated, and as he glanced contemptuously at Manhwa, he pretended to lift the stone lock. Master Nye doesn't care about us anymore. So if you want to learn martial arts in the future, you'll have to learn from a new master. If you don't have a doorway, hurry up and find one. Lu Ha laughed out. That Nye since the new year did not show up. The teenagers have lost confidence in the practice of martial arts. And now listen to the words of Lu Ha. It is inevitable to feel more justified. For a while some people were frustrated and lost, while others rushed to please Lu Ha. I said little geldings. Lu Ha saw that all of them were looking pleasingly at him and could not help but be pleased as he smiled and looked at Manhwa, saying, you get up early and late every day, but you didn't expect a blank, did you? Even if you work hard, you're still a straggler and a geld. When a few days pass, it's time to roll up and get out. The betting belongs to the royal family. He can't take it with him. Someone laughed and chimed in. Manhwa just lifted the stone locks, not paying any attention to this provocation. Instead feeling bored, that Hu Qian looked on with cold eyes and didn't say anything. You have to look at your background when you come out. My father is General Manager Lu. What do you have? Lu ha laughed. What's the point of you practicing every day? You still have to go back to shoveling cow dung and goring oxen and sheep. Manhwa dropped the stone lock in his hand and said, I don't talk to rabbits. Lu Ha had his defenses broken by this one sentence. He was furious and red in the face, but he didn't dare to make a move. He just gritted his teeth and pointed at Manhwa. He was provocative, but he wasn't a cutie. Knowing that he couldn't beat Manhwa, even if he was in a group beating, he would have to be stared at and punched by him. Master Nye is here, Hu Qian suddenly voiced out. The teenagers looked toward the schoolyard gate, only to see Nye walking over with his hands behind his back, smiling. A group of teenagers all obediently stood. Lu Ha also hurriedly stood, and said that fortunately came out early, or lazy will be found. Only to see Nye walk up and look around at the people, then step on a stone lock with his foot. Nye also did not make a sound. Shoulders do not move. Only a single foot of flip and a pick. 30 pounds of stone locks flew straight up, even 3 or 4 feet high. The teenager's eyes go after the stone lock, but Manhwa see clearly that Nye sink waist off the horse, 2 feet apart, tied into a horse stance, eyes slightly closed, steeply right hand fist delivery, right in the descending stone lock, only to hear a bang. That stone lock actually burst open. Broken small stones scattered in a square foot of land. Visible Nye this punch is not only extremely powerful, and the strength of the pinch is very in place. Manhwa was stunned, and for a moment, he was infinitely yearning. The teenagers were also dumbfounded when they saw the real thing. The force originates from the 6 directions. The force rises from the ground, the force is generated at the waist, and the move is made at the shoulder. It rises like a dragon ascending to the sky, and falls like a thunderbolt striking the ground. Nye closed his horse stance, smiled and put his arm around Louis's neck, saying, this is what is called background. This is what is called strength. You think it's a small courtyard where the ladies hook up and play house fights? He pointed to Manhwa and showed Lu Ha, then continued, he's a gelding smith. You're from a lackey's background. Who's nobler than who? I set out to lift a 20 catty stone lock 300 times a day, and he lifted a 30 catty one 500 times. Horse stance punching is still twice as much as yours, and he rises the earliest and practices the most every day. without hindrance from the wind and snow. Your fist is not as hard as his, your heart is not as hard as his, and you are not as diligent as him. He will definitely be more successful than you in the future. And when he sleeps with your mom in front of you, you'll still have to clap your hands. Manhwa glanced at Louis's looks and said, I'm not that underhanded. People practiced hard and diligently. You don't practice even if you don't. What's the look of talking sarcasm? Child, people shouldn't be like this. Yanyan patted Louis's head, fished out another piece of paper and handed it to Wu Changsheng. Roll call. Wu Changsheng received it respectfully and sang his name. Lu Ha. Zhang Jun. Zhang Jinoa. When he read it, Wu Changsheng's forehead became sweaty, and he came to Hu Qian's side. How can I pronounce these 3 words? There are so many strokes. Hu Qian didn't bother. Wu Changsheng saw that Nieshir's countenance was not good and hurriedly came back to ask Meng Yuan. Ji Bao. Meng Yuan pointed. So it's him. Ji Bao. Wu Changsheng dilatorily and sparsely recited. In total, 16 people stood out, both men and women. Meng Yuan and Tai Nyo were not listed. Those whose names are read, go back and pack your things. All of you. Yanyan was unceremonious. Chapter 14, Perfection of the Essence Flame. Chapter 14, Perfection of the Essence Flame. Chapter 14, Perfection of the Essence Flame. Sure enough, the stone in Meng Yuan's heart fell when he saw Yanyan rushing people out. The teenagers whose names were named also finally realized that these people had slacked off on their training, and had thought that they could continue to mingle, but they didn't expect Yanyan to eliminate them. Master Nya. Master Nya. Lu Ha saw that there was no possibility of learning martial arts. He panicked and lost his mind for a moment, kneeling down on his knees and hugging Yanyan's leg, pleading, Master Nya, please leave me behind. I will learn properly. He was snotty and scared and obviously had high hopes from his parents. The rest of those named followed suit, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Yanyan is amiable, smiled and said, people want to go up. Nothing more than reading and practicing martial arts. You guys can't read anymore. You can only practice martial arts. Our martial arts this way. Either you have outstanding qualifications, or hard work, but you do not account for both. But also to learn the asa? Just think of lazy and slippery, not a little bit of self-control. Can stand the pain of practicing in summer and winter? Suffer and suffer. I'll change. I'll change. Lu Ha thumped his head on the ground, crying and begging, Master Nya, please, for the sake of my father, give me another chance. It is for your father's sake that I am telling you this much. People have to fulfill themselves. Your bones and heart aren't the right material to learn martial arts. There's no reason to waste your time. Yanyan still smiled warmly. Anyway, with your father, in the future, no matter if you go to a farm or do something else, even if you become a rabbit master, you won't starve. When Lu Ha saw that Yanyan's tone was conciliatory, but he didn't have the slightest idea of changing his mind, he couldn't help but sit paralyzed on the ground. Get lost? Come on. Don't mix up your days. Be careful of the days mixing you up. Although Yanyan was scolding, he had an encouraging tone. The group of teenage girls who were named saw that Louis's pleading was useless, so they couldn't help but all burst into tears. All of them hung their heads in shame and lost their minds as they went back to the dormitory to fetch their packs and then left in a grumbling manner. Louis's eyes are godless, walked to the gate of the schoolyard, stopped, looked back to the people left behind, only to see that Hu Qian's unusual appearance, as if he knew it would be today. That Wu Changsheng and Zhao Tainyo both have faces with overwhelming joy, while that Meng Yuan is expressionless, not even scoffing after victory, and even lazier to look at himself. If you want to be distinguished in front of people, you must suffer afterward. This reasoning is the same no matter which line of work you put it in. In the future you will have to practice to learn 10 times harder and 10 times more exhausting than you are now. Yanyan looked around at those left behind, pointed to Lu Ha, who was far away from the entrance to the schoolyard, and asked, is there anyone to switch with him? No one answered. Good. All good. Yanyan was very pleased, smiled and walked up. The men patted their shoulders, the women patted their heads, and took turns praising a few sentences before adding, today is the 15th day of the first lunar month. The Wangfei has issued meat, and today's noon is enough. There was no lack of oil and water in the school's meals, but the teenagers had never eaten meat in large chunks, and once they heard Yanyan's words, all of them began to chirp their mouths. However, while it's still noon, I'll teach you all a method of exhaling. As Yanyan spoke, he sank his body, his feet leveled with each other, shoulder width apart, quite similar to the Zamabu. This is the clasping pile nourishing Yuan Gong. You need to have a neutral body and a straight waist and spine. Both shoulders are relaxed and sunken, and both hands are wrapped around the chest as if holding a fat girl. Yanyan spoke very slowly, waiting for all the teenagers to do the same posture, and then said, long breath short inhalation. body to be stable, the heart to be quiet. Think of yourself in the mountains and wild forests, or flowers and wonderful places, and then feel the changes in their own bodies. With that, he moved his arms lightly as if he was kneading a large ball. After doing a whole set of movements, Nye Yannian taught 2 more times before closing the work. This so-called holding pile nourishing yuan gong is not difficult to learn. The movements are simple, and the 3 main points are the rhythm of breathing, as well as the stillness of the mind and the storage of thoughts. I know you guys are puzzled as to why you're passing on this bull elemental nurturing technique instead of the true method of actual combat. Nye Yannian carried his hands behind his back and said word for word, I'll tell you, when we walk the path of martial arts, we have to be loose and tight. In this period of time, we have been practicing diligently to build up our chi. That's tightness. What is loose? Nurturing the chi and the heart is loose, and calming the heart and the chi is loose. This holding pile nourishing yuan gong is loose. He casually corrected the movements of a few trainees, his mouth still not stopping. 1 loose, 1 closed, 1 fast, 1 slow. This is the way to advance in martial arts. You guys are late to the profession. Only this will help open up the orifices in your body. Master Nya, what is an opening point? Wu Chongsheng boldly asked, which was also what the group of trainees wanted to ask. You'll know by then. Nya Yannian chuckled. What happens after opening an aperture point? Meng Yuan came to ask as well. Opening an aperture point is entering the grade. That's when you're really on the path of martial arts. Nya Yannian smiled. By then, the sky will be high and the sea will be wide, and the wonders will be endless. What's an entry pin? Iron Bull asked in confusion. However, Nya Yannian was obviously not a qualified teacher, nor was he patient, and said unhappily, Ask, is it that when you get a daughter-in-law, you still have to come and ask me how to sleep first? Nya sure that you teach? Tai Nyo asked. Hiss. Nya Yannian saw that people didn't understand the yellow accent at all. He couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. He bared his teeth, smiled helplessly, and said, What happens after you enter the product? Wait until you have opened up your orifices. In the future, every morning, midday and evening, each of you will play the holding pile nourishing yuan gong once. When you are tired and fatigued, you can also do it once. If there is any discomfort, or if you feel warmth somewhere, come and tell me about it. Everyone take a break this afternoon. If you want to go out to find your own mother and drink milk, go. If you want to sleep in, just don't whore yourself out. Let's get real tomorrow. Nya Yannian also does not explain what is open aperture point. Not to mention open aperture point in the end what is wonderful. Only read a few sentences, then patted the ass and walked away. The men practiced a few more times, and then it was time for dinner. Today's meal in the mess hall is actually freshly marinated beef, and a basket of hot steamed buns. Cattle are used for farming. The killing of cattle is strictly prohibited in Qing dynasty, and the slaughter of sick and injured cattle needs to be reported to the government, so it is rare for ordinary people to eat beef. Don't scramble, Meng Yuan shouted, making a righteous appearance, first copying a steamed bun, tearing open a slit, chucking on a few large chunks of beef dripping with hot oil, and then handing it to Tainyo. Brother, you're so nice. Tainyo took it and gnawed down a large portion of it in one bite, on the verge of bursting into tears. It smells so good. Meng Yuan also long drooled, hurriedly picked up the hot steamed buns, clamped the beef, ignoring that Hu Qian exudes the intention of anticipation, only to their mouths. It's been a long time since I've chowed down on meat, and the feeling is simply overwhelming. Swallowing one in one gulp, a trace of nutrients were intercepted by the essence fire, which was several times stronger than eating cabbage and tofu. My first time to eat beef came to this side of the world. Meng Yuan really is the first time to eat such a delicious meat. A brain to eat 7 steamed bun sandwich meat, which is free to lament up. Brother, you forgot that you ate cow spawn. Burp. Iron Bull corrected. When Meng Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but think that there was still a little girl in Muzhuang, and he didn't know how that girl was doing. I have to hurry up and use my skills, not to make a big name for myself, but at least to let old Uncle Jiang and Jiang Tang live a comfortable life. Thinking of this, Meng Yuan made another effort to stuff his mouth. Overeating is not desirable for martial artists, but in the end are teenagers. No moderation, eat up no end, all mixed up around. Even Hu Qian rubbed her stomach with a satisfied face. This totaled 27 cadets. 16 were driven away, leaving only 11, 6 men and 5 women. For those who stayed behind, today is a big day. After a full meal, we will tell some jokes in the cafeteria to talk about the day. Chattering, joyful evaluation of who can eat and who is strong. In the end, Meng Yuan was judged to be the best eater and Tinyo the strongest. When it comes to evaluating who is the most beautiful, Hu Qian threw out his face and said that martial arts people do not look at beauty and ugliness. There is no need to evaluate the flower leader and so on. In fact, among the female cadets in this room, she was the best looking. Hu Qian didn't say much and went straight out of the schoolyard. The cadets are also holding back hard. Those with families in the city will go back to visit their relatives. Those without families will go out to let off steam. Meng Yuan didn't have the heart to go out and wander around, as the essence fire had enveloped his entire body after a large meal of beef, and it is no longer growing. It is clear that it has reached its limit and has been perfected. Meng Yuan had a feeling that as long as he moved his mind, the energy contained in this essence flame would somehow return to himself. Just what would happen then? Meng Yuan had no idea in his heart. After returning to the dormitory with Tinyo opened up the laundry. "Brother, why is there a hole in your clothes again?" The two of them were packing up their things when they saw Hu Qian and a female cadet find the dormitory. "Meng Yuan, Tinyo, someone is looking for the two of you." Chapter 15. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. When I asked, I realized that it was Big Head Zhao who had come. According to the rules, outsiders were not allowed to enter the schoolyard. So Meng Yuan and Tinyo hurried out of the schoolyard and met Big Head Zhao at the entrance. Zhao Daitu had a vicissitude of face, but he still couldn't hide his joy, and he was carrying 2 packages on his back. "Chew, little Meng." Zhao Big Head was happy about everything. A hugged Tinyo's waist and lifted it upwards. "Really practiced and sturdy. This is going to shovel cow dung. Dry all day without getting tired. Why are you wearing such thin clothes?" "Father, we practice martial arts and are not afraid of the cold." Tinyo was also happy. "Why is Uncle Big Head here?" Meng Yuan asked. "I haven't heard from you too. I'm worried sick, and Ginger is also worried. Originally, I came to the New Year's Eve, but they would not let me see you. Let the New Year come again. Today I got free. I came to see you, but they still do not allow to see. Is a little girl saw, specially led me here," Zhao Big Head said. Meng Yuan knew that the little girl was probably Hu Qian. "Are old Uncle Jiang and girl Jiang okay?" Meng Yuan asked with concern. "All good." Big Head Zhao was so happy that he pulled Meng Yuan to a corner and asked in a low voice, "Yellow Pie didn't look for you, did he?" "Nope." Meng Yuan laughed. Big Head Zhao didn't believe it, and then looked at Tinyo, and saw that Tinyo also said that he didn't. "But be careful. You are a young man, still practicing martial arts, a body of energy. Monsters are best to sleep with your kind of young chi heavy." Zhao Big Head is very serious. I went back to think about it. Yellow lips are afraid of dogs. You turn back to get some dog poop on your hands. Meng Yuan knew that Big Head Zhao was well-intentioned, and also knew that he couldn't talk to him, so he didn't object, and only responded. Big Head Zhao unloaded the bags on his body, one for Tinyo and one for Meng Yuan. "This is from the Jiang family's girl." Meng Yuan took it and pinched the inside, so he knew there were shoes. Opening it up, there were indeed 2 pairs of shoes. The uppers are neat, the soles are tightly knit, and it's obvious that care has been taken. There is also a centerfold. The so-called midriff is actually an undergarment worn close to the body. Poor people use linen to do, although rough a little, but strong and durable, but also cheap. Of course, cotton is better, soft, comfortable and sweat absorbent, but a little more expensive. This midriff is the cotton material. Why is it cut from cotton? Does the family still have money? Meng Yuan asked. Lao Jiang sent a gift to Li Zhuantou. On the matter of learning martial arts, the silver returned. Zhao Big Head see Tinyo want to touch the middle coat, then hurriedly hit his hand toward Meng Yuan said, "Little girl said you in the city to make a living, have to be decent, on the trust me to go to the town market to buy cloth. She stayed up a few nights to give you made out of it. I wanted to come over on New Year's Eve to send it to you to wear, but I didn't expect it to be delayed until now. Chinese clothes to wear inside, decent or not decent and others cannot see, but the little girl's heart, Meng Yuan is able to feel, tying the bag and holding it in his arms." Meng Yuan didn't say much. Zhao Dao pulled Tinyo again and asked in detail about the recent life, and when he knew that he ate beef at noon, Zhao Dao even let Tinyo kneel down and kowtow a few times in the direction of the Wangfu. "I have to go. Any later and it'll be dark." Big Head Zhao talked for quite a while, and when it was time to part ways, he looked at Meng Yuan and asked, "Is there anything you want to bring to your little daughter-in-law? Let her wait in peace and quiet. Practice the words I taught her at night, and don't do any more needlework. In a few days, I will definitely pick her up and bring her into the city." Meng Yuan said, "Father, I'll fetch you into the city too." Tinyo followed. "Okay, I know." Zhao Big Head answered down. He looked at Tinyo red eyes, so he patted Tinyo's shoulder and said seriously, "Xiao Meng is not worried about marriage. Didn't you say that a piece of practicing martial arts has a girl family? You take care." He also looked at Meng Yuan, instructed, "Xiao Meng, you help Tinyo watch point. If there is an honest incapable, we do not care about looks. You give fling fling. Good. Meng Yuan smiled and answered. Sending off Big Head Zhao, Meng Yuan and Tainyo went back to the schoolyard, and wanted to find Hu Qian to say thank you, but they couldn't find anyone again. When I went back to the dormitory, no one was even here. Meng Yuan beat 2 big buckets of water back to the men's house, and then asked Tainyo to stand guard outside, and if anyone entered then stop them first. The essence flame had been perfected, and Meng Yuan stroked his middle garment, knowing that he couldn't wait any longer. When he thought in his heart, he saw a large mass of flames, dark red in color. Fire comes. With a thought, the flame burst open. For a while, Meng Yuan only felt the fire from the outside and inside burning body, as if the blood, flesh, sinews and bones, limbs and bones, 5 viscera and 6 bowels were burned all over again. While the flame raged and raced through the body, many places in the body were like blocked drains. This essence flame traveled back and forth in the body for a long time, impacting the clogged places. After a few breaths, the essence flame receded like a tidal wave. However, it did not break through any of the blockages, but Meng Yuan had vaguely sensed that the blockages had loosened. When he opened his eyes, he only felt that his eyes were bright, and he could see the slightest detail even from more than 10 feet away. Looking at the body again, it was sticky and wet, stuck to the clothes, and had a fishy odor, but the body seems to have been scrubbed once. The muscles and bones seem to be stronger, but also have a sense of lightness like a swallow. At this moment, Meng Yuan was confident that he could lift a 300-pound stone mill. Wistful thinking essence flame, but it was only the size of a grain of soybean. Taking off the clothes on his body, Meng Yuan scrubbed the dirt on his body while pondering the efficacy of this essence flame perfection in his mind. Undoubtedly, after experiencing the essence fire washing, a person has the feeling of shedding his bones and washing his essence. His body and limbs are light, and his strength and reaction speed are much faster, which is extremely beneficial to learning martial arts. This is the surface effect of the essence fire, and the other is the impact of the blockage in the body. This time the essence fire had not broken through the blockage, but it had loosened it. Master Nye said today that practicing the pile holding and nourishing energy technique helps to open the orifices. Could it be that those blockages are the unopened orifices? Meng Yuan knew too little about the path of martial arts and had insufficient knowledge about it, so he really couldn't judge. There's also the essence flame, which became the size of a soybean again after being absorbed by me. I wonder if it will take more time and days to raise it to perfection again. Need to eat better? Meng Yuan took the soap horn and washed his head, and quickly washed away the dirt on his body, and then washed it again with water, and his skin was delicate and smooth and resilient. Seeing that there was no more odor on his body, Meng Yuan didn't put on any clothes, so he played a set of horse stance punch to soothe his qi and blood in the men's house. Then he played the holding pile nourishing Yuan Gong again, leaving out distractions, calming his mind, soothing his breath, and envisioning a large river that had been blocked. After a while, Meng Yuan only felt flesh and blood, internal organs, sinews and bones trembling. For a moment, as if the body has countless water channels flow, but most of them are blocked. Suddenly, the great river of wistful thoughts broke through the blockage, and Meng Yuan felt a surge of blood rushing straight to the sky. This feeling was extremely marvelous, as if the body had opened some kind of gateway, followed by the ears not hearing external objects, as if deaf, the eyes could not see people, as if blind, even the nose could not smell the odor. Soon, Meng Yuan returned to his normal self, only feeling refreshed and clear in his mind. With both eyes restored, he looked out of the window and saw 3 magpies chasing each other over the schoolyard, one of them with colored feathers on its neck. Both ears are smart and can listen carefully to distinguish the chirping of 3 magpies. With a slight movement of the nose, there was a slight bloody air that swung with the north wind. Meng Yuan gazed, only to see that beside the water well, a female cadet was bowing her head to beat the water, as if she was shy. The sense of smell and sight and hearing have been much better than normal people. Is this the opening point? How many do I need to open? Meng Yuan muttered. After thinking about it for a little while, Meng Yuan remembered that he was still naked, so he hurriedly changed into the Chinese clothes and cloth shoes made by Jiang Tang. Clothes are not as good as new. People are not as good as old. If this girl keeps this up, I'm really going to be chained to her. After tying up her hair, putting on her clothes, and stretching her body, Meng Yuan only felt that her new clothes fit and were comfortable. I want to look at myself in the mirror, but I don't even have a mirror, and I'm not even as good as that little weasel. Outside the door, Tainyo was shocked. A brother? Why did you take a shower like a different person? What's the difference? Meng Yuan asked. Tainyo took a closer look again and said, the face is whiter and the eyes are bright. I clearly could have become the head of the face based on my beauty, but I still chose the path of the hardest martial artist. Sighing, Mang Yuan went to pour out the dirty water and fetched water to wash the dirty clothes again. Chapter 16, Entering the Grade. Chapter 16, Entering the Grade. Chapter 16, Entering the Grade. When evening came, the trainees who had gone out for an afternoon of wandering returned one by one. The evening meal was a little worse. It was pork boiled with cabbage and served with white buns. As they ate, they talked about going out. Some went to take a hot bath. Some went to meet their relatives. And others just purely skipped around. Our living together, Mang Yuan's changes were also seen in the eyes of the people. But everyone did not feel strange. Just think more handsome than in the past a few points. The eyes are more God-just. Mang Yuan didn't talk much to anyone. Just buried his head and ate. Now the essence of the fire is only the size of a soybean. A meal of pork-boiled cabbage to eat down. The essence of the fire still draws nutrients, but also slightly stronger. But compared to the past, the growth of the slower. It seems like it's going to be harder to raise the essence flame than it was earlier, and you'll have to eat more meat to make it work. Mang Yuan secretly summarized the usefulness of essence flame. This essence fire is stored in the body nowhere, can be contained through diet, and feeds back on itself when the body is weak or injured. Moreover, as the essence flame consummated, after being drawn by itself, it would impact the body's orifices and have some sort of body-quenching effect. Now that only the first consummation has helped me to open my orifices, it will be even harder to raise to the next consummation. So will the efficacy be even stronger by then? Also, I ate little meat before, so the containment was slow. You have to think of eating more meat in the future. Mang Yuan couldn't help but think of his aunt and grandma, and wondered if he could taste the demon. After all, it was also something that was born and raised, containing essence and spirit. Of course, it was still necessary to be cautious. Mang Yuan planned to seek out Master Nya for some good advice and learn more about the martial arts. On the second day, Mang Yuan got up before the chickens crowed. After morning practice and breakfast, it was time for morning training. It wasn't until halfway through the morning that Nya Yannian arrived. As soon as he came, he greeted Wu Changxing to go to the schoolyard storehouse to move a recliner, beat water to scrub clean, then casually instructed 2 sentences, let all the teenagers to increase the amount of training, and then in front of all the trainees, directly lying down to recuperate. Mang Yuan thought twice and decided to ask. Now is not the time to hide. Also should be appropriate to show the sharpness. Strive to learn more things, know more things. After all, the body is still wearing people's little girl tailored clothes. Have to pick up people earlier. After collecting his gong, Mang Yuan walked up, squatted by the recliner, and whispered, Master Nya, it seems like I've opened up my orifices. Nya Yannian didn't even open his eyes and asked lazily, oh, past the acupoints? Whose girls? Why is this guy talking about yellow in 3 words? Not anyone's girl. Mang Yuan was honest and said with a flourish, Master Nya passed on the holding pile technique yesterday, saying that loosening and tightening helps to open up the aperture points. When I practiced it in the afternoon, I felt a surge of chi going straight to the sky, as if I had opened something. Nya Yannian finally opened his eyes. He tilted his head and looked at Mang Yuan's seriousness. So he asked, what else do you feel? It is that I feel that my heart is clear, and it is not easy for me to be irritable. My eyes, nose, and ears are also much smarter. I used to be able to see an arrow target 100 paces away, but now I can even see a leaf 100 paces away. Mang Yuan said. When Nya Yannian heard this, he sat up with a jerk of his back and grabbed Mang Yuan's wrist. Mang Yuan instantly became aware of a warm current passing through his wrist, then from his arm upwards, then swept through his entire body, and then violently retracted. Nya Yannian's expression on his face changed, a look of happiness and surprise, carefully sizing up Mang Yuan as if he had seen some treasure. How old are you? Nya Yannian asked. Just 17 after the new year. Mang Yuan returned. Have you really never learned martial arts before? Have you learned anything like holding pile nourishing Yuan Gong? Nya Yannian asked again. Nope, I didn't know any of that before. Mang Yuan returned. Nya Yannian believed, he has seen Mang Yuan boxing practice, although smart learned fast, but it is indeed a fledgling. May you have eaten something? Like some exotic herbs, or rare meat? Nya Yannian asked again. I haven't even been out of the schoolyard. I eat the same as everyone else. Mang Yuan replied. That means you've only been practicing for a month or so? Nya Yannian pointed at Mang Yuan's nose and cursed with a laugh. Hey, then you're a ing genius. Mang Yuan was speechless. But you're so white and tender, and your face is so pretty. It's not like you're practicing martial arts. You have to control the crotch. Turn around and I'll introduce you to a business. Nya Yannian rubbed his hands together joyfully, not like he was joking. Master Nya, what business? Mang Yuan thought about Nya Yannian's usual style and was a little afraid for no reason. You know, some widows and orphans are afraid of not being able to keep their money. so they have to find someone to guard their homes. Nya Yanian had a serious face, not looking like he was joking, and whispered, "We'll be able to go and do this favor. You're still going to sell it. You're a whore and a housekeeper. You don't praise me for my accomplishments, but you want to lead me down the wrong path? You just praised me for being a genius, and this is how you treat geniuses. Does the princess know you're doing private work? I only escort the princess." Meng Yuan only felt that life was boring. He was an 8-foot man. Selling his body as a slave was already a necessity, but he still had to sell his body? Anyone with some ambition would not do this kind of hook. "You kid, also strange ambition," Nya Yanian scolded, and soothed. "In fact, people are not ugly. Well raised, 40 or 50 years old is young. Besides, let you sleep with a woman for nothing. You still twisted on? If I were 10 years younger, would it be your turn? Why does this martial arts teacher come up here and pimp me out? I learned martial arts so I wouldn't go out and sell it." Meng Yuan hadn't fallen to this level. Martial artists have a backbone. 1,000 taels a night. Let's split it 50-50. Nya Yanian whispered. "Then I'll try?" Meng Yuan was truly poor and scared. The child is teachable. Nya Yanian patted Meng Yuan's shoulder with great satisfaction. "Master Nya, am I considered to have entered the grade? What should I do in the future?" It was only then that Meng Yuan realized that he had been led astray by Nya Yanian and had forgotten to ask about the main event. "Indeed, you have entered the character, but don't be proud. You've only just asked your way to the brothel. You're still far from entering the alley." Nya Yanian casually pulled a metaphor, and then clapped his hands, signaling the group to stop. Come. Nya Yanian waved at the teenagers. The crowd of trainees gathered around, inexplicably glancing at Meng Yuan and then looking at Nya Yanian in unison. Nya Yanian gathered his legs and crossed his knees, taking a seat on the recliner. He looked around at the people and said, "I had thought it would take at least 3 or 4 months before there would be an enlightened person, but I didn't expect someone to come forward so soon." The teenagers all looked at Meng Yuan. Although the big guys still didn't understand what opening an orifice point was, it took an unusual person 3 or 4 months to become one, so it must have been extremely difficult. For a while some people were amazed, some were envious, but most were still bewildered. Hu Qian was also surprised. She looked at Meng Yuan and thought to herself, "This kid teaches me the stance technique every now and then. How did he accomplish it so quickly? Could it be related to the person who gave him something yesterday? But that person is just an ordinary farmer. Not very surprising." She looked at Zhao Tinyo again, but she saw Tinyo smiling foolishly, as if he had opened his own orifices. "Envious, aren't you? If you're envious, you need to practice." Nya Yanian laughed, saying, "You're either from a straggler's background, or you're the children of an old man from the royal family, so you've more or less heard of cultivation, but you probably don't know much about it." Hearing this, Meng Yuan perked up his ears and came to listen intently. "I was thinking of talking about it some days later, but the little geldings are out in force today, and it's not enough of a waste of spit for me to give him a lecture alone. So let's let the big guys come along and listen." Nya Yanian finally had a few moments of the teacher's appearance, his face much more serious, then said, "We are walking on the road of the martial arts, but also one of the many paths. Since the beginning of the 9th grade, the first grade is the highest, and the so-called into the product is to open the aperture point, which is also the starting point of the real step into the path of the martial artist. Does Master Nia mean that there are other ways?" Meng Yuan asked. "This is natural. The Rushi Dao has been passed down for thousands of years. They also have their own path of advancement, all from the 9th grade to the 1st grade. With us martial artists this path is extremely different, which the mysterious place in the future to see the world will know." Nya Yanian smiled slightly, quite proud, then said, "Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism are naturally not bad, but our martial arts this way is the longest history, the most mature, but also the largest number of people. Only because of this road, down to the peddlers, countryside, up to the princes and nobles, all can learn. Into the product is not difficult." "Master Nya, isn't it true that there are other paths to follow besides Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism?" Wu Changxing asked. "There are some, but they are all categorized as miscellaneous schools, with fewer people practicing them, and they are not considered great avenues," Nya Yanian said. Chapter 17. 3 days. Chapter 17. 3 days. Chapter 17. 3 days. The teenagers are willing to listen. Meng Yuan and Wu Changsheng also from time to time comic. Nya Yanian more and more talk, more and more energetic, pulling up the Wu Fu. The beginning of this pathway changes. In ancient times, there were constant natural disasters, and the elves and monsters made trouble. So the human race gradually figured out the path of Wufu and gradually perfected the method of advancement in the midst of one rebellion after another. And from ancient times to the present, the size of the dynasty starting 90% of the people are martial arts origin. Then Taoism and Confucianism flourished. And later there was also a Buddhist sect of Buddhism. Each family tinkers with the doctrines of each family, and also integrates with each other, all coming out with their own methods of advancement. However, the three religions have ebbed and flowed, and have flourished and declined, just like today's Qing kingdom, which honors Confucianism and Taoism and depreciates Buddhism. Martial artists to martial arts to establish themselves, more important to cultivate themselves, not like Confucianism to raise what the vastness of the gas, not like Taoism what the life of all cultivation. Because of this, if it was about force, within the same rank, martial artists were often the strongest. Once they are close to the body, they can even instantly kill another way of the same rank, or even cross the rank to kill. There are strengths and naturally there are weaknesses. For example, people can do magic spells and have magical powers, while martial artists can often only rely on a sword to act. Of course, these are mostly comparisons of the advantages and disadvantages between the low products. As for the high quality of the landscape, Nye Yannian said he did not know. After pulling out the old illusions, Nye Yannian then talked about Wu Fu's path to the character. Wolf has an upper, middle, and lower heaven. The lower heaven has 33 days, the middle heaven has 33 days, and the upper heaven has 33 days, totaling 99 days. They are also often referred to as 99 orifices by martial artists. In the two religions of Shihua and Taoism, they also drew on the upper, middle and lower 3 days of the Wufu and derived their own theories, such as the Shihua's theory of the 3 days of yesterday, today and tomorrow, and the Taoism's theory of the 33 heavens. The 33 orifices of the lower heaven are in the flesh and skin, and their location was determined long ago, 4 on each limb, 16 on the torso, and 1 on the head, for a total of 33. The middle 33 heavens are among the sinews and viscera, and their multiplicity and distribution are the same as those of the lower 33 heavens. As for going up to the 33 heavens, Nye Yannian did not say much. The opening of the orifices will enable the cultivation of true qi. The true qi is the source of martial arts strength, traveling with the upper, middle and lower 3 days. So open the upper, middle and lower 3 days is the foundation of the way for martial arts. Even some of the dharmas of higher kung fu need to be based on this. The more orifices are opened, the more blood and qi flow in the body is unhindered. The greater the strength, the faster the reaction, and at the same time, the more rapid the transportation of true qi. The 99 orifices are connected like river channels. The more and wider the river channel, the more essence it carries and the easier it is to mobilize. For example, a person's qi is like a large boat in a river. The wider the river, the more water flows, the larger the boat can be carried, and the more powerful the corresponding qi will be. Perfection of the 9th product requires full opening of the lower 33 heavens. Perfection of the 8th product is full opening of the middle 33 heavens, and the 7th product is full opening of the upper 33 heavens. The 7th, 8th, and 9th grades are not out of the realm of mortals, but they are the foundation of a martial artist. Once all the orifices are opened, one can see the sky and the sea, and that's another landscape. To enter the product is to open one of the lower 33 orifices. This step was often the most time-consuming, and it was difficult to say the least. Usually it was just quenching the torso, and then with the way of loosening and tightening passed down by Nye Yannian, it could slowly be opened. There were also those who washed their bodies in medicinal baths, in conjunction with some sort of dharma. Once an orifice is opened, it can be used to form a line with a point to quickly open the next orifice. For example, for an orifice on the arm, start from the palm of the hand, to the wrist, then upwards, and then all over the body. If you are more diligent, ordinary people within 3 to 5 years will be able to fully open the lower heaven of the 33 orifices. Gifted, often a year, or even a shorter period of time will be able to fully open. Of course, you can't be accurate in everything, so you might be stuck at a certain point, or too much laziness. That is also no progress. However, opening an orifice will have a point of benefit. Opening the head orifice can make a person energetic and clear mind. Those that open the limbs can make the strength bigger and more stable. And those that open the torso can make the endurance more increased and specialize in strength. As for where to open the orifices first, there is no definite conclusion. Some people attack the top of the head first, some open the limbs first, and some open the torso first, mainly because of location or for other reasons. The proper gate schools and those with a long history of inheritance all open the head orifices first, and certain boat gangs, medicine gangs, to support the boat mountaineering, high jumping, need to be strong under the disc. So first open the next 2 limbs, and then open the arms. As for some of the martial arts schools out there, they are even more varied. Also because of this casual, although the world respected the Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism, but did not follow the foot of the majority of people choose martial arts this road. only because of easy to start, quick results. No matter what to do after the growth of chi, all have the advantage. Look at those farmers and slender men. Aren't they more capable than you? But not many of them have opened their orifices. This is the reason why there is no door. Although the action of holding the pile to raise yuan gong is simple, but the important thing is the method of vomiting. Is the method of thinking? But this layer of window paper. No one to point out. Those people will be unable to touch the whole life. Not to participate in the unknown. People from other people's big families, or people from high sects, have either taken medicinal baths or eaten well since childhood, quenching the body, nourishing the yuan and cultivating the qi. They have long had their own set of enlightenment methods. We can't learn them, and they don't pass them on. Nyayanian looked around at all the teenagers, said very seriously, but the good thing is that the martial arts this road is not picky. People faster is faster. We are more diligent, more suffering, is also able to touch people's ass. Don't look at the guild maker become and panic after it. This kind of thing can't be rushed. The holding pile nourishing yuan gong that I passed on to you to loosen up and tighten up is not necessarily the best method to open up the aperture, but it must be the most suitable for you. If you think about yourselves more, and build up your chi more, you will always be able to enter the grade. It doesn't matter which orifice is opened first, as long as it can be opened. This matter of opening the orifices can't be helped by others. I can only pass on some experience to you. After all, the path of the martial artist is the most important thing to look at oneself. Nyayanian pulled half a day, and when he saw that it was almost lunchtime, he became impatient. From now on, little Geldings is the senior brother. Daily training, eating and sleeping are all at his beck and call. Nyayanian had a stern face, finally having a few moments of strict teacher weather. Whoever is not convinced, don't come to me and tell me off. Beat him into submission first. Seeing that Nyesher valued Mang Yuan so highly, all of them couldn't help but look at Mang Yuan, but they saw that Mang Yuan's face was expressionless. Mang Yuan knew that it was certainly his own good fortune to be the leader, but it was also because he had made a promise to sell his body. All go eat. Nyayanian waved his hand, but pulled Mang Yuan back. You stay. I'll bark some more words. Only when the people were far away did Nyayanian say, wushu is the external use of one's own chi, stance speed, and brain. Do you understand? It's that with more strength, quicker stance, and quicker reaction, and supplemented with martial arts moves, you can save more strength and show more power. Instead of just learning martial arts moves, Mang Yuan said, you kid is really not bad. Nyayanian patted Mang Yuan's shoulder vigorously and said, this is also the old saying, practicing martial arts without practicing, to old age is empty. You don't have to rush to learn any moves nowadays. More boiled body, more use of nourishing yuan gong to store thoughts. First open the orifices is important. Thank you, Master Nya. Mang Yuan was sincerely grateful and asked, how do I open the next aperture? You're in a hurry, aren't you? You just broke your body. There's nothing to be gained by slowing down. Nyayanian laughed. There's not a good word coming out of this man's mouth. Just breaking your body is all the more reason to strike while the iron is hot and go forward. Mang Yuan didn't want to be facetious either. You kid can write and fight. Nyayanian sized up Mang Yuan and laughed. It's actually quite simple. Continue to play the clasping pile nourishing elemental technique to harbor your true chi. Then slowly impact the next orifice with your true chi. He saw that Mang Yuan was serious, so he went into detail about the essentials. You can't rush the opening of an orifice point. You have to talk about the method, and you also have to be loose and tight. Nyayanian looked up at the sky and said, it's getting late. I'll pass on your sword techniques and swordsmanship later. You take them to drill in the afternoon. Mang Yuan looked at the sun in the center of his head and said, this is called late? It's because you're too lazy, isn't it? You must remember. Don't break your body. Don't worry. When the time comes, I'll find you a pimp who has been around for years, and I'll make sure to teach you great abilities. Nyayanian was very serious. I knew you're still thinking of the money I made as a head of the brothel. What's with being a pimp for so many years? Master Nya, I still like young and pretty ones. Mang Yuan said honestly. It's all the same when you close your eyes. You're still young. You don't know the taste. Nyayanian waved his hand in a muddled manner and got up to leave. Put the recliner down for me. Don't break it. Only after Nyayanian left did Mang Yuan head towards the cafeteria. Today has really benefited a lot. Finally considered to be in contact with some of the things in the depths of this world. It seems that you still have to have a good position to have eyesight. If you have been when the Zhuangmin geldings, I am afraid that you can only listen to some wild fox sen. It is difficult to touch the real. When I came to the cafeteria, there was always the noisy sound of eating, but today it was quiet. The male and female trainees sat in 2 rows. Everyone had a bowl of rice in front of them, and there was another extra bowl that was served bubbling up. obviously prepared for Meng Yuan. The crowd of trainees all looked at Meng Yuan, each with a different expression. The people heard too many things today, but the more they knew, the more they felt that this senior brother Meng was extraordinary. According to what Master Nye said, a 9th grade martial artist needs to fully open all 33 orifices, and an ordinary person would need 3 to 5 years, and a person with outstanding talent would need a year. And if you open the first orifice of the entry product, an unusual person will have to take 3 or 4 months to do so, and you will have to have someone to guide you plus practice diligently and hard. But this senior brother Meng opened his orifices after only a month, and he didn't even get much guidance. Although it was still impossible to say what would happen in the future, there was no doubt that it was extremely promising. Senior brother Meng. Wu Chongsheng also got up. Ah, senior brother Meng. Tainyo stood up and spoke out. Senior brother Meng. The crowd of men and women all rose. It's still smoother to call me a brother. Meng Yuan sat down and smiled. Eat. Chapter 18, Successive Breakthroughs. Chapter 18, Consecutive Breakthroughs. Chapter 18, Consecutive Breakthroughs. Lunch was pork boiled and cabbage with large steamed buns. Meng Yuan's meal today was more than ever. Almost doubled. The nutrients drawn by the essence flame also doubled, but the growth was smaller. It can be seen that after the essence of the fire has been perfected once, its nature has also changed, and it needs to be drawn much more than the first time, or even doubled, in order to be perfected for the second time. After lunch, the group of trainees looked at Meng Yuan, and Wu Chongqing took the lead, asking Meng Yuan to talk about the experience and feelings of enlightenment. Practice diligently and painstakingly, and squeeze out one's limits. When practicing pile holding and nourishing Yuan Gong, the most important thing is to breathe evenly and to store more thoughts within oneself. Meng Yuan didn't hide anything and shared what he had summarized. Although he relied on the essence fire to become enlightened, when it comes to diligent and hard practice, in the entire schoolyard, only Tainyo can compare with himself. Everyone listened to Meng Yuan's words and discussed noisily again. Meng Yuan didn't say much, but only stood up and said, Master Nye asked me to control everyone, but actually, I've never controlled anyone before, nor will I. Everyone just needs to follow the rules set by Master Nye and drill on time every day. It's your business if you slack off, and it's your business if you're diligent. Of course, I further hope that everyone can help each other out and don't bully others. After saying the nonsense, Meng Yuan got up and left the cafeteria. Meng Yuan was full of energy and was not in the habit of taking a lunch break, so he headed for the schoolyard, and the rest of the people followed. Not thinking about how others were doing, Meng Yuan hit the embracing pile nourishing Yuan Gong while recalling Master Nye's words. According to Master Nye, human beings have upper, middle and lower 3 days, totaling 99 orifices. Once the orifices were opened, the spirit and chi increased even more, and at the same time, one would be able to harbor true chi in the orifices and subsequently house it in the dantian. Therefore, the more orifices one opens, the more true chi one has. The outward manifestation of true chi is greater strength, faster reaction, and better vitality. Of course, there are upper, middle and lower orifices, and now that they have only just entered the 9th grade, they don't receive much true chi. After the 8th and 7th grade, the more the orifices open, the more true chi there will be. Following this, the true chi was then carried between different orifices, with more wonderful uses, even to the extent that the fists and palms carried fire and ice meanings. Meng Yuan meditated for a while and began to summarize again. If you want to open the orifices, the outside is to beat the sinews and bones, and the inside is to nourish the yuan and quiet the mind. A movement and a stillness, a tightness and a looseness, a yin and a yang. This is the way to better open the orifices, and to contain the true chi. It also follows the path of the holding pile nourishing Yuan Gong. This step was not difficult, 1 or 2 hours if it was fast, 1 or 2 days if it was slow. Meng Yuan's hands and feet relaxed and his mind emptied, only stored thinking about the newly opened orifices. In a moment, however, he felt slightly hot, and his entire body had a sense of ecstasy. This feeling is wonderful, as if falling into a hot soup bath, but also like a summer afternoon nap. How like feng shui wind, so that people cannot stop. Intoxicated. I don't know how long it took, but Meng Yuan came back to his senses, only to realize that his mind was clear and his body was light and airy. Opening his eyes to see, the sun moved slightly to the west, and only half an hour had passed. True chi has filled the dantian. This one orifice is in the head, and what is outwardly apparent is not strength, but quickness of reaction, mental chi, and the senses of sight, smell, and hearing. If you use up your essence too much, such as staying up late, thinking too much, or sparring, you will deplete your true chi. Of course, true chi is born, and if it is consumed excessively, it can be restored simply by sitting quietly, storing thoughts in meditation, eating well and sleeping peacefully. Feeling a slight warmth in his dantian, Meng Yuan sat down on his knees, and then saw the rest of the group follow suit. Now that Meng Yuan was the benchmark for all of them, everyone followed suit, hoping to get the hang of it sooner rather than later. You guys practice yours. Meng Yuan smiled and closed his eyes again, save thinking about the limbs and bones, internal organs and tendons, only to feel a warm glow at the dantian. The heart moved at will, and the coiled true qi there came to the meridian at the orifice at the top of the head at the 100 meetings, and then slowly went downward. The body veins like a river, and soon it will not be able to progress, is encountered a blockage. Meng Yuan was impacting the next orifice. Feel the blockage carefully. It is clear that it has long been loosened. It is the effect of the essence of fire quenching the body. Meng Yuan's heart is as quiet as an ancient well, only slowly guiding the true qi, slowly pushing that blockage. Once, twice, 3 times, Meng Yuan followed the experience that Master Nya had described. 9 times light and once heavy, 9 times shallow and once deep, impacting the blockage of that orifice. I don't know how long it took, but the whole body's blood and flesh trembled slightly, followed by a slight warmth at the back of the neck, and for a moment, Meng Yuan only felt that his blood and qi were flowing freely, and there was a sense of relaxation. If you feel it carefully, you will know that it is the opening of another aperture point. There were a total of 16 orifices on the torso, 8 in the front and 8 in the back, and one was now open. This one orifice connects the head to the body, and further down is the spine and the sides of the spine, and then the front chest. Sitting quietly for a while, Meng Yuan opened his eyes, only to realize that it was already dark. This impact on the orifices had actually taken an afternoon. Meng Yuan looked around, only to see a group of trainees standing not far away, with different expressions on their faces, some confused, some envious. There was also a person lying on the recliner, none other than Nya Yanian. Master Nya. Meng Yuan hurriedly got up. Nya Yanian sized up Meng Yuan. He knew that this kid was smart and diligent, and his natural talent was also good, but entering the product in a month had already made him think highly of him, and he didn't expect to open another aperture point only a day later. This progress is faster than those high sex in the children since childhood medicine bath, and this son of the nature of perseverance. Speak and do things steadily. Fast people also have no arrogance. In addition to eating more and unwilling to sleep bodies outside, there is really no shortcomings. Of course, Nya Yanian couldn't conclude whether this teenager would still be this smooth in the future, but with the natural talent and heart displayed today, he was bound to achieve something. Changsheng. Nya Yanian smiled cheaply. Wu Changsheng immediately stepped forward. Take someone to pack up the house next to your dormitory and give little gelders a single room. Nya Yanian gave the order and added, little geldings, starting tomorrow, from now on you'll have 3 extra eggs in the morning and evening every day, and an extra pound of meat at noon. Thank you, Master Nya. Meng Yuan thanked this old pimp from the bottom of his heart. Living in a single room is nothing, but an extra pound of meat is really a great thing. Go back and rest well. Tomorrow I'll teach you some new skills. Nya Yanian didn't say anything more and simply got up and left, leaving the teenagers silent for a moment. They all looked at Meng Yuan, not knowing what to think in their hearts. Senior brother Meng, I'm going to clean your new house. After a while, Wu Changsheng spoke. There's no rush. Eat first and I'll join you, Meng Yuan said. After having dinner and cleaning the new house, Meng Yuan went to the schoolyard again, first playing a set of holding pile to nourish Yuan Gong, and then going to lift the stone mill. 200 pounds of stone mill easily lifted, and can insist on walking 100 steps. Although iron ox has not entered the product, but he is naturally strong. After a month of refining, actually can lift 300 pounds of stone mill. Although Meng Yuan had already opened his mind and entered the character. In terms of strength, he was not even close to the iron ox who had not yet entered the character. It wasn't surprising that entering the product wasn't the only thing that could transform one's body. But the fact that one can call upon true qi after entering the product is what makes the difference between entering the product and not entering the product. And even when you enter the product, the difference between people is still immense. Meng Yuan's understanding was that once this orifice was opened, it was like a tool. At low grade, it was like acquiring a bamboo row. Both Hercules and the thin bamboo pole could row the bamboo row, but they were different in speed. But as the realm gets higher, and according to individual qualifications, the bamboo raft either becomes a crow's nest boat, a cargo boat, or a flower boat, and the difference in the goods that can be carried becomes more and more apparent. Of course, this was only a comparison in terms of strength. The amount of true qi, whether or not it was utilized skillfully, and whether or not it was experienced in actual combat were all extremely important factors as well. Therefore, even though there were grades and ranks in martial arts, they were not quantifiable at all. Even if they were of the same rank, their abilities differed greatly. It was already dark, and there was a north wind whistling in the schoolyard. Meng Yuan and Tai Nyo talked about their training experience, and a group of trainees all gathered around to listen carefully. After tugging for a while, Meng Yuan then hit the holding pile nourishing Yuan Gong again to contain the true qi of the newly opened orifices. Chapter 19, The Man of Fortune. Chapter 19, The Man of Fortune. Chapter 19, The Man of Fortune. Meng Yuan opened his eyes before dawn. At the first sound of the rooster's crow, I stayed up all night last night and opened another point, which is in the skin and flesh of the spine under the back of the neck. Now the 3 orifices are bulging with true qi. Even though he has not slept all night, he is as energetic as ever. Not only does he not have any sign of exertion, but he also has the prime. After going out to fetch well water and scrubbing his body to get rid of the dry heat, Meng Yuan started practicing again. There were indeed 3 extra eggs for breakfast, and Meng Yuan shared one with Tai Nyo, but he didn't want it. This is your preferential treatment after entering the grade. I can't take it. Tai Nyo was very understanding. Who taught you this? Meng Yuan knew that Tai Nyo couldn't think of this layer. There must be someone who taught him, so he asked with a smile. No one teaches. Tai Nyo replied in a simple manner, but he was not good at lying. His eyes had unconsciously looked at Wu Changsheng. Senior brother. I casually talked nonsense to Tai Nyo last night. Wu Changsheng smiled awkwardly. It's fine. Meng Yuan nodded towards Wu Changsheng, and then said to Tai Nyo, I entrusted your father to take care of old man Jiang, so I have to take care of you. I'll share one of the 3 eggs with you, and in the future, when you're in the grade, you can share me again. Brother, you're so nice. Tai Nyo was naive in the end and didn't have too many cluttered thoughts. Meng Yuan now wants to raise the essence of fire, but there is no lack of this one egg. Moreover, Tai Nyo is not an outsider, and his father, Zhao Daodu, did not take himself as an outsider, and the matter of wiping his hands with donkey dung is still fresh in his mind. But you won't get a share of the meat at noon. Meng Yuan laughed. I understand. Tai Nyo peeled the eggshells while saying, a brother eats a lot. He needs to nourish his strength to open more orifices so that he can pick up the Jiang family's little girl. Meng Yuan patted Tai Nyo's shoulder and didn't say anything else. After breakfast, there was another hard workout. Nye Yannian came late when the sun was up. Follow me. Nye Yannian looked for Meng Yuan and waved. Meng Yuan hurriedly followed, and didn't tell Nye Yannian about opening another orifice. Nye Yannian, with his hands behind his back, came to the schoolyard treasury, opened the lock, went in to pick and choose, and finally fished out a longbow, 2 old arrow sacks. When he came to the schoolyard at the target range, Nye Yannian taught the archery technique. Meng Yuan tried 5 shots and listened to Nye Yannian correcting his breathing and stance when shooting arrows for a couple of moments, so it was a done deal. The bow was a 2-stone bow, which was around 60 pounds, and it was easy for Meng Yuan. However, practicing archery was mainly for practicing skills, as well as body coordination. High sects, or those big families, people since childhood, in addition to learning Twina Gong, also walk single wood, picking water, archery, learning swords and knives. On the one hand, early to learn the law of body protection. On the other hand, it helps to open the orifices. When the body is harmonized, the orifices are easier to open. This is the voice of experience. Nye Yannian slightly explained a few sentences, then became impatient. I still have things to do. I have to go. These pups are not doing anything, right? No. Seeing that Nye Yannian was about to leave with his legs crossed, Meng Yuan hurriedly pulled back and asked, Master Nye, can I get out of the schoolyard? Going out to do what? Nye Yannian sized up Meng Yuan and laughed strangely. You can't use up all your strength, so you want to go out and find a soft one to play with? Why is this guy talking in yellow? I was trying to find Sister May. Meng Yuan said. Gu, you've even called out to your sister. Go on then. Nye Yannian smiled and patted Meng Yuan on the shoulder. Seeking Plum is a close friend of our Wangfei. You have to make good use of it. Don't go empty-handed. What's that? It's called bonding. Yes. Meng Yuan responded. As soon as Nye Yannian left, Meng Yuan started shooting arrows. Stand with feet flat and shoulder width apart. Hold the bow in your left hand, bow facing down, hanging towards the tops of your feet, and draw the arrow on the string. The index, middle and ring fingers of the right hand hook the bowstring. Raise the bow, draw the bowstring to the corner of your mouth, breathe steadily, and anchor the fletchings. The mind is at peace and sends out arrows. When you shoot 10 arrows, you will take a few breaths, and when you have shot 100 arrows, you will forget about it. After training for another morning and having lunch, Meng Yuan explained the reason to Hu Qian, and after being instructed by her, he first took a cool bath, which led him out of the schoolyard. According to Hu Qian pointed out, found a small maid, entrusted people to find the search for May, saving the cost of $2 of silver to pass the message. It didn't take long to see Seeking Plum come out. Sister May. Meng Yuan's eyes were clear and there was a smile on his face. Why come out to look for me? Seek May appearance has not changed. Face is also a smile. She measured Meng Yuan, only to feel that more than a month has not seen. The essence of the young man is very different. And wear clean and sharp. The face of the rosy glow. More show handsome. I've come to ask Sister May for a favor. Meng Yuan didn't talk nonsense and opened his mouth with a purpose. What's wrong? But did someone bully you? Seeking May smiled and said, I did hear that you fought with someone on your first day in the school grounds. General Manager Lu approached me and wanted to kick you out. Meng Yuan bowed towards Sun Mei and didn't explain much, only saying, I've caused trouble for sister. That's nothing. You are now in the grade. It is evident that you are indeed material for learning martial arts. In the future, be more diligent and earn back my faces. Xuan Mei gathered her hands and asked with a smile, what do you want me to help you with? Recently, I have been practicing martial arts, but I still have a lot of free time. I thought that time is most valuable, and I've heard that reading history makes one wise, so I wanted to borrow some books from my sister. Meng Yuan had considered it clearly during his morning practice, now that he was advancing so quickly in martial arts, but still had free time. He should find something else to do. One didn't know much about this world, and if one wanted to explore the deeper things of this world, the more rules, then one should read history. Besides, this is also considered to strengthen ties with the search for plums. People are the princess' favorite maidservant. Food, clothing and possessions are not lacking, and not the little girl temperament, so what to send is useless. Also have no time to take the flirty words to tease, then directly ask for. Let people do some small, insignificant favors, and over time the relationship becomes deeper, so you can make some more excessive demands in the future. Moreover, when Meng Yuan first met Xuan Mei, he sensed that she was a little different to the readers, and he was able to bring down Li Zhuantou because he was highly regarded by others for his knowledge of words. Now that he had begged for a book to see, Meng Yuan was certain that Mei Sun would help. Sure enough, there was something strange in Xuan Mei's eyes, and she curiously sized up Meng Yuan again before laughing. I hadn't thought that you'd want to take the path of both literature and martial arts. Sister, don't make fun. Meng Yuan laughed. Go back and wait. I'll have someone deliver it later. Seeking Mei smiled gently. After parting, Meng Yuan went out of the royal residence again and went outside to buy a pack of sesame candies. Jaggery is made from glutinous rice, sesame seeds, and maltose, and is very sweet and crunchy. Here, back at the schoolyard, give the jaggery to Hu Qian. Meng Yuan looking for Mei as Hu Qian gave the way to save the transmission fee. Naturally have to thank. Hu Qian took it and asked, how do you know I love sweet? You don't have to ask. There are fewer sweets in this world, and 8 out of 10 people have a sweet tooth. If you don't know what to give, you're right to give sweets. Sister Qian loves to help people and is optimistic and cheerful, so I guess it's probably a sweet tooth. Meng Yuan casually made up a sentence without cause and effect. You're diligent and careful. No wonder you're the first to enter the product. Hu Qian praised. Is this next to each other? Meng Yuan just smiled and thanked him. Not long after, there is really a little girl to send a book. Meng Yuan joyfully received. In the days that followed, Meng Yuan trained diligently, shooting arrows 200 times in the morning and 200 times in the evening, and reading history books when he had spare time. At the same time, it did not stop impacting the orifices. By the beginning of February, the 16 orifices on Meng Yuan's torso had been fully opened, and thus the lower 33 heavens had been opened more than halfway. Meng Yuan is also facing 2 problems. One is the essence of the fire grows more and more slowly. The second is that it is time to mention the matter of picking up the Zhang family's grandparents and grandchildren. Chapter 20 Tasks. Chapter 20 Tasks. Chapter 20 Tasks. Today is the 2nd day of February when the dragon rises. Everything is coming back to life and spring is returning. On this morning, Meng Yuan fetched well water, washed up and then went to the schoolyard to use his strength. Half a month has passed since he entered the product, and all the teenage girls have not yet opened their orifices to enter the product, and Meng Yuan has not told them about his orifices having been opened for more than half of the time. The essence fire grew much slower after experiencing its first consummation. Even though there were eggs and a pound of meat every day, it was still much slower than before. However, Meng Yuan also noticed that this time the essence of the fire than before condensed some. The external manifestation is that they are more fearless of ice and cold, and physical strength is more abundant. The essence is also very sufficient. Stay up all night boxing does not feel tired. Because of this, Meng Yuan diligently fought his qi during the day and nourished his true qi, and only impacted his orifices at night when he was in his single room. The essence flame had cleansed the body during the first consummation, and many of the orifices had been loosened, so Meng Yuan basically opened one a night. As one consummation could be so effective, Meng Yuan was even more looking forward to the second consummation of the essence flame. Got to eat tons of meat, and child brides. Eating breakfast after morning exercise, Meng Yuan began to think about it. Nieshi's mention is based on his own ability, and Mei Sun's favor is due to his own pure quality and goodness. But Meng Yuan knows that all human feelings are just mirrors. Only when the realm comes up, human feelings will be useful. Otherwise, people's promotion will not last long. The martial realm was the root, and the growth of essence flame was its own root. So, gotta eat meat any way you can. Halfway through the morning, Meng Yuan finally waited for Nie Yannian to arrive. Maester Meng, come. Nie Yannian had a sword on his waist and a hilt in his hand, which he instantly tossed to Meng Yuan. Since borrowing the book, Meng Yuan held it up to look at it for a couple of moments when he rested, and after being bumped into by Nie Yannian, the person didn't stop him, but only added a nickname. You are now a fake maester, and when you go to the pavilion you will be designated to be poked and prodded by sister. When you learn the art of the sword, people will poke you, and you'll be able to take a sword to cut them when you're annoyed. Nie Yannian was very reasonable. This man had always had a flowery mouth, and Meng Yuan had long been familiar with it. Nie Yannian didn't say anything else, and immediately set up his stance and slowly rehearsed it. Meng Yuan watched attentively, but felt that Nie Yannian's use of this blade was awkward and seemed to be missing something. You give it a try, Nie Yannian said. Meng Yuan, who already had an excellent memory, opened the orifices at the top of his head again and slowly ran through the moves Nie Yannian had practiced. Maester Meng isn't bad at all, Nie Yannian complimented in a conspiratorial manner, then added, but this is the method of the fast blade, called the Gale Blade method. One needs to be fast with the blade, and the downward slash is steady and vicious. It is the method of killing. With those words, Nie Yannian rehearsed again. This time it was as fast as a raging wind and rain. For a time it was impossible to see the long blade, only a cloud of white light flashed. Meng Yuan looked mesmerized, conscious that he would never be able to do this. After Nie Yannian had practiced once, he sheathed his sword and went up to Meng Yuan's neck. This sword technique is not just about hand and waist strength, it's about whole body strength. When you have opened the torso and arms orifices, the power is a change. When all the orifices have been opened, the power is another change, and even when you've entered the 8th rank, the power is another change. Do you understand? Master Nie is saying that this blade technique can be used by mortals. However, if it is used by someone who has entered the grade, and then paired with the method of running true chi in the body, the power will increase even more? Meng Yuan said. A maester is a maester. A little goes a long way. Nie Yannian was pleased. Alright, go practice first. After you've practiced and familiarized yourself with the stance, then teach it to the pups. And tomorrow I'll pass on the method of running true chi to you. Seeing that Nie Yannian was about to leave again, Meng Yuan hurriedly pulled back. Meng Yuan pulled Nie Yannian to the distance and directly opened his mouth cheekily. Master Nie, borrow 10 taels of silver. These days, Meng Yuan also feel through the temperament of Nie Yannian. This person's mouth is not a door. Opening is yellow. In fact, people are not bad. Do not talk about what honor and dignity, but also did not have a teacher look. Something directly say on the line. Borrow 10 taels? I'm too poor to eat. You chopped me up and sold me. Nie Yannian immediately said. This kind of person couldn't even take 10 taels of silver? Meng Yuan sized up Nie Yannian and saw that he did look helplessly refined and poor. So he said, forget it then. Meng Yuan was about to leave, pondering to borrow some from big sister Hu Qian, when Nie Yannian pressed on Meng Yuan's shoulder. Wait. Nie Yannian sized up Meng Yuan and asked, what's your kid borrowing money for? The food is not enough. I want to eat meat. Meng Yuan said honestly. That doesn't make sense to eat it every day. Nie Yannian fished out a silver ingot and threw it over. Here. Meng Yuan hurriedly took it and asked, Master Nie, didn't you say you didn't have any money? Ugh. Used to crying poor. Nie Yannian grinned broadly. So when I lend you money, you don't even think about crying about it? You're pretending. Meng Yuan thought carefully about Nieshi's expression and felt that the first to reach the master could learn from him. Master Nie, why don't you give me 10 more taels, so that I don't have to go back and borrow again? Meng Yuan said. You've got your nose in your face, don't you? Nie Yannian twisted Meng Yuan's ear. Follow me. After leaving the schoolyard, Meng Yuan followed behind Nie Yannian and asked curiously, Master Nie, what are we going to do? Go collect your wages. Nie Yannian said. You didn't even tell me I got paid for my work. You didn't ask. After walking for a while, he came to a small courtyard, and when he entered the room, he saw an old man. Accountant go. Nie Yannian wasn't polite at all as he pointed at Meng Yuan and said, this kid is the new guard. Come for an advance on his wages. That go accountant looked at Meng Yuan and asked, what's your name? Meng Yuan gave his name. There is such a person. Bookkeeper go flipped through the account book and said, but you're from Makwang, and you haven't even been on guard duty for a month yet, so you can't get an advance on your wages. Manhwa didn't say anything and looked at Nyayanian. He was introduced by Seeking Plum. Nyayanian said, "Our princess is most sympathetic. A month's advance would be nothing. You are the lowest class guard. 10 taels of silver per month. And the festival rewards will be counted separately." He picks up the abacus and takes out 10 taels of silver. Manhwa received the silver and looked at Nyayanian with lust. "A 3-month advance." Nyayanian said. Accountant Go said, "Mr. Nya, if you were to advance that I wouldn't say anything, but this kid is a newcomer. There's no such thing." Nyayanian said. "He's Seeking Plum's date." Go accountant rubbed his eyes, and then carefully looked at Manhwa, and saw that the young man had a straight posture, sword eyebrows and starry eyes, good appearance, and masculinity. So he said, "Who doesn't have a difficult situation? Young people spend more is also there. The so-called rescue not poor." The old accountant, "I take the blame." Manhwa received the silver. More and more feel that the grade is very important, otherwise no one will believe the lie. Out of the courtyard, Manhwa thanked Nyayanian again and again, and also pulled some polite words like invite you to dinner some other day. "You've received your monthly silver. Shouldn't I pay back the 10 taels of silver I borrowed from you?" Nyayanian immediately called in the debt. "You've been lending me money for less than a quarter of an hour, haven't you? You want to collect?" Manhwa borrowed the money on his own merit. How can he pay it back when he hasn't even warmed it up yet? "Master Nya, I use money a lot," Manhwa said in a serious manner. Nyayanian pointed his finger twice at Manhwa, then said, "I forgot to tell you, is there a job you want to do? There's a reward if you do it." "What kind of work?" Manhwa was very wary. Nyayanian didn't say it outright, only saying, "Let's go have a meal first, and talk about it while we eat." Chapter 21, The Theory of Class. Chapter 21, The Theory of Class. Chapter 21, The Theory of Class. Leaving the royal residence, Nyayanian took Manhwa out of the street to a restaurant near the river called Drunken Moon House. The location and style of this room is not to do business with the poor. Nyayanian is obviously also a frequent visitor. He first with the beauty of the shopkeeper to pull a few words of gossip, and then went up to the second floor. Not long after, the wine and food flowing price up, set a full table. Nyayanian clamped a few mouthfuls of food, and even praised the taste is good. "Master Nya, you're a royal guard. Why are you so idle?" Manhwa had been observing for a long time. This Nyayanian had never been on time for the dawn, and his status in the king's mansion wasn't low, so he was obviously not an ordinary guard. "I used to follow Wang Fei's elder brother, then the person died, so I followed Wang Fei and was considered a guest secretary raised by Wang Fei." Nyayanian raised an eyebrow at Manhwa and signaled to pour the wine. "I see." Manhwa didn't ask any deeper, and while pouring wine, he said, "Master Nya, what exactly is this job?" Manhwa thought, with the qualifications he has shown now, if he can follow Nyayanian to mix a merit, not to mention the reward money, to take back the matter of Jiangyao water to the end of the line. "I see why you're more anxious than I am," Nyayanian asked with a smile. "Master Nya, as you know, I'm from a straggler background, and there's still my family in the pastoral village. It's hard work over there, and there's a child who should be enrolled in school. Isn't this just the right time to mix credits with you?" Manhwa honestly told the truth. "Come begging me for business again. My daughter hasn't even let me worry this much." Nyayanian drank a cup of wine without any good humor. "There's no need to rush this kind of thing. It'll happen sooner or later. Then when will my monthly silver be raised? How much do 8th grade martial artists and 7th grade martial artists receive in a month?" Manhwa considered the long term. In the future, if he picks up the ginger girl, and he eats a lot, he is bound to have great expenses. He has to ask how much the salary is, and whether he needs to engage in a side business. Nyayanian held his chopsticks, pointed at Manhwa, and said, "Your kid is very smart, practicing diligently on the inside, and flattering Seeking Plum on the outside. It's all right, but as you said, you're from a straggler's background, and although your brain works, your insights are still not up to par. Please instruct Master Nya." Manhwa hurriedly filled the wine. "My generation of martial artists rely on their fists and feet to establish themselves, but entering the rank is only the first step in the journey of 10,000 miles, and the 9th and 8th ranks of martial artists are not out of the realm of mortals, and both are liable to be killed by mortals." Nyayanian drank several cups in a row and then said, "9th and 8th grade are actually not worth much, but if you want to reach the 7th rank, no matter where you go, you'll have a decent meal, just like I do now. It's not hard for a martial artist to enter the rank, just suffer, but if you want to move up, there are too many difficulties." It was only then that Manhwa realized that Nyeshur was a 7th grade martial artist. Nyayanian continued to talk non-stop. 7 products whether you go out to mix. Or like me, you are not worried about your clothes, but if you want to mix out there, you still have to bow your head and go through favors. But when you reach the 6th rank, your class is different. It's not that you don't have to bow your head or go through favors anymore, but many troubles can be saved, even to the point where, if you just ask, someone will send you a mansion and a woman. He pointed outside. If you want to enter the court, go to the border for a few years. It is not possible to become a vassal and pay respect to the prime minister, but it is still not difficult to win a title and become rich and famous for 3 generations. If you're in the wild, whether you're running a martial arts firm, traveling by dart, or doing business, it's all much more convenient. And many of the problems encountered by 7th grade martial artists won't even occur. Wherever you stand, people will befriend you. After hearing this class argument, Meng Yuan roughly understood what Master Nye meant. 9 and 8 products are already considered to have a settled life, where they can all mingle and eat well. To the 7th grade, you can eat very well, but also can benefit the children and grandchildren. And to the 6th grade, heaven and earth is vast, is never come to be this small guard. As for further up, when external things don't bother you, it's time to pursue something else. What Master Nye means is that Meng Yuan is still young, not the time to worry about money. The realm is fundamental. When he gets older, if the realm can't really go up, then it's not too late to earn money. Master Nye, what's the scenery like at high grade? Meng Yuan yearned for it. The end point for most people is the 7th grade, and for the few ordinary people who are willing to put in the effort and meet some not so good chances, the 5th grade is the highest. As for the upper 3rd grade, TSK, if you kid can get there, you'll have no problem sleeping with the Empress Dowager. Nye Yannian whispered. Master Nye, I actually still like being young. Meng Yuan emphasized. Nye Yannian glared at Meng Yuan and said, don't think about it. If you don't make it to the 8th rank next year, I'll definitely take you to a pimp. You can't forget the pimp, can you? Let's not talk about the pimp. First Meng Yuan had a headache when he heard about the pimp, sighed, and only said, nowadays, can I pick up my family to live in the city? If you want to pick up your relatives, in fact, it is not difficult. Into the grade is the royal guards. Even if the 3rd class guards don't have a single courtyard to live in, the monthly silver is 10 taels, enough to support a family. Besides, your qualifications aren't bad. The royal palace is definitely willing to cultivate you. Nye Yannian signaled to pour the wine, then said, but if you want me to say, you go and talk to Xuanmei. She is in charge of a few manor houses. A word and it will be done. Aren't you hooking up with someone else? Go blow the pillow wind off. Meng Yuan was positive. Said, yeah sure. I'm a gelding's origin. The reputation is bad, but people seeking plum girl is a cold plum in the snow and the high priest. Half a bit of tarnish shall not be. I really didn't misread you kid. You are hiding dirty things in your heart, but you can still make a righteous face. Grandma, if I had your ability when I was young, why would I have gotten into this mess? Nye Yannian pointed at Meng Yuan's nose. Your martial arts talent is fine, but if you go to become an official, you might have a better future. Master Nye, I want to practice martial arts and become an official at the same time. Meng Yuan said. You've taken all the good things, haven't you? Nye Yannian glared at Meng Yuan and said, since you're pretending to be a gentleman and don't want to go to hook seeking plum, it's not appropriate to pick up the family now. You just have 10 taels of monthly silver. To support your family or yourself, the martial arts path is the route. It's a matter of whether to look at 1 step or 3. He nudged the table with his chopsticks and said, but if this job is done well, mixing up the credit, things will definitely work out. Besides, it's good to see the world. Many thanks to Master Nye for mentioning me. Meng Yuan attentively poured the wine and asked curiously, what kind of work? Nye Yannian flicked his tongue and smiled as he took his chin and nudged Meng Yuan's tiger's mouth. This refers to sperm, and people have known for a long time that they've been defiled by little weasels. Master Nye, I didn't mean to hide it. I really didn't want to be nosy. Meng Yuan explained. Of course I know that. Otherwise wouldn't I be able to keep you? Do you really think that Seeking Plum's face is bigger than the sky? Nye Yannian smiled and stood up, patting Meng Yuan on the shoulder. Don't worry too much. It's all a small matter. Wait for me to find you tomorrow. We'll talk about it more carefully then. I'm leaving first. After saying that, Nye Yannian staggered down the stairs. You still haven't made yourself clear. Meng Yuan looked at a table of rice, chicken, duck, fish and meat. All have not eaten much. Take care, Master Nye. Meng Yuan said politely, sipping a mouthful of tea to smooth his throat, then went straight to the chopsticks. It only took a quarter of an hour to wind up a table full of food. The essence flame in his body was slowly growing, and it was even more nutrients than what he had drawn from 3 days of eating at the schoolyard. Rubbing her stomach and going downstairs, The beautiful woman shopkeeper smiled and came forward. Ying Bao said, "Take the favor of 10 taels of silver." "Oh, small business. You call this a small business? A table of food costs 3 to 5 taels at most. But you dare to ask for a month's worth of my monthly salary." Meng Yuan was still interested in this food, intending to bring Ginger Girl to eat in the future. Heard this and hastened to make a cold expression. A serious, Nyayanian account. "Master Nye said that this meal is on the Gongzi Street." The beautiful woman laughed. Meng Yuan saw the trick of escaping the bill was broken, but also not embarrassed, only forced to endure the flesh pain smile. "I naturally know. Just phase play here. I don't know why, but when I saw you, I thought you looked familiar. I don't know why. When I saw my sister, I felt familiar. Affectionate like a dear sister." 10 taels. The beautiful woman didn't give Meng Yuan a chance to get close at all. Meng Yuan can't. There is no need to turn the other cheek. Touch out an ingot of silver thrown over. The beauty of the woman received in the hand weighed, and did not weigh, and directly laughed. "Enough catty, enough too. The gentleman slowly go." Meng Yuan took a deep breath and suppressed his grief, clenched his fists and took 2 steps outside, suddenly sensing that something was wrong, as if he had encountered a drunkard. "What do you call sister and master Nya?" Meng Yuan turned around and asked. "Jia Yan." The beautiful woman gathered her hands in her sleeves and smiled. You father and daughter set up a game just to fool an honest man like me?" Meng Yuan ate a dumb loss. Just borrowed 10 taels of silver from the hands of Nyayanian, together with a turn of the eye, and sent him. The account is not yet cancelled. Chapter 22, Catching Demons. Chapter 22, Catching Demons. Chapter 22, Catching Demons. The next morning, Meng Yuan shot arrows 200 times, and took all the trainees to practice the gale blade technique several times, correcting the essentials of the movements. Yesterday being pitched 10 taels of silver is a small matter. Today to go out to subdue the demons is a big matter. Meng Yuan is very much looking forward to it. The description of demons in history books is not detailed. Often, in times of chaos, there is often a demonic plague of chaos. Even in years of peace, there were often demons that killed people, but the more detailed ones are still unknown. Meng Yuan thinks that if they are all monsters of the anti-kind, stealing chickens and dogs is fine, but I'm afraid that they won't be able to make trouble for the party. Not long after he had eaten breakfast, Nyayanian finally came. Meng Yuan had long been ready, with a sword at his waist, an arrow pouch on his back, and a bow in his hand. Having only been in the pin for a short while, Meng Yuan was clear about his capabilities. He had no problem taking on 5 or 6 strong men, and he could put up a fight when he met a martial artist of the same rank. But no matter what, bows and arrows are a must to bring as long-range attack weapons. "Master Nya, should we change to a 5-stone bow?" Meng Yuan had been practicing with a 2-stone bow. "Forget it, although you can pull a 5-stone bow. It will take too much effort in the long run. It's the same as a human being. A bit of plumpness is fat, but it's too easy to drain your stamina. It won't last long." Nyayanian casually said. "What's all this? Is there such a comparison?" Meng Yuan was reminded of the beautiful woman at Drunken Moon House. However, Meng Yuan had always listened to advice and said no more. When Wu Changsheng and the others saw that Meng Yuan was well equipped and looked as if he was going out to practice, they all showed anticipation and looked forward to Master Nya taking them with him. "Watch over the house well." Nyayanian casually threw down the words and led Meng Yuan away from the schoolyard to the stables. Meng Yuan didn't know how to ride a horse, but fortunately the horses here were all well trained and mild-tempered. Moreover, Meng Yuan was not bad in terms of strength and reaction, and although he had no experience in horseback riding, he was able to stabilize his body once he stepped into the stirrups and mounted the horse. After leaving the royal residence, Nyayanian first talked about the difference between riding a horse and riding a man before talking about the purpose of the trip. It turns out that the problem still lies in the manor outside the city. The princess has a medicine farm in the south of the city, which has been losing things lately, and the dogs on patrol have disappeared several times, and some of the people in the farm also said they saw a demon. After pulling these, Nyayanian put away the tired look, and talked about the matter of the elves and monsters. There are countless monsters in the world, whether they are snakes, insects, rats and ants, or wolves, tigers and leopards, all of them can become demons and monsters. The forest beasts want to become fine, need to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon, or swallow the spirit of grass and medicine, through which to raise the spirit of the light, born out of the spirit of wisdom. There are intelligent will also refine the horizontal bone, mouth spit human speech. Demons also have demon cultivation path, but the disadvantages are more, and the effect is quite slow. Now the monsters and humans have been fighting for countless years, slowly learning the human cultivation path, and most of them are going to take the martial arts path. There are also going to take the Taoist door, Sherman door. After the demon begins to cultivate, it slowly embraces the human form. which is called transformation. However, most of them would retain some of the beast's characteristics. Generally speaking, the smarter and more sensitive the transformation, the more complete it was, and the more foolish and stupid it was, the more beastly characteristics it retained. Of course, there are special ones. Most of the low-grade demons don't have quite enough brains, or their brains don't turn too easily. However, there are demons that are close to people, reading words, and even reading the art of war. Some monsters are ferocious, some are timid, some love to work in pairs, some walk alone in the mountains and forests. Their temperament is changeable, and the animal instincts have not been exhausted. Most of the wild very much fear stems from the unknown. Manhwa got some teaching. The fear of the mountains and wild elves and monsters is gone, but it is interested in the spirit of grass and medicine, looking for a chance to get some taste, or beneficial to the essence of the fire. From the south gate of Songdefu out of the city, traveling 3 miles, you will see the big river. This is the Tsanglong River. The Tsanglong River comes from the west, bends to the east-south of Songdefu, and eventually joins the sea. The two rode their horses and traveled more than 10 miles along the bank against the Tsanglong River, and then they saw a manor. Here is the medicine farm. Compared to the pastoral farm is much smaller, and there is a high wall enclosure. There are also medicinal gardens nearby, and even many villagers grow herbs. Pharmacies are used for transshipment of bulk medicines, concocting medicines, and collecting medicines, and are extremely profitable. Entering the manor, the head of the manor greeted him, and there was also a young man, dressed in the same clothes as Meng Yuan. This youth was named Ren de Biao, also a royal guard, a martial artist of the 9th rank, who had come to the medicine villa first to explore the area. The polite talk is not much. A piece into the lobby, Ren de Biao will talk about the situation of the probe. It's the elves that came down from the mountains, totaling 7 stolen dogs, a small donkey, and many concocted medicines, mostly golden sore creams and dan pills to benefit essence and nourish chi. Ren de Biao had a lean look. Songdefu is next to the mountains. Although the mountains have always been full of monsters, Songdefu is a large city. The monsters are not too bold to go out of the mountains to stir up trouble. Nyayanian obviously knows quite a bit about monsters, going out to the mountains to steal medicine. Did the monsters get hurt from infighting? Or was it just a rash youth who didn't know any better who did it blindly? Also, 2 people died in the manor, a man and a woman, who came out in the middle of the night to have wild sex, were disemboweled, organs were eaten. Ren de Biao said, out on the wild side in the middle of the night? Don't you mind the cold? Nyayanian laughed. Master Nya, give us a plan. Should we report it to the police, or take care of it ourselves? The head of the medicine village asked. Reporting to the authorities? Reporting to the officials for a few small demons. What about my Nyayanyan's face? Nyayanian was very confident. Let's cook and eat first. We'll stand guard here tonight. Come one catch one. Come two catch a pair. That Zhuang had no longer say more. Order Zhuang people to kill chickens and slaughter sheep. In early spring when the days are still cold, fat lamb dipped in garlic and swallowed in one mouthful, and then a mouthful of lamb soup. It is really a supreme delicacy. A tiny bit of nutrients were incorporated into the essence flame, and Meng Yuan felt that if he could eat lamb openly every day, he was afraid that the essence flame would be perfected again in less than 2 months. After eating and drinking, Nyayanian slowly made a round of the medicine villa and finally came to a remote room to check out the 2 mutilated corpses. The organs do not exist, and the wounds should be caused by the sharp claws of the elves. It's probably a canine wolf type of elf monster. Nyayanian went back to the place of the incident to check the traces left behind by the elves and monsters. However, the sperm was so resourceful that its footprints were erased and it was impossible to recognize what kind of sperm it was. Has been to eat dinner. Nyayanian this is to make arrangements. By him with Rin de Biao and Meng Yuan guarding the roof of the back wall. The rest of the bankers are not involved. Only to go to sleep. Here any movement are not allowed to go out to check. It's actually a keeper. The elf here says that it's good to take advantage and it's not good to take advantage. Nyayanian nodded his temple and pointed out, after taking advantage once you want to take advantage again. Unless one eats the pain. One can come every day. Moreover, most of the elves and monsters hold grudges. So it's either get them killed directly or let it know that it can never bully you. Otherwise it will definitely come back to trouble you again. Early spring is chilly and windy at night. All 3 were martial artists, and it was not a problem to carry a moment of gloom. As the night wore on and dawn was approaching, it grew more and more silent, and a tiny bleat of a sheep came from between the blackness of the sky and the earth. Meng Yuan immediately came to life, opening his eyes wide and looking toward the source of the sound, only to see a silhouette in the darkness make an assisted run from outside the courtyard wall, and then jump straight up on top of the 2-foot-high courtyard wall. Then the figure observed the surrounding area, and after seeing no danger, then let out a bleat. and saw another black figure appear, and then also jumped onto the courtyard wall. The two figures poked around for a moment, before jumping into the courtyard. Meng Yuan is located more than 10 paces away from them. Although the world is dim and lightless, but has been roughly seen clearly, these two silhouettes were not human at all. Both were about 10 feet tall, with muscles bursting out all over their bodies, thick hair, one black and one white, with a huge sheep's head on top of their heads, and huge horns on their heads that curved like curved swords, two goat demon bodies slightly hunchback, shoulder hanging sacks, hand each holding a bone stick, horizontal yen yellow pupil without half a bit of emotion. Exceptionally horrible. Seeing that his prey was on the hook, Meng Yuan took his longbow and slowly drew an arrow, ready to strike. You can't help but come here? Nye Yanian laughed proactively. Take your sword and go down to fight them. Chapter 23 Black Bleat, White Bleat. Chapter 23 Black Bleat, White Bleat. Chapter 23 Black Bleat, White Bleat. This is the meaning of sharpening. Without saying a word, Meng Yuan gave up his bow and arrows, rushed forward a few steps, jumped down from the roof, held his sword in both hands, and slashed at the white sheep. Two sheep demon has also heard the movement, was about to turn back to escape. Visible steel knife from the sky. Escape has been too late. The white sheep immediately raised the bone stick to block. Meng Yuan's strength is big, and this knife is from top to bottom, is a knife with all his strength. Just see the steel knife against the bone stick, immediately sparks. The bone stick should sound broken, and Meng Yuan hands of steel knife momentum does not reduce. Actually chopped off a section of the white sheep's strong arm. The white sheep ate the pain and instantly let out a miserable howl that resounded through the dark night. Rolling hot blood spurted out and splattered Meng Yuan's face. Meng Yuan didn't care. As soon as his feet landed on the ground, he immediately swung his sword diagonally upwards, immediately cutting a huge wound in the white sheep's chest. At the same time, the knife's momentum did not decrease, and immediately hit the black sheep's bone stick that smashed down. Bang! A strong force came. Meng Yuan was shocked arm numb, but has already seen that this black sheep's strength is slightly better than their own, but not agile enough, and the moves are not patterned. It's like the Iron Bull in a gang fight. At this time, the white sheep was still alive, but it had already lost its battle power. The black sheep bleated twice and waved its bone stick forward. This black goat demon has a tall body and sufficient strength. The bone stick swings up with only residual shadows, leading to a gust of wind breaking sound. Meng Yuan saw clearly that if he was bumped by the bone stick, he would certainly not be able to do well. Seeing that he couldn't take it immediately, Meng Yuan took 2 steps back and performed the gale blade technique, dancing the steel blade in a watery way, and by virtue of his agile stance, using only 5 minutes of his strength to dodge and vacillate, adding a knife to the already seriously injured white sheep from time to time. The advantage of this gale blade method is that it is swift and fast, like wind and electricity. The disadvantage is that it is not as thick and fierce as the horizontal chop. In other words, the gale blade technique seeks to kill with one blow, and if it fails to do so, it will cut the flesh with a blunt knife, little by little, causing more wounds to the enemy. Sure enough, after a quarter of an hour, the white sheep demon's blood flowed all over the place, and that black sheep didn't know how to save its strength, and it already had the appearance of strength and fatigue. Meng Yuan immediately used his full strength and circled around the black sheep to fight. Not long to the black sheep added a few knife wounds, although not fatal, but can hurt the enemy's morale. If this goes on, the black sheep will definitely lose. Puff! Black sheep suddenly dropped his stick and knelt down to kowtow. Good man, spare your life. Meng Yuan didn't believe it, and immediately took 2 steps back, crossing his sword in front of him. Sure enough, the black sheep was kneeling and kowtowing, but suddenly its 2 legs exerted themselves, and in a flash it erupted into a huge force, topping the 2 large horns, common attacking the moon as fast as it rushed towards Meng Yuan. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, Meng Yuan knew that he couldn't dodge, so he simply gave up his steel sword and grabbed the goat's horn with both hands forward. Feeling the huge force on his face, Meng Yuan pressed down hard on the horns of the sheep while backing up, and when he unloaded 5 or 6 points of force, he immediately pressed down on his body, sunk his force into his waist, gritted his teeth and twisted the horns of the sheep, and flipped that black sheep over, and then single horsebacked his knees and pressed down on the neck of the black sheep. The black sheep's limbs moved about, but it could no longer resist, only bleeding. Good man. This time it really surrendered. Meng Yuan didn't pay any attention and just increased his strength. It's true that geldings come from geldings, and dealing with them is a handful. Nye Yanian laughed and jumped down from the roof, waving his hand to signal Meng Yuan to get up. Meng Yuan did not say a word, got up, wiped away the fishy blood and sweat on his face. When he saw the clothes dirty and torn, and young girl sent the Chinese clothes are also stained with blood, angry and kicked the head of the sheep twice. It's its blood, not mine. The black sheep commiserated. Meng Yuan knew the kick was wrong, but just wouldn't change it. The kick was you. What is your name? When Nye Yanian saw that the black sheep was still trying to argue on its knees, he stomped on the sheep's head. Its name is Black Bleat, the dying white sheep said. So you'll be called White Bleat. Then, Nye Yanian looked at the white goat. How do you know? Black sheep asked with his head to the ground, still puzzled. What the hell kind of name is that? Where's your hometown? Nye Yanian laughed and cursed. Peach Blossom Ridge. Black sheep said honestly. Who killed the pair in the manor last night? Nye Yanian asked. It's the wolf big. Black Bleat said. Why did Wolf Grand kill people? Meng Yuan asked. The Wolf Lord says that anyone who lusts after a man's wife or daughter or commits adultery against another man deserves to die. Baibot said. Good fellow. Character is 10,000 times better than old me. Nye Yanian laughed and cursed. Then asked. Then why did you come to steal medicine and dogs? Black Bleat was very docile at the moment and hurriedly said. Once the eggs are distributed, the fellow Taoists won't come to listen to the lesson. His Holiness asked the two of us to get some meat and medicine so that we can distribute them before the Peach Blossom Festival. Well. Handing out eggs to get people to listen to a class is a kill tray any way you slice it. Meng Yuan touched out a piece of linen cloth to wipe the steel sword, and said that this demon is actually not all naive and stupid. There are also things that have rules and regulations. The Peach Blossom Society? What does that do? Nye Yanian came to be interested and half squatted down to inquire. Venerable Great Tail said that the Peach Blossom Festival is an assembly to propagate the Buddha's way and universalize all sentient beings. Black Bleat said. Nye Yanian straightened up and stopped talking. Meng Yuan was also much more solemn, and Ren de Biao was even more wide-eyed. Qing has always respected Confucianism, Taoism and Buddhism. The entire country within the Ping'an province only a place with monks. That is still people in the founding of the country made great efforts to be able to survive. In the rest of the world, it is strictly forbidden for the Buddha to preach, to walk, and even more so to erect Buddhist temples. At this moment, this Black Bleat is saying something about the Peach Blossom Buddha Society. Something about the Great Tail Venerable One. Something about preaching the Buddha way. This matter is obviously not small. How come it involves bald asses again? Nye Yanian frowned as if recalling past events. Meng Yuan didn't say a word, and Ren de Biao also kept his head down and didn't say anything. Nye Yanian made a wink, and while Ren de Biao was still confused, Meng Yuan kicked Black Bleat. Follow me. Meng Yuan tugged on the black ram's horn. Take the Black Bleat into the room, the White Bleat outside, and interrogate them separately. After carefully asking about the details of that Peach Blossom Buddha meeting, and then a comparison, it is known that the two-headed goat demon said a big difference. It turns out that the Peach Blossom Buddha Festival is held in the Peach Blossom Ridge, the old home of Black Bleat and White Bleat, which is in the mountains to the south of the Medicine Villa, about 10 miles deep. As for Venerable Great Tail, it was an old yellow-furred wolf. There were also two attendants under his seat, also wolf demons, named Wolf De and Wolf Air. The three wolves came from nowhere, and anyway, they took over the Peach Blossom Ridge, opened the altar to preach the Dharma, and took in Black Bleat and White Bleat as fighters. The people who listen to the lessons are all the mountain and wild spirits in the area to the left, and most of them are enlightened and can understand the words. There were quite a few of them, 50 or 60 when they were handing out eggs, but only 30 or 40 when they were lecturing. However, all of them had little combat power, similar to grandmothers, and most of them were still ignorant. After integrating the news, Meng Yuan didn't say a word. Whether to report this matter to the authorities or to do something else, he had to wait for Nye Yanian to decide. Nye Yanian spat on the ground and said, according to the stupid goat, if they don't return in the morning, then some Great Tail Venerable One is going to be alerted. This is trying to go to the end of the Peach Blossom Buddha Society. According to what Black Bleat and White Bleat said, that Venerable Great Tail had revealed Buddhist aptitude and should be following the Buddhist path. As for the two attendants, Wolf De and Wolf Air, they were of the martial path. Master Nye, do you want me to quickly horse back to the city and gather some men? Ren de Biao said. Meng Yuan also do not want to get involved in the matter of what honored one. This trip has been considered a merit. Pick up the matter of the Zheng family grandparents and grandchildren on the board, and there will also be silver collar. The city gates don't open until it's dawn, so it'll be too late to come and go. Nye Yanian smiled and said with great confidence, it's just a 7th grade Buddha demon, plus 2 9th grade wolf demons. As for the rest of the elves and monsters, they are not enough to worry about. It's down to a decision. In that case, Meng Yuan did not do anything else. Anyway, go to listen to the Buddha will also be considered a long knowledge. Tying up the black and white sheep and leaving them in the care of the banker, the three of them hurriedly ate another mouthful of hot soup and food, and set out with a few cakes. At the moment, the sky is bright. Out of the medicine village to the south, traveling 2 miles into the mountains, Mountain road twists and turns, under the feet of all the rotten leaves, although the trees have been pumping green, can be a few hundred feet deep will give birth to a sense of loneliness and eeriness. Those who can often go in and out of this kind of place are either old medicine farmers or old hunters, and ordinary people are bound to get lost once they come in. The three of them followed the path pointed out by the black and white sheep, but it was not too bad. After an hour, the Bens probed forward for 10 miles or so. After crossing another ridge, it was not so cool, and there was a slight feeling of warmth. As he looked ahead, he saw a gentle slope below the mountain range, on which were borne many peach trees, which at the moment were budding, but had not yet blossomed. There was smoke and fire in the peach bush, but you couldn't see through it. This is the Peach Blossom Ridge. There really is something mysterious inside. Nyayani sneered. Some of our Ching people can't see a bald monk in their whole life. Today you two are going to see the world. Lurking forward and into the peach trees, he saw shadows ahead and the faint sound of talking. Meng Yuan is very cautious. This also guards against a spirit monster stalking, but all the way forward, froze and did not meet one. It can be seen that the person who organized this Buddhist meeting is also a grassroots team. After another 100 or so steps forward carefully and slowly, he saw a mountain stream by the peach tree forest in front of him. There were many elves and monsters surrounding the other side of the mountain stream. There were flower deer, grizzly bears, roe deer, pheasants, wild donkeys, foxes and so on, totaling 40 to 50. These elves and monsters obviously had insufficient Taoist skills and did not take shape, but they had already opened up their spiritual wisdom. More than 10 feet in front of the elves and monsters was a high platform of green stone, on which sat a wolf demon. The wolf demon was wearing a black Buddhist robe and a worn-out red surplice. On his neck he wore Buddhist beads. In his hand he held a Bodhi string, and beside his body he inserted a tall Zen staff. That wolf demon is huge. Sitting on a plate there are 6 or 7 feet tall. Although the robe covered his body, he could still see his muscles. However, looking at the hair of its exposed wolf head, it was not oily and shiny, but instead dry and hairless. A mangy head. This great-tailed venerable one has a wolf head, dirty and tattered clothes inside and outside, and a few compassionate colors in his eyes, which actually has the temperament of an ascetic monk. On either side of his holiness stood 2 tall wolf demons, with smooth and shiny fur, which should be undoubtedly wolf de and wolf air. Silence, his holiness is going to teach. The wolf beside the great-tailed exalted one spoke out. The crowd of noisy monsters quieted down, but an old bull asked with a loud voice, Wolf Big, what kind of elixir will be given out today? My son is bloated and spitting fire out of his mouth, just waiting for his medicine. Listen to the lesson before you speak, and be sure it will cure your son. Wolf Avenue. When this was said, the elves and monsters gabbled again, and only when they saw the wolf glaring at them did they come to their senses. Chapter 24 Peach Blossom Buddha Meeting, Request for Follow-Up Reading. Chapter 24 Peach Blossom Buddha Meeting, Request for Follow-Up Reading. Chapter 24 Peach Blossom Buddha Meeting, Request for Follow-Up Reading. The mountains are wet and damp. A ray of sunlight falls on the peach tree forest. There is a dense mist rising. The great-tailed venerable one is sitting on top of the green stone. The wolf's head has a ferocious look, but there are a few benevolent eyebrows, which is really strange and weird. A group of small elves sat in front of the great-tailed venerable one, scratching the itch, scratching the lice. Not many listened attentively. All the evil karma created in the past is due to the beginning of greed and anger, from body, speech, and mind, all of which I now repent. His Holiness, the Great Tail, recited the morning verse with a raspy, piercing, and somewhat elevated voice. The voice seemed to carry some kind of Buddhist divine power, and for a moment the entire peach forest was heard both inside and outside, as if it was ringing in the ears. Sure enough, the crowd of little elves and monsters put aside their exhaustion and all tilted their heads to listen attentively. Meng Yuan's trio hid behind a boulder and also pricked up their ears to listen. The Guru has said that no one in the world is unjust, and that all the world's love is sinful. His Holiness the Great Tail flicked his Buddha beads in his hand, and said kindly, what we are talking about today is the 3 poisons of greed, anger, and dementia. What is greed? It is also desire. Greed for color, greed for form, greed for touch, and greed for offerings. Most of the things that trouble us come from this. The crowd of elves and monsters shook their heads as they listened. Nyayani frowned tightly, but Meng Yuan listened with great interest. Brother Deo, is it true that if you are free of greed, you can learn the Buddha's magical powers? Enter the Buddhist pathway? A more resourceful marmot asked. Exactly. Venerable Big Tail had the appearance of a benevolent preacher. Big Tail brother teach me, the marmot said happily. You have the heart to do so, and have already moved to greed. Venerable Deme shook his head slightly enchanted. Remember, desire is like a stream. The mind is easily confused. Greed is like a fire that burns the field of blessings. It is difficult to fulfill the endless sufferings. And the cycle of reincarnation is not free. Meditation can calm 1,000 waves, and contemplation can break 10,000 barriers. Holding the precepts and observing the right path to the original purity, and being free from desire and doing nothing. The kitsune froze on the spot, not so much enlightened as unheard. Manhwa listened carefully from afar and felt that this old wolf's verse was quite interesting. Indeed, it was the Buddhist method of cutting away greed. Only the old wolf let the black ba white ba act of stealing medicine steal dogs, under the wolf big and kill and break the body, obviously is not a high monk to do. Brother Big Tail, what should I do? The brocade-furred mouse was not low in spiritual wisdom, knowing that this was an opportunity to enter the Buddha's cultivation. So he asked in all sincerity, cut off all greed and thoughts. The great tail venerable one was exceptionally amiable and smiled. Your daily labor for grain, rice, melons, and fruits is only to satiate your children and grandchildren. As long as you slaughter all of your children and grandchildren, your greed will be eliminated. The Dharma spoken by this great tail venerable one was the opposite of the verse it had just recited. Although the Buddhists have said that entering the empty door to cut off relatives, it is not to cut off relatives. The crowd of elves and monsters were all shocked at the words. The golden-furred mouse shivered and said, Brother Big Tail, I just have those few children. I can't afford to kill them. In that case, let's go down to the mountains and snatch back the plentiful fields, so that there will be no worries about food from now on. Venerable Great Tail said, but there are many people under the mountain. They have swords and spears. They can shoot arrows. And there are people from the Demon Suppression Division. I'm not strong enough to fight. The golden-furred mouse said, how can one witness the supreme way without enduring the storms and hardships? As long as you make a grand wish, even if things don't work out, you can come back after reincarnation, and there will always be a day of fulfillment. Venerable Great Tail smiled. Isn't this persuading the brocade-furred mouse to die? When Manhwa heard this, he felt more and more that this great-tailed venerable one was evil. The old wolf is not following the proper Buddhist path. Nyayanian laughed in a low voice. This is planting thoughts, whatever thoughts they may be, in the hearts of these elves and monsters who listen to the teachings of Buddhism. With the accumulation of days and months, this thought grows into a heavenly tree. Manhwa was immediately alerted and said, Master Nya, I won't be planted, will I? You haven't even claimed the egg. Plant it my ass. Nyayanian laughed and cursed. Those with a high level of Taoism will be able to plant it for you without realizing it. Those with a low level of Taoism and a low level of Dharma cultivation will have to talk about it every day and plant it every day in order to make it. This old wolf doesn't have enough Taoist skill. And the monsters are wild-minded. So the old wolf's trick of fooling people is a bit too rough. Manhwa was then relieved, and was about to continue listening when he saw that venerable Big Tail looking this way. Apparently Nya Yenyan's voice was a bit louder, making people notice. Since the has come, why don't you show yourself? Venerable Great Tail smiled with his Buddha beads, really looking like a virtuous monk. Nyayanian stepped out from his hiding place, and Manhwa and Rindabiao hurried out as well. Standing on either side of Nyayanian, the two sides are separated by a mountain stream. Those elves and monsters saw that it was three people with swords. The timid ones had already fled, and the bold and good ones hid in the peach tree to watch the fun. Laotian Wolf, this Buddhist Dharma of yours isn't very skillful. Nyayanian pressed his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist and laughed out loud. Amit Ba Buddha. People outside the square do not hold the precepts or know the Dharma. The poor monk does not blame you. Venerable Deme was actually very cultured. Laotian Wolf, did you come from the west, or from Lanrua Temple? Nyayanian asked again. To the west of the kingdom of Qing, there was the kingdom of Buddha, which was vast and boundless, and most of the people and demons alike practiced the Buddhist teachings, and that Lanrua Temple is from Pingan province in Yunzhou, which is also the only Buddhist temple in the territory of the state of Qing. At the same time, this Pingan province is also the only place in the territory of the state of Qing where Buddhism can be spread and Buddhist temples can be established. The Shifu was caught in the act. Venerable Great Tail's two large, hairy hands held Buddha beads and folded their arms. Those of us who practice the Dharma come from where we came from and go where we go. Hearing this, Nyayanian sidled over to educate Manhwa and Rindabiao, saying, these vultures are just like this. After reading a few Buddhist scriptures and thinking that they're capable, they spend all day trying to find people to fight with and talk about mindless nonsense. It's actually bull asterisk 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 asterisk. That venerable Big Tail didn't get angry. Instead he asked, this is familiar to the monk, but is he a Taoist friend of the Demon Suppression Division? Old me quit working in the Demon Suppression Division a long time ago. Nyayanian clutched his knife in his arms and scornfully said, but the craft of skinning and dismantling bones hasn't fallen. Then left to watch the watching elves and monsters fled another batch. Wolf Big Wolf too repeatedly reprimanded, but also ineffective. Amit Ba Buddha, the killing karma of fellow Taoist is too heavy. Why don't you return to my Buddhist sect and purify yourself so that you can enter my Elysium in the next life? Venerable Deme recited the Buddha's name with great sincerity. This Buddha of yours isn't quite right. Nyayanian laughed and stepped forward, saying, stealing medicine and stealing dogs is also a Buddhist rule? What difference does strength or weakness make to me if I don't steal? His Holiness the Great Tail said. Abetting stinky rats to come down the mountain and harm people is also Buddhist doctrine? Nyayanian added. All beings are equal, but the human race occupies my mountains and forests, steals my land, and kills my fellow clansmen. Can we only lead our necks to slaughter? Great Tail Venerable One put his two hands together, and his eyes actually had a bit of compassion in them. If you don't kill, the hatred will never end. Meng Yuan heard clearly. This Great Tail Venerable actually does not have a deep insight into Buddhism, but can rely on these Buddhist concepts to form a set of their own sayings, and can be self-explanatory. Therefore, it is impossible to argue with this type of people. To put it nicely, they are dead-eyed, but to put it bluntly, they have been brainwashed by pyramid schemes. You're from the ING Epiphany School. As expected, Nya Yinyan's question was not for the sake of arguing the scriptures, but to test the other party's origin. Amitabha Buddha. Instead, Venerable Deme revealed a sincere look of seeking guidance. Where is the Epiphany sect? How come I've never heard of this Buddhist temple? Half-assed, Nya Yanyan grew more and more disdainful, drawing his sword and walking forward. Fellow Taoist has too much killing energy and deep sins, so I'm afraid I won't have a good death. The Great Tail Venerable Master used the most compassionate tone to say the most vicious words, and also with a smile on his face, and said, the two young monks are willing to enter my Buddhist sect? Be taught by me? This old wolf is really weird. Should be bare-knuckle fighting, but still want to pull these useless. I have all 5 poisons. Master, ferrying someone is better than ferrying yourself, Meng Yuan said in a loud voice. Seeing this, Run De Biao wanted to say something aloud, but he didn't hold his tongue after all. The sea of bitterness is endless. Turn back to the shore. Venerable Great Tail plopped down on his knees, folded his 2 hands together, and said compassionately, the 3 of you are deep in the sea of bitterness, but you are stubborn. With those words, Venerable Deme ripped off the big red robe on his body and threw it to the sky, revealing the tattered velvet clothes, only to see it 2 hands together, face showing hideous, the body even faintly scattered Buddha light. Aya. Since this is the case, the poor monk still knows a little bit of hand and foot. Let's go together. There's no need for 3 people to deal with you. One of me is enough. Nya Yanian stepped forward. Ha ha ha, arrogant and delusional. Venerable Great Tail roared. His 2 furry hands joined together, choked and formed a seal, and droned out in a deep voice, holding back emotions and removing delusions. The mind shines in the void. Divine foot pass. Open. Heavenly eye pass. Open. Heavenly ear pass. Open. After chanting, Venerable Great Tail copied the Zen staff beside him and leapt up, stepping onto the large red robe that was still floating in the air, his body radiating Buddha's light and heading radially towards Nyayanian. The wind is cool in the mountains, the grass grows by the stream, and the oriole chirps in the deep trees. At this moment the sky has turned from sunny to cloudy, and spring rain is coming. Chapter 25, Seeing Auntie Again, request for follow-up reading. Chapter 25, Seeing Auntie Again, request for follow-up reading. Chapter 25, Seeing Auntie Again, request for follow-up reading. The Great-Tailed Venerable One was the first to be heard, with a faint Buddha light all over his body, truly having a few moments of Vajra. The crowd of elves and monsters, who were about to run away at any moment, were bluffed at the sight of this, and shouted, Brother Big Tail, true Buddha, bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Nyayanian poo-pooed it and instantly unsheathed his sword, then holding it with one hand, he quickly darted forward, blooming spring thunder. As the words fell, there was actually a roaring sound behind his body, like spring thunder blooming. For a while, as Nyayanian flew away, spring thunder erupted and moved with the people, with a sense of everything reviving and flourishing. The difference between one person and one wolf was only 100 paces, only to see the sound of spring thunder surging forward at breakneck speed. Nyayanian was the first to arrive after he had started, and his speed was even faster than Venerable Big Tail. Seeing that the two of them were already less than 10 steps apart, Nyayanian's figure violently rose up, gripping the hilt of his sword with both hands, and slashing at the great-tailed Venerable One. A huge thunder exploded, and the elves and monsters in the 4 directions were greatly alarmed. The bold ones had already run away, and the timid ones defecated and urinated, clearly unable to stand still. At this moment, Nyayanian's hand-long knife has collided with the great-tailed Venerable's Zen staff, only to see the subtle Buddha light scattered, and Nyayanian's body seems to have a mirage weather, now a faint spectacle, but it is the mountains and rivers of spring thunder. Under one blow, the great-tailed Venerable's Zen staff was immediately broken into 2. and continuously retreated more than 10 steps before stopping, as if what had opened just now through all have no effect. I don't know whether it's the 7th grade of Buddhism versus the 7th grade of martial arts, or whether Nya Yannian is inherently strong. Anyway, Meng Yuan watched with fascination, especially Nya Yannian's knife out of the thunder like a burst of thunder, and even make the body around the scene. It is really like the spring thunder blossomed in general. You're not good enough to learn this 6 divine abilities. Why don't you go back and recite the scriptures for another 2 years? A move to disperse the great tail venerable's aura. Nya Yannian did not slow down a little, multiplied the victory and pursued the attack, and every time he made a sword there was a thunderous sound, and the sound of thunder became more and more intensive. Peach trees around the body for the knife windswept, all destroyed, and by the spring thunder stirred, broken branches and wood flying everywhere. Venerable Demay's Zen staff was broken in two, and at the moment he was holding one in one hand. His eyes were gloomy, and he was panting heavily as he fought to fend it off. Amitabha Buddha. The dots are solid, the wind is tight and pulling. Buddhist monks, but even pulled up the black words of the green forest. Really unorthodox. And it's funny how the party is still full of energy, and then they immediately wimp out against one move. That wolf Big Wolf too has long seen that something is not right. Listening to the words of Great Tail Venerable Master, immediately one left and one right, fled to the depths of the peach forest. Don't let them get away, Nya Yannian shouted. Meng Yuan had already chased towards Wolf Big, and Ren de Biao also reacted and rushed after Wolf 2. The great-tailed Venerable One wanted to block it, but was entangled in Nya Yannian's blooming spring thunder, and was only left to fight. Dare I not have divine power? Great-tail Venerable Beard in hair, angry disturbing. Mangy head emerges Buddha light, each hand holding a broken Zen staff. Crazy shouted, immovable Vajra seal, out. In a split second, a heavy Buddhist light emanated from his body, truly like a wolf-headed Vajra. At this time, Meng Yuan had long since had no time to watch the great battle between the two 7th grades, and was only carrying his long sword, weaving through the peach forest, and hurriedly chasing after that wolf grand. The remaining elves and monsters also came back to their senses, and seeing Meng Yuan coming with his sword, even though they knew that they were not coming after them, they were scared and hurried to run away, and they actually all chased after Wolfda. It was a mess of chickens and dogs. That Wolf Big is a wolf demon origin. Legs and feet are very nimble. Like crazy to the depths of the peach forest, Meng Yuan followed closely, followed a few hundred paces, then heard a mess of chaos in a crisp voice. What happened? What happened? Why are you running away? Auntie Nyo, help me. It's thundering. I have to go home to collect my clothes. Hitch a hand to the big pig lady. I've caught your lice. Little sister Piggy, don't go. We played in the mud together. Chicken brother. We have more than 2 years of friendship. What are you doing? You fly slower. Almost pulled my mouth. Wolfie, I was wrong. Let me go home. The voice was familiar, as if it were an ant. Meng Yuan hurried forward 100 paces and saw a weasel hanging from a peach branch. The weasel, with its brown skin and white belly, its 4 short legs tied together and hanging upside down from the peach tree, was clearly the ant, except that it had not seen its little bundle. When a runaway elf passed by, the little weasel yelled twice, but unfortunately, no one paid any attention to it. Meng Yuan didn't have time for it and directly swept past. What ran over? The little weasel was dumbfounded, hanging on the peach branch, listening to the sound of spring thunder in the distance, and the elves and monsters have all run away. Could not help but look up at the sky, muttering, come to a good person to save me At this moment, Meng Yuan was running fast, and the wolf was a little less fast, but familiar with the terrain, changing directions in the peach forest. If it wasn't for the fact that the peach trees that had just entered spring hadn't yet produced lush green leaves, Meng Yuan would have almost lost him. Weather in the mountains is changeable. The sky is cloudy at the moment, a light rain, a time when the peach forest water mist rising. There is dense weather. Meng Yuan gritted his teeth and chased the Mile Su. That wolf Big a careless, actually fell on the slippery ground of Butt Pier, and as Meng Yuan took the opportunity to move forward, the two sides were already only 10 paces apart. Chase. You've been chasing me forever? Do you really think Buddha is a vegetarian? Wolf De climbed up and drew out a long-handled preceptor. Meng Yuan held his long sword in his hand, gasping for breath and not speaking. This wolf Big body tall. A few have 10 feet Su. At this moment Fierce hissed, immediately lifted up the ring knife chopping. Really have a few points of momentum. Meng Yuan didn't avoid it and went to catch it with his sword across his body. The two knives touched. Meng Yuan immediately realized that this wolf Big strength to outperform their own. And out of the knife is very methodical. Then that black bleat white bleat to be a lot stronger. Meng Yuan's arm was slightly numb from the shock, but he didn't have the time to slow down a little. and hurriedly turned back his blade entangled with wolfde. This place is dense peach trees. Both sides are also long knives. When waving off in an inattention to touch the branches of the peach tree, one man and one wolf are not like Nyayanian that the knife out will have the power of destroying the peach tree every time by the peach tree to block the attack, with the deviation of the long knife. In addition, the spring rain is sandy, the ground is slippery. A wolf and a man first after some deadly chase, and then fight with all their strength. Physical exhaustion is very great. Meng Yuan calmed down, and no longer sought to take it quickly. Instead, 7 points of defense, 3 points of attack, to consume the opponent's physical strength. After fighting for only a few hours, Wolf Big swung his sword much slower. Even though Meng Yuan was on the defensive, he was not in a good position. Rushing plus the fierce battle, his body had consumed quite a bit of true qi, and he was starting to gasp for air. However, Wolfgran's decadence was already apparent, and Meng Yuan gritted his teeth and stepped forward to begin the main attack. For a moment, the Gale Blade technique was executed, and Wolf Dai was caught in the middle of defense, but one of his feet slipped, and his shoulder had been slashed. Although the wound is small, it is still considered to be built. Meng Yuan was furious and attacked furiously. Who wouldn't know how to ing fight for their life? Wolf Dai wailed. His ring blade slashed horizontally in a desperate attempt to force Meng Yuan back, followed by a standing slash, forcing Meng Yuan to retreat back and forth. That Wolf Dai, however, stopped chasing, but turned around and walked away. The wolf was clearly losing his nerve. Meng Yuan drew his bow and arrow and shot, but only one arrow hit the back shoulder of the wolf. Seeing that the bow and arrows were too shallow to hurt the enemy, Meng Yuan gave up his bow and arrows and went after them with his sword. The wolf was only a few steps away from catching up with Meng Yuan. However, the wolf's heart to escape and survive was extremely strong, and Meng Yuan only managed to catch up with him even though he had put his life on the line. Meng Yuan knows that he can't go on chasing after them, or else they will be too deep into the mountains and will definitely have changes. So he has to take down Wolf Dai as soon as possible. With a thought, Meng Yuan roared and threw his longsword towards Wolf Dai. A hit missed. The Wolf Big dodged to avoid. It saw the pursuit of the person's weapon has been lost, then turned back to look, but saw that the teenager posture but did not stop a little. Wolf Dai only slowed down this time, and then he saw that the teenager had already come to his body with his bare hands. Die! Wolf De bellowed, turning back to slash violently and diagonally. Meng Yuan was waiting for this moment. Seeing Wolf Dai raising his sword, he made a fierce thrust, and actually came into Wolf Dai's arms, holding Wolf Dai's hand holding the ring sword with both hands, and at the same time twisting his body, and over the shoulder fall, and actually dropped the tall Wolf Dai. The blow wasn't fatal, but it had taken Wolf Dai's blade. Wolf Dai couldn't get up in time and crawled forward. Meng Yuan gritted his teeth and flew, instantly riding on the wolf's big waist. The wolf's waist limbs were its vulnerable point. Meng Yuan made a forceful downward pressure, and the wolf Dang Dang slumped down. Meng Yuan was also fuming fiercely, not wanting anything in his mind, not caring about just one punch after another towards the wolf's big head. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. I do not know how many punches. Meng Yuan only felt the spring rain is getting more and more dense. The smell of blood mixed with the aroma of soil. It is exceptionally difficult to smell. Looking at the wolf Big again, he was already lifeless. His skull was shattered, red and white flowed a lot, and his 2 eyes burst out. Meng Yuan smashed his fist for a while longer, and only stopped when he saw that he didn't have much energy left. Panting heavily, raised his head and suddenly found a dozen or so grey wolves in front of him, looking this way, seemingly wanting to go forward, but also seemingly do not dare. This was the reinforcements summoned by the Wolfgrand. Not even an elf, just an ordinary mountain wolf. Unfortunately, it was too late in the end. Scram! Meng Yuan got up, picked up the long sword on the ground, and angrily rebuked at the wolves. As expected, the wolves slowly dispersed after a slight hesitation. Meng Yuan to the knife resident, breathing heavily, see clothes broken dirty, blood has long penetrated the middle coat, angry and kicked 2 feet Wolf Big. Chapter 26, Burning My Remnants, request for follow-up reading. Chapter 26, Burning My Remnants, request for follow-up reading. Chapter 26, Burning My Remnants, request for follow-up reading. Meng Yuan's hands were covered in blood, mostly from the Wolf Dai's, but also his own, and had broken wounds on the backs of his hands with bone scraps still clinging to them. At this moment, calm down. Meng Yuan's mouth is dry, no fear of the aftermath, only feel nervous and exciting. Sitting on the ground, he breathed steadily while cleaning the wound on his hand. This chase is really dangerous, more so than the battle with the black ba and white ba. Moreover, this time there is no one to take care of it, so if you are not careful, you may end up here. After resting slightly for a while, Meng Yuan got up and didn't have much strength to carry the wolf pig's corpse, only clamping the long sword and ring blade in one hand and grabbing the wolf pig's long tail with the other and dragging it back. At this time do not know how Nyesher, but Meng Yuan estimated that Nyesher's strength is better than the great-tailed venerable one, and is loose on the outside and tight on the inside. I think it will not be difficult to win the great-tailed venerable one. The spring rain rustled, catalyzing the recovery of all things. Meng Yuan stepped on the slippery ground and walked back one step at a time. Not a moment later, I saw the little weasel, dripping wet, still dangling from the branch of the peach tree. It had a long body and short limbs, and at the moment it looked like it was dangling from a tightly drawn bough. He only saw the little weasel wobbling around, muttering words of help, and when he heard Meng Yuan's footsteps, he hurriedly looked over. Do not look. It does not matter. A look as a blood-stained man dragged the wolf big tail over. The little weasel did not dare to say a word. Want to use the paw to cover the mouth, but was tied up and cannot move. Our anxious almost cried out. The little weasel simply closed his eyes, just hoping that the person coming couldn't see him. But when he heard the footsteps getting closer and closer, the little weasel opened one eye and saw the person standing straight in front of him, with a hint of a smile on his blood-stained face. Auntie, don't you recognize me? Meng Yuan stepped forward and reached out to flick the little weasel's head. You're... The little weasel was so bewildered that he moved his nose vigorously in surprise. Yeah, you're the little geld. Meng Yuan smiled and said, Auntie, what kind of a mortal technique are you practicing here? I was hung up by the bad guys. The little weasel didn't hear Meng Yuan's derision, and instead said in a crisp voice, in a serious manner, Little geldings, you can't see well. You're going to suffer if you go out and run the countryside in the future. It's time to stop being a good teacher. Then I'm leaving, Meng Yuan said. No, no, no. The little weasel hurriedly stayed. Little geldings, save me down. I'm asking you, what's your name and where are you from? Meng Yuan didn't rescue, but instead came to ask questions. My name is Xiangling. The little weasel replied honestly. I'm the Grand Inspector of the old turtle pit on Big Head Mountain. Grand Inspector? Meng Yuan became interested and asked. Are there any lesser inspectors? Who else? No more just me. Xiangling stared with big round eyes. Very serious. It makes sense that you're the only one in the old turtle pit, and then you're the Grand Inspector. Meng Yuan smiled and asked again. I remember years ago, you said to go to your godmother's birthday celebration, but also a blind date. Did it work out? Alas, a child without a mother. It's a long story. Xiangling, even if she was hanging, still looks like an old man, but her tone is still very proud. It's almost done. The aunt's family is very generous, and wants to find a smart and clever housekeeper. As soon as the matchmaker saw me, she said I'd be a good match. Sure enough, the matchmaker went to the aunt's house and came back with 5 eggs for me, saying that she liked me very much. What's wrong with that? You're in love without even needing me? Meng Yuan asked again. Then how did you get here? Xiangling sighed again and said. The matchmaker said that people want to see my sincerity first, so my godmother and I took out all our savings and gave them to the matchmaker, entrusting it to the old man to go around and settle down the marriage earlier. Then, you wait first. Seeing that Xiangling was still going to talk, Meng Yuan pinched its mouth with one hand, rubbed his brow with the other, and asked, what kind of elf is a matchmaker? And what kind of elf is your godmother? The matchmaker is a green old fox. Very kind. She knows a lot about the city, and has even taught her how to dress up. Xiangling's impression of the matchmaker was excellent, and when she talked about it, she complimented her, and went on to say, my godmother is a roe deer, and she is also very nice. Well, an old fox, with 5 eggs, tricked a stupid roe deer and a stupid weasel, and it hasn't even been realized that it's a scam. Then how did you get here? Meng Yuan asked again. My godmother and I have no savings. I heard that you can get eggs by listening to people sing here, so we came. Xiangling said here, slowly got a crying voice. Godmother said that you have to earn some family assets, to go to the in-laws to have face. The big tail brother at first is the morning sent eggs and then sing opera. We received on the go, later is to sing after the opera and then sent. We will wait until the opera is finished and then come. Whoa, well, you mother and daughter don't listen to the lessons, but you don't lose any of the benefits. You've caught His Holiness the Great Tail pulling out his wolf's hair. It's no wonder he's mangy. Also, they are obviously preaching the Buddha's way. But you and your daughter have become opera singers. What happened afterward? Meng Yuan was listening with rapt attention. Whoa, later. Xiangling 2 big round eyes filled with tears, and then clattered again. Godmother is too much trouble to come every day to collect eggs, so she told the white bleat that sends eggs, simply send a month at a time, and save the trouble. It's a lot of trouble. Bai Gao and my godmother have known each other since we were children, and he thought my godmother was right, so he gave them to us. Meng Yuan then felt that this was truly a case of meeting a good man. Xiangling whimpered and cried. Big Tail said I had Buddha nature and hung me up, saying I would be subjected to 500 years of wind and 500 years of rain. Whimpering, I'm not even allowed to go home and bring a garment. So the black Ba and the white Ba's descent from the mountain has something to do with you and your mother. It was a sad story, but Meng Yuan still found it very funny. Well, don't cry, I'll save you down. Meng Yuan was kind in the end, seeing that Xiang Ling had been cheated out of marriage again, and that her godmother had died, and that she had been hanged for many days, and that this Xiang Ling had not done anything evil, so she planned to save her by hand, taking the knife to cut the rope. Untie Xiangling. This little weasel sniffled. Little geldings, you are still strange good Lu. Hurry up and leave, don't come here in the future. Meng Yuan softly said, did you kill Wolfsbane? Where's Big Tail brother? Xiangling shook off the rainwater from her body vigorously and looked timidly at Wolf Big's corpse. Don't ask too many questions. Just leave quickly. Meng Yuan said. Then I go. Xiangling opened her big round eyes, ran a few steps forward, then turned back, stood up with both legs on the ground, the two front paws together as a bow and clasped fists, and then fled in a flurry of smoke in the northwest direction. Meng Yuan rested for a while longer, before continuing to drag the wolf's large tail and go in search of Nie Yannian. After traveling 300 or 400 steps, he saw Nie Yannian standing on the ground, unharmed, and that big tail venerable paralyzed leaning against a withered peach tree. Early no sense of the solemnity of the treasure. The body of the velvet rags, covered with blood. Limbs seem to have been broken. The chest has 2 huge knife wounds, as if you can see the white bones of the internal organs. As for Rin De Biao, he was still nowhere to be seen, so he must still be chasing that wolf too. Nie Yannian didn't pay any attention to Meng Yuan either. He just let out a cold laugh and stared at venerable Big Tail dead in the face as he questioned. Big Tail Wolf, tell me who that elder master is and I'll leave you alive. Amit Ba Buddha. What's the difference between life and death? It's just re-entering the wheel of reincarnation. Even if you break my bones and flesh, it won't help. At this time, the great tail venerable master had lost his hostility, and his tone of voice was compassionate, and he really had the feeling of a senior monk. In that case, I'll send you to the demon suppression division, and there will be someone high up who can dig out what you've seen and heard. Nie Yannian said. No harm, no foul. The great-tailed venerable one's voice was weak, and he held himself up to raise his arms, which no longer had a single intact bone, and folded his arms and lowered his eyebrows. Being in possession of karmic flames, this is how it should be. As he said that, he saw tiny embers of fire ignite in the wound on the great-tailed venerable one's chest and abdomen, which then quickly grew to cover his entire body. Nie Yannian frowned and didn't administer any help, not saying a word. His face was ugly. When Venerable Demei was about to die, he left behind a verse that said, Nembutsu and Buddhahood have reached the shore of enlightenment, and the remnants of his body and life have entered the furnace soup, with the karma to be reborn to fix the fruit. The pure land is peaceful and joyful. The voice slowly, did not have the pain of the fire-burning body. Face instead showed a point of mercy and compassion, but also seems to be resentment and indignation. Really bizarre. The words fell but a few breaths, and the great tail venerable one was already nothing but ashes. Chapter 27, Wrap Up. Chapter 27, Wrap Up. Chapter 27, Wrap Up. Rustling spring rain. Rustling spring rain. The ashes of the remnants of the great-tailed venerable one burned and were soon dampened by the spring rains. This old wolf is afraid that he has been planted with thoughts as well. Nie Yannian stepped forward and kicked the remnants of the ash, scolding, not even a single Sherpa. So it's obvious that it's a demonic monk rather than a senior monk. Master Nye. Yunzhou is the only place within the country that has a Buddhist legacy. This venerable great tail seems to have truly studied Buddhism, but why did he come here to promote Buddhism? Meng Yuan was genuinely curious. These vultures and manies have the most to do. Nie Yannian clasped his arms and stroked his chin with one hand, saying, monks are similar to those sour scholars. The sour scholars are the ones who think they want to teach ignorant and foolish rogues, but are actually superior. The vultures want to ferry suffering beings, but actually can't ferry themselves. Speaking, Nie Yannian pointed to the pile of residual ash and said, these bald donkeys are sick, and they love to make a grand wish when they have something to do. On the road and you glance, said with you have karma? Difficult to deal with. There are too few senior monks in the world, and too many of these vultures. Meng Yuan asked again, what is the Epiphany school that Master Nye mentioned earlier? The Epiphany sect is not a sect, it's a sect of ideas. Just like the Confucian and Taoist schools, there are various branches. The Buddhists have a division between the Epiphany sect and the gradual cultivation sect, which are different in their own philosophies and belong to an internal sect. Nie Yannian explained a sentence. Then how did Master Nye discern that Venerable Great Tail was from the Epiphany school? Meng Yuan was curious. I just casually swindled him. Didn't think too much about it. Nya Yanian laughed. Actually, I didn't even see if he was in Epiphany or Gradual Cultivation School. Meng Yuan smiled and said, then what do we do next? This isn't even considered the realm of the royal guards anymore. If a few small elves make trouble, this matter will be settled. Nya Yanian was much more solemn. But this old wolf is too deeply involved. And there's a Watts hero behind it. I'm afraid it's mysterious and tight. Go back and don't need you to manage. Have to let the people from the Demon Suppression Division take over. Master Nya, you used to serve in the Demon Suppression Division? That great tale exalt said that Nya Yanian was from the Demon Suppression Division. And Nya Yanian directly admitted it. Yeah, old me used to specialize in killing demons. Nya Yanian hugged his sword. And the always a modest man actually had a few appendages. Meng Yuan saw that Nya Yanian didn't want to talk more. So he didn't ask any more questions. But in his heart, he made up his mind to turn around and go to Drunken Moon House to look for Nyesher's beloved daughter to have a chat. Master Nya, when can I learn Blooming Spring Thunder? Meng Yuan was an up-and-comer, and had long coveted the kung fu that induced the visions of spring thunder. You want a woman before you're even weaned? Nya Yanian snorted, taking a finger and pointing at Meng Yuan, saying, you're ruthless with your hands, but not with your heart, specializing in releasing yellow skins not to mention. You also dinged in a peaceful manner. People are looking for a fox spirit. You're good. Found a weasel spirit. Out of your league. The matter of releasing the fragrant ling was seen by Nya Yanian, and Meng Yuan did not refute it, but only asked, Nya sure, after the transformation of the essence monster, can it produce a doll with a human being? Yes. Nya Yanian laughed. I'll arrange one for you? Master Nya didn't arrange it for himself? Meng Yuan smiled back. Arranged. Moist. Nya Yanian hemmed and hawed. Both of them laughed. After a while, the spring rain did not stop. That Ren de Biao finally returned. He was seen in rags and his arms were seeing red, but he was just one person coming back, not seeing Wolf too. Ran away? Nya Yanian frowned. The subordinate is incompetent. Ren de Biao looked at Wolf Dai's corpse and glanced at Meng Yuan, lowering his head to admit his mistake. You've been in the grade for 2 years. Your orifices are almost finished opening. How come you're not even as good as a fledgling brother? The other bachelor Meng killed the demon and still has time to sleep with the weasel spirit again. Look at you again. Nya Yanian never spoke euphemistically. What do I care? Why are you comparing me? Meng Yuan is an honest man who doesn't do things that offend people, and politely said, I was also lucky. The road was wet and slippery. The wolf big fell. I shot 2 arrows, and its ring sword was not in good condition, so I was lucky to kill it, and that's all. I almost surrendered outside. You're the only one who knows how to behave. Nya Yanian glared at Meng Yuan and then toward Ren de Biao. Without a good background and still wanting to mix with ability, you can only fight for your life, ah boy. Yes. Ren de Biao clenched his fists and hung his head in response. Without further ado, Nya Yanian arrived in front of the green stone where Venerable Great Tail had been sitting during his sermon and lifted his chin towards Meng Yuan. I will do all the dirty work, right? Meng Yuan honestly went forward, moved up the green stone, and saw a tunnel. The tunnels were only about a foot deep, and you could see the head at a glance. There was not much inside, just 2 dead dogs, a few sacks of herbs, and a worn-out bundle. Nya Yanian took the package out and opened it to see that there were a few tails of broken silver, and a worn-out robe. There is no half-writing or markings. Not falling into words. Maybe it's really from the Zen Epiphany school. Nya Yanian looked at the robe and muttered, checking the surroundings again. Seeing no gains, Nya Yanian let go down the mountain. Wolf Dai was beaten by you. Carry it back yourself. The 200 pounds or so of Wolf Big wasn't considered heavy, and without saying a word, Meng Yuan carried Wolf Big onto his back. Nya Yanian walked forward, naturally not helping. Ren de Biao also had no intention of giving a hand, but his face became more and more ugly. Meng Yuan after the battle of the gas is not yet recovered. Not long after walking will have the feeling of fatigue, and the spring rain has not yet stopped. The mountain road is slippery. It is inevitable to walk stumbling. From time to time slippery feet fall. Nya Yanian walked for a while to stop and so on. There is a smile. That Ren de Biao still did not say a word. Meng Yuan didn't ask them for help either, only gritting his teeth, lifting up a mouthful of heart energy, and bracing himself to walk down the mountain. After noon, the spring rain stopped, also finally out of the mountain. That medicine Zhuang head has led a few Zhuang people, holding a donkey cart in the waiting. When the Zhuangmin saw the corpse of the giant wolf, they couldn't help but lose their voices in fear. This Zhuang head face is also hard to see, staring at the wolf corpse for a while, which said, Nya master. Zhuang prepared a good meal, hot soup, and first take a hot bath, eat some hot food to go. Nya Yanian nodded, pulled over Ren de Biao, and whispered a few words before Ren de Biao rode off, heading towards Songdefu. Meng Yuan was paralyzed with fatigue, and threw the body of the wolf Dai onto the donkey cart, and he himself simply lay down on the donkey cart, using the wolf Dai's belly as a pillow. This is weak? Nya Yannian walked over and sat on the donkey cart, smiling as he handed Meng Yuan the water bag. Meng Yuan did not want to pick up, but the hair on the wolf's big belly tied his face, so he sat up again and took the water bag. Tons and 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 tons of water. You think about not offending people, but when you have a harvest and they don't, you're already offended. Why else would they not give you a hand? Nya Yannian scoffed. Do not do unto others what you would not have them do unto you. He helps me as a favor, but not to help me is a duty. I don't care what he thinks in his heart, and I don't expect him to help me. As long as he doesn't come to mess with me, I still respect him. If he messes with me, it's not like I haven't beaten General Manager Lu's son. Meng Yuan said. Hey, your kid has really read some books. Nya Yannian looked Meng Yuan up and down, smiled, and didn't say anything more. Chapter 28, Expression of Loyalty. Chapter 28, Expression of Loyalty. Chapter 28, Expression of Loyalty. The spring rain stops and the apricot blossoms show their branches. Riding a donkey cart, back to the medicine village. Nya Yannian first let the wolf big body move to an unoccupied room, and then went to look at the black ba white ba. See no harm. Then rest assured. The medicinal farm had already prepared hot water. Nya Yannian and Meng Yuan each soaked in the bath bucket, both of them making a sound of relief. I don't have any big wishes in my life. I'm satisfied with having meat to eat and a hot bath to soak in every day. Nya Yannian rarely lamented. Meng Yuan didn't say anything either, only closing his eyes and soaking in the bath while reviewing the battle with Wolfde. Although he had a bow and arrow and a long sword, he was still too single-minded in his approach to the enemy. This battle can win is certainly dare to fight, but also because the wolf big after all is a demon origin. The brain turns a little slow, do not know to stay power, so it was consumed to death. But if the opponent is an enemy of the same grade, it's not so easy to say. Moreover, before leaving, Nyeshur said that a two-stone bow was sufficient. However, Meng Yuan felt that Nyeshur had been overly ambitious, and had shot the wolf Dai during this battle, but had not caused any damage. But if he had brought a 5-stone bow, he thought it would have worked wonders. After taking a bath, he put on the clean clothes prepared by the head of the village. His own middle coat has a hole, and there are many bloodstains. Meng Yuan cannot afford to lose. Wrapped up and put away. Intends to go back to wash and mend. As for the tattered outerwear, just throw it away. Nya Yannian saw. Also did not have a good word. Are broken into such a still as treasure. See you stingy search. It was a family member who sewed my clothes stitch by stitch. Meng Yuan said. Nya Yannian didn't say anything more after hearing this. Feeling even hungrier after the bath, the two of them rushed off to eat again. Mutton stewed rotten. Not a bit of stink. Smooth and creamy smooth taste. And then with fresh wild leeks, immediately washed away the spring rain after the cold. Warm body, all the energy back. Master Nya. Meng Yuan giggled and ate the mutton, only feeling physically and mentally satisfied, and asked curiously, where should I look for spiritual herbs and precious medicines? More in the deep mountains. You'll know later. Nya Yannian was obviously too lazy to tell more. I had just washed my hands after eating, when I heard horse hooves clattering outside, only to see Ren de Biao with 3 people came. The leader is a middle-aged man in his 40s, very elegant, followed by 2 are young people, Old Chang, Old Nya. This middle-aged man and Nya Yannian are familiar with each other, and when the 2 of them met, they didn't say anything polite and went directly to the room where the black ba and white ba were imprisoned. Baiboa's body wound was not bandaged, and at this moment was already dying. The middle-aged man picked up the baggage searched in the tunnels and took a closer look at the scattered Buddha beads and Bodhi strings before asking Nya Yannian about the origin of the passage at this time. Nya Yannian didn't reply, only lifting his chin toward Meng Yuan. Meng Yuan knew that Nya Yannian was cultivating himself, so instead of Nya Yannian, he talked about the theft of medicine and dogs from the medicine villa, then designed to capture the black ba and white ba, and then took the lives of Venerable Big Tail and wolfed it along the line. Of course, the most important thing was that the method of cutting off greed transmitted by Venerable Great Tail, as well as the dying verse, were all said word for word. It's a demon monk. The middle-aged man made his assertion and didn't look flustered, then looked at Nya Yannian and asked, Venerable Great Tail is a 7th-grade Buddhist demon, how much can he endure? Should be just broke the mirror not long. The 6 divine aptitudes also have not yet realized all, but is the Vajra seal learning okay? Nya Yannian skimmed his lips and shook his head. In fact, the learning of the body and hands are half-assed. You're still too big for your britches. You shouldn't have brought the kids. The middle-aged man laughed and looked at Meng Yuan again, asking, "Did you kill Wolf Die alone?" "Yes." Meng Yuan returned. "How was it killed? Tell me in detail," the middle-aged man said. Meng Yuan did not hide, said it one by one, and even the last line of danger and strong killing, also said it all. "Well done," the middle-aged man praised, patted Meng Yuan on the shoulder, and said, "You do have the courage to use strategy. When did you enter the character? How long did you use it?" Meng Yuan didn't answer and looked at Nye Yanian. Nye Yanian stepped forward and smiled proudly. "I only learned martial arts a year ago, and I entered the rank before I left the first month." Once the middle-aged man heard this, he looked Meng Yuan up and down again, and the other two young men also looked surprised. "I say, old Nye, this is a good seedling." The middle-aged man was very interested in Meng Yuan. "You've taught another good disciple." "Hey, it's the child's own talent. I didn't teach him much." Although Nye Yanian said this, but the feeling of complacency already cannot be stopped, laughed loudly and pressed Meng Yuan's neck, said, "This is Zhang Guanyin 100 households. Shout Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang." Meng Yuan immediately said, "Good boy." Zhang Guanyin nodded his head slightly and asked curiously, "Old Nye, I see that this child is organized in his speech, and has an impulsive spirit, and his appearance and qualifications aren't too bad. Is this for your family's Qingqing?" As soon as Nye Yanian heard this, the hand that had been pressing on Meng Yuan's neck seemed to loosen with some dislike, and he said in a bad humor, "He has a little daughter-in-law. That's not just right." Zhang Guanyin stroked his palm and said in a serious manner, "Just let Qingqing go and be the little one." Nye Yanian was furious and said, "Why don't you let your daughters go and be small?" Zhang Guanyin spread his hands and laughed, "My daughter didn't kill 3 husbands in a row." Nye Yanian seemed to have been poked in the sore spot, and said nothing with an iron face. That Zhang Guanyin became more and more pleased, lifting his chin towards Meng Yuan, seemingly with the intention of encouragement. Meng Yuan remembered the beautiful woman from Drunken Moon House, and couldn't help but steal a glance at Niesher. But when he saw that Niesher, who had mentioned himself just now, was actually glaring at himself, he hurriedly lowered his head and didn't say anything. "Alright, let's turn this over to us. We won't delay you from becoming a rich man. Old Nye, you'll make a trip to me in a couple days to record the case file." Zhang Guanyin greeted the two young men who came with him, and carried the black ba and white ba, along with the wolf's big corpse, onto the carriage, and covered it with a black cloth, and then took his leave. "Let's go too." Nye Yanian was a bit disinterested. He nodded at Ren de Biao and said, "Demons are wild and love to retaliate. You stay here for a few days. Do a good job patrolling at night. Don't make any mistakes. I'll give you credit when we get back." "Yes." Ren de Biao skimmed over Meng Yuan, seeing that Nye Yanian hadn't mentioned Meng Yuan's name, clearly only letting himself stay. Nye Yanian said no more, and together with Meng Yuan, rode back toward the city. "Master Nye, Uncle Zhang was joking. I don't have any ideas." Meng Yuan showed his innocence. "I've been young too. I don't know what people your age think about all day." Nye Yanian didn't have the good sense to say, seeing that he was treated by others as a lowly character who only knew about women's colors. Meng Yuan's face didn't change, and he treated it as if he hadn't heard it, but just said, "Master Nye, I've mixed up a field of merits with your old man, so I can pick up my family back to the city this time, right?" "Can. Go back and talk to Sun Mei about it, and the 300 taels of bounty," Nye Yanian said. Seeing the money, Meng Yuan immediately smiled and arched his hand, saying, "It's all because of Master Nye's promotion, but if you want to receive the silver, you have to have more eyes." Nye Yanian glanced at Meng Yuan. "How?" Meng Yuan asked curiously. Nye Yanian smiled, but didn't say anything. Meng Yuan pondered over it in his heart and asked in a low voice, "Isn't it necessary to show a show of loyalty? You're still a ing talent." Nye Yanian couldn't help but laugh and said, "You have to remember that nowadays you only belong to the crown princess." Meng Yuan understands. Now he is weak and needs to be sheltered by the princess. But if the realm is up later, then the offense and defense are different. But was the crown princess really capable of much? Meng Yuan cut eggs and fought demons for this master. But he still didn't know much about the master. Learning from Master Nye, you can't learn enough in a lifetime. Meng Yuan complimented, then asked in a low voice, "Master Nye, I see that the princess's Jing garden is in the southwest, and his majesty's residence is in the northeast, as if they're separated. Are our Wangfei and his highness not quite compatible? You just have to remember that you're the crown princess's person, and pry less into other things." Nye Yanian grunted twice, but said no more. The spring rain has stopped, and the ground is as moist as crisp. Riding on a horse, Meng Yuan has no words to find words, asking questions, but Nye Yanian is cold, not very willing to talk. The two of them are like a son-in-law meeting his old man for the first time. Chapter 29, Receiving the Reward. Chapter 29, Receiving the Reward. Chapter 29, Receiving the Reward. It was already evening when they returned to the royal residence. It's not like you can't run away from the credit, so it's the same thing if you go to seek May tomorrow. Nya Yanian wanted to go straight back to sleep, but Meng Yuan pulled him back from leaving. Shouldn't the first thing you do when you come back from a business trip be to turn in your work? Meng Yuan was thinking about the credit. Nya Yanian exasperatedly pointed at Meng Yuan's nose. Sometimes he's quite a smart kid, but sometimes he's as anxious as a chick. I was originally a fledgling brother, Meng Yuan said sincerely. Nya Yanian lost his temper and took Meng Yuan with him to find May. The princess's residence was called the Jing Garden, and May's son lived by the Jing Garden. Although the people of the Qing dynasty is tough, but in the end the princess is a woman. So the quiet garden around the traffic is mostly maidservant. The quiet garden is built by the Wangfei in remembrance of her late father. It's most elegant and quiet. It's a good place for reading. Nya Yanian also did not forget to point out, our princess loves to read countless books. Underneath, a few competent maidservants also learn from the example. So your kid to find may borrow books. Really scratch the itch. Master Nya, I borrow books to seek knowledge, to solve puzzles, to understand things, nothing else. Meng Yuan said. That's what I like about you, kid. Thick-skinned enough and shameless. Nya Yanian said. Meng Yuan stopped talking more. Anyway, since Zhang Guanyan mentioned Nya Shi's daughter, he has been taunting non-stop one after another. Of course, people weren't wrong. Meng Yuan was indeed thick-skinned and shameless. Came to seek the Plum residence. Let the little maid to report. And then seek the Plum actually personally come out to meet Uncle Nya. Seeking May's junior salute to Nya Yanian. It was evident that Nya Yanyan's claim that he used to hang out with the crown princess's elder brother was indeed a bit of a come-on. How has the crown princess been lately? Nya Yanian was casual and also looked like he was talking to a junior. All is well. May's seeker smiled. After entering the parlor and being served hot tea, Nya Yanian then asked Meng Yuan to report on the trip to the medicine villa. Meng Yuan didn't hide anything and said it all. I heard that the West has the most Buddhist demons, but all the demons that have taken shape are practicing Buddhism. But I never thought that they would come over here. Seek May looked at Meng Yuan. See, Meng Yuan more a few points of courage and calm air. Visible really is to see the blood. This matter we can't control. The Buddhist sect has many branches. Strange and bizarre are also many. Anyway, there is the Jin demon division carries. This matter let them have a headache to go. Nya Yanian didn't want to go deeper. He nodded at Meng Yuan and said, this kid has made a merit. He wants to pick up the family members of Muzhuang. You look at it and make arrangements for them. This is good. Xuan Mei laughed, and immediately wrote a note to Meng Yuan, saying, your rank is that of a guard, and your family should not have to do any more work. Even if you don't mention it. I was planning to take them back to the royal residence. Tomorrow you will go to the pastoral village and give a note to Sun Zhuanto to bring your family back. As for the place to live, there is a vacant yard next to the schoolyard. I will have someone clean up later. You temporarily live. I remember Jiang Bolt has is a veterinarian. Will temporarily lead the horse doctor job, forget it? Look after the king's horses. Seeking May smiled and measured Meng Yuan. She also did not expect the small geldings actually really have the talent of martial arts. Less than 2 months into the product. And there are also the experience of killing and capturing demons. That's not all. This person is simple and calm. Can withstand the loneliness of hard practice, but also have the heart of progress. Know that more books in order to grow knowledge. And it can also be seen that Nya Yanian is very much promoting this teenager, clearly loving his talent and wanting to teach him as an heir. These people, if they are properly instructed in the future and do not go down the wrong path, they are bound to have a future. What's more, this teenager is still their own up. So the search for May is willing to give more preferential treatment, not only to let his family reunion, but also arranged a place to live. And the guard, this position is special, related to the princess piece, from the princess and close. So the guard need to know the roots of the people to do, more than other positions need to be treated favorably. Thank you, Sister May. Meng Yuan sincerely thanked. Since I entered the royal residence years ago, it is now the beginning of February. Meng Yuan promised Jiang Tang that he would take her grandparents and grandchildren to live in the city within half a year. And now things have come to fruition in less than 2 months. You borrowed the history book to read. Can you get something? Seeking May did not mention the reward of silver, but instead smiled and made small talk. The history books are full of the deeds of the ancients and the kings and lords, so I just looked at them for fun and couldn't see any great truths. But when it was late at night, I saw a sentence from those vast and dense words. Meng Yuan said seriously. What's the word? May Seeker asked curiously. Nya Yanian also pricked up his ears, intending to see how Meng Yuan would muddle through. The saying is that life between heaven and earth should be based on loyalty and filial piety. Meng Yuan is very sincere. Nya master passed on my martial arts. I have today's credit. I certainly miss Nya master's benevolence. However, it's the princess who brought me up. If it wasn't for Princess Wang's support, I'd still be neutering pigs and geldings in the pasture. Said here, Meng Yuan slightly paused, then said, of course, neuter geldings is nothing bad. Are doing things for the princess, but can do guards in the royal palace. More sea and sky. Of the 4 characters of propriety, justice, honesty and shame, Meng Yuan only took up the word loyalty. Nya Yannian clapped his hands together and said in a salty manner, fine, fine. You read this history book well good in reading the way of loyalty and filial piety. Xuanmei also nodded her head and praised joyfully, not forgetting the way you came. You will know where you are going back. Very good. She immediately wrote another note, used the seal, handed Meng Yuan, said, Wang Fei treat us most generous. According to the rules, both the royal guards, in addition to the monthly silver, the work of another assignment. If the injury also has a silver body, you captured 2 demons, killed a demon, counting 300 taels. Take the note to find Go accountant to withdraw. Thank you Sister Mei. Meng Yuan received it with satisfaction. This money would not only be able to buy a few new clothes for Jiang Yaotu, but also enough to eat meat every day. After serving Xuanmei comfortably, Meng Yuan and Nye Yannian took their leave. If you went to be a gigolo, you would have gotten ing rich long ago. After leaving Mason Mei's residence, Nye Yannian immediately lamented. Meng Yuan took it as if he didn't understand, only pulling Nye Yannian to find Go accounts. Taking the strip of seeking plum and exchanging it for 3 silver checks, Meng Yuan took out 2 and gave them to Nye Yannian. What do you mean? Nye Yannian frowned and didn't take it in, but he actually had some righteousness. If it weren't for Master Nye, I wouldn't have gotten the bounty. Not to mention the fact that Master Nye passed on my martial arts skills and repeatedly lifted me up. Meng Yuan was very sincere. This is what you fought so hard to get. How can I take it? Nye Yannian waved his hand in rejection. Besides, you still have to raise your little daughter-in-law and need money everywhere, so I can't take it even more. Meng Yuan carefully distinguished the tone of Nye Shi. See people sincere, then see in Siki, said you look like this, not worse than when I was on the search for Mei. Without Master Nye there would be no me. You have to take this money. Meng Yuan simply handed out all 3 silver tickets. No, 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 I don't want Junior's money. Nye Yannian refused. Master Nye, if you don't take it, I won't dare to go out on official business with your old man in the future. This is the reward money that the princess gave you. What is it to me? What's mine is Master Nye's. The 2 put the house of cards higher than the sky, but also push and shove up. Do not know also thought that the teacher and disciple filial piety it. Then let's go have a meal first. The spring river fish isn't considered fatty, but the steamed fish at Drunken Moon House is also quite flavorful. Meng Yuan had not forgotten the pain after he had gotten over his wounds, and the matter of the wine shop was still fresh in his mind. But he still invited Nye Shi to go with him, intending to be pitted by the other man's father and daughter once more. Although the 300 taels of silver was obtained by his own desperation, but in the final analysis, it is Nye Shi who lifted up, and it is right to send some to his daughter. Last time I was accidentally pawned, this time I was willingly pawned. Of course, if he could steal some more kung fu from Master Nye's mouth, that would be another profit. Nye Yannian, however, did not take care of his daughter's business idea, just said, you got rich. Simply invite me to listen to the song. The 2 of us can't spend much money. Master Nye, people are noble and clean. I would never go to a place like that. Meng Yuan very firmly refused. Not really cleanliness, but worrying about spending too much money. Nye Yannian see Meng Yuan a guardian look, then laughed and praised, read 2 broken books. Learning did not rise much. Hypocrite's false Taoism that set her given to learn. Don't let me catch you sneaking off to whore yourself. The 2 of them pulled their crap and came to the Drunken Moon building. That beautiful woman shopkeeper even smiled and blessed a bow when she saw Meng Yuan come again. Meng Yuan had a righteous face and didn't say anything, only nodding slightly, a real gentleman's model. Climbing up to the 2nd floor and sitting by the river, overlooking the river downstairs, Meng Yuan attentively poured wine. Go on Dream Lake Spring. When Nye Yannian saw Meng Yuan persuading him to drink, he immediately pushed it away. What is Dream Lake Spring? Meng Yuan is a bumpkin and doesn't know anything about it. Nye Yannian clapped his hands. Then a boy came close and called Master Nye with his mouth. 2 pots of Dream Lake Spring. Nye Yannian held out 2 fingers. Turns out it's fine wine. This time it's really a wine shop. Master Nye, you've gone to great lengths for your daughter's business. Meng Yuan is exactly the time to ask for others, and was ready to spread the idea of 300 taels, so do not ask the price. The wine jugs are too small, have 2 of them. and then change the wine bowls. Big bowls. Meng Yuan looked like a thug. Nye Yannian had been chucking vegetables, and put down his chopsticks when he heard this. He did intend to do the old thing again, but the teenager in front of him looked like he was lying down and letting himself be slaughtered. Half of the time he didn't do anything to resist, and he couldn't help but make the pit of money tasteless. Master Nye, when are you going to teach me something more? Meng Yuan changed to a large bowl, and after accompanying 3 bowls of wine in a row, he revealed his true colors. I was thinking, the main idea of the Gale blade technique is to be fast, but it loses its rigidity. Can you teach another set of blade techniques that are straightforward and very rigid? Now Meng Yuan is considered to be the first taste of the knife in the hand. Is therefore need to make the knife more sharp? Need to learn more things, in order to stand more stable. The fact that you can think of this shows that you're not just a nerd who only practices hard. Nye Yannian praised. Then continued, but you haven't practiced the Gale blade technique yet, so you don't need to be greedy. When the orifices open up some more, I'll pass on the techniques you use when carrying your blade, and you'll be able to run roughshod over your peers. There's no need to wait any longer. Why don't you simply tell us now? Seeing Niesher's blush from drinking, Meng Yuan persuaded him to drink even more vigorously. Nye Yannian stroked his chin and looked at the teenager who was very attentive, thinking, I'm just going to pitch you a few bucks for fun, but you want to get me drunk so you can steal my bottom? Master Nye, tell it. I feel sick to my stomach if I don't listen to Master Nye's teachings for a day. Meng Yuan poured the wine vigorously, clapped his hands again, and summoned the boy. 2 more jars. Remember, if this Master Nye comes to dinner in the future, I'll put all the expenses on my tab. This is my daughter's restaurant. She doesn't pay for her meals. And you're still on the bill? Do I know you? Nye Yannian frowned, wanting to be reserved, when he saw Meng Yuan picking up a bowl of wine and shoving it in his face, looking like he was trying to get drunk. Okay, I'll talk to you. Nye Yannian couldn't stand it and kept lamenting. I finally know what it means to be a strong woman who is afraid of a stalker. Chapter 30, Preaching. Chapter 30, Preaching. Chapter 30, Preaching. Why is it necessary to open the orifices? It is to contain the true qi. What are the wonderful uses of true qi? And how should it be echoed with the techniques of the sword? The sword, and the fists and palms? 8 words, qi and force are in harmony, and intention is in harmony with qi. The former means that the true qi can reach a certain orifice quickly yet precisely, and when combined with the stance, it becomes more powerful. The Gale blade technique is about arms and waist exerting power, and the lower body has to be stable and light, which requires true qi to complement it. The latter means that when the heart is moved, true qi and power can immediately accomplish each other. Both need to be subtle, so that they can be strong and soft, lifted and rounded as one. The reason why you were able to win over those 2 stupid sheep is that you generally knew this truth in your heart, but you knew it without knowing why. And in the end you still won by strategy. Therefore, in this pathway of our martial artists, even if they are of the same rank and grade, the gap is extremely wide. It lies in the fact that qi and force are in harmony. And some people can't understand this truth even if they spend their whole life in it. This is the way. The sword is art, an inner change, an external manifestation. Only art, that is a flowery. The only way to use the Tao to control the art is to use the Tao to control the art. And when the two are combined, and the Tao and the art are in harmony, the power can be doubled. Nye Yannian was drinking and pulling at the same time, and Meng Yuan only felt that listening to the king was better than reading 10 years of books. As I said earlier, the Gale blade technique can be used by those who have not yet entered the grade, but it is a change for a 9th grade martial artist to use it, and another change for the 8th grade. It lies between the middle and lower 33 heavens, where the handling of true qi and the method of transporting the blade coincide, and the blade comes out faster and more powerful. Nye Yannian laughed and clapped his hands, and the boy withdrew the hot dishes and set out fruits and preserves. Meng Yuan was listening to the fascinated time, simply do not care about the meal money, and asked for advice on the 9th grade Wufu Imperial Gale blade method of true qi transportation tips. Nye Yannian didn't hide anything, and immediately talked about the Dharma. To be in the past an hour, the two people almost finished the 4 altars of wine. Nye Yannian only counted on the end of the bowl ********. Meng Yuan, even if his head is dizzy, but also forced to remember, only to feel a sense of clarity. If he could practice the Taoan technique of the Gale blade, then he would be able to take on the disorganized stick technique of the black bleach white bleach, and he would surely win easily. However, Meng Yuan realized that drinking alcohol could also nourish the essence fire, though it was not as good as meat in the end. You kid, this bowl of water is still shallow. Nye Yannian hiccuped, got up and headed out. I'll take a piss first, so you can realize it. Master Nye, I'll help you there. Meng Yuan honored the old and loved the young and immediately assisted. saying that I'm going to watch you run away this time. I'm not old yet. Nye Yannian pushed Meng Yuan away and went numbly. Seeing this, Meng Yuan didn't send it off, and didn't have much of an appetite for the table of food, and wasn't interested in the fine wine, but just tapped his knuckles on the tabletop, pondering over Nye Shi's words. After a long time, the pondering was almost done, and all of them were memorized, and I was thinking of seeking another rigid blade technique, but I saw that Nye Shi had not been coming back. Did it run away or did it fall down the toilet? Meng Yuan went out to look for it, and when he asked, he realized that Nye Shi had already left. With a lesson learned from the past, Meng Yuan is at peace with himself. Money doesn't matter. Anyway, if I learn something real, I'll pay for it. I've got 300 taels to spend. Can't I spend it all? The money is outside the ear. Sister Qingqing. Descending the stairs, Meng Yuan smiled and saluted the beautiful woman shopkeeper. How do you know my name? The beautiful woman asked with a smile. You don't know that. You and your father are working together to screw me out of money. Don't I remember? It was Master Nye who told me. Meng Yuan had actually heard it from Zhang Guangyan's mouth. So it is. Nye Qingqing was of medium stature, and her face was like a peach blossom, with a delicate aura. Not at all like Nye Yannian. The person was slightly more plump, and the loose robe could not cover the mounds and gullies, so Meng Yuan felt that he could wash his face by putting it in. The moon is thin at night, and the bright candlelight is even more flattering. Meng Yuan only had the blade technique oral recipe in his mind, and disdained beauty, only saying, Sister Qingqing, I'll meet the account. Nye Qingqing gathered her hands together and smiled. 4 altars of Dream Lake Spring, a number of dishes of preserved fruits and candied fruits, totaling 320 taels. That's not reasonable. My whole body is only 330 taels. Isn't your price too high? People's mother and daughter just collected a month's worth of eggs in advance, but they didn't dare to say that the great-tailed venerable owner owed them. While you, the father and daughter of the wine shop, are trying to drain me dry? Sister Qingqing, it should be 300 taels this time. Meng Yuan's budget was 300 taels at most. Nye Qingqing smiled sweetly and said, this time it's really 320 taels. This time it can be 300 taels. Meng Yuan said, it's really 320 taels this time. She folded her hands into her sleeves and smiled. 1 pot of Dream Lake Spring is 10 taels. 1 pot is 7 pots, counting 70 taels. You've asked for 4 altars in total. That's 280 taels. Another wine, vegetables, fruits and preserves, and the cleaners sing songs. So you really went overboard this time? Are the drinks that expensive? You guys really don't screw the poor. Oh, 20 taels first. Meng Yuan also did not haggle. Immediately took out 300 taels of silver bills, a brain to hand over. Did not heartache half a point. This time I can get the 300 taels. This is Nye Shi to promote. All give it. And the trip has actually seen and learned something. In Meng Yuan's opinion, the Wild Wind Blade technique and the True Qi compatibility technique alone were worth more than 300 taels. Moreover, he had also obtained the 8 true words of the harmonization of Qi and Force, and the harmonization of intention and Qi, which was enough to be used for a lifetime. Money is important, but not so important nowadays. Now there are still 30 taels of cash in hand, or advance monthly salary, and still owe Nye Shi 10 taels, owe Nye Qingqing 20 taels, but Meng Yuan is not as panicked as before, but rather at ease very much. Mr. Meng is joking. 300 taels is 300 taels. The other 20 taels is even. Nye Qingqing accepted the silver ticket and wiped out a big 0. She saw that Meng Yuan was no longer as carnal as he was last time. So she said, Mr. Meng is a man of great splendor and extraordinary bravado, so you should come more often in the future. Can't come. Meng Yuan spread his hands. I don't have any money. Nye Qingqing couldn't help but laugh when she saw that the teenager was clearly blushing from drinking, favoring sincerity and helplessness, a look of being cheated out of his family's fortune by an unscrupulous crook. She held her forehead and waved her hand, pointing out with a smile, look for my father to ask for it. He can bring you here. Visible is willing to lend you money. Meng Yuan thought the same way. The true Qi operation method of the Gale Blade technique had been learned, and the money had been handed over, but there was no obstacle to borrowing it back again. It always pays to have a thicker skin. If I can't get it, can I come to sister's place for dinner? Meng Yuan asked sincerely. Nye Qingqing smiled with a flamboyant smile. Naturally. Not daring to provoke again, Meng Yuan returned to the schoolyard. The cadets are still practicing at night. Meng Yuan didn't bother to disturb, first hitting the cool water to wash his face and his Chinese clothes, then took out his sword and practiced the Gale Blade technique. The same blade technique, but after experiencing an actual battle and being instructed by Nye Yannian, Meng Yuan already had a different perception. According to Master Nye's instructions, when using the Gale Blade technique, With the help of the true chi carrying technique, one would be able to get twice the result with half the effort. It was only that the handling of true chi needed to be coordinated through the limb orifices and the torso orifices. Now that Mang Yuan had not yet opened the limb points, he could not yet appreciate the true power of the Gale Blade technique. After practicing the sword technique twice, all the teenagers also wrapped up their work. Mang Yuan summoned Tainyo, and Wu Changsheng and Hu Qian also came forward. Nye Yannian ordered Mang Yuan to take charge of the teenagers, while Mang Yuan didn't want to be nosy, so he let Wu Changsheng and Hu Qian each take charge of the male and female teenagers. Yesterday morning left the schoolyard. Today Fong returned. Mang Yuan slightly asked Wu Changsheng and Hu Qian, "Know that the schoolyard nothing?" Then put down their hearts. "Tomorrow I'm going to the herding village to retrieve my family, so I'm afraid I'll have to be distracted quite a bit in the future. I'll have to thank brother Wu and sister Qian for the schoolyard." Mang Yuan smiled very sincerely and said, "After we pick up the people tomorrow, let's have dinner together in the evening." Tainyo straight did not think that Mang Yuan made a merit. Hu Qian and Wu Changsheng is sensitive. The two immediately guessed that Mang Yuan has gained. This all wine breath may be to participate in the celebration. Not much more was said, and after a few words were pulled, the group dispersed. Mang Yuan went back to the room where he lived alone. First sat quietly for a few moments to go to the wine, and then emptied his mind and soul, thinking of the flowing water of the river. With a thought, the true chi surged at the dantian, filling the various opened orifices and then slowly converging towards the right arm. By midnight, the loose orifices had finally opened up after many impacts. Since then, the first orifices of the limbs had been opened, and only 15 orifices remained unopened in the lower 33 heavens. Mang Yuan tried his strength a little and adjusted his breath before falling into a deep sleep. When he woke up in the morning on the second day, after practicing the morning class, Mang Yuan did not eat in the cafeteria, but was extravagant, eating a bowl of hot tofu outside, plus 7 big buns. However, as soon as he ate this hot tofu, Mang Yuan was reminded of the dark door sub-named Sister Flower that he had met when he first arrived at Sungha Prefecture. The gift of a seat, the gift of a cake, Mang Yuan all still remembered. Of course, maybe people have long forgotten that teenager in the snow, but they can't forget it. It's the truth of being human. When we're done with this bout of work, we'll borrow some more money from Master Nya, so we can at least go and pay back the favor. Mang Yuan made his decision. Chapter 31, Returning to the Maccan. Chapter 31, Returning to the Maccan. Chapter 31, Returning to the Maccan. The horses' hooves clattered as they exited the west gate of Songhafu and continued west. After the spring rains, everything is revived, and the grass looks full of color from afar. It was on this road that many asses fell when they braved the snow to get into town. Now, however, he has mounted a high horse, and has not only a sword on his belt, but also, of course, the money is not much, but he has been able to borrow it with his old face. He urged his horse to travel quickly, and before noon, he had already arrived at the pastoral village. The dogs in the manor still remembered the revenge of picking eggs, and when they saw Mang Yuan come, they woofed and cursed. "I've cleaned up the wolf demon, so I'm still afraid of a few dogs?" Mang Yuan only glared, and the dogs all caved in. The farmers see a young man riding a horse, dressed in general, but the face of the rosy, handsome very, thought it was someone's son, close to see only know as a small geldings. They have greeted. Poor in the downtown no one asked. Before in the manor did not have this treatment. Mang Yuan slightly polite a few sentences, then came to the manor hall before that Sun Zhuangtou has welcomed out. After a few polite words, Mang Yuan took out the note approved by Xuanmei. Sun Zhuangtou took a look. See written above Mang Yuan has been the king's guards, and made a merit, to pick up the family back to the city to live. He looked at Mang Yuan and saw that the young man was straight and clean, not to mention that he had made a name for himself and benefited his family. But the boy had only been in the city for a few days, hadn't he? Then it must have climbed a high branch. I just don't know if it's seeking plums. Sun Zhuangtou wiped his forehead sweat, said fortunately I did not treat the Zhang family master and grandson harshly, or he went back to blow the pillow wind. This day cannot live. The old man I know countless people. The first day I came to the manor to see you, I knew that you definitely want to have success. Sun Zhuangtou smiled with a familiar look. No, it really made me right. With a casual compliment, Sun Zhuangtou was about to take Mang Yuan to find old Uncle Jiang. When I left the lobby, I saw several bankers, as well as Big Head Zhao, embracing Zhang Xuanyo and Zhang Tang. Nearly 2 months have not seen. Zhang old man added a few old, slightly stooped. Zhang Tang is a rosy cheeks. Although wearing coarse clothing, the girl is already delicate and hard to hide. Her crochets were combed behind her head, and her 2 big black eyes looked at Mang Yuan. Nearly 2 months have not seen. At this moment there is both the hope of reunion, but also the timidity of a young girl. Meng Yuan stepped forward to take her hand. And only then did Jiang Tang say cheerfully, "Brother." Her voice was crisp and a little shy, but in the end as 12 years old yellow hair girl, there is no half of the flavor can be said, only see pure bright, as the spring sunshine. Meng Yuan is really not shocked, just heartache. Jiang Xuan, you see, Meng Yuan did not avoid pulling his granddaughter's hand. I know that people's hearts have not changed, cannot help but old tears. He is no more years old, do not rest assured that the only granddaughter. Now it seems that the granddaughter is in good hands. Years ago, Jiang Xuan had the help of this young man, only to save his life, and then saw the young man buried the old man of righteousness. He knew that the young man is a good person, worth trusting. That's why there was a passing of the Geldingskraft, and even the marriage was arranged in confusion. Jiang Xuan had this moment to look at this young man, but see the good looks, temperament has been a change. Everything is good, but also some too good. My granddaughter is young, cannot give birth to children, may not be able to tie people, to be picked by other families, all scattered and dispersed. Go to work. Seeing that the Zhuang people had surrounded him, Sun Zhuangtou hurriedly invited the Zheng family's grandparents and grandchildren and Zhao Daodu into the lobby to talk. Into the lobby. Sun Zhuangtou knew Meng Yuan is bound to say something quietly with the Zheng family grandparents and grandchildren, then smiled and said, I am also familiar with the search for Mei. We are not outsiders. You and first sit down. Lunch will be eaten here. I go to greet some food and wine. Then I'll trouble Zhuang too. When people wanted to show their goodwill, Meng Yuan had no reason to refuse, and immediately responded. When Sun Zhuangtou left, Meng Yuan still held Jiang Tang's hand without letting go. The frostbite on her hands had gradually gone down, but they were still a little rough. Are you used to living in the city? Old Uncle Jiang asked with concern. Everything is fine. Meng Yuan gently rubbed Jiang Tang's hand and asked with a smile. How is the manner recently? Has anyone been bullying you? Everything is fine. Zhuang too is a generous man. Old Uncle Jiang said. How's your health these days? Still coughing at night? Meng Yuan asked again. It's better in the spring, but people get older and have more problems. Old Uncle Jiang said. I've already made a deal with Sun Zhuangtou, and I'll be able to pick you all up and return you to the royal residence today. There's a place to stay there, and the work isn't tiring, so you can take your time to condition your bodies. Meng Yuan said. Hearing this, Jiang Xuan completely lowered his heart and carefully asked, Little Meng, what is your present statement in the royal residence? I'm already a royal guard, seeking plums specially approved a place to live, eat and drink without worrying, 10 taels of monthly silver per month. Meng Yuan did not hide it. Good, really good. Jiang Xuanyo emotionally extreme, 10 taels of silver a month. We cannot even dare to dream, so think there will be more in the future. Meng Yuan smiled, squeezed Jiang Tang's small hand, and said, I can afford to feed you even if I eat meat every day. Jiang Tang lowered her head, her face flushed, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Little Meng, how is Tainyo? When Big Head Zhao saw Meng Yuan and Jiang Tang looking like they were on a small break, he remembered his own son. Before long, Tainyo will also be able to pick up Uncle Big Head to live in the city. Meng Yuan was very sure, because Tainyo did use his strength. Even if his brain was not flexible, it would never be too late to enter the grade. Xiao Meng, if I leave, what should I do if there are no more veterinarians in the farm? Jiang Xuanyo was still worrying about the manor. Finding another one is spending money to hire one. Meng Yuan was very serious. You're old, and you've suffered a disaster. So in the past you didn't have the money or time to see a doctor. Now that you have the time, go back to the city and find a doctor to take a look at you and adjust your body. Grandpa, my brother is right. Jiang Tang also said. Jiang Xuanyu already regarded Meng Yuan as the head of the family, and now that he saw his granddaughter singing with her husband, he hurriedly answered. Not long after, Sun Zhuangtou has prepared a meal, freshly killed chickens and ducks, and farmhouse wine. After eating, Sun Zhuangtou brought another bowl of deer blood, now cut, replenish yang qi, the ranch-raised deer, but Meng Yuan had never really tasted them. Meng Yuan did not want to drink. After all, they do not need this thing to make up. But Jiang Xuanyo and Zhao Daodu also a strong persuasion, then pinched his nose and drank a mouthful. I don't know, it was really helpful. Into the belly warm, the essence of the fire and slightly grow a trace. After gossiping for a while, Sun Zhuangtou arranged for Zhao Daodu to drive a donkey cart to see him off. Jiang family grandparents and grandchildren do not have much belongings, casually pack up and set off. Brother, this little red horse is so pretty, is it bumpy to ride? Jiang Tang saw Meng Yuan riding the horse and came to ask with big round eyes. Meng Yuan glanced at her, then leaned down and reached out. Jiang Tang rushed forward and was pulled onto the horse with a hand. The two of them shared a horse, with Meng Yuan sitting at the back, one hand restraining Jiang Tang's waist, while teaching her how to come to control the reins and how to urge the horse forward. Zhao Daodu drove the donkey cart, and Jiang Xuanyo slowly crashed behind. When they settle down and the two of them have a baby, you'll be left to enjoy your happiness. Lao Jiang, Big Head Zhao said enviously. Not true. Jiang Xuanyo was also very satisfied, smiling as he looked at the duo on the little red horse. The spring afternoon sunlight is slightly warm. The horse's hooves clatter, gradually cheerful. Jiang Tang laughs like a silver bell. Chapter 32 Settlement. Chapter 32 Settlement. Chapter 32 Settlement. The residence where Seeking Plum was placed was right next to the schoolyard, a humble two-room courtyard. The area of the schoolyard is located on the periphery of the royal residence, and this is not far from the stables, so it is convenient to go in and out. The room was already packed. Meng Yuan left Big Head Zhao to talk to old Uncle Jiang, while he himself took Jiang Tang with him and went out to buy things. The royal residence manages to eat and live, but now Meng Yuan's requirements for food are relatively high, so he intends to get a small stove. Don't ask for a small meal all the time, but at least one a day. Moreover, old Uncle Jiang's body is not very good. He needs to boil medicine to regulate his body, and the little girl also needs to eat something good. Purchased pots and pans, as well as bedding. Meng Yuan bought 10 pounds of mutton and half a caddy of sugar, and some preserved fruit. Today is also considered a housewarming celebration. Uncle Big Head and Tainyo are also here, as well as 2 new acquaintances. So let's eat something nice at home. Meng Yuan pinched a piece of sesame candy from the oil paper bag and stuffed it into Jiang Tang's mouth, asking, "Is it good?" "Yummy." Jiang Tang chewed gently, and his big round eyes brightened up, asking with a contented face, "Brother, what's a housewarming?" "Just moving." Meng Yuan shoved the paper bag into Jiang Tang's hands and tapped her forehead. "Read and recognize words with me tonight." Speaking in this way, Meng Yuan was furious and went to purchase pen, ink, paper and inkstone and a few books of training and monumental literature. When he returned to his residence, tidied up a little and cooked the mutton, Meng Yuan summoned Zhao Tiniu, Wu Changcheng and Hu Qian. Zhao Big Head to see Hu Qian beautiful tall. The origin is not bad, obviously misfaction. He used to be quite articulate, but now see the nobleman, polite, humble to others toasting. "Miss Hu, my Tinyo is stupid and doesn't know how to speak, so please take care of him. If you know a suitable girl, please pay more attention to her. We don't care about her appearance. We just need to be able to live a good life." Big Head Zhao smiled. Now that Tinyo has learned martial arts and is not worried about food and drink, Zhao Daodu has no desires and wants nothing, but only wants to give Tinyo a marriage as soon as possible. Poor people are like that. When they are young, they worry about getting married and having children, and when they are old, they worry about their children's marriages for the rest of their lives. Generations do this until a certain generation can't survive and the bloodline is broken, so you don't have to worry about it. Hu Qian is a know how to be polite, and did not half look down on mud legs, only said, "I will help him keep an eye out." 10 pounds of mutton was cooked with only 7 or 8 pounds left, so the group sat around and ate it. Leek flour sauce with lamb is the most delicious, but slightly spicy flavor. Hu Qian ate a few mouthfuls. "See themselves here, everyone is uncomfortable," said to go back to wash clothes, and then said goodbye. As soon as Hu Qian left, Zhao Daodu was a bit more natural, and Wu Changcheng also dared to eat meat. Little Meng knows his stuff and is capable. "Can Mr. Neat not like Little Meng?" She even made him your leader. "Come brother Wu, I'll toast you. You also help worry about Tainyo's marriage." Uncle Big Head dry. The two of them talked endlessly, and Meng Yuan didn't say much, only burying his head in the food with Tainyo. Wu Changcheng and Zhao Tinyo have been advised by Meng Yuan that they are not allowed to mention the fights, and they can't mention going out on business. After half a day of fooling around, the mutton was finished. After gossiping for a while longer and sending off Tainyo and Wu Changcheng, Meng Yuan came to Jiang Tang's room and taught her to recognize words. "Brother, you and Grandpa have vocation. What do I do?" Jiang Tang asked while writing his name. "Let's wait first." Meng Yuan hadn't thought about it yet and planned to let this girl read and recognize words at home for the time being and make arrangements later. Of course, if you want to arrange a job, you can find Mei. But Meng Yuan does not want to let this girl to do the work of serving tea and water. Anyway, nowadays there is money. The first to raise is. On the second day, after sending off Big Head Zhao, Meng Yuan took old Uncle John's grandparents and grandchildren to the medical center to see a doctor. When I arrived at the place, I saw a lot of people already waiting, and the doctor was checking the pulse inside. This medical center is called Jimin Medical Center. It was introduced by Hu Qian, who said that it was very famous, and said that her mother came here month after month to take a safe pulse. Meng Yuan has the experience of dealing with the liquor trust. Everything like to ask the price first, so directly pull out apprentice to ask the price. The consultation fee is 5 taels. and the medicinal prescription and herbs will be calculated separately. The consultation depends on the distance. 10 taels for the South City, 20 taels for the North City, extra for rainy and snowy days, and double for midnight consultations. No credit at all, the apprentice said. 5 taels for taking a pulse and asking questions? Meng Yuan was tempted to change his profession. Yesterday to buy wine and meat, to buy all kinds of things, pen, ink, paper and inkstone is still very expensive. Has spent more than 8 taels, only 21 taels left, but we're all here now, so let's make it more expensive. Money is borrowed, not saved. After waiting for more than half an hour, it was finally old man Zhang's turn. The three of them went into the interior, and saw the doctor is a white-bearded old man, like a fairy. A look is reliable. You suffered when you were young, and recently you've injured your body, so if you're old, can you not have many problems? Go back and don't do heavy work. I'll prescribe some medicine for you. The old man wrote the prescription with a brush. Very skillful. Meng Yuan thought, come all the way here. The money is also spent. Why don't you just let others feel the pulse yourself? The pulse is strong and vigorous. The blood qi is strong. It's not a bad thing to beat up the muscles and bones when you're young. Well, marry a woman early to get rid of the fire. The old man made his diagnosis. Then came Kong Tong. There's nothing wrong with the little girl. She's just a little bit thinner. It seems that she's been starving. Otherwise her first period would have come already. Go back and eat more good food. Talk to your aunt and uncle more. The oldest man is old, and he is not shy about gynecology, so he says what he has to say. Seeing that the person's words were not bad, Meng Yuan could see that he was indeed capable, so he hurriedly thanked him sincerely. I came out and grabbed the medicine, and together with the consultation fee, I spent 11 taels. Zhang old uncle grandparents and grandchildren need pain cannot. Meng Yuan is the head of the family, and is the pillar, but cannot show timidity, only to do cloudy and light appearance. After the pain of money, Meng Yuan still bought 2 more cloths, intending to give the little girl 2 new clothes to wear. Now there are only 7 taels of silver left in my hand, 3 people apiece back to the royal house. Zhang Xuan have also the responsibility of the horse doctor, and specifically to go to the stables, looking for the steward to recognize the person. After a lot of work, it's finally settled down. Back at the schoolyard, Meng Yuan practiced the Gale Blade technique again to beat up his qi. Until dark did not see Nyesher show up. Meng Yuan wanted to borrow money no one borrowed, can only indulge in practicing. When he returned to his residence late at night, Jiang Tang was still working on the case with a candle, and Meng Yuan was very pleased. But when I opened the door, I saw that this girl was sewing a garment, and it was my own piece of centerfold. Brother, Jiang Tang saw Meng Yuan arrive as she stood up carrying her centerpiece. Why is this dress torn? She didn't have a heart for the clothes, but she curiously circled around Meng Yuan twice, as if she was looking to see if Meng Yuan was injured. I can see that this girl is not stupid and sees something. The medicine farm's dog ran away and lost. I went into the mountains to look for it. Scratched. It doesn't bother me, Meng Yuan said. Then you have to be careful. There are many wolves in the mountains. Jiang Tang didn't believe it, grabbed Meng Yuan's hand, pushed up his sleeve and looked inside, then reached in and touched it, seeing that there was indeed nothing unusual, which put his mind at ease. There's still mutton stewing on the stove. I'll bring it over to you. She went out cheerfully and came back again in a puff of smoke. Now that he still had money, Meng Yuan planned to make up a meat meal every night, and elder Uncle Jiang and Jiang Tang also needed meat to supplement their diet. With such daily additions in the schoolyard cafeteria's meals, Meng Yuan estimated that in at most a month, the essence flame would be perfected again. 5 days passed in a row. Meng Yuan indulged in practicing martial arts to open up his orifices, and his right arm orifices had already opened up as much as they could. Nyesher never showed up, and Meng Yuan didn't go out to look for him. Previously, Zhang Guangyan also hinted that he had gone to hook Nyesher's widow-rich daughter, but Meng Yuan only had a slight mind when he got up in the morning. But once he drilled, he did not want to think about anything. What kind of female color? No matter how good-looking, no matter how fragrant and warm the body is, it's not as comforting as practicing the wild wind blade technique twice. 200 pounds of stone grinders I love, 80 pounds of beauties I scoff at. Besides, the hooker speaks of a pan donkey deng xiao xiao. Pan donkey deng xiao xiao is naturally available, but deng and xiao xiao are not. Moreover, Meng Yuan considered himself to be a decent gentleman. Seducing a young widow is not desirable, and practicing martial arts with one mind is the right way. That morning, Meng Yuan got up before dawn. The February spring breeze is like scissors, and there are still a few chills. Brother, Jiang Tang had already come out of her hut. Getting up so early every day to practice martial arts is even more tiring than shoveling cow dung at the herding farm. If you don't go through the bone-chilling cold, how can you get the fragrance of plum blossoms? Meng Yuan pinched her hand and saw that it was hot. So he pulled her hand into the room and wrote her this character. Learn it today. As he spoke, Meng Yuan braided her hair again. Brother, do you still want to eat mutton in the evening? Jiang Tang asked. Nowadays, Meng Yuan's 2 pounds of mutton every day are made up for the evening snack after returning from the schoolyard. Meng Yuan gave Jiang Tang 5 taels of silver, the little girl as a housekeeper, every day. In addition to practicing and reading, is to go out to purchase. Already know how to plan the plate. Brother, the money is almost spent. Jiang Tang whispered. It's hard to beat a hero for a penny. Meng Yuan's face was unchanged. He pinched her little face. Don't save money. I'll give it back to you when you're done spending it. Your pig's trotters for 1 a day can't be missing either. Got it? Jiang Tang obediently rubbed his face against Meng Yuan's hand. Now that Niesher has been absent from the schoolyard for several days in a row, he can't even find anyone to borrow money. Meng Yuan decided that if Niesher didn't come today, he would go to Drunken Moon House to eat and drink for free. Chapter 33. Chapter 33. Chapter 33. After arriving at the schoolyard and warming up a little, Meng Yuan came to try out the power of the Qilin arm. Now that the 4 orifices of the right arm had been opened, the infusion of true qi made the qi increase even more. Sticking down the horse stance and sinking the force into the waist, he pressed down with both hands on the buttress of the stone mill and then slowly lifted it up, slightly slowed down for a while, and then the real qi in the dantian surged to the right arm, slowly loosening the left hand. Meng Yuan just lifted up the stone mill with his right arm, and held on for more than 30 breaths, putting down the stone mill. A little change of breath. Meng Yuan estimated that the strength of his right arm alone is about 200 pounds. If he then infuses his right arm with true qi, it can almost reach 300 pounds. The lift isn't considered big, but it's not small either. Although strength could be increased after entering the grade, this thing called qi power couldn't be quantified. It wasn't as if opening an orifice made 100 pounds of strength grow, but rather there was a difference between everyone. After opening the orifices, their power is still related to the amount of their original strength, the strength of their sinews and bones, as well as the true qi that the orifices can carry. Some people's qi increases more. Some people's qi increases less. Even those who are enlightened and have entered into the pinnacle are not as powerful as those who have not entered into the pinnacle. To put it bluntly, the 9th pin wasn't too far off from a regular person, and even a fight with a regular person might not be a rap. However, after entering the pin, the body is more coordinated and quicker to react. Its special place is to be able to contain the true qi, and then with the method of fist and sword, and the method of true qi operation, then it is not difficult to win over ordinary people. If he could then comprehend the eightfold method of merging qi with force and intent with qi passed down by Master Nya, then he would be considered one of the best in his class. After another morning of drilling and seeing that it was almost noon, Niesher still didn't have a shadow. Day in and day out you don't do your job. I can't even find anyone to borrow money from. Meng Yuan secretly cursed. Taking advantage of the break, Wu Chongsheng and Hu Qian also came to ask, and a group of trainees also curiously came up and inquired about Master Nya. Recently, Master Nya is really lazy and doesn't have the appearance of a division leader. Meng Yuan criticized in his heart, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he said, "What are you guys doing?" Meng Yuan frowned, very serious and disgruntled. Master Nya hasn't been around for a few days. Does that mean he doesn't have a backbone? You guys have to know that this is Master Nya's test for us, as well as our recognition. It's because Master Nya knows that even if he's not here to watch over us, everyone will never be lazy, never slack off, and will even increase their practice and add to it. Everyone say right? Right. The crowd of teenagers that could not stand the excitement, all responded in a loud voice. Meng Yuan is very pleased, would like to shoot the ass away. See Hu Qian is also very agreeable look, and then make a serious look. We come from different backgrounds, from house slaves, from vagabonds, and I myself am from geldings. Meng Yuan exclaimed. I was originally a person who was about to freeze and starve to death, but it was Princess Wang who fed me, gave me something to drink, and gave me a house to live in. Although everyone works hard every day, they are still well fed and warmly clothed. In the future, they will be like me, even better than me. Everyone say, who gave all this? There is no time or place for such things as showing loyalty. Your Highness, the teenagers responded. Who gives us food? Meng Yuan repeated the question. Your Highness. The voices grew louder. Who's going to dress us? Meng Yuan asked again. Your Highness, to whom do we owe allegiance? Your Highness, the teenagers shouted at the top of their lungs. When Meng Yuan saw that the cohesion had come out and the energy was sufficient, he was very pleased. But steeply, Meng Yuan realized that series of words, how was it going to be like raising dead soldiers? Just keep these words in your heart, everyone, and be sincere. Don't say it everywhere. Meng Yuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and added, "Yes." The teenagers shouted, all right, lower your voice, lower your voice." Meng Yuan didn't dare to stay for long and went out of the schoolyard, heading straight to Drunken Moon House. Arriving at Drunken Moon Mansion, Meng Yuan met Nie Qingqing and directly said, "Sister, I'm broke." Nie Qingqing saw that Meng Yuan opened the door and was straightforward and uncharacteristic, lost her smile and shook her head. "Didn't ask my father for it? I don't know what Master Nie is busy with, but he hasn't been to the schoolyard for several days." Meng Yuan said, "Then I guess I'm busy with the martial arts business." Nie Qingqing smiled. "Come on. Sister is true to her word and will never let you go hungry." She beckoned a fellow and whispered a few instructions, then lightly moved her lotus steps and slowly ascended the stairs. Drunken Moon House was located in the prosperous place of the southern city, facing the river. Based on this lot alone, Meng Yuan felt that Drunken Moon House shouldn't be Nie Qingqing's business alone, and was afraid that there was someone behind Nie Shi covering it. Now that the spring winds are warm and it's close to lunchtime, there are many elegant guests on the second floor. Look at the attire is mostly literati Confucian students, rich children, or discussing poetry, or gossiping and whispering. Although there are many people, but there is a sense of purity. Nie Qingqing invited Meng Yuan to take a seat in a corner, and then there were small boys who brought all kinds of snacks, fruits and preserves, as well as a pot of wine. "Sister Qingqing, just now I heard you say that Nie Shi was busy with the martial arts firm. He still has the business of the martial arts firm?" Meng Yuan had long since seen that with Nie Shi's temperament, he would never honestly harbor in the royal residence, and Nie Shi also said that he mixed with the Wangfei's elder brother, afraid of a piece of life. So the Wangfei is not too disciplined. Nie Shi, searching for the plum, also to treat Nie Shi as a junior courtesy. It's not unusual for that Nie Shi to do some trading outside. He got it together with Uncle Zhang. It's been open for a few years now. Business is not bad. Nie Qingqing obviously understood. She added, "The martial arts firm recruits people with a bit of family background. It's not the same as your path of practicing hard. They're mainly medicinal baths, and beatings and boils are secondary." Meng Yuan heard, Nie Shi does not earn the money of the poor. The martial arts firms are charged some money, and cannot stay up day and night hard training people, is therefore mainly medicinal baths. Then it seems, I think the harvest must be very good. Meng Yuan is very greedy. Nie Shi to make money did not say to bring himself. Does Master Nie still need help? I have a family to feed, and I'm really short of money, so I'd like to ask my sister to point me in the right direction. Meng Yuan was unabashedly sincere. Nie Qingqing heard the blunt words and smiled as she poured the wine. "Don't be in a hurry, and drink." Meng Yuan took the cup of wine and drained it in one gulp, and was about to ask further questions, when he saw a group of people embracing a gorgeous gentleman ascending the stairs. That gentleman about 17 or 18 years old, born fat head and ears, extremely blessed, hand lightly shaking fan, seems to be hard to pretend a few points of literary style. Among its entourage, there were two people with sharp eyes and swords on their waists, probably martial artists who had entered the rank, but it was only the 9th rank. There are 4 other people dressed as scholars. It should be the fun of the cleaners to help idle, followed by a few accompanying boys, which actually has a familiar face, is driven out of the school field. Lu Ha, Drunken Moon Lu's guest, led the people to the box, but the young man refused, had to sit in the lobby by the river, said what to watch the river will be poetic. Lu Ha was obviously an eye candy, immediately leading the way to wipe the table, more diligent than the store's fellows. Meng Yuan glanced at him and saw that Lu Ha was full of bashfulness. But the young male didn't look at him much. Does sister know them? But are they regulars? Meng Yuan was located in the corner and Lu Ha did not notice this side. You actually don't recognize it? Nie Qingqing laughed. As soon as Meng Yuan heard this, he immediately understood and whispered, "It's Prince Xin?" Nie Qingqing smiled and nodded. The name of the state of Jianguk is Daku. It is rumored that the founding father had no father or mother and was born and raised in the earth, so he took the surname Dako. There are also rumors that Taizhou came from a monk's temple and changed his surname to Dako after he returned to secularism. Of course, the proper term is a descendant of one of the great scholars of the former dynasty. King Xin is the current emperor's own uncle, 40 or so years old, and had been divided in the past. Later, the original wife died of illness. The king of faith was somehow driven to Songgafu, also here by the emperor to give marriage, but renewed for so many years, but also did not have a son and a half a daughter. Now this son of the world is born from King Xin's original wife, and is also the only blood of King Xin. Meng Yuan had been hanging out in the royal residence for nearly 2 months, but knew very little about its affairs. Practicing hard day and night was one aspect, but on the other hand, he couldn't find anyone to ask around. The world's son's name is Duga Kong, and all of their generation are known by their starry names. The world's son is thick. and outsiders praise the world's son for his pure qualities. Nie Qingqing chuckled in a low voice. By pure quality, I generally mean simple and pristine. Pure mass? Meng Yuan was surprised and puzzled. Nie Qingqing nodded with a smile. Meng Yuan understood that the so-called pure quality was not a good word. It probably meant that the brain didn't work too well, but as the queen of the clan, stupid people are blessed with stupidity. Seeing that Nie Qingqing was willing to speak, Meng Yuan poured wine while asking, the Crown Princess and King Xian don't get along, and Chief Lu is from the Crown Princess old family, so how is it that Chief Lu's son has become the world's son's attendant? Meng Yuan was assuming a premise first. Sure enough, Nie Qingqing obviously recognized the premise that the princess and King Xian did not match. She smiled faintly. Lu Chief originated from the displaced people, although the name of Chief, in fact, not very insightful, but only to manage some of the search for the plums and other people are not convenient to start things. This world wants to climb the high branch, but can't figure out the number of people. There is nothing strange. It turns out that the Crown Princess and King Xian really don't get along. Moreover, listening to Nie Qingqing, the Wangfei is considered the real high branch. Chapter 34, Making Money. Chapter 34, Making Money. Chapter 34, Making Money. Sister, I wonder where the Crown Princess comes from. I heard Master Nie tell me that he had followed the Crown Princess's older brother. Idle as he was, Meng Yuan poured wine for Nie Qingqing and inquired about the origins of the main family. You don't even know about the main family? Nie Qingqing smiled and drank. I really don't know, so I'd like to ask my sister for guidance. Meng Yuan sincerely begged. Now Meng Yuan can have a few whether, although with their own efforts cannot be separated, but the princess is also real to their own favor, not to mention the fact that below the Crown Princess, Mei Xuanmei had the grace of lifting her up, and Master Nie had the grace of preaching to her. Meng Yuan has the intention to set up his own business when his wings are full. Of course, it is not about to make a grudge against the princess, but the idea of repayment, the heart of repayment. Besides, Meng Yuan knew that the princess was extremely insightful and treated her with generosity, and was not comparable to an ordinary noblewoman from a deep courtyard. Although Meng Yuan had never met the princess, he admired her from the bottom of his heart. Nie Qingqing, however, was unwilling to say more, only saying, when you have the time later, you should ask my father. He has followed the king's consort's late brother in his endeavors, and once claimed to be a traitor under the Ying clan. Wang Fei's surname is Ying, and Nie Shi has followed Wang Fei's elder brother. With Nie Shi's playful temperament, he even called himself a traitor under the Ying clan, so it is evident that this elder brother of the Wang Fei is extremely uncommon. And drink. Nie Qingqing was very flirtatious and attentive, urging her to drink and coming back to inquire about Meng Yuan's origins. Meng Yuan is an honest man, and at that moment did not do to hide, talking about the experience of fleeing, as well as the gelding's craft. Nie Qingqing didn't find it vulgar. Instead, she listened while persuading people to drink, as if she was taking Meng Yuan's experience and drinking it down. The two chatted happily, and suddenly heard that Shitzi Dugakon laughed loudly, not caring about others' gazes. The second floor is full of elegant guests and literati, all of whom looked over at once. Meng Yuan also looked over, only to see a few of the CZ's purser helpers holding up their feet and asking Dugakong to compose a poem. And Dugakong first modestly 2 sentences, and then when not, stood up. Folding fan beat the palm of the hand, slowly degree step, seems to be in contemplation of the words, but also really have a few poet's style. Many elegant guests on the second floor see this, also frequently come to see, clearly have a few expectations, but Dugakong shook his head, pondered for half a day, froze and did not hold out. Those 4 scholars and cleaners were not in a hurry, and they all waited with a smile on their faces. Meng Yuan also has curiosity, but saw that Lu Ha has seen himself. Face has a few points of incredulity, and then there are a few points of contempt disdain. After a while, Duguquang stepped back and forth, looked downstairs at the river, looked up at the white clouds in the sky, and then happily clapped his hands and said, I've got it. I saw him with one hand behind his back, one hand holding a folding fan in front of him, walking in a circle around all of them, and said proudly, all of you and listen. For literati Ching guest hurried to make a serious listening style. Drunken Moon building on the second floor of the rest of the guests to see people already have a poem, but also to listen to the ear. Meng Yuan and Nie Qingqing also wanted to see what kind of poem this son of the world, who had received the rating of pure quality, could produce. What floats in the sky? A piece from the east to the west. Could it be that the gods are weaving? Falling to the ground, willow flakes floating. The entire second floor of the Drunken Moon building fell silent after Dugokong finished chanting in one aria, and then some people snickered, some shook their heads, some dug their ears vigorously, and some just threw out their chopsticks and walked away. Meng Yuan was also convinced that he could make a mess of the limerick, which showed talent. Nie Qingqing lost her smile and shook her head, saying, even though she has no poetic talent, she was born in the house of a prince and marquis, so she is considered blessed. The second floor of the elegant guests have much contempt, but people Dugu Kong with a stink foot of the literati Qing guest, and has been boasted up. Wonderful. The level and oblique rhymes are meaningful. Your talent is unrivaled in this world. This poem is catchy, simple and innocent, and fits the scene and the mood. If there were really a god, it would be white clouds as a garment and willow floss as a skirt. Wonderful. Seeing all the cleaners and literati have been persuaded to praise, Dugu Kong is more complacent. Meng Yuan looked meaningless and was about to say goodbye and leave, but then he saw that Lu Ha came to Dugu Kang's side, whispered a few words, and kept glancing this way. Then Dakokyo also looked here twice and said a few words to Lu Ha with a smile on his face, and then he saw Lu Ha walk over with a high level of ambition. Geldings, what brings you here? Drunken Moonhouse is a place where the literati come. Is it where people like you can come? Lu Ha walked up to Meng Yuan with a smile on his face, not without amusement. Nie Qingqing didn't say anything either, gathering her hands together without saying anything and looking towards Meng Yuan. Meng Yuan only felt uninterested, and did not know what this Lu Ha was pleased with. Is it that he thinks he has gained power again? But it is only the son of the eldest follower, but also specifically to seek provocation, is really poor and ignorant. Now Meng Yuan and Lu Ha are still slaves, but Meng Yuan step by step, the fist is getting harder and harder, although still borrowing money to live. But in the end, it is getting better and better. Lu Ha, however, has changed his family, but he is stepping deeper and deeper on the path of the lackey. The paths were different, and it would be a waste of time for Meng Yuan to say one more word to him. That Lu Ha saw that Meng Yuan didn't say anything and thought that Meng Yuan was afraid of him, smiled smugly and looked at Nie Qingqing again, saying, Miss Nie, the world son would like to invite Miss Nie over for a drink. Nie Qingqing's face did not have a trace of displeasure. Obviously she has seen this scene many times. She smiled and said, please also tell His Highness the Prince of the World. The posture of the willow is not capable of winning the wine. How can I dare to disturb the Prince of the World's poetic pleasure? The fact that your son has left a poem here today has made my drunken moonhouse a great success. I'll waive all expenses for the banquet. I will send someone to send 2 more jars of Dream Lake Spring to the royal residence later. Lu Ha heard this, but could not find fault. He looked back, but saw that Dugu Kong is looking at a pair of ink treasures, for Qing guests are holding, clearly want Dugu Kong high price to buy. For a moment, Lu Ha only felt ignored by the world's son and belittled by Nie Qingqing. He immediately sank his face and said towards Nie Qingqing, I've already spoken to the world's son, so please ask Miss Nie to give me face and just go and toast a glass of wine. Nie Qingqing sat still, sized up Lu Ha, and said with a smile, please, brother Lu, for the sake of my father, sell me a face and don't make things difficult for me as a woman. I'll treat brother Lu to a drink some other day. What makes me sell your face? Lu Ha didn't hear Nie Qingqing's displeasure at all, and only felt that seeing Nie Qingqing move out Niesher was showing weakness. So he said, when I kneeled down to your father in front of so many people and begged him to take me in, he not only didn't take me in, but also laughed at me, and didn't give me half a bit of face. Now why should I give you face? Meng Yuan disappointed shook his head. This Lu Ha really confused. People Nie Qingqing have politely refused, but also free of charge to send the wine. So good, has already given enough face. You along followers obedient is, cannot be a dog to fight. Someone who can open a restaurant in this lot is not someone who can be rubbed the wrong way? How much can the son of an idle prince do? If something happens, will the pure prince stand up for you? And people Nie Qingqing's father and the princess's elder brother have old, but also with Zhang Guanyan 100 friends, from the Jin Demon Division, a hand bloom spring thunder extraordinary power. Meng Yuan had traveled across the world, and everything he had experienced had made Meng Yuan incomparably reverent of fists and swords. But this Lu Ha obviously has not suffered any setbacks, has not been out of the royal family, lack of knowledge of the fist, only know to tend to the situation, thinking that the status and power is everything, but he didn't think about it. The fist is the most direct reason. The so-called status and power are also all piled up by fists and swords. Meng Yuan reveres violence and knows how valuable it can be. Yeshua stood up and reached out to press his hand to Louis's head, grabbing his hair. What are you doing? Lu Ha had the experience of being brutally beaten by Meng Yuan. He didn't expect Meng Yuan to dare to make a move in front of the world's son. At this moment, he panicked and shouted, struggling to break free. But at this moment, compared to the first time to be beaten, Lu Ha only felt Meng Yuan force is more sufficient. That hand tightly grasps the hair at the back of his head, actually cannot break free. Both hands to grab Meng Yuan wrist, is even more difficult to shake. Shitsi save. Lu Ha had not yet had time to shout out. He felt that the hand behind his head surged with a huge force, and his entire body was bent down. And then his head smashed heavily on the table, crashing the plates to pieces. Lu Ha only felt blood in his mouth and nose, and his eyes were black. But before he could react, the hand violently grabbed his head up again, followed by a hard smash to the table, 3 times in a row. Louis' face was covered in blood. His head looked like it had blossomed, and he shriveled down, but that hand hadn't left his head yet. Lu Ha slumped on the table, blood and pastries covering the entire table, before he saw Meng Yuan come over to his head. Who is she? Meng Yuan pressed Louis' head so that his bloody face was pressed against the table, facing Nie Qingqing. Nie Qingqing remained seated and didn't make a sound. It's Nie Qingqing, Nie Shi's daughter. Lu Ha, with his nose slanted askew and blood bubbling outward, reluctantly answered. In the future, if I ever hear you speak like this to Master Nie, to Master Nie's daughter, I'll absolutely waste you. Meng Yuan lifted Louis' head again and proceeded to press it down hard on the table. Remember? Remember. Remembered. Lu Ha dared not answer. Blood and snot gushed all over his face. This side of the movement is too big, and not after what words conflict. Directly on the dry, the entire second floor of the people are stunned. That is, the first floor is also someone to see. A few boys also hurried to Nie Qingqing's side, waiting to listen to orders. That Sun Dugu hyper sat in place. There is a bewildered state, visible pure quality. His martial guard did not come forward to help, only stood behind Dugu Kong, hand pressed the knife at the waist. Meng Yuan looked around at the people on the second floor, clasped his fists in all directions, and said, disturbing the pleasure of all of you is really not right. I would like to send a pot of Dream Lake Spring to each table to make amends, but also ask you gentlemen to forgive. When they saw Meng Yuan say this, some of them ignored it, some smiled and nodded, and a few young scholars smiled and clasped their fists. Meng Yuan again cupped his fist to World Sun Dugu Kong, then pressed his hand on his waist sword and said, World Sun, don't worry, I'm a guard under the royal consort's seat. Although Dokurakang was pure quality, she was not a cutie. Relieved to hear this, frowned and asked, then you can't hit my dog either. Meng Yuan then felt bad for Lu Ha and calmly said, this person is the son of Chief Steward Lu, who is the slave girl of the Wangfei. He is here to speak out and speak rudely, damaging the virtuous name of the Wangfei, so I am here to punish him, not to disrespect the Shitsi. Is what he said true? Dokurakang actually went to ask an old purist beside him. That old cleaner see Meng Yuan always press the waist knife, speak and occupy the reason. And Nie Qingqing is also not see panic attitude. The second floor of the elegant guests also looked over, then with a middle-aged guard's whispering discussion. After a few words of deliberation, this old purist came to Dugu Kang's ear and said a few words, and then Dugu Kang said blankly, I haven't bullied anyone yet, and they won't take me to the poetry festival because of this? Not bad, we don't need to cause trouble outside. Those stinking Confucian mouths are most capable of spreading nonsense. The old purist said soothingly, no talking about stinking Ru. Dugu Kang obviously thought of himself as a man of letters. Then I'll listen to you and clean him up when we get back. Dugu Kang grunted twice, also did not ask Meng Yuan name, only muttered coarse martial words, immediately went downstairs. A few long followers went up to prop up Lu Ha, a piece of follow. That old purser stayed at the end, and sized up Meng Yuan, smiled, nodded, and said, young people are just full of fire, but you've messed with the prince, so I'm afraid it's not going to be easy. When you go back, look for me. I'll help you turn things around in front of the prince, and it'll be a big deal. After saying his words, that old purist took a step downstairs. Meng Yuan didn't understand what this old Qingcheng meant. Why did he suddenly show goodwill? Or is he just hiding a knife in his smile? Sister, what does he mean? Meng Yuan curiously asked Nie Qingqing. Nie Qingqing lost her smile and shook her head, saying, my father said that you are sometimes smart and sometimes dumb, so it seems to be true. That person is asking you for silver. These Qingkai helpers around the prince, is not it for that a bit of stuff? Lu Ha has nothing to do with them. They will not help out, only want to take advantage of the opportunity to get more money. The son of the pure quality, like to attach to elegance, although you hurt his face, but he cannot think so much. The last or the following people to come up with ideas. Yes, out to hold the son's feet is not for a few money? There is no need to make a grudge with the impulsive teenage martial artist, and the teenager is still the princess's people. Can get some silver money to muddle things through? For the good of everyone. Meng Yuan couldn't help but lose his smile as he tried to understand the trick. You and first go back. This matter always have to communicate with Seek Mei. I have sent someone to find my father. Don't worry, my father still has some face in front of the princess. Nie Qingqing's voice was soft, with a smile on her face, carefully sizing up Meng Yuan. Trouble for my sister. I'll go back first then. Meng Yuan nodded and took a step toward the stairs. but just before reaching the support bar, Nye Qingqing behind him spoke out again. Mr. Meng, you promised to send a pot of wine to each table, and the silver money hasn't been left behind. She smiled and laughed. Please also ask sister for a temporary credit. Meng Yuan directly recognized the money for these drinks and laughed. When I've borrowed the money, I'll definitely come and cancel the account. Borrowing money to live is not a long-term solution. Nye Qingqing gathered her hands together and smiled sweetly. Didn't you just ask if you could follow my father to make money? Now I'm telling you, making money is nothing but a small path. I answered on behalf of my father. Chapter 35, The Legacy. Chapter 35, The Legacy. Chapter 35, The Legacy. Nye Qingqing stood against the fence, but saw that the midday sun was warming up, and pedestrians were passing through the streets. The teenager walked on the road by the knife, did not rush back in a panic, visible calm, and there is still time to buy a few green oranges, pinched orange peel juice to the body, and even with fruit are eaten. Clearly this is to cover up the smell of alcohol. No wonder my father won't let me talk to him much. Nye Qingqing held her forehead and smiled, beckoning people to clean and tidy up again. Instead, she personally brought a jug of wine to each table for the guests on the second floor who hadn't left, and made small talk with those who knew each other well. After a little more than half an hour, they heard the sound of hoofbeats outside, and then Nye Yannian and Zhang Guangyan came up the stairs together. Uncle Zhang. Father. Nye Qingqing invited the two inside the box. What happened? Nye Yannian had been busy at the martial arts firm, and when he got a message saying that there was a disturbance at Drunken Moon House, he rushed to come. This Drunken Moon building also has Zhang Guangyan's dry shares. So together with the same, Nye Qingqing wasn't in a hurry, and served tea first, before talking about the reason. Nye Yannian listened to this and didn't think that hurting the Shiitsi's face was a big deal, only laughing. Old Zhang, you see, some people are accustomed to living in comfort, so they think that the world of Qingping is supposed to be like this, and whoever has the power is the one who is powerful. They have forgotten that status and power is the surface, and swords and fists are the interior. This kind of person is just like a child playing house. But people can't play house all the time, or else they are stupid, or they will be a slave for the rest of their lives. He spread his hands and laughed, then said, Little geldings, you say he has insight? He is all day with me thinking about the few taels of silver. If you say he is not insightful, he does know who to rely on. He has long seen that Wang Fei and Xinwang don't get along, and I'm Wang Fei's person, so he's not stupid enough to change his family with Lu Ha, and he's not stupid enough to stand by and watch. Instead he knows who to please. Father, there are no good people in terms of signs or heart. I see that Mr. Meng is a generous man. Nye Qingqing spoke up for Meng Yuan. If he's done Huang, I'm a saint. Nye Yannian didn't get angry and continued. Also, you've only known him for a few days and now he's a son of Meng? He hasn't taken off his license, and he's still a gelding smith. So how is he a son? Nye Qingqing smiled and said, to fight for justice and help the needy. There is the wind of the ancient chivalrous man. How can I not call myself a gentleman? You should say less words to him. Nye Yannian was furious when he saw his daughter speaking for outsiders one way or another. Nye Qingqing laughed. Father, I've already promised Duke Meng on your behalf that he'd help you out and supplement your family. You don't want to make things difficult for me. Which one of us is the boss? You're still saying yes on my behalf? Nye Yannian huffed. Is it easy for me to make money? To open a martial arts firm to send out a circle of money. There are a few dogs waiting to share the money. There are not a few children in my hands. I promise anyway. If you're not short of staff, then I'll just think of something myself. Nye Qingqing obediently made a blessing towards Zhang Guangyan and said, Uncle Zhang, persuade my father, don't let him cheat people of their money again. It's strange and pathetic. After speaking, Nye Qingqing laughed. Only then did Zhang Guangyan make a sound and asked, did you pit people against money? It's the bounty. Besides, that money was originally earned by me taking him. So who's to blame if he insists on treating himself and acting posh? Nye Yannian said, as you said, that bounty was earned by the little gelding's desperate efforts. Even if we were to treat him to a drink, we wouldn't be able to use it all. Would we? Old Nye, look, you're pitting people for bounty. Don't put your family's daughter in the middle of it. Zhang Guangyan scoffed. Nye Yannian remembered his daughter's words just now, and he really didn't say anything. Old Nye, what do you think? Zhang Guangyan saw that Nye Yannian didn't say anything, so he laughed again and said, I can see that you like that kid. He's giving Qingqing a head start this time. Giving you a head start, and it's not a big deal to hurt that stupid Shiitsi's face. You and the Wang Fei's elder brother were born to die. The Wang Fei remembers the old days, and a word will even things out. Such a trivial matter is not yet worthy of the princess. Nye Yannian sighed and said, I'm thinking of finding someone to take over from me. We won't be able to use the sword for a few more years, and I only have one daughter and no clansmen. so I'm afraid that she'll have no one to rely on. So I have to find someone to protect her. You're planning to fax Kandu? Letting him take your place? Zhang Guanyan asked curiously. For S sake. The geldings are so good at climbing up the pole. I've faxed what I can. Nye Yanian smiled helplessly. I previously intended to pick one out of Ren Debiao and Wu Changsheng, but also carefully observed. These two children are good. Ren Debiao martial arts progress fast. It has only been more than 2 years will be the 8th grade. Wu Changsheng things to do. Have eyesight. Qualifications are not bad. In fact, I am more optimistic about Wu Changsheng. If this child is properly trained, in the future, even if he does not make a big name for himself, he will be able to take over my mess. If there is a noble person to bring him up, he may be more comfortable than I am. Then who exactly did you choose? Zhang Guanyan asked curiously. Isn't this the guild maker coming? Nye Yanian spread his hands. Once this kid came, he immediately compared Ren Debiao and Wu Changsheng. Not only is his martial arts qualifications excellent, he has been in the class for a few months, and he is even more diligent than I was when I was learning martial arts. Mindset not to mention, the idea is very positive. Other people's rumors are all fart. Nye Yanian pointed to the side of the guide and continued. Last time I went to Peach Blossom Ridge to kill the Buddha demon. After I crippled Great Tail Venerable, I rushed to see them both. As a result, Wolfde fought for his life. And Little Geldings was even more ruthless than Wolfde. Ren Debiao has been learning martial arts for so long. And when Wolf 2 put up a fight, he actually made a scare and didn't dare to fight. This fight shows, Ren Debiao no small geldings dare to fight. Hard eyes are still small. If Wu Changsheng had come in today, he probably wouldn't have dared to throw his fists directly. Isn't this all being compared to Little Geldings? Nye Yanian said, and laughed. Little Geldings' heart understand what they want. He also read the word, to take the road of both military and civilian. Once Zhang Guanyan heard this, he also laughed and said, Wang Fei's family is full of knowledge, and the geldings are also tainted with literature. I don't think he's study material. Maybe his poems aren't as good as Shiitzi's. Nye Yanian scoffed. Reading more is always no bad. Zhang Guanyan cheerfully, according to what you said, his heart is not bad, his qualifications are good, and he's still unknowledgeable and progressive. How is he treating people? In the future, if you come out to take over your mess, you can't just rely on the knife. It's not bad, knowing what to say to whom. Nye Yanian couldn't stop laughing. Wang Fei asked me to bring those kids, saying that it's just a matter of teaching them. Of all the kids, he's the one who's shameless and dares to open his mouth to borrow money from me. I had already taught him too much, and he got the bounty and bought wine just to let me teach him some more. Afterward, he had the audacity to borrow money from my daughter. I've never seen such a shameless person. He didn't treat you as an outsider. Didn't you also cultivate it with care? Zhang Guanyan saw through it. As long as he is not a white-eyed wolf, and not mean-spirited, he will be fine. You teach him to be capable. He knows to cry to your grave. Then it's a done deal. Let's see. The young man's temperament is still unsettled. It may not be what it looks like. Nye Yanian sighed. It's not urgent for a while. Your Highness is a good judge of character. I'll take him to see him later, so that your Highness can take a look. That's fine. It's your business anyway. Zhang Guanyan stood up. I have to go back. You're not going back to wipe his ass? Wipe your ass. Nye Yanian laughed. You know Xu Wenmei, right? He's the princess's personal bookkeeper. He coaxed Xu Wenmei to stay. Xu Wenmei has always regarded him as a kind and generous person. Believe it or not, he's already coaxed Xu Wenmei again. So it's not my turn to wipe my ass. Chapter 36. Chapter 36. Chapter 36. Meng Yuan returned to the royal residence and headed south on the path towards the Garden of Silence. Today's matter is not a big deal, and Meng Yuan accounted for the reason. The injury is not the son of the world. The victim is just a family of slaves. Therefore, Meng Yuan is not too worried, and there is still Nyesher to cover the bottom. Of course, this time was a complete offense to General Manager Liu, but Meng Yuan was confident that his fists were hard and he was not afraid of retaliation from General Manager Liu. When he came to the office of the plum-seeking office, he asked the little maid to pass on the message, and only then did he go in. Xu Wenmei was bent over the case, counting the accounts again, and when she saw Meng Yuan come in, she casually said to sit down. Meng Yuan was the one she brought up, so she was not polite with Meng Yuan. Before noon today, I heard a bugle call in the schoolyard. Did you start it? Seeking Mei also did not look up, while planning a disc, asked, that's the same number that raised Deadpool? This matter must be recognized. Meng Yuan immediately said, what's in your heart? All at once, but it's noisy sister? Not exactly noisy. Xu Wenmei raised her head and looked at Meng Yuan with a smile, saying, I know that you are loyal to Wang Fei, and I also know that you want to work for Wang Fei, but just keep it in your heart. There will always be a time for you to contribute in the future. In the future, don't bring them to shout their horns. The crown princess loves purity. Sure enough, there is no cutie pie. People seeking plum after all. Read books. Know that those words are not quite right. Yes, I'll listen to Sister May. Meng Yuan said. By the way, what brings you to my place? Seeking May bent over the case again to count. I beat up Chief Lu's son at Drunken Moon House. Meng Yuan spoke bluntly. Sun Mei froze for a moment, then raised her head to look at Meng Yuan and asked curiously, Drunken Moon Tower? Why did you go there? I'm looking for Master Nya to borrow money. Meng Yuan said. Xuan Mei rubbed her brow and said seriously, didn't I just give you 300 taels of bounty? The royal family is not short of your food and drink. How can you go borrow money? After I received the bounty that day, I treated Master Nya to dinner and spent it all. Meng Yuan honestly said. Xuan Mei only felt outrageous. Drinking flower wine? Didn't I tell you? Don't follow Uncle Nya to learn from the bad. No, Master Nya wanted to go. I strictly refused. It was the Drunken Moon House that I went to. I didn't know that Dream Lake Spring was expensive. I bought several altars and spent all my money. Meng Yuan said. Xuan Mei held her forehead. That's where the literati and elegant guests go. The price is more than twice as high as elsewhere. Uncle Nya is also really. Drunken Moon House is Nya Qingqing's business. How do you have to pay for it? He is bullying you, to be honest. Meng Yuan didn't say anything either, treating it as a default. And how did you beat Lu Ha? Seek Mei asked curiously. Meng Yuan remained honest and told the story of Nya Qingqing's invitation to dinner, the world's son's poem, and Lu He's pandering. Master Nya passed on my martial arts and taught me a lot. The favor is second only to the crown princess and my sister. How can I allow others to bully Master Nya's daughter? Meng Yuan was very upright. It's not right to hit someone. However, what you did wasn't wrong either. Seeking Mei nodded slightly, and her face didn't change much, apparently also feeling that it wasn't a big deal. Sister Mei, that Chief Lu is from the crown princess's old family. So how come his son has become the world's son's longest attendant? Master Nya taught me that I can only be loyal to the crown princess alone in this body and heart, even if King Xin comes. Meng Yuan asked curiously. People all want to go higher. We can't force it and delay people's future for no reason. Xuan Mei smiled and said. Meng Yuan saw that Xuan Mei had already said let's, so he knew it was a done deal. Sure enough, Seeking Plum smiled faintly and said, don't worry about this matter. In fact, the world's son is most generous and has always indulged in poetry and painting, and is not interested in anything else. Meng Yuan heard clearly. This is to say that Shitzi stay foolish, after a period of time to forget this matter, but have to prevent someone around him to mention nonsense. You feel at ease to go back to practicing martial arts. I will go later is. Xuan Mei directly took it, and seriously said, in the future, if you are short of money again, come and talk to me. Also, I know that Uncle Nya looks up to you, and you are close to him, but you must not learn from him. Thank you, Sister Mei. Meng Yuan was sincerely grateful. Just as he was about to say goodbye, Nya Yanian arrived from outside. Brat, I don't see you for a while and you're causing me trouble again. Nya Yanian pointed at Meng Yuan as soon as he came in with a displeased look. Uncle Nya, Xuan Mei got up and said, he's doing it for you and Qingqing in a righteous way. It's not like he's causing trouble for no reason, so there's no need to be too harsh. When Nya Yanian heard this, he glanced at Meng Yuan and said, I really let me hit the nail on the head. This is just how much time it took. Things have actually been taken care of. Uncle Nya, this is something I'll just go and take a trip. It's not a big deal. Sun Mei said, you have a lot on your plate. I'll go. Nya Yanian immediately refused. It's always the people I brought out. It's my turn to dispose of them. Also good. Seeking Mei didn't come out strong and didn't ask questions about Nya Yanyan's methods, obviously knowing what Nya Yanian could do. After a few polite sentences of nonsense, Nya Yanian pulled Meng Yuan out piece by piece. It's a shame that you kid doesn't go to the pleasure grounds to hang out. Nya Yanian opened his mouth without a kind word. Then someday, Master Nya will take me to see more. Meng Yuan smiled. Do you know how to write limericks and you're going? Nya Yanian laughed as he walked. Let's go. Let's go and level things out. Will King Xin ask about it? Meng Yuan was more worried about this. King Xin is aloof in nature and doesn't care about mundane matters. Even the world's son doesn't care much. Don't you worry. Nya Yanian obviously knows a lot about the royal family. Let's go find Wang Xiucai, that old cleaner. He's the right person in front of the sun, and he's good at holding his feet up. Let him help, and things will come to fruition. Can a purser really make things happen? Meng Yuan asked curiously. Saying that you haven't seen anything, you really have. Shitzi is dull and stupid. The Chinka by his side is what makes him happy, and he listens to the Chinka. Nya Yanian heatedly laughed. Those cleaners accompany Shitsi every day to recite poetry and enjoy the scenery. Making money is one aspect. Restraining Shitsi is also one aspect. They dare to take the son to the gambling house and kiln? King Xin isn't stupid. He's watching. He's so cute. The son of the world. No one will not guard. There is no need to hide. Spend a few money to let people accompany. Not to cause trouble. Rich and noble life is also appropriate. In the big families, all the kids who don't make it are like this. So it is. Meng Yuan was truly learning. Remember, some things can be solved with a sword. But most things, in fact, can be solved with money. If you can solve it with money, don't move the sword. Nya Yanian walked away while mentioning, let's go make some silver for Wang Shoutsai, so that they don't mention you before Shitsi, and Shitsi will be able to forget about you at night. Master Nya, I don't have any money. Meng Yuan said. Nya Yanian frowned and asked, didn't Seeking Plum just give you 300 taels of reward money? You're still saying it. Meng Yuan all but laughed. Nya Yanian smiled back. The two of them came to the residence of the world's son, Dugu Kong, and met the old purser, Wang Shoutsai. Nonsense, a few sentences. Nya Yanian very straightforwardly took out 200 taels of silver tickets. This 100 taels is for dude to drink tea. The rest dude watched the distribution. Good to say. Wang Shoutsai didn't push back and accepted it openly. The three hooked up right outside the Sage's garden in perfect harmony. After half a day of bull asterisk, not even mentioning Lu He's name, things are even done. Back to the schoolyard. Nya Yanian back hands. One by one asked the teenagers recent situation. Then he let them practice. While he let Meng Yuan bring in a recliner and sat on his knees. Master Nya, I want to help you with something. Meng Yuan was shy and had the tone of a mixed society. Nya Yanian shouldn't have. Only asking, how many orifices have you opened now? Meng Yuan didn't hide anything and said directly. Now that the torso front and back and the right arm orifices are fully open, there are only 12 left. Nya Yanian heard, frowned and looked up and down at Meng Yuan, and grabbed Meng Yuan's hand to see, to be probed to understand, and only then had a smile. You're still ing capable, Nya Yanian chirped. I remember telling you that a martial artist's rank is more important than money. You should train well in martial arts now. Hurry up and enter the 8th rank. Then I'll take you to do big business. Seeing that there was still this good thing, Meng Yuan hurriedly responded. The martial arts firms in the city compete for people every spring. This year there's a yellow hair with an old woman who's making the most noise. They're all getting into assassinations. I'll have to go and greet some of them. Nya Yanian got up, fished out 200 taels of silver tickets, and hesitated for a while before stuffing them into Meng Yuan's hand. With that look on his face, he reminded Meng Yuan of the way Xiang Ling had paid for the carriage earlier. I can't coax women. You can't make money. Nya Yanian stood up, very proud of his voice, and also raised his steps to go outside. Meng Yuan, however, did not let go and said, Master Nya, the spring clothes have not been sent out, and Hu Qian and Wu Changsheng have mentioned it to me several times. You guys take care of these things. I've got a lot on my plate, and I'm going to focus on the martial arts line. Nya Yanian also didn't forget to nod Meng Yuan's nose and mention, in a few days, the Wangfei is going to go out for a trek, so if you can get into the 8th rank, I'll take you to meet the Wangfei. Meng Yuan has always heard that the princess is a national beauty, can cut the eggs for her for so long, practiced for so long knife, never can see. I did not expect that this will come to the opportunity. Nya Yanian saw that Meng Yuan didn't say anything, but instead stroked his sleeves and looked like he was going to do a big job, as if he was going to lay down his life to protect the princess, and as if he was going to drill the gelding's craft. Chapter 37, Showing Off. Chapter 37, Showing Off. Chapter 37, Showing Off. This Nya division does not show up for several days, but just show up to go. Meng Yuan naturally do not want to give up, has been tugging to not let go. Of course, the main thing is to get some more teaching done. Master Nya has been coming less lately, and the trainees aren't too demoralized. Meng Yuan said, what? I still need to get some eggs, and I'll give them out to whoever practiced by heart? Nya Yanian laughed to himself as he finished speaking. Meng Yuan laughed along with him and asked, Master Nya, how is the matter of the Buddha demon going? I can't find out. It's been reported, and I guess someone will be sent down specifically to check it out. Anything that has anything to do with a bald donkey is not a small matter. Nya Yanian casually replied. His footsteps did not stop. That is, to run away. Meng Yuan followed closely and asked again, what other arrangements does Master Nya have for the schoolyard? Practice extra. Practice more. Practice hard. Practice hard. Nya Yinyan's words were tantamount to nothing. Obviously not too attached to the teenagers in the schoolyard. The two people pulling nonsense. See the school field outside ran in a person. Wind and fire. Excited. Seems to have made a big fortune. It is Ren de Biao. Master Nya. I've entered the 8th grade. The mud pill has opened. Ren de Biao was giddy. His voice was tremendous. And when he saw Mang Yuan at his side, he didn't forget to look at Mang Yuan smugly. A group of teenagers had been drilling. And when they heard this, they were all envious. From the 9th product to the 8th product, ordinary people have to 3 or 4 years. Ren de Biao only used more than 2 years to become. The qualification cannot be considered excellent, but it is already not bad. Moreover, after entering the 8th grade, not to mention being more capable, the monthly silver is also more. Okay, not a bad job. You go find Lao Go. It's time to mention the monthly silver. After Nya Yanian casually finished speaking, he waved his hand and headed out again. Ren de Biao saw that Nya Yanian was quite perfunctory, and the advancement to the 8th grade did not seem to make him look at him highly, so he hurriedly followed. But after a few steps, Ren de Biao saw Nya Yanian did not look at himself, but when the side head with the geldings endless, a moment to scare the geldings, said what dare to go to the whore he dared to castrate, a moment to urge the geldings, so that more to go to the drunken moonhouse to help brush a plate and so on. The geldings are also very shameless, saying that he is the expert in terms of de-emphasis, and pulling what brushing dishes have to be paid for the work. Ren de Biao followed all the way out of the royal residence, several times to talk, but Nya Yanian are not very willing to care, but the geldings will be extremely flattering. Has already helped to lead out the horse. The geldings have a lot of work in their eyes, and they keep saying that they have low skills and are afraid of losing Nyesher's face, so it's clear that they want to learn something. Ren de Biao then saw that Nya Yanian was being pestered and couldn't do anything about it, and actually promised to teach the geldings a set of boxing skills sometime. Master Nya, I also want to learn boxing. Ren de Biao hurriedly hitched a ride. Let's talk about it later. Nya Yanian didn't give a precise message either, and patted his horse and left. Ren de Biao watched Nya Yanyan's back getting farther and farther away, and pondered in his heart for a while, and didn't think to understand how Nya Master, who had been quite helpful to him in the past, didn't pay much attention to himself. Then look at that Mang Yuan. This moment is one hand pressing the money bag on the waist, as if there is some treasure hidden inside. Ren de Biao carefully surveyed Mang Yuan, but saw that this son was slightly younger than himself by a few years, and his qualifications were not bad, and his appearance was also compared. Geldmaster, you haven't known Master Nya for long, but I didn't expect you to be so familiar with him. Ren de Biao asked with a smile. Mang Yuan and Ren de Biao have worked together. Know that this person is narrow-minded. Not enough gas. Is not mind with him more stirring? Away from the point on the line. Master Nya treats all of us at the schoolyard the same. Mang Yuan smiled and added, congratulations to brother Ren on his 8th rank as a martial artist. The 8th product is nothing. You practice more hard and diligently, and after a year or two, you'll be able to oust me. Ren de Biao finally had a smile on his face, and asked again, I see that Nyesher can be a little different to you. Are you ready to be his son-in-law? Mang Yuan smiled and didn't answer, only saying, the schoolyard is busy. I'll go back first. I'll go with you and teach the juniors as well. Ren de Biao actually called himself a senior. Mang Yuan smiled and didn't stop him. Back to the schoolyard. Ren de Biao really came up to point out, he into the 8th grade is already well known, so everyone is really happy to make friends with him. More inquiries. Mang Yuan didn't care. He just took the key given by Nyesher and went to the storehouse first to find a 5-stone bow. First, he slightly familiarized himself with it, and then he adjusted the bowstring according to what Master Nya had taught him, and only then did he start shooting one arrow after another. After shooting more than 20 arrows, his right arm was slightly sore. Mang Yuan then calmed his heart and mind, slowly lifted his breath, his true chi infused into his right arm's orifices, and then shot again. The bow is like thunderbolt. Although the accuracy is a little bit worse, the power of the 5-stone bow is far more than that of the 2-stone bow. Mang Yuan thought to himself, if it is among the same product, even if the lower 33 heavens are fully open, as long as it is shot in the vitals within 100 paces, I am afraid that it will be bad. A low grade is a low grade. In the end it hasn't left the category of human. Go back and find Master Nya to ask for a horizontal training skill, and the sword slashes and cuts won't be gone in a flash. Mang Yuan muttered for a moment. Then eyed Nyesher's blooming spring thunder. That bloom spring thunder is really extraordinary. When the knife out of the thunder, and has the image of mountains and rivers of spring thunder, also do not know how to practice. Mang Yuan estimated that it was probably still related to the upper, middle and lower 3 days of true chi operation. After all, this was the foundation of a martial artist. Life between heaven and earth. How can we be depressed and live under people for a long time? Master Nya has only one daughter, and I don't know if there is a shortage of people to retire. After shooting for a while longer, Mang Yuan switched to shooting with his left hand and didn't stop until both arms were unbearably sore and swollen. The method of opening the orifices also had other methods besides the loose and tight way transmitted by Master Nya, such as the chest and abdomen before and after the 16 orifices. When the breathing method, with the horse stance punch, while the limbs are simpler, more use and more practice, such as pulling the bow, lifting the stone locks, tying sandbags and kicking the legs, putting away his bow and arrow. Meng Yuan stretched his arms and tied heavy iron sandbags to his legs again while practicing on the plum blossom pile. Over there, Ren de Biao had already pointed them out one by one, and quite gained a few fans. Did Master Nye send him here? How come 1 part teaching, 2 parts lecturing, and 7 parts showing off? Hu Qian also jumped onto the plum blossom pile and looked for Meng Yuan to ask. New to the 8th rank, and you still won't let people show off? Meng Yuan laughed. Hu Qian nodded her head understandingly and said, being rich and proud, one leaves one's own fault. Learning martial arts is not to be used for showing off, and for no reason it has fallen short. Meng Yuan listened to Hu Qian pull a Taoist scripture, then asked with a smile, Sister Qian, I see you skillful skills. Windy knife method to learn the fastest. Seems to be practicing martial arts since childhood, right? How come you are only now thinking of entering the martial arts pathway? I've learned some swordsmanship and chi cultivation kung fu since I was a kid, and I've been following the Taoist path, but I've never been able to get through it. Hu Qian shook her head, rather helplessly. The princess said that I was suitable for the path of martial arts, so she let me come and learn from Master Nya. So you've been a little Taoist nun. Nowadays, Meng Yuan had only seen people from the martial arts and Buddhist paths make a move, but had never seen Confucianism or Taoism, so he asked curiously, what do you say about taking the Taoist path? The study of Taoism is the most widely spread, with different schools of thought and different methods of cultivation. However, at the lower levels, there is not much difference. Hu Qian seems to understand some. Taoism says that life is all about cultivation, so eat gas and nourish your nature. I don't understand anything too deep. When Hu Qian said this, seeing Meng Yuan listening attentively, she blinked her eyes and said, if you are interested, you may as well look for Sister Mei again to beg for some Taoist texts to read. This is reasonable. Meng Yuan has already roughly turned over the history books, roughly understand the historical lineage. It is intended to take advantage of the free time, and then find some Confucianism and Taoism classics to look at. Is a long insight. It's always good to learn more. Master Nye said that the princess loves to read books, so if I were to ask the princess a question and not know anything about it, wouldn't I lose my reputation as a gelding smith? After the two of them casually chatted for a few moments, Hu Qian went back to practicing diligently, while Meng Yuan played the holding pile nourishing Yuan Gong once more, and then sat down, closed his eyes to think of the momentum of the great river, mobilizing the true qi. 9 shallow and 1 deep, 9 slow and 1 urgent began to impact the left arm orifices. Now that Meng Yuan has no money problems and no foreign affairs to disturb his mind, he intends to open the next 33 heavens as soon as possible so that he can go and serve the princess. Chapter 38, Shangling repays her favor. Chapter 38, Shangling repays her favor. Chapter 38, Shangling repays her favor. Meditating and concentrating, the true qi came out through the dantian and traveled across the meridians, slowly coming to the left arm. Soon I realized that there was a barrier in front of me, like a river weir. Meng Yuan was not panicked. The true qi slowly impacted. Slow 9 urgent 1, shallow 9 deep 1, and then slowly increased the force, until it was both deep and urgent every time. I don't know how much longer, but Meng Yuan only felt that the blockage was open, and the first orifice of the left arm opened, which was at the upper arm. Meng Yuan opened his eyes, and it was already getting late. After eating dinner and taking a short rest, Meng Yuan brought all the trainees together again and continued to practice at night. Sweat was sown until exhaustion set in, and that's when it broke up. Meng Yuan is responsible for the responsibility of the eldest brother, but also deliberately visited the men's dormitory, women's dormitory. See cleaned up or still clean, then pulled some diligent bathing, more sunshine quilt nonsense, and then returned to the schoolyard next door to the residence. Old Uncle Jiang had long since gone to bed, and the candlelight was still on in Jiang Tang's room. Meng Yuan pushed the door in and saw the little girl reading carefully. This girl is at home every day to clean up her room, read and write, boil medicine and cook, and she has made several pairs of new shoes. Brother! Jiang Tang was happy to see Meng Yuan back. I'll bring you a midnight snack. She ran out with a brain and brought in a casserole dish of slow-cooked lamb. Now that the essence flame was growing slowly, Meng Yuan added meals every night and never stopped. Eat it piece by piece. Meng Yuan sat down, didn't mind the heat, and just started eating. I'm not hungry. Jiang Tang sat across the table, and attentively poured tea, then the two arms on the table, hands cupping his face, stupidly looking at Meng Yuan, whispered, Brother, this afternoon, seeking May's sister came. What is she doing here? Meng Yuan asked as he ate. Just asking about you. Jiang Tang stretched out her right hand, cocked her head, and helped Meng Yuan stroke the hair at her temples behind her ears to prevent it from getting covered in meat oil, while saying, when Sister Xuanmei saw me reading and recognizing words, she asked me if I would like to go and work under her. Meng Yuan realized that Xuanmei was really a great person, worrying that she had offended Shitzi and Shi Lu. She wanted to shield this girl. Now that's a favor that really can't be paid back. What did your grandfather say? What do you think? Meng Yuan asked. Grandpa told me to listen to you. Jiang Tang spoke softly. Sister Xuanmei said that going to her place during the day would be the way to go, and that she could still decoct the medicine for Grandpa in the morning and evening, and that there would be no delay in making you a midnight snack in the evening. This is willing to go. Yes, although the search for the plum is a servant girl, cannot be very different from the master, and know the manners and gentle, graceful, good at financial management, good temperament. The little girl admires people is also unusual. Then go. Meng Yuan smiled. Tomorrow morning I'll take you to get some headgear. Leave the ear holes alone and buy some bracelet hairpins. Aha! Jiang Tang's eyes brightened all of a sudden, and she said happily, I've saved up several taels of silver, so I'll use my money this time. Meng Yuan took out 100 taels of silver ticket and handed it to her. Use this. Jiang Tang was confused and busy asking where the money came from, but Meng Yuan stopped talking. On the morning of the second day, Meng Yuan first went to the schoolyard for morning exercises before taking Jiang Tang out with him. The two ate a good meal, wandering around all morning. In the silver jewelry store hit the bracelet hairpin, but also to purchase a bronze mirror, a jewelry box, which is considered to be all work. Seeing the little girl happy, Meng Yuan is even more heartless, then head into the schoolyard, intending to open the next 33 days as soon as possible. When he arrived at the schoolyard and practiced until the evening dispersal, Meng Yuan opened another orifice in his left arm. I was going to go back and ask the little girl how she felt on her first day on the job. Then Wu Changshang ran to ask Meng Yuan why he didn't shout the horn today. And Tainio also felt that shouting a few times a day would show his loyalty to the crown princess. Loyalty isn't shouted. It's done. Meng Yuan refused very seriously. And in the following days, Niesher was not in person again, and Meng Yuan did not go looking for it. Meng Yuan's heart is not in the way, and he is fully impacting the orifices. Nor did he go out, not even bothering to inquire about Lu He's affairs, let alone going to drunken moon house. Teasing women, especially widows, was extremely boring. With this little bit of spare time, Meng Yuan would rather hug a stone mill for fun. Half a month had passed and it was late February. At the beginning of the sunrise, Meng Yuan first played a set of holding piles to nourish Yuan Gong, and then chose a place to sit in silence, storing the thought of the water of the great river, mobilizing true qi, over and over again and again, and not like before that 9 slow and 1 urgent, but to the orifices again and again heavy blow. In a trance, Meng Yuan suddenly felt the blockage dissipate without a trace. By now, under the diligent practice day and night, all the limbs and orifices had been opened, and the lower 33 heavens had been fully opened. Meng Yuan was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but in a flash, he felt his whole body tremble slightly, and the real qi in his dantian was actually unstable. Niesher also did not say that there is still this situation. Meng Yuan hurried to meditate and concentrate, after a long time to be considered calm. According to what Master Nie said, the lower 33 heavens are in the skin and flesh, and the middle 33 heavens are in the sinews and bones, and they are positioned accordingly. The 9th product is the full opening of the lower 33 heavens, and now it has been fully opened. What should I do next to satisfactorily break the mirror? Meng Yuan was a fledgling brother and was still a bit confused. Master Nie always said that he found a pimp to teach me, but in fact, when it comes to martial arts, he is the pimp. Meng Yuan is an honest person. Seeing that it is going to be noon, he went to look for someone at the right time of the meal, and rubbed his nose in it. All the way to the drunken moon house was a breeze. Why haven't you come to see me after such a long time? But you think I'm too noisy here? Nie Chingching spring clothes slightly thin, visible plump, jade hairpin step rock corresponding, lips with a smile, really a gentle and charming big sister look. Meng Yuan's heart swam, but he still made a serious face. Sister Chingching, is Master Nie still busy with the martial arts line? When Nie Chingching saw that the teenager brought up business as soon as he arrived, she put away her smile and said, the matter of the martial arts firm is nothing. It's that Uncle Zhang had something to do recently and borrowed my father away. Demon Suppression Division Pine River House Guard? Meng Yuan asked curiously. Not bad. Nie Chingching gathered her hands. After 2 or 3 days, she'll probably be back. So it is. Meng Yuan had an accomplished plan, and no longer pursued the matter, only saying, Sister, I ran all the way here. I'm thirsty, can I excuse myself for tea? Meng Yuan dabbled in the food. You're here to see Master Nya, not me. How can I care about your tea? Nya Chingching beckoned, and there was a boy who brought a jar of wine. I dare not forget the kindness of the gentleman's helping hand earlier, so a thin jar of wine will be a thank you gift. After saying her words, Nya Chingching walked straight away. That boy stuffed the altar of wine into Meng Yuan's arms, and didn't forget to drive people away. Please go back, Your Excellency. Women are so strange. When I'm serious, you think I'm not flirty, but when I'm flirty, you should say I'm playing with flowers. Meng Yuan didn't dabble with the meal and walked back with the wine altar in his arms. When he returned to the royal mansion, he saw a man waiting at the entrance of the schoolyard, and it was actually Big Head Zhao. Big Head Zhao also saw Meng Yuan. He rushed forward, and looked at the wine altar in Meng Yuan's arms, and asked in a very serious manner, Little Meng, tell me honestly, Auntie put you to sleep? What's going on here? Meng Yuan said helplessly, I'm always in the royal residence. Where am I going to sleep? Zhao Big Head do not believe, and grabbed Meng Yuan wrist. See hot. People do not have dark circles, full of vitality. Indeed is not emptied by the appearance of female sex, which is a little assured. Auntie came to me and said she wants to see you. Big Head Zhao whispered. How did you find you? She shouldn't know that we're doing labor at the Makwang. Meng Yuan asked curiously. She said that the smell of cow dung in our manor is the strongest and best, and she found me as soon as she came. Big Head Zhao said helplessly. Meng Yuan smiled and asked again. Did she say why she wanted to see me? Big Head Zhao stared at Meng Yuan and whispered. She said that you untied her, and that she went back to her hometown thinking of her godmother while thinking of you, and wanted to return the favor. It seems to be to repay the favor of saving his life. That little Xiangling's brain is really not very good, but her character is not bad. How did she say she would repay me? Meng Yuan asked curiously. How else can I return the favor? Big Head Zhao grabbed Meng Yuan's arm and didn't let go. Little Meng I know that you're a promising person with a positive idea in your heart, and the Zhang family's girl is really still small. Your young man fire gas is strong, but also cannot be found indiscriminately, even if the whoring, spend not a few dollars. Speaking here, Zhao Daodu hurriedly added, but don't take Tainyo with you. He's still a child. Meng Yuan rubbed his brow, smiled helplessly, and asked, she said in person that she wants to sleep with me? That's not true. That is to say that she wants to see you. Made an appointment for tomorrow morning, just outside the manor. Zhao Big Head still has afterthoughts. Auntie is very proud of herself, saying that she will definitely make you greatly happy. Great joy? How much joy? Meng Yuan wasn't half interested in sleeping with the little weasel, and knew that Xiang Ling was never going to come to sleep. However, now that the lower 33 heavens are fully open, the method of advancing to the 8th grade is still unsettled, and Master Nya is not present. It is really worthwhile to go out and walk around, and it is only a day's round trip anyway. Chapter 39, Clueless and Unhappy, Request for Catch-Up. Chapter 39, Clueless and Unhappy, Request for Catch-Up. Chapter 39, Clueless and Unhappy, Request for Catch-Up. Since he had made a decision, Meng Yuan did not nag, and planned to depart this time, going to Makwang to stay for the night. Delivering the wine to the lodging, he went to find Xuanmei again, saying that he was going back to Makwang, and asked her to help take more care of Jiangtang. And then Meng Yuan went back to the schoolyard, instructing Hu Qian and Wu Changxing to take the cadets to drill, before he put on his 5-stone bow and long sword, and went to the stables to take the little red horse. I'll go back to the pastoral villa to take a look. Meng Yuan didn't explain more to old Uncle Jiang. When they were ready, Meng Yuan rode a horse and Zhao Daodu drove a donkey cart, and bought some meat and marinated flavors on the road, and the two of them ate and talked. In fact, it was all said by Zhao Daodu, mostly words of exhortation. This time, I went out of the city again, but I saw that the greenery was deeper. Grass grows on both sides of the road. Farmers are diligent, and seedlings are green. It was halfway through the afternoon before the Mako came into view. Meng Yuan was in no hurry to return to the Makwang, but instead circled around the Makwang to explore it first. Although Shannon is a mindless, but after all, it is the essence of the origin of the monster. The defense cannot be less. Meng Yuan carefully checked the location of the appointment with Xiang Ling before returning to Makwang. When Sun Zhuangtou saw Meng Yuan come again, he set up a farmhouse banquet, and he sidestepped for half a day, trying to figure out Meng Yuan's purpose for coming here. But Meng Yuan is here to meet the little weasel in private. Can only pull somewhat miss the old place of nonsense perfunctory. Brother, you keep it. When Sun Zhuangtou heard that the Zhang family's girl had followed seeking plum and mixed, he took out 10 taels of silver to give it to him. I'm really just here to take a break. And seeking plum didn't say anything. Meng Yuan wasn't in the habit of blackmailing. When he had eaten dinner, Meng Yuan could not sleep, so he practiced his sword skills in the courtyard. According to the true chi transportation method and breathing technique passed down by Master Nya, the power of the gale blade technique had indeed increased, moving faster and striking the blade more quickly. With the moon in the sky, he practiced again and again. Meng Yuan found that, according to the method handed down by Master Nya, the gale blade technique is certainly more powerful, but there is always a sense of stagnation, unable to blend into the sky, as if something is missing. Meng Yuan had thought at first that he was unskilled in the method of true chi transportation, but after practicing until midnight, this feeling of stagnation remained. It's like spending money and eating a vegetarian. Chi and force are in harmony, and intent is in harmony with chi. Is it missing the into the subtle that Master Nya said? Or is it something else? Meng Yuan had saved up a bunch of questions, not only about the matter of the gale blade technique, but also the method of breaking the mirror's 8th grade. If you can be 8 pins earlier, follow the princess to go trekking, which can be much stronger than getting together with Xiangling to smell the smell of cow dung. Moreover, the food has been very good recently, and the essence fire has drawn more nutrients, and now it has been able to envelop most of the body, and it is estimated that it will be complete in another half a month. When that time came, he would quench his body some more, and he thought that he would be able to advance faster in the 8th grade. After practicing the gale blade technique for half the night, Meng Yuan slept peacefully. After breakfast on the second day and practicing his sword skills, Meng Yuan put in 2 hard-boiled eggs and walked out of the village, heading west. Everything is sprouting in spring and the grass is tender and green. Can come to the foot of the mountain, then feel the winter cold still a few points. The weeds on the ground are born among the dead leaves, and have the appearance of flourishing upward. Meng Yuan, with a sword at his waist and a heavy bow on his back, calmly stepped forward. Looking around, Meng Yuan saw a pile of dead leaves under an acacia tree and slowly walked over. Aya, Miss Xiangling said she wanted to see me, but why is there no shadow? Meng Yuan sighed and made a hand undoing his belt. Forget it, let's pee first. Yikes! A brown-skinned weasel jumped out of the pile of dead leaves in a flash, only to see Xiangling jump up 3 feet at once, then land in a turn, with her back against the acacia tree. She was dressed as a village girl with a small floral bundle tied around her neck and a floral wrap over her head, revealing 2 small ears. The 2 lower limbs held up the slender body, and the black nose was wet and looked competent. Xiangling quickly peeled off the broken leaves that stained her body. It was evident that she was still a neat person, but her mouth didn't stop. You know I'm hiding under the leaves, and you're still going to pee on me. Her big round eyes are very godly. 2 upper limbs seem to want to fork over, but slightly short. Can only fork to the armpit? Then her head tilted up. Exasperated, little geldings. Bad. Meng Yuan was an honest man and knew that he was justified, so he clasped his fists and smiled, saying, "It is I who is a Meng Long. Please forgive Miss Xiangling." "Yeah, you also strange polite Lu." Xiangling immediately turned her head. Has already gone to the gas. 2 big eyes looking at Meng Yuan. Joyful, "Hey, then I forgive you." She also did not cross her waist, straightened her small baggage and headscarf, and happily said, "Little geldings, you talk strange good Lu, then you haven't heard anything good." Meng Yuan smiled and didn't say anything. "See how stylishly I'm dressed?" Shannon stretched out both of her upper limbs and spun around in a circle, clearly meant to be complimentary. "It's very fashionable. All the noble women in the city dress like this." Meng Yuan knew that Xiangling was a bumpkin, so he coaxed her with words and asked, "Are you preparing for a blind date? Have you finalized your match?" Alas, Xiangling has no mother. It's a long story. As soon as she mentioned the marriage, Xiangling sighed. "Once my godmother died, the old matchmaker was nowhere to be seen. Maybe the Peach Blossom Ridge was too rowdy, and scared her old man too much to go out." This silly Shannon. Meng Yuan laughed. "Did the matchmaker go to the Peach Blossom Festival?" "That's not true." Xiangling shook her little head. "The matchmaker said that what Big Tail Brother is learning is not proper Buddhism, and the more you listen to it, the more you become an asshole and can't cultivate great freedom. It's better to learn more about the ability to eat the sun and drink the dew. That's true freedom. This green-skinned fox has insight. Great ease is a Buddhist saying, and true freedom is a Taoist saying." When Meng Yuan heard this, he felt that the fox was quite extraordinary, and Xiangling mother and daughter by the fox cheat. Certainly is this pair of mother and daughter stupid. On the other hand is also people fox really a bit capable. "How's your blind date going?" Xiangling actually wanted to exchange blind date experiences again. "When did I say I was dating?" Meng Yuan smiled helplessly and said, "People haven't gotten divorced yet. I have to wait a little longer." "But you can't wait any longer. Look how old you are." Shannon was serious again, looking like she was imparting life lessons. Meng Yuan rubbed his brow, realizing that he had been so focused on messing around with this weasel that he had forgotten about business. "You called me here. What's the matter?" Meng Yuan asked. Hearing this, Xiangling immediately straightened up and said, Godmother said. If you give me a peach, I'll give you 2 apricots. If you rob me of an egg, I have to steal 2 slices of meat from you. Isn't this reindeer sensible? Why is he greedy for those eggs? Manhwa smiled and said, this is the meaning of having a favor to repay and a grudge to repay. A gentleman's grudge is clear. Ha! Xiangling marveled. Little geldings, you know a lot. She jumped forward happily and said, I'm here to return the favor. Xiangling 2 short upper limbs cross. Make arms. Self-congratulatory. I went to find the pig sister-in-law. She has the most children. I told her, you give birth every month. Too many children. All day humming noisy. Full of your children. Why don't you castrate? I'll find you a man. Cheap but also good. As a result, Mrs. Pig told me to get lost. Speaking of this, Xiangling stamped her foot in anger and said, sister-in-law Pig is too rude. It's very polite for people to just tell you to off. Meng Yuan was an honest man. So he said, I used to do the gelding's craft, but now that I have changed my profession, I don't have to solicit work for me anymore. I know. You are now following the big shots of the Demon Suppression Division. Xiangling was very reasonable and added, but you haven't gotten married yet, and I've already told you about a few marriages. What's all this? How many marriages? Pimping at a young age. Is this a great joy? Meng Yuan tilted his head back to look at the sky and couldn't help but ask himself, what the hell am I doing here? Xiangling but do not realize, still pulling non-stop, breaking pause and counting. I found you a number of good and bad. There are 6 willing to see you. There are also said that you people are very bad. To be in a place first. There is also the bride price is too high. I gave you a push. On the contrary, the cow widow said that she wants to sleep with you first. What's all this nonsense? Meng Yuan reached out and cupped Xiangling's mouth, then fished out a hard-boiled egg from his sleeve and said, I remember your kindness, but I don't need you to worry about me marrying. From now on, stay well in your old turtle pit, don't associate with fox matchmakers, and don't go to Makwang again. Shoving the hard-boiled egg into Xiangling's arms, Meng Yuan turned back and left. Don't go. Little geldings. Xiangling caught up in 3 tries, pulled Meng Yuan by the hem of his shirt, tilted his head to keep from leaving, and pitifully said, my family has a big medicine. It's the dowry my godmother left me. Do you want it? Oh, tell me in detail. Meng Yuan finally became interested. Chapter 40, The Grass is Green with Compassion, requested to be read. Chapter 40, The Grass is Green with Compassion, requested to be read. Chapter 40, The Grass is Green with Compassion, requested to be read. Xiangling would have been a little talkative. The mind is not quite the same as the people. There is a heart, but not much, talking in a mixed way. But Meng Yuan had listened for half a day and sort of knew what was going on with that dowry of hers. It turns out that Xiangling lived in the big head of the mountain area. There is a hidden narrow stone crevice, in which there is a treasure tree, and has borne 2 fruits. That place is Xiangling unintentionally found, she and her godmother after the gas, the 2 together, but also specifically looking for dead wood and leaves to cover, nearby also sprinkled with Thai urine marking the ground. Then Xiangling has been guarding the Big Head Mountain, and has been appointed by her godmother as the great inspector of the Big Head Mountain, while her godmother has gone back to her hometown. The mother and daughter were only waiting for the fruit to ripen so that they could take one as a dowry and marry into a large family. Since you have found the treasure tree, why don't you 2 mothers keep it together? Why does your godmother have to go back home? Meng Yuan was really curious. That roe deer have gone to grip the wool of the great-tailed venerable one. It can be seen that it is a wealth junkie, but it is inappropriate to disregard the precious medicine and have to go back to live in the old house. Godmother has a lover. Xiangling was very angry. 2 big eyeballs have tears. Godmother is obsessed with a Taoist priest, not far from her hometown. That Taoist priest recites sutra every morning. Godmother has to go to listen to it every day. It rains and snows without delay. More diligent than collecting eggs, but also pouting at others. She spoke, tilting her tail and pouting. That's it. Fuming. What kind of bad karma is this? For a man, you've forgotten about the avenue? And don't you dare to learn it. Meng Yuan pinched his brow, remembering that when he went to the medicine manor, he did see a short hill by the Tsanglong River with a temple on it. Only the incense didn't seem too good. What did the other Taoist priest not say? May I claim your godmother's favor? Meng Yuan asked curiously. No. Xiangling was very serious. My godmother doesn't dare to talk in front of people. The Taoist priests don't know that my godmother is a great immortal. And a few people call my godmother a stupid roe deer. My godmother is not stupid. What fairy? Is there a pouty-ass fairy? Meng Yuan didn't want to talk about the ass anymore and only said, the fruit can be picked? Godmother taught me to recognize them. They were just cooked yesterday. So I came to find you. Maybe it's about food. Xiangling sat on her but on the floor, and lost her smart and capable look. cracked open the eggs Meng Yuan gave her, and carefully started peeling them, but after all, she was talking about her godmother, so she was crying and whimpering while eating eggs. Why don't you eat the fruit when it's ripe? For some reason, seeing Xiangling cry made Meng Yuan want to laugh. Godmother isn't here, and I don't have the taste to eat it alone. Xiangling peeled it off, and also vainly let it down, seeing Meng Yuan shaking his head, before he happily said, besides, I still have to keep one as dowry. Just don't mention that marriage of yours. Meng Yuan helplessly held his forehead. Godmother said that the fruit is so good that people eat it for strength, and we're smart if we eat it. Xiangling finished the eggs in one gulp and burped. She said seriously, you saved me once. I'll give you one and keep one. Meng Yuan looked at Xiangling. This little guy's body was cheated by the fox matchmaker. The elk godmother was eaten, and the dowry was left. But there was not a little bit of disillusionment, but instead, he was preoccupied with the idea of repaying the favor. How far is Big Head Mountain? Meng Yuan asked. Not much farther. Cook 2 or 3 times of eggs in the space. Xiangling ass on the ground sitting, also tilted his head and mouth, 2 upper limbs vigorously spread, gesturing the distance. Your eggs are still strange delicious. She made a strong hint that she wanted more. Meng Yuan realized that the big head of the mountain is too close to the village and town. Xiangling mother and daughter are willing to get close to the talent to live in the big head of the mountain, and other monsters less to go to the big head of the mountain, so that the treasure tree only by chance to let the 2 of them to keep. This is the 3rd time to see Xiangling, and Meng Yuan has been looking at Xiangling's eyes. This little guy talked about the godmother when sad. Talking about repayment of kindness is strong. Pulling the marriage and lost, indeed did not lie. And Xiangling talk although mixed, but really not bad conscience. No heart. When we first met and took a ride, but also paid the carriage fee, visible upbringing. Meng Yuan had saved this little one and knew that she was just an ordinary elf, just spitting out human words and being quick and agile, with no other abilities. The big head of the mountain is not far away, just 5 or 6 miles into the mountains. Meng Yuan yesterday to Zhao Big Head inquired about. The nearby villagers also often in the big head of the mountain hunting medicine, said that there is no danger, but also cannot hit things. I'll go with you. Seeing that it was still early in the day, Meng Yuan got up and went with him, so he could also see the treasure tree pill. Now that the essence flame is growing slowly, if we have this item to help us, I'm afraid that we will be able to complete it faster. When the time comes, the body will be tempered once again, and after entering the 8th grade, the progress will be even faster. Yes, yes, yes. When Xiangling heard this, she jumped up at once, happy and quick. You lead the way. Meng Yuan said. I never get lost. Shannon was very confident, smugly moving forward. Thus between the proximity of the village and the access to the mountain there are also trails. The spring day was hyping up the green, and although the sun was mostly obscured, there was still a reddish light slanting in. Dampness in the mountains. The sunrise catalyzes the dense air, quiet and peaceful. The sound of birds singing in the valley. More return to the sense of nature. Agu, running too fast, stomach forked. Xiangling was in front and sat down on her butt. Meng Yuan took out the last boiled egg and threw it to her, and Xiangling happily took it. Little geldings, you're so nice. Su was a peer for a while. Xiangling to Meng Yuan raised the knife back bow is not afraid of. Grabbed Meng Yuan clothes hem. A smoke climbed to Meng Yuan's shoulder. It's so high. Higher than me hanging from a peach tree. Xiangling pointed out the way while peeling the egg, while still shoving the yolk into Meng Yuan's mouth afterwards. You eat. I don't eat. Meng Yuan refused. Xiangling obviously did not know the reasoning behind the 3 resignations and 3 concessions, and instantly stuffed it back into her mouth, and hummed twice in satisfaction, as if it were supremely delicious. After traveling for half an hour, I finally saw Xiangling's old home, Big Head Mountain. I can just see a bare high hill, which is the Big Head Mountain. Of course, Big Head Mountain also refers to the area around here. In front of the high hill there is a 10-foot square puddle. There is a lot of water in the area. It seems to be not shallow. This is the old turtle pit. Xiangling chatter. All the way to say this place where to sleep comfortably, but also said that the water here is good to drink clouds. This is it. When he rounded Big Head Mountain, he saw a small hill in the middle of the forest in trees. That hillock was covered with thorns and sour dates, and there were quite a few dead leaves and rotten branches surrounding it. You put it away for me? Don't make it dirty. Xiangling took down the broken flower-wrapped head, carrying the broken flower small bag, jumped down at once, drilled into the thorns, 3 times 2 turn over the dead leaves and chaotic branches. See the mountain bag cracked with a gap. The thin part is only a finger wide. The center of the wide place is also only 2 fists wide. It is really not easy to notice. Meng Yuan stood tall and looked into the gap, only to see that it was dark inside, 3 or 4 feet deep. in which there was really a tiny green plant. The green plant was about knee-high and bore 2 green fruits. This green plant is afraid that there will be a little sunshine into the daily lunchtime, but still have a thriving state. Obviously extraordinary. The sun is warming up near midday, steaming up a faint scent. I'll pick one for you. He 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 he. Xiangling was happy, but she saw that the little geldings didn't respond. She turned her head to look, only to see that the little geldings had actually removed the longbow on his back, and was calmly knocking his arrows. Xiangling was crying. Little geldings, you're so bad. You're really an old pig with a baby. So what kind of grandmother are you pretending to be? Weasel to you to pay homage to the new year. Pretend what, good people? My godmother said that people can't be trusted, so she didn't lie to me. She simply lay down, closed her eyes and raised her white belly. Oh, godmother said better to die than to live. You must be sharp. If it hurts a lot, I'll scold you for not being able to gild craftsman. Xiangling whined and cried, but never felt any pain in her belly. She opened one eye to look and saw the geldings bending their bows and arrows, but not aiming at themselves, but aiming into the distance. Xiangling hurriedly stood up and burrowed out of the thorn bushes. When she saw the old fox half a man's height under a pine tree in the distance, the old fox, wearing green clothes, with his hand on a wooden staff and hunched over, was looking this way. What have you been doing, old matchmaker? Xiangling was overjoyed. What did the ant say? She had just laid down to die, and now she was thinking about the wedding. The old fox, however, ignored it and just stared at Meng Yuan's arrows and laughed. Little friend, 2 fruits. Why don't you and I each get one? Is that okay? One was gifted to me by Miss Xiangling, and one was Miss Xiangling's dowry, so ask her. Meng Yuan said. The fox looked at Xiangling and said, Xiangling, Auntie asked me to fetch the dowry. When Xiangling heard this, she shook her head vigorously and said, the dowry is for me to bring over to support my face, so I don't need to give it to Auntie. In the future, if we divorce, I can still bring the dowry back. She actually knows quite a bit about marriage customs. She doesn't agree. Meng Yuan said. The old fox was silent for a while and said, a plow ox in half a field. Harvesting also depends on the sky, and deserting also depends on the sky. Are you harvesting or deserting? What does she mean? I can't understand. Xiangling was no little cutie either. This moment to see that something is wrong. Lying on the ground, do not dare to move, but cannot control the mouth. The fox is saying that this precious medicine was planted by her, and that it is ripe today and is coming to collect the grain. As to whether or not I can receive it, it depends on what I can do. Meng Yuan said. This was raised by me and my godmother. 1 pea and 1 at a time. Xiangling whined again. I have always been kind to people. It's just that this time there is some urgency. The old fox took a step forward and said, you may not be able to beat me. Why don't you and I each get one? And then heaven and earth will be vast. The young man will have a bright future, and there will be many pleasures on earth. At the moment I'm not fastidious. Meng Yuan said. The old fox's face was grim as he said, a small foolish spirit and stupid monster is like grass and trees. A snap of the fingers can kill. Why do you need to do it? I have realized the greatness of Qiankuan, but I still pity the grass and trees. Meng Yuan's bow was like a full moon, shooting out. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. The bow is like thunderbolt strings. As the arrow fired, the bowstring trembled more than a few times. The birds in the mountains and forests flew about, and Xiangling instinctively fell to the ground paralyzed with fear. 5-stone heavy bow. But in the end there is 100 paces away. Wild spirit demon and most of the natural sharp and agile. Although the fox is old, see the opportunity but fast, immediately moved 2 steps to the left, half of the body to hide behind a green stone. The arrow landed on the place where she originally stood, and the earth and rocks on the ground crumbled, showing the power of the heavy arrow. Ignorant martial artist. How can a mere arrow hurt my immortal body? The old fox was clearly hiding, but he even uttered a taunt. Meng Yuan's heart is a few more points of gravity. This old fox has a measure of words, clearly has read the book, read the classics, and have seen the world, know how to fight with the martial arts, but also understand the world, is why the ridicule, hoping that their own young man was stimulated by a series of angry shooting, so that the consumption of energy. Earlier in Peach Blossom Ridge, after hearing about Xiangling being coaxed by this fox matchmaker, Meng Yuan thought that the old fox was a mountain spirit and wild monster who was a trickster. But today, when we talked again, we realized that the old fox had been disdainful of the Buddha's teachings transmitted by the Great Tail Venerable One. But instead, he said that what the Taoist words of dining in the sun and drinking do. What true freedom. Then look at the behavior of the old fox at this time. It can be seen that this old fox is not an unusual monster, and not to take the martial arts cultivation path. It is very likely to be cultivated by the Taoist method. Meng Yuan was a fledgling brother who had only sparred with martial artists of the same rank, but had heard Master Nya talk about the ways of other families. The Taoists talk about the life of all cultivation, dining xia and drinking du since there is, traveling the world since there is also, but only when the grade is high, and when the low grade is actually not much ability. The chi is not as strong as a martial artist who fights at all times, and the body is even not as strong as a martial artist, but it knows some divine techniques. But when it comes to power, it's not really that great. To put it bluntly, when it comes to low grade, Rushi Dao is inferior to martial artists. If one is approached by a martial artist, it is highly likely that they will be taken down on the spot, or even killed by crossing the ranks. The doctrines of Confucianism and Taoism all make sense, but the sword of the martial artist makes more sense. I'm out. I'm in. The old fox on a wooden staff. Can be agile? Borrow that green stone. Back and forth to show his head. Really? Meng Yuan wasn't spoiling for a fight and drew an arrow, but the two are 100 paces apart. The old fox a neat aphrodisiac like, really bad shot, and also taunted non-stop, but not shot. After shooting 3 arrows in a row, Meng Yuan thought to himself, 100 paces away is too far. The old fox and cunning, really not sure to shoot. Of course, if once hit by a heavy bow, it would be useless without dying. Just now the old fox showed up to mention the equal share of medicine, and did not directly hands robbing. Visible old fox is not bound to win the chance of success. Meng Yuan guided the bow in his hand, and no longer shoot. Looked back at Xiangling, but saw her buried head, pouting ass looking this way. Stupid. Even if it's a waste, that waste Shannon is always on her side. Either way, with 2 against 1, the advantage is mine. Meng Yuan drew his bow, fully concentrated, but did not make a move, and asked, Your Excellency is still not making a move? The old fox hid behind the bruised green stone and laughed strangely. How can a foolish mortal be worthy of seeing the wonders of my immortal magic? This old fox's mouth was really hard. Meng Yuan wasn't in a hurry and only said, Xiangling, you go and collect the fruit first, and go find the person who sent me the message, and say that there is a fox demon scourge, and ask him to bring his brothers from the demon suppression division. Ha! Xiangling was lying on her back in the thorn bushes, her 2 front paws covering her head, secretly looking this way. When she heard the guild maker's words, she hurriedly echoed back, He's also from the demon suppression division? Though it was strange, Shannon rose nimbly to her feet and pulled the small bundle around her neck before jumping into the cleft of the thorn bush. Meng Yuan naturally did not have the luxury of little Xiangling can be a success, this time only to force the old fox to show his head. That old fox delayed the means, visible in her hands of magic without very confident, and scrupulous about their own hands' heavy bow. This is the advantage. Using this advantage to force the old fox to come out for a duel, then the advantage will be even greater. As long as she has a slight break, then it will be the old fox's time to die. Soon, Xiangling came out of that rift with her bulging bag in her arms, and without walking, she stood up and looked at Meng Yuan in a babbling manner, and then at the old fox in the distance. Little geldings. Xiangling trotted over to Meng Yuan, tugged at the hem of Meng Yuan's coat, tilted her head, and said, Why don't you give mine to the old matchmaker? What if you get hurt in a fight and can't go back to work? It's better to die than to live. Meng Yuan glared at Xiangling. Little geldings, she's willing to give it to me. What kind of good guy are you still pretending to be? Are you going to swallow it all? The old fox laughed, and also used the title of geldings. This is a robbery, not a gift. If you cheat Xiangling's mother and daughter of their dowry, it shall be earthly fun, and I shall pay no attention to it. If you take advantage of my absence and cheat her out of her great medicine, I won't say anything either. An arrow shot out from Meng Yuan's hand. But today, when I am here, I cannot allow simple people who know what they are doing to be coaxed and bullied by you. Meng Yuan once again drew his arrow and strung his bow. Xiangling, run. Xiangling froze and finally nodded. Then I'll run faster and call for reinforcements for you. She finished her sentence and headed for the exit in a flash. Sure enough, the old fox grew impatient. In that case, leave it all behind. She hid behind the green stone, raised the wooden staff in her hand, and babbled. The wind breaks the ground, the water heaves the sky, the earth, fire, water and wind, rise, just see a fresh breeze, and then the trees waved endlessly, startling the ground withered leaves and gravel. At this time it is near noon, although there are many trees in the mountains, the sun is hot, quite bright, but the cloudy wind together, immediately have a sense of darkness. Flying cooking fire. The old fox cast a big spell behind the green stone. As soon as the words fell, I saw the fire rain drift, attracting the dead leaves, then the wind with fire, in all directions seems to have become a barrier. Meng Yuan surrounded the entire barrier, and the barrier quickly contracted. Meng Yuan's heart is becoming more and more calm. This wind and fire method seems to have a great momentum. In fact, the power of the general cannot create much injury, at most, obscuring the field of vision for sneak attack. The wind helped the fire increased the wind power, and the two drove the withered leaves and debris toward Manhwa. At that moment, he saw the old fox laughing as he swept out of the green stone, his feet stepping on the wind and fire momentum, his hand waving the wooden staff, surging toward Manhwa. Isn't this seeking death? Manhwa raised his bow to shoot, then immediately lowered it again and ran backwards in a hurry. After 3 or 5 steps to break out of the wind and fire barrier, he saw a green-clothed figure in front of him, clearly the old fox. Sure enough, just now that old fox came out from behind the boulder to beckon, a look of desperation. But here there is another fox. It must be that this old fox used some kind of blindfold method. That old fox on top of the wind and fire who wants to fight for his life is a fake. But the real one has come after Xiangling. Manhwa under the 33 full open. True Qi immediately infused the limbs. After the first, faster than the old fox. That old fox found Manhwa chased up, face horrified. 2 furry hands want to pinch, but saw the knife light has already fallen. Ah! A scream echoed through the mountains. In a flash of blood, the old fox's tail was severed. With one strike, Manhwa's confidence has increased. This old fox is also a little demon law blindfold. Slightly ventilation fire art. In fact, the body is unbearable. Manhwa didn't dare to stop for a moment and immediately stepped forward to make up for it. The old fox paralyzed on the ground, the eyes of resentment in the extreme. The 2 furry hands grabbed a piece of blood, and then together, gritted his teeth and said, "Lead." For a moment, Manhwa and the old fox felt the sky spinning when their eyes met. Chapter 42, The Second Perfection of Essence Flame. Chapter 42, The Second Perfection of Essence Flame. Chapter 42, The Second Perfection of Essence Flame. The bright moon was shallow, and after practicing hard all night in the schoolyard, Manhwa returned to his residence. The stomach was a little hungry again, but at this moment, Manhwa didn't really want to eat, simply because his mind was full of pussy. There's nothing to think about in this life. Make a little money, get a little power, and sleep with a few more pretty girls and you're done. Manhwa saw that there was a subtle candlelight in the dead of night, so he went forward and pushed open the door. Just see Jiang Tang today changed into new clothes, head draped in beads and emeralds. Under the dim light is particularly good looking. Brother, I want to sleep with you. There was spring in tiny Jiang Tang's brows and eyes, and then he actually started to take off his clothes. This old fox's work is too rough, isn't it? With this level of cultivation? Manhwa rubbed his head and borrowed a phrase from Nye Yanyan's comment about venerable great tail, then drew out his sword and slashed it once. For a moment, with a slight pain in his head, he heard a clear voice. "Little geldings, I'll help you." Manhwa hastily opened his eyes and saw that the old fox had a short sword in his hand and was actually 2 feet in front of him. A brown-skinned, white-bellied figure with a crumpled bundle darted in, jumped up all at once, and took the old fox by the head. The old fox was going to hold down Xiangling with one hand, but when she saw that Manhwa had already opened her eyes, she was horrified. Obviously not expecting Manhwa to get rid of the secret method so quickly, she didn't care about Xiangling, and held her short sword in both hands and stabbed at Manhwa. Manhwa immediately closed his stomach and retreated, while at the same time stretching out his hands to catch the hilt of his opponent's sword. The old fox's hand was short, and also injured. Manhwa immediately won the hand, and then twisted, went to the old fox's short sword. "Spare me, young warrior, spare me. I'll send you a copy of the heavenly chance diagram." The old fox knew that the tide had turned and decisively begged for mercy. Manhwa was curious about what the heavenly chance diagram was and wanted to get a copy as well. But not now. Getting up and riding on the old fox, he pressed the fox's head with his left hand, grabbed the short sword with his other hand, and stabbed it hard at the fox's neck. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. Manhwa also forgot how many swords he had stabbed, only to see that the old fox was dead beyond death, his head almost disconnected from his body. Only then did Manhwa get off the fox and sit on the ground, panting heavily. Looking next to them, the 2 Shanning's eyes were glazed over, staring blankly at the old fox's corpse. "The matchmaker is dead." It took a while for Shannon to respond. "Yes, the fox is dead." Manhwa wiped a handful of blood splattered on his face and smiled. "You're scared?" Xiangling nodded her head back and forth. "Scared indeed. I remember you saying that your godmother taught you that it's better to die than to live. So why did you still desperately try to save me just now?" Manhwa asked. Shannon sat down on her butt and thought for a moment before saying, "I don't know." "You're not afraid of death?" Manhwa asked with a smile. "Fear." Xiangling was very reasonable and said, "But godmother also said that it's good to live and it's okay to die. It's good to be alive, and it's okay to be dead." Meng Yuan repeated the sentence without saying anything else and came back to touch the old fox's corpse. This old fox, in addition to the body of green clothes, but also a short sword, a wooden staff. That wooden staff also seems to be an ordinary thing, visible fine poor. As for the so-called heavenly chart, it is also unknown where it is. Do you know where the matchmaker came from? Meng Yuan asked Xiangling. I don't know. Xiangling shook her head and scratched both ears. The matchmaker is actually quite nice. Sometimes she even tells us about the city. She's not a virtuous person. In the future you should also have more eyes. Meng Yuan said. I have a lot of heart eyes. As soon as Xiangling heard the gelding say that she lacked heart eyes, she immediately became anxious. Yes, 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 you have a lot of heart. Pick up some dead branches and let's burn the fox. Seeing that he couldn't squeeze any oil out of it and didn't want to bring it back to cause more trouble, Meng Yuan rose to the intention of burning the body. Xiangling was obedient at this moment and hurriedly went to look for dead branches, and Meng Yuan also came to help. Your arrows sure aren't bad for firewood. Xiangling retrieved an arrow and happily invited credit. Meng Yuan popped her in the head and brought her back to retrieve all the arrows again. The two of them worked for half a day, and that's how they got the fire going. The smell of burning stench came from Meng Yuan and Xiangling, and they didn't hide. Only that the former was reflecting back on the gains and losses of this fight, while the latter didn't know what they were thinking about. When Wolf Big ate my godmother, he burned it the same way. Xiangling cried. My godmother said that eating meat raw is a beast, and eating meat cooked is a demon, and she told Wolf Day to cook it before eating it. Meng Yuan covered his forehead, and for a moment he really couldn't figure out what was going on in the head of Xiangling's godmother. Are you eating? Shannon asked. Meng Yuan was indeed a bit hungry, but really didn't have half an appetite, so he shook his head. I don't eat either. Xiangling wiped her tears with her flowery headscarf and chanted. Little geldings, you can read and recite? Slightly learned a few words, Meng Yuan said. So you'll write my name? Shannon asked curiously. Meng Yuan immediately drew out a branch and wrote on the ground. Xiangling came across the table to look. Both eyes rounded. That's my name? Reverse? From my side. Meng Yuan pinched the back of Xiangling's neck and lifted her to his side. Yikes! My name is so pretty. Xiangling had just been crying, but now, as soon as she sniffled, she jumped up and down and said joyfully, You write my godmother's name again. What is your godmother's name? Meng Yuan asked. My godmother's name is Flower Nun. Xiangling exclaimed. Meng Yuan wrote the name of the flower nun on the ground again. Shannon looked closely and gestured with her little paws. When Meng Yuan saw her like this, he took out the old fox's short sword and carved their mother's names on a small stone. This way, you won't be afraid of the handwriting being blown away by the wind. Little Geld, you are so nice. Xiangling was so happy that she cupped the small stone in her hands, while she unclasped the bag on her back. This hasn't been given to you yet. Xiangling took out a tiny green fruit. Meng Yuan received the green fruit that he had gotten from fighting to the death and held it in his hands for a closer look. This fruit is only the size of a thumbnail. Surplus green with a hint of crimson. Close to the smell, there is a subtle aroma. Xiangling hid the small stone in her bag and carefully tied it around her neck, which was visible and cherished. You eat it quickly. Xiangling held another green fruit and said seriously, Godmother said that you have to eat it quickly when you pick it. It won't taste good after a few days. Didn't you say you could take it away as a dowry? How come you have to eat it when you pick it? Meng Yuan had thought to wait until this time when the essence flame had been perfected before eating it. I didn't say I was going to pick it as a dowry. It can be a dowry even if you don't pick it. Xiangling tilted her head with a look of a little cutie expression. Meng Yuan rubbed his brow, not knowing what to say. I'll eat it too and forget about it. Xiangling's tone was sad again. Godmother originally gave me the idea to eat it in front of Auntie so that I could show off my family's wealth. As a result, I ate it in front of your face. She turned her back and clucked and ate. Seeing this, Meng Yuan didn't hesitate much and swallowed it immediately. It fell into his stomach before he could chew it. For a moment, Meng Yuan only felt the lower 33 heavens vibrate slightly. There was a burning sensation in his dantian, and the various orifices seemed to have grown a few points larger. The body was slightly hot. After a slight stored thought, he saw that most of the nutrients of this green fruit had been drawn by the essence fire. That essence flame immediately rose, and only a few breaths had passed before it had enveloped the entire body, clearly consummating it. Meng Yuan had a feeling that as long as he urged in his heart, the essence fire would immediately disperse its power and quench his body again. But this moment is obviously not the right time. And, looking at Xiangling again, this little guy is covered with hot air, staggering and unsteady on his feet. This was obviously because the green fruit was too potent, and Xiangling's small body could not accommodate many of the medicinal effects for a while. Xiangling? Meng Yuan pinched the back of Xiangling's neck and lifted her up. Ha! Shannon was confused, her eyes misty. I'm hot and I want to be sleepy. Meng Yuan no longer say more. Tucked her into the lapel arms. Short sword and long knife were good. Back long bow and arrow bag. This will go down the mountain also. Chapter 43, Separation. Chapter 43, Separation. Chapter 43, Separation. At this point in the afternoon has been half. Daylight westward slanting. The mountains and forests in mist. Her chest was warm. And Shannon stomped her feet from time to time and grunted, as if she were drunk. Meng Yuan pressed his hand on the hilt of his sword and quickly returned towards the original path. After a rush through the mountains, Meng Yuan realized again that he was a bit different. The increase in qi is not much, but it is more durable. Moreover, his ears and eyes became brighter and brighter, and the circulation of blood and qi within his limbs and bones was unhindered and lighter. The dantian seemed to be a little broader, and the lower 33 heavens also seemed to be a few points larger. It was as if the river was wider and the river ran more smoothly. Nowadays, it seems that the green fruit seems to be able to enhance the physique, which is extremely beneficial no matter which pathway is cultivated. I lower 33 days all open, and by the essence of the fire to take away most of the nutrients. So the promotion is not too much, but if it were a regular person, or a small elf like Xiangling, the enhancement should be great. Meng Yuan summarized as he returned. But half an hour has been out of the mountains, seeing the distant pastoral farms and villages. Meng Yuan is a little bit relieved, and Xiangling carried out, with the same as a child in the arms of the building. The little one was soft, as if he had no bones. His body was slightly hot, his nose was moist, and both eyes were closed, confused as to what he was saying. Meng Yuan had also eaten the green fruit and naturally knew that it was non-toxic, and it contained some kind of spiritual qi, which was quite beneficial to the person who ate it. While his own innocence was due to the fact that the lower 33 heavens were fully open and his muscles and bones were strong, it was also due to the fact that most of the nutrients had been absorbed by the essence flame. Unlike Xiangling, who is an unusual elf, she has no other ability except for a mouth that can barf. Xiangling is now like this, as if the deficiency is not enough to fill up. Eat and hold out. Meng Yuan didn't have the experience to deal with this kind of thing, and with Master Nye absent, there really wasn't anywhere to find someone to inquire about how to deal with it. Xiangling? Meng Yuan felt that Xiangling's godmother should have taught the way to cope after taking the green fruit. Ha! Shannon answered in a daze. How are you doing? Meng Yuan asked close to her small ear. I'll be fine after a nap. Xiangling's voice was lazy. Her eyes didn't even open. Her nose arched upwards. You hugged me well. Good. Meng Yuan's heart was greatly settled, and he immediately stuffed Xiangling into his lapel again, covering his chest with one hand. When he returned to Makwang, Big Head Zhao was quite curious when he saw that Meng Yuan had blood on his body. He knew that Meng Yuan was going to look for his aunt, and he thought that he would lose his virginity at most on this trip, but he did not expect to make blood. It is the face does not look like the appearance of being drained, but glowing, but also has been pressing the chest. Also do not know what treasure hidden. Little Meng, you have an unlimited future. Let's forget about the taste, but you have to take the good with the bad. Big Head Zhao advised. I know. Meng Yuan smiled and didn't explain much. This matter must not be told outside. I know. Big Head Zhao hurriedly answered and asked. Are you going back to the city today? Stay another day. Now little Xiangling has not woken up. Meng Yuan also dare not take Xiangling into the city, so he intends to wait for another day. To be Xiangling woke up and then say, that's fine. Big Head Zhao didn't give it much thought. Since you're not busy leaving, there are some newborn cows and sheep in the manor, so you can help geld them. The Zhuangli didn't look for another veterinarian? Meng Yuan asked curiously. External. Live in Qingshui town, not resident in the manor. Big Head Zhao sighed. People come only when they have something to do, and they have to pay for it now. In the end it's inconvenient. I thought that since you're here, you'd lend a hand, and also save the princess her old man some money. No. Meng Yuan had to bring up a child at this moment, but there was no delay in cutting the eggs, so he answered. The two of them approached Sun Zhuangtou, who, seeing Meng Yuan's sincerity, was naturally willing. Meng Yuan is not nagging, immediately maneuvered. From cows and sheep to chickens and ducks, one by one eggs were taken out. Chickens and ducks like grains of rice, cows and sheep like finger belly, all gelled clean. The craft is skillful, and it is evident that the watchman has not lost his skill. Seeing this, Sun Zhuangtou pulled his son into the distance and muttered, I figured out that he is now hanging out with Xuanmei, and seems to be enjoying himself in the royal residence. But in fact, he is not comfortable in his heart, and wants to come out to geld when he has nothing else to do. Remember, if he comes back again, let's get some pigs, dogs, chickens and ducks for him to enjoy. When it was evening, Meng Yuan was also finished with his work, and Xiangling was still sleeping soundly. After dinner, Meng Yuan returned to his former residence. Now that there were no veterinarians in the pastoral village, this place had been empty. First, he took Shannon out of the sash. She was still sound asleep, but her body was no longer hot and she was breathing evenly. Meng Yuan wiped her wet nose, unclasped her small bundle, put her on the bed, and then went outside to practice with his sword. Gale blade has long been practiced purely, this time between the dantian and the various orifices of the true qi running more smoothly, over and over again to make Meng Yuan only feel the power to increase a few points, but the feeling of stagnation remained, and it always felt like something was missing. Meng Yuan couldn't figure it out. Anyway, when he went back and asked Nyesher, that was it, going to fetch 2 buckets of well water and carrying them into the room. Meng Yuan went to his clothes and scrubbed his body while thinking about the matter of the essence fire. Now that the second consummation of the essence flame had taken more than the first, without the green fruit, it was feared that it would take another half a month. However, since it was difficult for the essence flame to contain it, it was thought that this quenching of the body would be more effective. Meng Yuan wasn't in a hurry for the next day or two, and planned to quench his body after having a chat with Master Nya. Shame on the little geldings. I was just thinking about things when I heard a clear voice coming from behind me. Meng Yuan turned around and saw Xiangling lying on her back on the bed, her nose resting against the pillow, her 2 big eyes gleaming as she looked at herself. Little geld, how can you do business when you haven't even geld yourself? Xiangling was curious and couldn't take her eyes off of her. Meng Yuan put on his clothes and ignored her. Why don't you say something? Shannon pursued. How are you feeling? Meng Yuan rubbed his brow. Shannon rolled on the bed and flopped down again, saying, thirsty. Meng Yuan brought her tea, and Xiangling gulped and drank several large mouthfuls. Still hungry, Shannon said. Meng Yuan had prepared for this and had 5 hard-boiled eggs on the table, so he brought them to peel. Xiangling watched from the sidelines, saw Meng Yuan peeled and fed him, then praised non-stop. You're still weirdly good. She clucked and ate 2 eggs and bounced happily twice more. Geldings, you're so nice. Has your godmother taught you what to do after taking the green fruit grand pill? Meng Yuan asked. I've been taught. Godmother said that after taking the great medicine, the brain works better and remembers more, so you'll be able to read and write. In the future, transforming into a form will also be faster. Xiangling looked at Meng Yuan very seriously and asked, little geldings, do you live in the city? Yes. Do you want to go to the city? Meng Yuan asked with a smile. Godmother said we have to wait until we have a human form and can read and write before we can go. Xiangling was very reasonable. Big Head Mountain is my home. She plopped down again, blinking her big eyes, and continued, when I take human form, you take me to the city to play. Good. Meng Yuan smiled and simply lay down, saying, tell me about your godmother. Xiangling then leaned over to Meng Yuan's ear and squeaked and tugged. Not a while later, perhaps the medicine has not yet subsided. Xiangling again fell into a deep sleep. When the night was over and Meng Yuan got up again, Xiangling was already organizing her little bundle. Geldings, I have to go home. Shannon looked at the table. There were also 3 hard-boiled eggs on the table, 2 of which Shannon had eaten last night. I'll walk you out. Meng Yuan gave those 3 eggs to Xiangling, and she happily received them all in her bag. Meng Yuan went to say goodbye to Zhao Daodu and Sun Zhuangtou, and did not eat breakfast, only rode on the little red horse, and tucked Xiangling in his lapel. When she was out of the manor, Xiangling showed her head, jumped onto the saddle, and said in a windy manner, giddy up. The little red horse ran even faster, and when Meng Yuan saw that she was quite excited, he circled around a few times before stopping at the foot of the mountain. I'm going back. Xiangling jumped off her horse, still stretching out a little paw and beckoning. Little geldings, when are you coming to play with me? 1 month later, Meng Yuan said. You are so nice. Xiangling was even happier. She was about to turn around and walk away, but she seemed to remember something and turned back. Then next time you come, bring me some books. I want to learn poetry. Good. Meng Yuan smiled. When Xiangling saw Meng Yuan respond, she even made a bow and then went to the mountains in a huff. Chapter 44, The Way of the Martial Artist. Chapter 44, The Way of the Martial Artist. Chapter 44, The Way of the Martial Artist. The horse was galloping, and he had already returned to the royal residence just halfway through the morning. First returned to the residence, carefully washed the clothes, and scrubbed the body with soap horn, changed into new clothes. Meng Yuan then went to the schoolyard. I asked Wu Changsheng and Hu Qian and realized that there was nothing wrong. Seeing that it was already noon, Meng Yuan went out again and headed for Drunken Moon House. My father happens to be here. Follow me. Nie Qingqing saw Meng Yuan arrive and spoke directly. I came to find my sister this time. Meng Yuan wouldn't make a mistake anymore, and immediately spoke tartly. Nie sure can see her from time to time, so there's no need to be in a hurry. But if you want to see your sister, You'll have to take a special vacation like today. Nia Qingqing smiled sweetly when she heard this and looked at Meng Yuan. Then, Mr. Meng, please. Meng Yuan spent the whole day either against a clear and stupid one like Xiang Ling or a simple and childish one like Zhang Tang. And this moment, when he saw a big sister like Nia Qingqing, who had little simplicity in her eyes but was extraordinarily flirtatious, he found it particularly appealing. The fiercest age ultimately looks better on the big sister. Going up to the second floor and choosing a place near the river, the two of them sat down. Gossip teasing, Nia Qingqing and love to laugh nature. Meng Yuan stroked her comfortably, inging laughter constantly. After a quarter of an hour or so, he saw Nia Yannian and Zhang Guangyan come out of a box. Half a month have not seen. Nia Yannian slightly frosty color. Visible is indeed outside the crime to come. Master Nia, Uncle Zhang. Meng Yuan immediately stepped forward to greet him. Nia Yannian saw his own daughter standing beside the teenager. The smile on her face has not disappeared. Visible is coaxed. He did not want to speak. Zhang Guangyan, on the other hand, laughed happily as he pointed at Meng Yuan and Nia Qingqing and said to Nia Yannian, I see it's a good match. Nia Yannian didn't answer, only looked at Meng Yuan and said, let's go. Back to the royal residence. After getting down from the Drunken Moon building and parting ways with Zhang Guangyan, Nia Yannian and Meng Yuan headed back towards the royal residence together. Master Nia, I heard from Sister Qingqing that you've been loaned out on official business? Meng Yuan inquired curiously. There was an old Taoist priest causing trouble, so I followed to take a look. Nia Yannian said, the Demon Suppression Division still cares about this? Meng Yuan also laughed. Except for the fact that you don't care about stealing women, they care about everything. Nia Yannian finally stopped pretending to be serious. He sized up Meng Yuan and asked, what are you looking for me for? Do you want a pimp? Just don't mention the pimp. Meng Yuan acted as if he hadn't heard and only said, Master Nia, I've fully opened the lower 33 heavens and would like to ask Master Nia about how to consummate the mirror break. Nia Yannian stopped in his tracks, reached out to pinch his fingers, counted the days, and then scolded with a laugh. You kid can. You haven't even finished your month, and you're about to give birth again. What kind of analogies are these? Meng Yuan said indignantly. Master Nia, I've never mooned before, but I have the ability to make others moon. Don't threaten me with Qingqing. Nia Yannian nodded Meng Yuan's nose. The two of them didn't say much on the way, and together they went back to the schoolyard. Nia Yannian first asked the trainees one by one, especially Wu Changsheng and Tainyo. He took extra care of them, which could be seen as valued. Go take a look at your broken courtyard. Nia Yannian finished training the cadets and joined Meng Yuan at the residence next to the schoolyard. At this moment, old Uncle Jiang is in the stables and Zhang Tang is at the plum-seeking place, so there is no one at home. There wasn't a hot tea in the house, so Meng Yuan remembered the altar of wine that Nia Qingqing had given him, so he simply slapped it open and took the wine to entertain. Nia Yannian looked at the wine altar as he glared at Meng Yuan again. Meng Yuan toasted 3 bowls before saying in a proper manner, please teach Master Nia. Nia Yannian didn't say how to satisfactorily break the mirror, and only said, I remember that I taught the method of true qi operation and the method of breathing that makes the gale blade, and since your 33 orifices are all open, have you tried it? Tried. Meng Yuan had tried many times. Tell me, how does it feel? Nia Yannian drank another bowl. According to the method transmitted by Master Nia, the gale blade technique has indeed increased in power by a lot, but vaguely, it's never been able to be rounded as it should be, as if it's separated by a piece of paper, and it's not comfortable to practice. Meng Yuan honestly said his own feelings. Isn't it like going to the courtyard, reciting a poem, listening to a song, paying for it, getting on the couch, stripping off your clothes, but you can only go through the motions and can't get into the alley, right or wrong? Nia Yannian said. Meng Yuan hadn't had this experience yet, but fully understood Nia Yannian's words and was therefore nodding his head. It seems that you are indeed only one step away from reaching the realm of perfection. Nia Yannian nodded slightly. May I listen to Master Nia's teachings? Meng Yuan hurriedly poured the wine. You're a smart kid, and I'm sure you have a lot of questions about the path of the martial artist. Nia Yannian still didn't talk about how to arrive at perfection and pulled up something else. He nodded his chest and said, the lower 33 heavens are located throughout the entire body, with all the limbs and torsos distributed. So if someone with a broken arm or leg, would someone with a crippled body not be able to walk this path? Nonetheless, what broken legs and arms? Even if you are castrated, it doesn't delay walking this path. Even if the dantian is broken, it can be opened again, unless one is dead. This is the essence of Wufu. Not afraid to break. To break and then stand is. Not afraid to lose. To fight back again is. Even if you fall to pieces, you can get up again. What is Wufu? Wufu is the path of resistance. The path of indomitability. The path of the sky. Even if there really is a road to extinction, there are still pikers who, in a fit of rage, cut out a path. Nyayanian finished and sipped his wine, which was exceptionally soothing. Master Nya, who taught you these words? Meng Yuan asked curiously. It can't be something that old me realized on my own? Nyayanian frowned with an angry look. Not quite. Meng Yuan intuited that this was Nyeshur borrowing someone else's words. You kid really has some insight. Nyayanian nodded at Meng Yuan inside. It was Princess Wang's late brother who taught me this, but unfortunately I don't have the guts to break through, nor do I have the ability to go on. Your Highness's late brother also followed the martial path? Meng Yuan asked curiously. Nonetheless, he is a Confucian disciple and follows the Confucian path, but he's well educated and knows everything. Nyayanian was quite apprehensive. Seeing this, Meng Yuan didn't dare to ask about that deceased brother, and asked directly, Master Nya, then how should I be consummated? Simple. It's even easier with all your limbs and torsos. Nyayanian drank the face red, and then born with the intention of Xing, Dantian True Chi at the same time impact on the lower 33 heavens, so that it is through, and then the 33 heavens reflect above the Dantian. Engraved correspondence. Since then the True Chi running without hindrance. When this happens, the True Chi transportation will not have to run through the meridians to the various orifices. As long as the Dantian True Chi arrives at the place of reflection, the corresponding orifices will tremble and move, manifesting their power from the outside. This wine altar is the Dantian, with the lower 33 heavenly reflections inscribed on it, the middle 33 heavenly reflections inscribed within it, and supplemented by the changes of the upper 33 heavenly reflections. The upper, middle, and lower 33 heavens are fully open, penetrating everywhere, followed by carrying the True Chi and jade liquid through each of the orifices. Then one can open the secret hidden treasures within the body and gain the law of heavenly chance. Why is it said that the upper, middle and lower 3 days are the foundation of a martial artist? It is here. Only in this way can you turn decay into magic and be considered a true martial artist. Nyayanian was so excited that he all but stole the job of pouring wine for Meng Yuan, and as Meng Yuan listened to Nyeshur's words, he couldn't help but recall that the old fox had said something about the heavenly chance diagram before he died. Blooming spring thunder is the law of heavenly chance? Meng Yuan asked. Your kid's brain isn't slow when you're not hooking up with women, Nyayanian said. My mind isn't slow when I'm hooking up with women. Is it? Meng Yuan saw that Nyeshur was belittling people, but he didn't argue, only asked, Nyeshur, now that I'm fully open in the lower 33, how long will it take to be complete? Depends on the person, quick as 3 or 5 days, slow as a few years or 10 years. There are even those who can't be mirrored and engraved for a lifetime. It's impossible to say. Nyayanian spread his hands. Then I'll try? Meng Yuan said. Okay, you try it. Nyayanian got up. I'm going to the outhouse. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. Meng Yuan did as he said and directly sat down. First, he thought back to the method passed down by Master Nya, and then he closed his eyes and emptied his mind, not hearing anything outside his ears. After a while, he felt that his Dantian was warm and his True Chi was bulging. Meng Yuan's mind moved at will, and the True Chi slowly surged out from the Dantian, passing through the various meridians and arriving at the various orifices. The True Chi dispersed to arrive at the opened orifices, followed by an unceasing stream of infusion impacts. Meng Yuan only felt that his body was overflowing with Qi, and he only wanted to beat it up viciously. This kind of operation of True Qi could not be sustained. For one thing, it was extremely laborious, and for another, it was extremely consuming. After Meng Yuan swallowed the green fruit, although the Dantian increased in size by a few points and the True Qi was more abundant, the orifices also increased in size. After only a short while, most of the True Qi in the Dantian had already been depleted. Meng Yuan still didn't stop, forcibly squeezing the True Qi within his Dantian. After a while, he suddenly realized something strange. The orifices above the top of the head under the impact of the infusion of True Qi seemed to have a subtle correlation with the Dantian. This connection is like a wispy thread, although extremely subtle, but seems to be unable to cut off, unable to excise. And then above the limbs and torso, a silk thread was born, connecting to the Dantian as much as possible, reflecting the engraving. The last 33 filaments are again interlinked and entwined, seemingly disorganized, but also seemingly well organized. Meng Yuan had the feeling that as long as the True Qi in the Dantian arrived at the place of reflection, the location of the corresponding orifices would have the ability to manifest externally. In this way, the Gale Blade technique would be able to operate as it should, and its power would increase even more. Is this even done? Meng Yuan opened his eyes, Nyayanian drink face red, to be out of the door of the room, only to realize that this is not the drunken moon house. There is no need to urinate to escape the account. Treat or my daughter send wine. Geldings froze a copper did not spend. Nyayanian had the intention to go back and drink 2 more cups to mix it up, but when I looked back, the little geldings had already sat down, with the appearance of finishing today's work today. When Nyayanian saw this, he was in no hurry and planned to go around the schoolyard before coming back. Although he had mentioned the method of penetrating the lower 33 heavens, there were still a lot of tricks and experiences yet to be told, and Nyayanian felt that Manhwa would certainly find obstacles once he tried it, and would have to come back to ask for advice again. Nyayanian had just left the courtyard door when he saw a 13 or 14-year-old girl come on the road outside the door. The girl was holding a couple of threadbare books, and it was none other than Jiang Tang. When Jiang Tang saw someone come out of the house, she blinked her big eyes at the other party, then hurriedly saluted and said happily, "Dare I ask if it's Mr. Nye? You recognize me?" Nyayanian smiled. He secretly went to Muzhuan to check on Manhwa, so he naturally recognized Jiang Tang. But since the Jiang family's grandparents and grandchildren came to the royal residence, he had been busy outside. This girl should not have seen herself. I heard it from my brother. Kong Tang clutched his books and gave another salute. "What did your brother say about me?" Nyayanian asked with a smile. "My brother said that it was teacher Nye who taught him martial arts, and told me to perform a junior salute when I meet him," Jiang Tang said obediently. "So it is." Nyayanian had wanted to drink some more, but since his family was here, it was inconvenient to disturb them more. So he said, "Your brother is in the room, so go ahead. I'm leaving." "Mr. Nye, I see that you seem to have been drinking. Why don't I cook you a bowl of sobering soup?" Jiang Tang hurriedly retained Nyayanian on this kind of false words to hear more, but he looked at the little girl. See, this girl is very sincere, and no alienation of their own intentions, but rather familiar, as if they really as close to the elders in general. "Don't I remember you working over at Seeking Plum? How come you're back?" Nyayanian looked at this little girl and couldn't help but think of his own daughter. "I came to see if my brother is back yet," Jiang Tang answered honestly. "Oh, where did he go?" Nyayanian looked out into the courtyard. "Went to the pastoral village." Jiang Tang was very serious. "My brother said that nowadays the days have gotten better, but people can't forget their roots, so we have to go to the pastoral farm to take a walk, remembering the bitter and the sweet, in order to cherish the present more." This kid is a bit insightful. Nyayanian was relieved to see that the geldings weren't looking for flowers, and asked, "Did the little geldings say anything bad about me?" "Nope." Jiang Tang immediately shook his head and said seriously, "My brother never comes not to badmouth people behind their backs. Besides, Mr. New is my brother's respected teacher. How could he possibly say that?" "And what was said?" Nyayanian pursued. "My brother told me before he left for Makwan that when he wasn't home, if Grandpa and I were bullied, then we should put up with it for a while. If we encounter something big, we'll ask Mr. Nye for help," Jiang Tang honestly said. When Nyayanian heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. "The little geldings and you are both people who are looking for Plum. How come you don't look for Plum when things go wrong, but come to me instead?" "My brother said that Sister May can really shelter people, but after all, she's a bit far away. Teacher Nye is the one who can really do things, so if you have an idea you can't decide on, you should look for Teacher Nye." Jiang Tang hugged her books and said happily, "Since my brother said so, then Mr. Nye must be a family member." Nyayanian smiled at his words and said, "The little geldings are glued to my old man." Jiang Tang also laughed and said, "Then it is only natural for me to cook you a bowl of sobering soup." "Alright, you go get ready. I'll go around the schoolyard and come back." Nyayanian looked at the little girl and saw that she was indeed sincere, not hypocritical and polite, so she answered. However, he was used to the world and knew that the little geldings were practicing at this moment, so it was okay for him to have a few words with the little girl on the way, but it was not good for him to enter the room again. Nyayanian was about to go to the schoolyard when he saw the door to the house open and Manhwa walked out with a puzzled and bewildered face. "This is hitting a bump in the road. It looks like I still have to pass on the Dharma." Nyayanian laughed in his heart. "Master Nye." Manhwa walked up and patted Jiang Tang on the head again. "Go make some dishes. I'll buy Master Nye a drink." This time Manhwa has a sense of perfection, but Nyeshur said that seeking the realm of perfection, fast but also 3 to 5 days, slow a few years are there, and they are only just a marigold tea. It is a little too fast. Therefore, I have to look for Nyeshur to say, "By the way, ask about the opening of the 33 heavenly doors." "Good." Jiang Tang immediately answered and made another bow towards Nyayanian before hurrying towards the small kitchen. "I've had too much to drink today. I have to go." Nyayanian took it up. "Master Nye, I haven't seen you in a long time, so I just want to have a painful drink with you." Manhwa pulled Nyayanian down, just not letting go. Nyayanian was dragged hard into the room. forced into a chair, and poured wine again. After pulling a few lines of nonsense, Meng Yuan directly opened the question. Master Nya, how do you open the middle 33 heavens after completing the 9th grade? Look, in a hurry again. Nya Yanian drank a bowl and said, the books haven't even been turned over yet, and you want to take the scholarship examination? Master Nya, it seems that I've perfected my reflection engraving feat. Meng Yuan made an effort to pour the wine. Nya Yanian casually said, then tell me what it feels like? Meng Yuan immediately spoke of the feelings that were mirrored and engraved when he penetrated the lower 33 heavens. Nya Yanian sniffed and didn't say anything, tapping his knuckles on the table before saying after a while, you're a ing talent. If you don't cut jade, you can't make it. If it wasn't for Master Nya's good teaching, how could I have gotten to where I am today? Drink from the source. Master Nya, please drink. Meng Yuan poured the wine. Nya Yanian took his finger to point at Meng Yuan, and after half a day of pointing, he didn't hold back a word. Chapter 46, The Second Quenching of the Body. Chapter 46, The Second Quenching of the Body. Chapter 46, The Second Quenching of the Body. Zhang Tang served a few small dishes and prepared sobering soup, then went back to Mei Sun. Meng Yuan attentively urged wine, and only then did Nya Yanian talk about the matter of the 8 products. To be admitted to the 8 qualities is to open one of the 33 heavens in the center. The lower 33 are located in the skin and flesh, 4 in each limb, 16 in the front and back of the torso, and 1 in the head, making a total of 33. The middle 33 heavens have the same distribution of multiplicity as the lower 33 heavens, except that the middle 33 heavens are among the sinews and viscera. In order to open the 33 heavens, it is naturally unavoidable to beat up the chi and loosen the tension, but this is no longer the most important thing. Generally speaking, it is still true chi that impacts the orifices and then breaks through the blockage. Following that, the point is turned into a surface, and the whole thing is opened. But the middle 33 days in the viscera and sinews, not like the lower 33 in the flesh, is not very good to find. This is the difficulty. Therefore, we must first find the orifices, which is the work of induction. How to sense it? I've taught you the Gale Blade technique of running true chi, although it runs in the lower 33 heavens, but if you use it more, you'll be able to slowly sense the middle 33 heavens. At this point, you can then open your orifices, and the water will flow. Similarly, because in the viscera and sinews, a little carelessness will hurt themselves, is not urgent, can only slow. Nya Yanian passed it on in a brainwave, really not hiding anything. Then I'll try? Meng Yuan said. Don't. Nya Yanian remembered that just now Meng Yuan had said to try it out, and it turned out to be a perfect 9th product. He hurriedly pressed Meng Yuan's arm. There's no need to be in a hurry. Yes. Meng Yuan was an honest man, most obedient to advice, and immediately poured more wine. Wait a minute. Slow down a bit. Nya Yanian was very solemn. This is from experience. He was about to leave after he finished speaking, and Meng Yuan rushed forward to support him. When he was out of the door, Nya Yanian turned back over to point at Meng Yuan and said, when the Wangfei goes out for a trek, I'll take you to pay your respects, so don't you lose my face. This is another mention. Just what can the princess mention? Is she also a martial artist? Meng Yuan also do not know, but his own blue blood is loyal, the most afraid to see the princess. When will you leave? Meng Yuan asked. Nya Yanian was about to reply, but he saw Meng Yuan leaping to action. He hurriedly stretched out his finger to point at Meng Yuan and said, don't be lawless at this moment. If you stutter your mouth when you see the princess, I'll tear it to shreds. Master Nya is too belittling. Meng Yuan immediately said, that's because you haven't seen the Wangfei. Nya Yanian pulled Meng Yuan over and whispered, divine figure, understand? Really national color? Meng Yuan asked in a small voice. How can it be fake? I've watched Wangfei grow up. Nya Yanian bragged, and when he saw Meng Yuan rubbing his hands together, he hurriedly slapped them down and said in a bad mood, don't have any wrong thoughts. How could Master Nya defile someone's innocence out of thin air? Meng Yuan immediately defended. You have AF** king innocence. Nya Yanian was very clear. Meng Yuan had a guilty conscience in his heart and did not dare to argue any further. Nya Yanian took 2 steps, then turned back, pinched the flesh on the back of Meng Yuan's neck, and said, you turn around and take the old geldings and their masters to the drunken moon house for a ride, and put it on my tab. Master Nya, is this a treat? How embarrassing. Meng Yuan laughed. You don't have to be embarrassed. I'm not the one who invited you or gave you face. It's your little girl who cooks and eats for me. I'm giving her face. Nya Yanian didn't have the good sense to say. After sending Nya Shi away, Meng Yuan sat alone for a long time, reflecting on Nya Shi's words, and then Meng Yuan didn't go to the schoolyard, so he practiced the Gale Blade technique in the courtyard. supplemented by the true chi operation method, the dantian true chi being carried back and forth between the reflections and carvings. The first few times I practiced it I was not familiar with it, and I still had a feeling of stagnation, but after practicing it for more than 10 times, it will work without any obstacles, and I only feel that it is as round as I want it to be. Using the gale blade technique like this is faster, both in terms of power and speed. It has to do with the amount of one's own true chi, how fast or slow one can carry it, and experience. Therefore, even if two people of the same 9th grade perfection use the same set of gale blade technique, there is still a difference between high and low. Meng Yuan practiced for another half morning, until after he developed a sense of exhaustion. He still had not felt the middle 33 heavens. After he had eaten dinner, Meng Yuan simply locked himself in his room, intending to quench his body with essence fire. After the first quenching of the body, the lower 33 heavens were loosened, and up to this point they had been singing all the way to the completion of the 9th grade, and after that, the essence flame was slow to contain, and it wasn't until after swallowing the green fruit that it was consummated again. Meng Yuan estimated that this quenching of the body was afraid to be of higher utility. There is no hurry. First cultivate the spirit, to be true chi filling the dantian. After the spirit is clear, Meng Yuan simply stripped naked clothes, sitting on the ground. After a moment's thought, he saw the fire enveloping his body. With a heartbeat, the essence flame exploded. For a moment, Meng Yuan only felt that the flame in the body to run non-stop, along the meridians into the blood, flesh, sinews and bones, limbs and bones, viscera and bowels, like a raging flood, unstoppable. And then Meng Yuan will feel the lower 33 days of trembling. All the orifices were burned again. The flame was drilled along the lower 33 days, followed by the internal organs of the sinews and bones of the quake, and finally the essence of the fire all fell into the dantian, as if to boil the true chi in general. Meng Yuan only felt his whole body burning, especially the dantian was in severe pain. After 10 or so breaths, the essence flame slowly receded. After another long time, Meng Yuan opened his eyes. The physical discomfort was still there, and there was a tearing sensation in the dantian. Meng Yuan took a closer look at the changes after quenching his body. Not only was his flesh and blood condensed, but his meridians were also wider in all places. The first time the essence of fire quenching the body, there will be a rebirth. Washed tendons and marrow feeling, but compared to this time, only feel the body's weeds were all burned empty. There is a cleansing of lead. Goodbye to heaven and earth feeling. Not to mention that his body was as light as a swallow. His mind was clear, his chi and reaction speed had changed, and the lower 33 heavens that he had opened were also different. It was as if the river had widened and dug down deeper, and the dantian was even more expansive, as if the place of water storage was even more vast. Before the quenching of the body was originally sufficient true chi, full of dantian, but at this time there is a sense of emptiness. Its stored true chi is actually only one half, visible dantian condensed and strengthened a lot, wistful again of the essence fire. It was again only the size of a soybean. This essence fire quenching had still not rushed through any orifices, but Meng Yuan had a feeling that the middle 33 heavens had loosened up. Sitting cross-legged in meditation, Meng Yuan felt carefully and stored the water of the great river. Then he saw that under the lower 33 heavens, there was another river. Carefully searching for a place, Meng Yuan had the intention to invoke the impact of true chi, but a feeling of fatigue arose. True chi is insufficient and needs to be contained, and my stomach is still hungry. Meng Yuan didn't force himself. There was no rush to serve the crown princess anyway. Simply got up and went to the kitchen to nibble on a few steamed buns to pad his stomach. Meng Yuan laid down to sleep, intending to talk about it tomorrow, falling asleep in a daze. It wasn't long before I heard someone enter the room, and then the person tucked in the bedding, and took a small hand to probe his forehead, and finally came close to his ear and spoke. Brother, the food is in the kitchen, the shoes and socks are at the bedside, the knife is by the pillow, and the homework is on the table in my room. After a long time again, Meng Yuan opened his eyes and immediately saw a large face. Why are you here? Meng Yuan was startled when he saw Tainyo looking close to him. Tainyo, however, was very solemn and said, Brother, why are you sleepy? He wanted to lift the quilt, but didn't dare. Auntie isn't hiding under your quilt, is she? My father said that if you just think about sleeping and don't have the energy to do anything, you'll have to be reminded. No. Meng Yuan knew that he couldn't reason with Tainyo, so he directly lifted the quilt. Auntie is not there. Then I'm relieved. Iron Bull sighed in relief, but still stretched his neck to look closely, as if he were looking for weasel fur. What brings you here? Meng Yuan rubbed his brow. I almost forgot. Tainyo slapped his head. Hu Qian and Wu Changsheng asked me to find you and tell you to hurry to the schoolyard. Chapter 47, The Two Sides of the Fence. Chapter 47, The Two Sides of the Fence. Chapter 47, The Two Sides of the Fence. Who's in the schoolyard? Meng Yuan asked as he dressed. I don't recognize it. It looks oddly distinguished. Hu Qian asked me to come and shout at you, saying that you should hurry over. Tainyo was flustered and helped Meng Yuan carry his clothes. Tainyo. Meng Yuan pressed Tainyo's hand and said seriously, the sky hasn't fallen yet. Remember, no matter what you encounter, you must have a quiet spirit, especially for those of us who learn martial arts. In the future, when we meet enemies and encounter dangerous situations, it is even more important to store a point of quietness. When Tainyo saw that Meng Yuan was serious, he hurriedly answered. Meng Yuan put on his clothes, tied up his hair, and washed his face before he went out with his sword. The schoolyard was right next door, and before we even went in, we heard the chaos inside. Push open the door, then see the martial arts field. A total of 9 students, in addition to Hu Qian, did not participate in the battle. The remaining 8 people, 2 against 2 fight, actually still use the real sword. These people have learned the Gale sword method, although I do not know the true Qi operation method, but after all, they are all day to beat the people, but also make the tiger wind. Hu Qian stood aside, her face rather somber. There was also a Ren de Biao who had recently come to the schoolyard from time to time, and he stood beside Hu Qian with his arms wrapped around him, from time to time sidling his head to talk to Hu Qian, who paid no attention at all. There were several other scholarly purists clustered around World Sun Dako Kyo, pointing at them from the sidelines. That Dugu hyper-fat head, this time wearing literati attire, is a hand behind the back, a hand holding a fan in front of the chest, in front of the cadets in the degree of step, should be in the brewing of poetry. I thought it was something big, so it's the great poet who's here. Meng Yuan wasn't sure if the world's sun was coming at him, so he wanted to find the familiar Wang Xiaocai to ask what was going on, but realized that Wang Xiaocai wasn't there. Unable to do so, Meng Yuan saw that Dugu Khan was looking seriously and didn't pay attention to himself at all, so he pulled over a literati helper to the side. What about Wang Xiaocai? Meng Yuan and Nie Yannian had made silver to Wang Xiaocai, an old relationship that had been hooked up. The idler saw that Meng Yuan looked familiar, so he said back, Old Wang is off today. You helpers still have shifts? Meng Yuan grew knowledgeable. What? When that gang of idlers heard this, they immediately became anxious. Cows and horses still have time to rest their breath, but we can't take a break from our vacation? It was my mistake. Meng Yuan hurriedly apologized and asked, how did Shitzi come here? Swords don't have eyes. It's not good if you get hurt. The crown princess summoned the world sun for questioning, and after coming out of the garden of silence, the world sun heard hooting and hollering over here, so he came to take a look. That helper idly stroked his beard, and also soothed. Don't worry, the world sun will go back after doing 2 poems. Meng Yuan nodded. Seeing that the world sun was not here for old scores, he let go. Previously, Meng Yuan also asked Wang Xiaocai, this sun is indeed pure quality. Do not love women, do not crave food, do not drink wine, not good dress, do not love gold and silver, only like to do poetry. Daily do not do a few poems will not be happy. There are no bad intentions, so he is really born with a rich life. Since this was the case, Meng Yuan did not pay any attention to it, and waited for the world sun to finish his poem and leave. Over there, when Hu Qian saw Meng Yuan coming, she hurriedly ran over and said, it's so untrue. We become sellers of art to make people laugh, temporarily tolerate the anger for a while. Meng Yuan knew that her heart was high, so she was pacified. If Shitzi lets us perform martial arts, I actually don't care. Hu Qian pulled Meng Yuan to the side. After all, Shitzi is that person of pure quality. It's all because Rin de Biao is flirting around, one after another, making us spar. Meng Yuan sniffed and looked over at Rin de Biao. And over there, Rin de Biao also looked over and nodded smugly. There, World Sun Dugu Kong suddenly voiced out, his folding fan hitting the palm of his hand, and taking 2 steps forward. All of them looked over, and the group of sparring trainees stopped. I only saw Dugu Kong slowly chanting. I came to the schoolyard to watch the martial arts maneuvers. The big swords and long swords danced back and forth. Men and women are like fierce tigers, scaring the birds. What's all this nonsense? Meng Yuan felt that even if Xiang Ling were to sneak over and teach for 2 days, the poem would be better than this one. However, people's worldly son brought to hold the stinking feet. Those few literati purists have already bragged about it. Meng Yuan silently memorized the bragging words of the Qing guests, only waiting for the next day after Xiang Ling learns to do poetry. He can also be handy when holding a stink foot. Oops, I'm in a poetic mood. After being praised for his unrivaled poetic talent a few times, Dugu Khan was so happy that he immediately waved his hand. Quickly, play a little more lively. I still have to make a border poem. Meng Yuan glanced at the Qing guest of the party and touched out 10 taels of silver and handed it over, meaning hurry up and invite this great god away. To this son of the world, Meng Yuan has no ill feelings. After all, there is no heart, no bad intentions. Coax away. That Chinka should also be accustomed to hooking up, and immediately understood Meng Yuan's meaning, and immediately had to persuade Dugu Kong. Just then, that Rin de Biao stepped forward with an arch of his hand and said, "Then I'll present myself before the world sun." After he finished speaking, he looked toward Meng Yuan and said, "Meng Yuan, didn't Master Nye teach you a set of boxing techniques? Come, let me see how well you've practiced." Master Nye did not pass on my boxing skills. Meng Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Run, it's getting late. It's time for lunch at the schoolyard. No harm done. Let's try the Gale Blade technique then. You were able to kill the Buddha demon, so I'm sure your skills aren't bad. Let me weigh them." Ren de Biao unsheathed his sword. Meng Yuan remembered that when he came out of the Peach Blossom Ridge, Nieshir had said that he had gained something and Ren de Biao had not, so he would be considered to have offended Ren de Biao. Now it seems that Master Nie's eyes are really poisonous, and this Ren de Biao is really still upset about the Peach Blossom Ridge incident. The trainees had never heard Meng Yuan speak about killing demons, and now that they saw Ren de Biao speak about it, they all looked at Meng Yuan curiously. That world son Dugu Khan also had curiosity, sidling up to Chinka and asking in a low voice, "Ren de Biao, you've already entered the 8th rank. He's been learning martial arts for less than 3 months. What are you rampaging for?" Hu Qian chimed in, "I'm not good at fighting. Brother Run, please." Meng Yuan didn't produce a sword. "You don't even dare to hold a sword. Are you a good man?" Ren de Biao said, "I took on the black and white sheep demon. One captured alive and one seriously injured. I pursued the wolf demon and fought to kill it." Meng Yuan laughed. "Whether I am a good man or not, Your Excellency is afraid that you are not qualified to ask." Ren de Biao only mixed a sesame credit in the trip to Peach Blossom Ridge. Hearing this, he was instantly annoyed and pushed his sword forward. "Then let me see what you can do to kill demons." Meng Yuan paid no attention and even turned around, exposing his back to Ren de Biao. Ren de Biao's knife was extremely fast, and immediately arrived at Meng Yuan's back, but in the end he didn't dare to stab down. Meng Yuan has seen through this person. Practicing martial arts qualification is really good, but there is no tolerance for others. The color is strong but the courage is thin. When Ren de Biao saw Meng Yuan belittling himself so much, he was instantly infuriated, and seeing Tainyo beside him, he knew that this man was the thickest with Meng Yuan, so he flipped his sword and headed for Tainyo. Tainyo have not yet understood what is going on. He saw the knife to come, hurried to raise the knife to block, but saw the other side of the knife light is extremely fast, actually avoided, but instead, in their own arm scratched a mark, and instantly broke the mouth. "Have you gone crazy?" Hu Chen really couldn't stand to watch and immediately brought her sword to the rescue. "I'm going to tell Master Nye." When Wu Changcheng saw that Hu Chen had made a move, he hurried to do the same, raising his sword to slash Ren de Biao's right flank, but Ren de Biao has already 8 products. True Chi full, knife is both fast and swift, only one back, bang 2 sound, will be Wu Changxing hands of the knife strangled down. Hu Qian is to keep the knife, but was forced back a few steps. Ren de Biao didn't go after Hu Qian either, and only slashed at Wu Changxing's left arm. Practice hard and cultivate hard. Enter the grade and break the mirror to get the true meaning of the sword. Ren de Biao broke 3 people in a row. He went to look at Meng Yuan, but he saw that Meng Yuan still hadn't come to see him. He was about to show his body again, when he heard Dugu Kong sigh repeatedly. "No fun." Impatience showed on Dokira Kang's fat face. "What's the point of fighting something that's not as good as you? Let's go." Dugu Kong folded his fan into the back of his neck and immediately headed out. When he passed in front of Meng Yuan, he actually pulled him down and said, "You come with me. Go tell us about killing the Buddha demon. Have you forgotten all about me beating up your dog? The schoolyard is not yet under duty, so I'll speak for Shitzi again when the wind and sun are clear another day." Meng Yuan laughed. "Are you really not coming with me?" Dugu Khan looked back at Ren de Biao and whispered again, "If you don't go, he's going to beat you up later. This Seiji is not a cutie, right?" Seeing that Dugu Khan didn't have a bad conscience, Meng Yuan laughed and said, "There's no harm in it. It's just a sparring match." Dako Kyo looked Meng Yuan up and down. "Then don't forget to find me about the Buddha demon." He patted himself on the back and left with the purser and the boy. The schoolyard was quiet again. Meng Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and pressed the hilt of his sword at his waist, saying, "Brother Run, you and I are both of the Wangface people, and we've both been taught by Master Nye. You want to come and compete?" Ren de Biao's face showed caution. He only felt that at this time, Meng Yuan seemed to have the appearance of when he was in Peach Blossom Ridge. At that time, this person killed Wolf Dai, but the excitement in his eyes had not yet faded. A murderous aura. Brother Run, there were many outsiders just now, and you and I are in the same room, so it's inevitable that we'll hurt Princess Wang's virtuous name. Meng Yuan pressed the hilt of his sword and said, I don't care if you crowd me, but Master Nie ordered me to be in charge here, and you hurt my companion. At this time, the outsiders have gone, so make amends and apologize to Tainyo and Wu Changsheng, and this matter will be settled. What if I don't recognize it? Ren Dibiao sneered. Then you and I will both split the difference between high and low, as well as decide life and death. Meng Yuan unsheathed his sword. Chapter 48. Chapter 48. Chapter 48. Ren Dibiao saw that Meng Yuan was by no means bluffing, but really had the momentum of a knife to see life and death. He could not help but think of the appearance of this person when he carried the wolf big down the mountain. At that time, this person had already used up most of his strength to fight with Wolf Dai, but he still carried Wolf Dai on his shoulder, stepped on the mud, and fell on his buttocks, but he just gritted his teeth and made it to the bottom of the mountain without saying a word to ask for help or complaining. It was then that Ren Dibiao felt that Master Nie didn't look at himself very favorably anymore and wasn't willing to teach himself anything. I have entered the 8th rank. You are not a match. Do you really want to humiliate yourself? Ren Dibiao didn't want to weaken his voice, and immediately pointed out the strength of both sides. You've lost your guts. Meng Yuan was very confident that the other party had only entered the 8th grade, and the Gale Blade Technique's true chi transportation method was still in the lower 33 heavens, and had not yet entered the 8th grade transformation mentioned by Master Nie. When Ren Dibiao heard this, it was as if he had been poked in the shorts, and he immediately gritted his teeth and raised his sword. Only Ren Dibiao's figure was extremely fast, and in an instant, he bullied his way up. The long knife in his hand slashed out like a silver-colored train, slashing diagonally towards Meng Yuan's throat. This knife was extremely swift and even brought up a sharp wind-breaking sound. Meng Yuan did not panic. His toes lightly tapped the ground and took a step backward, waiting for his opponent's momentum to be exhausted before he launched his sword. With a clang, the two swords clashed, like the beginning of spring thunder, startling the birds in the distance. Two people slightly will be separated. Ren Dibiao borrowed the force, body flip, and take Meng Yuan's chest. Meng Yuan raised his sword to block and counterattack his opponent's lower body. Gale knife law to swiftness as the key. Two people at the same time show a time fight difficult to distinguish. Knife light hua hua hua. Really good to see. The students have learned this set of sword, although they do not understand the true chi transportation of the wonderful. But see the field of two people, every knife are as fast as the wind. The body is also moving endlessly. Let a person dazzled cannot help but give birth to a sense of yearning. You come and go. Knife light flashes. Not long after, Meng Yuan realized that although the other party had entered the 8th grade, and knew the method of true chi transportation, but compared to himself, no matter whether it was speed, strength, as well as reaction speed, are not as good. Meng Yuan thought to himself, one is his own twice-quenching body, Dantian true chi, then the other side of the full, wide orifices, true chi operation unhindered. Two is, the other side seems to have not yet realized the reasoning of chi and force, meaning and chi, or not taught by Nyesher. At this moment Ren Dibiao has also found some wrong, although he fought with the other side, but always feel that the other side is taking their own knife grinding, from the beginning of retaining strength, to pushing his true chi as much as he could to make the sword. No matter how he exerted himself, the other party's eyes always managed to keep up, and the other party's sword immediately followed, and the other party's force and speed were not at all bad, and he couldn't even tell when the other party would run out of true chi. Ren Dibiao frowned at the thought. Senta Ruthless was about to sing a word pretending to be even-handed, then felt the other side of the knife forcefully lifted. The force is more increased, the knife is more and more rapid, and even only see the shadow. A series of desperately blocked 7 knives. Ren Dibiao breath did not change, are not talking to the air, only to feel that the other side of the force is heavy, far more than their own, has already shocked their own arms sore and painful. In a trance, Ren Dibiao felt his back was hammered by the hilt of the knife, and then his internal organs shook, dizziness, unsteady, and the long knife in his hand was out of his hand. Ren Dibiao staggered to the ground. He felt that his opponent seemed to have retained power in this blow. Lost, although lost, Ren Dibiao heart, but there are a few points of ease of feeling, because the other side seems to have forgotten both high and low, but also to determine the words of life and death, and did not kill themselves. At the time of celebration, Ren Dibiao was about to open his mouth to admit defeat, when he felt a pain in his left arm. Ren Dibiao hurriedly turned his head to look, but he saw that it was Meng Yuan who had stepped on top of his left arm, which had been broken. A miserable cry resounded above the schoolyard, and Ren Dibiao sweated and rolled over. The shadow of the sword weaves through light and shadow. The blade walks high and low to support heaven and earth, as fast as a shooting star chasing the sun and moon, as fast as lightning cutting through Kangwoo. Meng Yuan retracted his foot. Brother, run. Failing to practice the Gale Blade technique is not a problem. Bullying the weak and hurting fellow soldiers is the big problem. Meng Yuan didn't wait for Ren Debiao to reply, sheathed his sword, looked at the trainees, and said, Master Nya passed on our skills, not to show off in front of people, not to make people laugh, but to protect the princess in the coming day. It's fine to spar and compete, but it's not allowed to fight in the same room, use neighbors as beggars, or kill each other. The people stared blankly at Meng Yuan, and then looked at Ren Debiao, who had broken his arm, and all of them did not say anything for a while. All memorized? Meng Yuan asked. Remember. A crowd of people shouted with a rushing sound. Meng Yuan went up to check the injuries of Wu Changsheng and Tai Nyo and was relieved to see that the wounds were not deep. Zhang Cheng and Song Laowai carry brother Rin back to his place, and Wu Changsheng goes outside to ask a doctor to come. Meng Yuan arranged the aftermath. Wu Changsheng had forgotten to cover the wound on his arm. He looked at Ren Debiao who was rolling over in pain and asked in a low voice, Senior brother Meng, should we send him directly to the medical center? But broke a bone. The body of a martial artist, to maintain 2 months is, you can just go outside and hire a doctor. Meng Yuan pressed the hilt of his sword and emphasized, don't let brother Rin suffer, and look for a good doctor with both virtue and skill. Yes. Wu Changsheng immediately led the order to leave. Zhang Cheng and Song Laohu also lifted up Ren Debiao and headed out. Hu Qian, Zhao Tainyo, come with me. The rest of you, drill at ease. Meng Yuan immediately headed out of the schoolyard. Hu Qian and Tainyo rushed to catch up. After walking for a while, a rare light of thought surfaced in Tainyo's eyes. He came close to Meng Yuan's ear, fearing that Hu Qian would hear him, and said in a low voice, Brother, don't you want to go to find old Uncle Zheng and girl Zheng first? Running away without the two of them? Iron Bull. I heard everything. Hu Qian vigorously patted Tainyo on the back, then tugged on Meng Yuan and asked, Where are we going? Why don't I go find my mother? She can still say a few words in front of the princess. Why do you two just want to go the wrong way? Why can't you be honorable? Did the princess allow us to learn martial arts so that we could do favors and run connections? Meng Yuan offered harsh criticism and said seriously, I hurt someone, so I should admit my mistake and admit my punishment. I was on my way to find Mei. That is, I didn't find the thorns, otherwise I would have taken the blame. Hu Qian opened her mouth. She then realized that although Meng Yuan is all righteous, but it seems to be very familiar with this kind of thing, as if he is used to it. And when you say you're going to confess to a punishment, you look like you're going on a string. A person does things for a person. I certainly know that you are angry with this person, but after all, the person is my injury. The sin is in me alone. The two of you have seen Seeking Plum. You only need to tell the truth and testify for me. Meng Yuan said. Hu Qian speechless. She carefully run through things, found that this Meng seems to be everywhere in the right, even if the last injury can also be said to be the act of anger. And with the 9th grade breaking the 8th grade in a big way, Hu Qian just felt that with Niesher's nature, he might even have to boast a couple of times. What exactly did your brother used to do? Hu Qian pulled Tainyo and asked quietly. Gelders, specialized in de-virginization. Tainyo looked like why do you knowingly ask? He didn't know any euphemisms. He just said it. So it is. Hu Qian really realized. To remove the potential, we must first hold the potential of others. This potential is the reason. He went to the potential of others, and occupied for their own use. Others have no reason and no potential. His potential and reason is even greater. Hu Qian tugged at Meng Yuan and asked, Is it like this? Meng Yuan also do not know how to Gelda actually Geld out of the learning, Geld out of the reasoning. See people that look forward to the expression, then can only say, see the micro and know. Good. Chapter 49, Convincing People by Virtue. Chapter 49, Convincing People by Virtue. Chapter 49, Convincing People by Virtue. Hu Qian and Tainyo followed Meng Yuan to the plum-seeking place, only to see Meng Yuan first ask someone to call out Zhang Tang. Brother, why are you here? Zhang Tang was happy. She saw that Hu Qian and Tainyo were also there, so she hurriedly greeted them. Sister Qian. Tainyo. Tainyo, what happened to your arm? I was taken by. He was cut by a knife practicing martial arts. No big deal. Meng Yuan smiled and interrupted Tainyo. Do what, Sister Qian? Tainyo Ben was going to say more, when he saw Hu Qian pulling herself a bit. Zhang Tang was already convinced. She seriously said, There is medicine at home. Grandfather asked me to prepare it. You wait here. I'll go back and get it for you. Just as he took a step, his pigtail was grabbed by Meng Yuan. Don't be in a hurry. Meng Yuan smiled and said, You go home first and wait. I'll look for Sun Mei to say something, and go back to you when I'm done. Zhang Tang nodded his head obediently and went back numbly. Hu Qian watched from the sidelines, and when she saw that Zhang Tang was far away, she said. She follows Xuanmei and lives near the schoolyard, so she will always know. It's good to know later. She's only had a few good days, so when she's 2 years older, she won't have to avoid her. Meng Yuan laughed. Hu Qian nodded at her words. She saw that Meng Yuan doted on Jiang Tang and stood up for herself and the others in the schoolyard. She did have the style of an elder, so she said, she's not too young. Your family doesn't have any female family members, and sister Mei Xuanmei is too proper, so I'll bring her to sit with my mother some other day. As she spoke, she also winked at Meng Yuan. Thanks a lot. Meng Yuan arched his hand. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, but Iron Bowl froze and didn't understand what the two of them were smiling about. When they entered the courtyard, the three of them met seeking Plum. Xuanmei heard another fight. She did not feel rare. First let Hu Qian and Tainyo outside to wait quietly, only let Meng Yuan to say. Meng Yuan naturally said whatever he had to say and didn't hide it. When Meng Yuan finished speaking, Xuanmei summoned Hu Qian in and listened to what happened again. Finally, there was Tainyo, but Tainyo's speech was tangled and unclear, and within a few sentences, he was pulling something like a brother was also forced to do so. Alright, after matching the statements and figuring out the cause, Sunmei looked at Tainyo's wounds again and asked Meng Yuan, why did you go to the schoolyard so late? Drinking with Uncle Nya again? Meng Yuan froze. He had prepared a bellyful of words, and at this moment should be talking about the fight. Why did he bring up drinking? A woman's thought process is always a bit strange. Meng Yuan immediately recognized. Drinking a little bit. He loves to drink. But you are just learning the art. You must not indulge in it. Know this, learning is like rowing a boat against the current. Once indulged, it's a short ride. A gentleman should have self-control. Seeking Plum Road. Yes. Meng Yuan immediately answered. This matter is not your fault. He hurt people in the first. You since the general leader of the school field thing. Out of the head is also should be. But in the end, see the blood. Later. Seek the Plum has not finished. Heard outside the house as thud 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 footsteps come. It's really against the grain. Nya Yinyan's voice arrived before he arrived, and as he stepped in, he poked Meng Yuan in the forehead with his finger. Out of breath you are. You're fighting in the same room, and you're fighting your own people. Uncle Nye, don't be angry. I've asked. There's someone else in the same room. He's stopping it with a sword. Sun Mei said. It's always his fault. The money for the tonics is deducted from his monthly silver. Nye Yanian didn't have the good sense to drag Meng Yuan outside. Go to the schoolyard to receive your punishment. I've already punished. Xuanmei still want to say a few more words. See Meng Yuan has been Nye Yanian pinched the back of the neck to carry out. She hurriedly instructed Hu Qian and Tainyo. Said. Follow up. Slightly chastisement is. Loyal and pure and good people do not want to be too harsh. Hu Qian and Tainyo immediately followed. Out of the office of the search for Plum. See Nye Yanian has let go of Meng Yuan, and also took the shoulder, which has half to punish the appearance. You kid can. Daring to cross the grade to fight, with 1 point of the old man style back in the day. Nye Yanian hemmed and hawed. Nye division. My sister was about to put things over. You stirred up for nothing. The cost of medicines instead spread to my head. Meng Yuan ate a lot of flowers. The hands of the input is also less. Is therefore extraordinarily distressed money? You're stingy. A few dollars is nothing. Nye Yanian opened his mouth. Let's go. I'll buy you a drink. Then why don't we just give the big guys a vacation? Meng Yuan smiled and glanced at Hu Qian and Tainyo. You're the only one who can do a favor. Nye Yanian cursed and said. Let's give you face. He kicked Tainyo's ass. Go call out all the people and eat a drunken moonhouse. Master Nye. The dining hall is almost ready for dinner at this moment. Why do we have to go outside to eat? Tainyo was used to living a hard life and couldn't see waste. Hu Qian smiled at his words. You are also an unproductive. Drunken moonhouse can spend. Nye Yanian Ben angry pat Tainyo head. Said here stopped. Then go back to the schoolyard to eat. Tainyo still have inside He praised it instead. You two go outside and buy 2 jars of wine. Nye Yanian patted Meng Yuan on the shoulder. I don't have any money with me. So Maester Meng will give some money for selling wine. Meng Yuan saw that Nyesher simply didn't want to spend a single cent as soon as he intended to save money. He could only show his hands. My girl is in charge of all my money. I don't have any on me. I still have a little silver. Tainyo was the most honest, and immediately had to touch his sleeve. When Hu Qian slapped him hard, Tainyo did not understand what it means. Heard Nye Yanian laugh. That's just the right time to turn to your home. Seeing that he had been eaten, Meng Yuan could only obediently lead the way. When she arrived home, once Jiang Tang heard that it was Meng Yuan who wanted to invite her schoolyard colleagues in Nyesher to drink, she directly gave her purse to Hu Qian. Sister Qian, I don't know anything about wine, so please buy some good ones, and don't save money for me. Don't worry, that's it. Won't lose your good brother's face. Hu Qian took it with a smile, took Tainyo with her, and ran away in a puff of smoke. Jiang Tang heard the words of what a good brother. Her face instantly reddened. Only when she saw Tainyo run away did she touch the small medicine bottle again. Brother, you remember to put medicine on Tainyo. It will heal faster. Even a little girl is more of a scene than you. Nie Yannian escorted Meng Yuan to the outside of the schoolyard before saying, tell me carefully how the fight went. Meng Yuan naturally told the truth that he was able to win, but only because of his strength, swiftness, and durability. Of course, it also lies in one's own courage to fight. While the other side is slightly frustrated, the heart is less and less able to do so. Winning over a rank is common on the path of a martial artist, but it's all between the lower ranks. Once you reach the 7th rank, it's harder and harder to defeat the 6th rank, so grow a heart. Nie Yannian mentioned. In the future, don't just casually cross ranks to face the enemy. There's no shame in running away and admitting defeat. I know. Earlier, when I was at the medicine manor, I said that it's fine for him to be prejudiced against me. As long as he doesn't mess with me, I don't care. Even if he bullies me, I'll tolerate it. I'm an honest person. Meng Yuan sighed. This time I really had no choice. I was really cornered. After reading a few crappy books, I didn't learn the good ones, but the stinking scribe's hypocrisy skills. You have long wanted to him, right? Nie Yannian pointed at Meng Yuan's nose and said, you have a problem. Your hands are ruthless and your heart is not ruthless. He provoked you. You directly drive past on the line, but also have to take advantage of a reason to fight. Yeah, sure. This is called the hall. To convince people with virtue. Meng Yuan was poked and prodded, also not angry, but have a different opinion. Said, I am the people of the Wangfei. The Wangfei love books, knowledgeable, and compassion for the weak and lonely. I see the Wangfei also do things reasonably. Then I should also be like this. This is called to see the wise and think of the wise. Seeing the virtuous? Nie Yannian stroked his chin and smacked his lips. That's quite a bit of crooked reasoning. He surveyed Meng Yuan and praised. Maester Meng is Maester Meng. Not only loyal, but also virtuous. The books really haven't been in vain. Awesome, awesome. Master Nye is flattered. Meng Yuan accepted it as it was. Chapter 50, Breaking the Boundary. Chapter 50, Breaking the Boundary. Chapter 50, Breaking the Boundary. The sun was warming up at midday on a spring day, and from time to time a bird of prey swept by. The meals at the schoolyard were average. The drinks were average. And Nye Yannian didn't want to stay much longer when he saw that he wasn't too comfortable here. Except for that gelding smith. Take a day off today. Practice hard tomorrow. And if you don't understand anything, look for Maester Meng. Nye Yannian got up and left. Meng Yuan immediately followed, catching up and saying, Master Nye is leaving already? Alas, I can't help it. Nye Yannian sighed hurriedly. I'm so poor that I can't eat. And the martial arts firms are breaking up, so I have to go and take care of them? I haven't even borrowed any money yet and you're crying about poverty? Who just said money is nothing? Meng Yuan immediately followed the conversation and said, I think so too. Since Master Nye has a lot on his plate, I'll put more effort into the schoolyard. However, I know too little. Just one gale blade technique. If Master Nye doesn't pass on something to me, I can teach Tainyo and the others. It'll also save people from saying that you're only worried about business, Master Nye, and don't care about the serious business of the schoolyard. There's no rush for these 2 days. Nye Yannian patted Meng Yuan on the shoulder and said, wait until you're in the 8th rank and meet the princess. After pulling the crap, Nye Yannian numbly left. As if he was afraid Meng Yuan would ask to borrow money. As if I'm really only considered one of the princess's people if I meet her. Put a stamp on my ass? Meng Yuan belabored twice. Then remembered that Niesher said that the Wangfei was a divine figure, and couldn't help but yearn for it. Left out of the world, pouring into the city and the country. Brother? You miss Auntie again? When Tainyo saw that Meng Yuan was acting like Shitsi, with one hand behind his back and the other in front of his chest, as if he was about to chant a couple lines, he grabbed Meng Yuan's arm and shook it vigorously. Everyone's waiting to give you a toast. A toast? Meng Yuan frowned, taking out Niesher's tone. You didn't learn the good ones, but you learned a whole lot of the bad ones. Back in the dining hall, everyone really didn't move their chopsticks and all looked at Meng Yuan. The eyes of these people were already a little different. Previously, Meng Yuan was the first to enter the ranks and was in charge of the schoolyard. In their hearts, they were actually convinced. After all, Meng Yuan practiced the hardest, put in the most effort, hit people the hardest, and acted fairly. But people are afraid of comparison. That Ren de Biao into the 8 products later stirred up a flurry. A lot of people were instructed by Ren de Biao. Consciously I has been different. Moreover, Meng Yuan has never told them how many orifices he has opened, and he also goes out from time to time. and often comes back in a drunken stench. And many people really thought that Meng Yuan's entry into the product was just a fluke, and privately pulled some words of what the hours were over. But today I realized that Meng Yuan has not only captured demons outside, but also killed them, and also with the body of 9 products, forced to break the 8 products of Ren de Biao, and is not a narrow victory, not a wise victory, but with the true ability to fight out of the great victory of a knife. That's not all. He injured someone, but he was sent back by Niesher specifically, as if he hadn't been half punished. Senior brother Meng, Wu Changsheng picked up his wine bowl, and Hu Qian also picked up her wine bowl. The crowd immediately followed suit. Meng Yuan picked up the bowl of wine, drank it in one gulp, and laughed. I hope that everyone will practice diligently, gather their wills, and protect the princess. Hu Qian silently watched. She saw Meng Yuan after a mouthful of dry seems to want to smash the bowl of wine, and then shouted a voice what loyalty and so on, but also very scrupulous touched Jiang Tang's purse. Seems to be afraid of losing money for the bowl of wine, so in the end to hold back. Loyal people can also be trapped by a blocking object. Hu Qian sighed in her heart, and remembering the theory of depowering that she had realized, she felt that the saying that if you don't have money, you don't have power was really true. Meng Yuan drank several bowls in a row, and was pestered by Wu Changsheng and the others to talk about the battle against the black and white sheep demon before they were dismissed. When I got home, no one was there either. But Jiang Tang leaves a note in the kitchen questioning why Meng Yuan didn't eat breakfast. The more you manage, the wider it gets. Even though Meng Yuan said this, he still ate the meal left behind in a single gulp, silently storing thoughts. That essence fire was still as small as a soybean, only slightly growing a little bit. Essence fire according to this growth rate, even if 2 or 3 pounds of meat per day, I'm afraid it will take a small half a year, or even longer. The essence flame has already quenched the body twice. The efficacy is stronger than once. And now the sinews and flesh are already far superior to those of the same rank, even stronger than those of the 8th grade, but it's also getting harder and harder to contain the essence flame. It seems that eating meat is ultimately a minor path, and if you want to quickly contain the essence flame, you still need to find the green fruit. I'll have to find Master Nye to have a chat and inquire about spirit herbs and precious medicines, but before that, breaking the mirror into the 8th grade is the top priority. After sitting in meditation for a while and slightly receding from his drunkenness, Meng Yuan struck the holding pile nourishing Yuan Gong a few more times. The 33 orifices of the entire body bulged, and true qi filled the dantian. Meng Yuan drew his sword and began practicing the Gale Blade technique. According to what Master Nye had said, when performing the Gale Blade technique, one would be able to feel the response from the middle 33 heavens as they carried their true qi and wandered through the lower 33 heavens. Of course, with other methods can also work, such as boxing sword, the main or with the corresponding real gas transportation cycle method. There will be changes in the external moves, the internal operation of the real gas, the two together, through the discovery of the location of the 33. This is not a moment's work, need to practice hard, and the state of mind cannot be chaotic. However, Meng Yuan had already quenched his body for the second time, and the essence flame had long pried into the middle 33 heavens through the lower 33 heavens deep exploration. This time, the 33 orifices have been loosened. Meng Yuan only calmed his mind and struck the Gale Blade technique once. Then he felt that his entire body responded. After playing 2 more times, Meng Yuan returned to his room and sat peacefully on his bed, closing his eyes and emptying his mind, skimming away distractions and calming his breathing. The true qi that was full in the dantian slowly traveled around, and did not seek to reflect the engraved place, but instead, like flowing water, went through a wide river, and came to the heavenly lingai, which was the first orifice in the lower 33 heavens opened by Meng Yuan. Through this orifice, the true qi slowly surges downward by an inch, and then it feels obstructed. This is the mud pill, is borrowed from the Taoist 9 palace mud pill palace called. The location is similar, but not the same place. The first step in entering the 8th grade is to break open the mud pills. Meng Yuan always keep in mind the words of Niesher. In the 33 days of the body in the body, open the orifices are most likely to be damaged, so no longer dare to vigorously impact, only to slowly approach the true qi. After dawdling outside for a long time, the true qi slowly retracted and did not force its way in. Take a short break to refresh yourself and then slowly mobilize your true qi to rub it in. After repeating this several times, Meng Yuan then mobilized his true qi to gently abrade the blockage. I don't know how long it took, but the blockage became looser and looser. Suddenly, Meng Yuan felt a roar in his head, as if there was the sound of a yellow bell. Then the whole body of the skin, flesh and blood, sinews and internal organs tremble endlessly, as if there is a huge thing hidden in it, wanting to break out of the body in general. At this point the mud pill had been opened, and Meng Yuan had stepped into the realm of the 8th rank of the martial artist. This feeling is marvelous and incomparable. And Meng Yuan even has the feeling that the body contains all things in the world, but there is no corresponding method of outward manifestation. Master Nia said that by opening the secret stash in the body and obtaining the method of heaven's opportunity, one can turn decay into magic. Is this feeling the secret stash? How do I open it? You can peek into the law of heavenly chance by entering the 8th grade? Between Meng Yuan's careful thoughts, he suddenly realized that there was a subtle breathing on the side, so he opened his eyes to see. I only saw Jiang Tang sitting on the edge of the bed, holding a handkerchief and looking at himself with wide eyes, but a foot away. Tiny candlelight in the room, outside the moon-hidden windowsill. Clearly it is already the second half of the night. Hungry? Dinner is always hot. Jiang Tang took a handkerchief and wiped the sweat off Meng Yuan's face. At night on a spring day, she spoke softly, as if the breeze was brushing the threshold. Chapter 51 Meng Yuan repays the favor, request for follow-up reading. Chapter 51 Meng Yuan repays the favor, request for follow-up reading. Chapter 51 Meng Yuan repays the favor, request for follow-up reading. Early morning. After breakfast, old Uncle Jiang and Jiang Tang each went to work. Now Jiang Tang followed the search for Mei mixed. Listening to Jiang Tang said, search for Mei on her quite a promotion. Not only to teach her to count the learning, sometimes go outside the manor and store to check the accounts. Will also take her close to Zhu. Jiang Tang already has a few ladylike looks. Warm and lovely is there, but in the end it's a yellow girl. Meng Yuan has only pity for her. Comparatively speaking, Na Qingqing, who was charming, smiling and qualified, was much more appealing. Of course, neither of them were as much fun as the stone grinders at the schoolyard. As soon as the Zhang family's grandparents and grandchildren left, Meng Yuan practiced the gale blade technique 2 more times in the courtyard. Now that the mud pill had been opened and had stepped into the 8th grade of martial man, the enhancement was naturally there, but it wasn't big. 9, 8, 7 products to open the upper, middle and lower 3 days, is for the foundation of the martial artist. All for the future of the middle and high quality to prepare. Therefore, even if you raise a realm, it is only the first step on the mountain climbing. The strength of the enhancement is very limited. Not every other grade is a world of difference. The most significant time to improve the 9th and 8th products is when they are complete. At this time, the orifices are fully open, borrowing the true chi to carry in the place of reflection and engraving, and supporting the stances, which can only be called the change of the 9th product and the change of the 8th product. Of course, even if the enhancement wasn't considered great, there was a point of benefit for opening one orifice. Now Meng Yuan is becoming more and more deaf, seeing and hearing farther, clear and unhindered in his mind, and his breathing is more comfortable, and when the realm was broken, the whole body was shaken, and there were also a few effects of quenching. The Dantian seemed to have condensed a few points, and held a bit more true chi. Collected the work, Meng Yuan took the silver money in hand, first to the schoolyard, mentioning the teenagers a few sentences, but also do not report to the people, directly away from the royal residence. After raising the rank, the monthly silver should also be raised. Now Meng Yuan had no input, spend or soft rice money, so want to go to the drunken moon house to ask about the treatment problem. It would be great to inquire with Master Nia again about spiritual herbs and precious medicines, and if he could borrow some money along the way, that would be great. Meng Yuan is too poor. The 200 taels of silver given by Niesher have been spent more than half, and he is even afraid of losing money by dropping the wine bowl to show his loyalty. Of course, the main thing today was to find Sister Flower, now poor to poor, but in the end settled down. Meng Yuan thought to return the favor of Sister Hua as soon as possible. A year ago in the snow, at the entrance of the North City, a seat and a cake, though small, was a snowy friendship. If this favor is not returned, Meng Yuan's heart will not be happy. Of course, like Niesher's preaching grace, seeking Mei's promotion, these two kinds of grace is heavier, but there is no need to hurry to pay back. After all, day to day can see, there is always a time to contribute. And Flower Sister lives in the ugly alley outside the North City, Pai said. When she is settled, month after month can go to her a few times. She will be satisfied. The royal residence is in the southern city. Meng Yuan is a little far away, can not often go, and did not have the intention of whoring. Sister Hua once said that Thea is heartless. She is a dark door child, the sorrows of which need not be mentioned. But there are still good deeds. Meng Yuan had no worries about food and shelter, so he should more than likely repay them. Of course, it is not to provide for Sister Flower, but to give some silver money to help her get out of that quagmire. Then it will be considered a merit. Meng Yuan was poor and heartbroken for money, but did not value it. Just coming out of the schoolyard, he saw that old purveyor Wang Shoutsai looking for him. When I asked, I found out that the person had come to apologize. Yesterday's recess, they didn't restrain Shitsi and disturbed you, brother. Really shouldn't. Wang Shoucai fished out a delicate wooden jar from his sleeve. A small apology. No offense. Meng Yuan did not know what to say. This old showman did not have a little bit of literati pretense. Say he is noble in character. He receives silver to do things. Say he is not good in character. People do things but also manage the aftermath. Meng Yuan then felt that Wang Shoucai can be the head of the world's sons cleaners, and perennial, is really capable in the body. Shitzi has already forgotten about drunken Moonhouse. Wang Shoucai was very steady in his work. Yesterday, he heard about you killing some Buddha demon, but he has been thinking about it, and said that he wanted to treat you to a tofu banquet. But don't worry, he'll forget about it in a few days. Yesterday, Dugu Kong quite a helping hand. Meng Yuan think that people are not really stupid. Is simple sum, the heart is not bad. Thank you, Mr. Wang. I'll invite you for tea some other time. Meng Yuan didn't have any ill feelings towards this Shitzi, but he didn't want to get in touch much either. Rather, it is this old chinka who does things properly, and Meng Yuan has seen the wise again. Carrying the jar of tea out the door, Meng Yuan went straight to drunken Moonhouse. At this time is still a little early, but there are already a lot of people on the street. But the drunken Moonhouse has not yet opened its doors to welcome customers. Meng Yuan pounced on the empty child. Meng Yuan wasn't willing to sit and wait, so he planned to go straight to Sister Hua. After a few steps, I saw an old Taoist priest on the road, carrying a long wooden stick with a rag tied to it as a flag sign, with 4 big words, iron mouth straighten up. That old Taoist priest wearing worn-out Taoist robes, his beard and hair mixed with black and white, pine wood for hairpins, and his eyes quite godly, was holding a broken flagpole in one hand and stopping a handsome young man with the other. Fortune-telling and fortune-telling, just you. Young man, you're going to have a bloodbath. This job is too rough, right? Meng Yuan silently looked at it, thinking that if the green-skinned fox did this, the stupid roe deer and the little weasel wouldn't have been cheated out of their bodies. Old sir, I am actually a woman. I am a man traveling. You can't even argue this. You'd better go home and recite the sutra. That handsome youth waved his folding fan and left in style. The old Taoist priest didn't dwell on it and pulled another youth. You have blackness between your eyebrows. There's also a plague of blood. Tell me your fortune. Asterisk 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 off. The young man spouted obscenities. How do you curse? The old Taoist priest came angry and stretched out his finger to scold. If it weren't for the Taoist master's chi nurturing, I would have thrown you into the Dan furnace long ago. When the old Taoist saw that young man put on a vicious face, he didn't dare to go to meet his eyes and turned his head away. Seeing Meng Yuan, he pulled Meng Yuan's sleeve. Young man, I see that you have a handsome face, have an extraordinary phase. In the coming days will certainly be feudal lords and worship ministers, petite wives and beautiful concubines. Just lately the luck is not good. I am afraid that I have to quarrel with people. How about, I went out without money? Meng Yuan said. This old Taoist was enthusiastic, but after hearing this, his face immediately lost its expression, and he took a wrong step to walk away. The world is a cold place, and when people are poor, even the crooks don't care about you. Meng Yuan shook his head inside, and had just taken 2 steps when the old Taoist turned back and pulled on Meng Yuan's sleeve. You brought money. The old Taoist priest held a flag trick in one hand while happily pointing at Meng Yuan. When Meng Yuan heard this, he stopped and sized up the old Taoist priest. Although he didn't know how the old Taoist knew, he should be somewhat capable. Then please ask the old gentleman to calculate whether or not my trip will go smoothly. Meng Yuan smiled. Going south or north? The old Taoist priest asked. North. Meng Yuan replied. But to kill and burn? The old Taoist priest asked. What's all this nonsense? Meng Yuan casually said. I am the most innocent. I don't dare to beat anyone, let alone killing and setting fire. Young man, you still have a few bits of blood on you. You've seen blood with someone in the past 2 days, haven't you? The old Taoist frowned, his hand nudging Meng Yuan, saying, it's fine for you to cheat Master Tao, just don't cheat yourself as well. It doesn't matter if Master Tao is cheated by you, just sing a sutra and get over it. You're going to suffer in the future if you cheat yourself. This man was somewhat capable, and Meng Yuan didn't speak blindly, only saying, then, old sir, calculate whether my trip will go smoothly or not. So what the hell are you going to do? The old Taoist priest asked. Go and return a point of the old righteousness of a helping hand. Meng Yuan said. That's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The old Taoist waved his hand. Even the vultures who preach about emptiness talk about enmity and karma. So if you go to repay your debt, you'll definitely be in good hands. I'm telling you. He held out his hand. 10 taels of Makui Gua gold. You don't seem to be counting anything, do you? Just a lucky word? Do you look like a stupid roe deer or a stupid weasel? Meng Yuan looked back at the drunken moon building and thought, I was pitched 10 taels here. and I'm going to be pitched 10 taels again today? Old sir, haven't you calculated that this is the money I'm taking to pay back the favor? Meng Yuan laughed. When the old Taoist heard this, he apparently froze for a moment and said helplessly, then you can at least give something, right? Getting up so early in the morning. Master Taoist, I haven't even mixed a penny yet. Meng Yuan smiled and simply sent out the jar of tea given by Wang Xiukai. The new spring tea is worth 1 or 2 taels of silver. The old Taoist priest took it, opened the jar and took a look. It's done. At least I can take it to the guests. Meng Yuan saw that the old Taoist priest was at least 70 years old, but he spoke with great vigor. So he asked curiously, how long has the old Taoist priest been doing this? Just dry. The old Taoist sighed helplessly. The Guan is going to have guests, and a few disciples are not up to the task, so they can't get any money to receive them. I have to come to get some money with a thick face? No incense money? Meng Yuan laughed. If my disciple is not good enough to fool people, will people still want to come? The old Taoist looked like a hero. I heard that there are all big families here. Thinking that I can always meet a little cutie. I thought I could always meet a little cutie. Old Taoist master. Why don't you wait until I'm gone to say this? Meng Yuan all but laughed. I'm not talking about you. I wish you a straight path ahead. Free and easy The old Taoist monk smiled and stroked his beard, actually having a bit of the weather of a Taoist master. May the Taoist master make a great fortune. Meng Yuan smiled. Chapter 52 Sister Flower, Request for Follow-up Reading. Chapter 52 Sister Flower, Request for Catch-up Reading. Chapter 52 Sister Flower, Request for Follow-up Reading. The spring sun is just right. Although he was pitched a can of tea by the unscrupulous old Taoist priest, he was able to listen to an auspicious word and was in a good mood. Meng Yuan settled in and made his way out of the North City Gate. The pattern of Songafyu is rich in the south and poor in the north. This side is not far from the docks in the east of the city. So many laborers and handymen live in this area, which can be described as mixed. Moreover, there are large fields in the north of Songafyu, so there is a vegetable market outside the city, which is considered to be a place of internal and external transportation. With the arrival of spring, everything revives. There are no more stragglers outside the city. I do not know where they have been dispersed, but instead, there is a vibrant state of life. Near midday, there are still a lot of people picking and carrying. There are selling straw shoes. There are selling green beans. There are also selling pork. Meng Yuan didn't go directly to Auspicious Lane, but first circled around to familiarize himself slightly with the terrain before heading to Auspicious Lane. Jisheng Lane is slightly remote, but there are quite a few people going in and out of it. Before Meng Yuan could take a step into the alley, he saw a woman in her 40s or 50s leaning against the wall at the mouth of the alley, smiling at himself. The woman's face could not cover the potholes even with white powder, and she was dressed loosely, with a flower in her ear. Young man, come, auntie has a word with you. The woman was very familiar, with a smile on her face and a warm look. Me? Meng Yuan didn't get it and could only nod at himself. Who else could it be? The woman beckoned back and forth. Meng Yuan pressed his sword and stepped forward. The woman wasn't afraid of Meng Yuan's knife, and while coming up to grab Meng Yuan's arm, she said, sleeping or not? The spring breeze swept in an unpleasant aroma, and Meng Yuan was so frightened that he retreated 2 steps before avoiding it. Seeing that his opponent was still going to entangle himself, Meng Yuan raised his sword to his chest and did not sheath it. Meng Yuan knew the woman's identity, had no intention of stirring up more trouble with the other party, and asked, Sister Flower is the first few rooms in the alley? She doesn't know as much as my mom? When I started out, she was still playing with mud. The woman saw that the visitor had a master, and she wasn't afraid of the knife, muttering a few complaints before saying, the 7th room on the left is that den. Many thanks. Meng Yuan collected his sword and stepped into Lucky Lane. The midday sun is grand, but the narrow alleys are crooked and still dim, and the road is still dirty with water and dirt, and from time to time there is the sound of cursing, and the sound of bargaining. Sweeping forward, he saw a teenager standing in the doorway of the 7th room on the left side of Auspicious Lane. Meng Yuan has entered the 8th grade. Bright eyes can reach far, even if the alley is dim, but also saw that the teenager holding a pouncing knife in his arms, tattoos on his neck. His eyes also have a look of the old man world first. Hidden dirt place, the government is too lazy to take care of. Then there are bound to be small gangs and factions to manage. Even these small gangs and factions behind the government people. This person should be mixed with a small gang, and eat probably the food of Lucky Lane. This kind of mixing small gangs of evil teenagers in fact not much ability. At most will be a move 2 styles. More or rely on the courage and ruthlessness. You know, martial arts people into the product need to practice hard day and night hard practice. To play boiled body for a long time, is therefore able to enter the product. Most of the perseverance. And people who have the persistence and perseverance to get into the pints are probably not going to come to the mix. Of course, there might be people in the top ranks of these small gangs who had entered the product, but not many. As Nya Yanian had mentioned earlier about the theory of class, those of the 9th rank might be able to muddle through this mud pool, but once the 9th rank was perfected, or even the 8th rank, this mudfish pool would seem small. Moreover, the people at the bottom of such small gangs usually have little vision and are prone to being good at what they do. They don't know how to work hard, but they are good at bullying the weak. At this moment, that evil teenager also noticed the knife at Meng Yuan's waist, and he immediately took a defensive stance. What for? The evil teenager frowned when he saw Meng Yuan come to his heels and came to ask. I'm looking for Sister Hua. Meng Yuan had no intention of tangling with anyone. The teenager shot a glance at Meng Yuan, pushed open the small door, and poked his head in. Chief, a rich brother has come to whore. Soon, the room came out of a middle-aged man, wearing a civilized, not like just whoring appearance, and out of the door on the heck of a smile, looked at Meng Yuan, said, please. After saying his words, this middle-aged man left with the evil teenager. Meng Yuan pushed the door in and saw that the room was small and rather dim, with a bed couch and a broken table in the corner. It's not even March yet, but this place has a stifling feeling of decay. The bed was covered with a quilt, a woman's upper body leaning against the wall, hair disheveled, face pale, should be sick for a long time. Oddly enough, there was a teenager next to him. Seeing that Meng Yuan had a sword and his clothes were neat and decent, the young man hurriedly bowed down and arched his hand, begging, Master, my sister is sick, so I really can't wait for anyone. Why don't you find another one? This alley is all the same. Meng Yuan looked at Sister Hua and saw that Sister Hua's lips were dry and cracked and her eyes were lifeless. So he asked, Sister Hua is your own sister? Yes, the teenager returned. What kind of disease does your sister have? Meng Yuan asked. In this business, what kind of disease can it be? It's a dirty disease. I can't really serve you. The teenager replied. What are you talking about? The originally lifeless flower sister instantly became angry, grabbed the pillowcase on the bed and threw it at the teenager, scolding, Old me is not a dirty disease. Don't ruin my reputation. The teenager dodged repeatedly, not daring to say anything. I'm not here to have fun. Meng Yuan hurriedly reminded and looked at Sister Hua, asking, Sister Hua, do you still remember me? Sister Hua sniffed and probed forward, and only when Meng Yuan took 2 steps forward did she say, I remember you. I always remember you. I can't forget you. Of all the clients I've had, you're the only one who's handsome and has the best job. Honestly, you're the most enjoyable person I've ever had the pleasure of working with since I started my career. A smile appeared on her pale face. When there were a few moments of joy, Meng Yuan only felt that all beings were suffering. This flower sister clearly did not recognize himself, but just follow the words. Say some ambiguous compliments condescension. Seemingly watertight. In fact, full of loopholes. This is nothing to accuse. Meng Yuan in the king's house also all day to say some loyalty or righteousness set of words, but does not affect their own really loyal. She said some polite words to meet the scene, nothing more than a few tales for silver money, and it does not affect the love of people a seat and a cake. You remembered wrongly. Meng Yuan didn't poke holes in the other party's platitudes. Years ago, during the heavy snowfall, there was a fleeing teenager about the same age as your brother, and you gave him a ragged mat and a cake. Sister Hua froze at her words, and only after a while did her eyes widen. I remembered. There's a little cutie, collecting a body for someone. I'll send a cooler. She crawled forward 2 steps on the bed and stared at Meng Yuan, blood coloring her pale face as she laughed. How could someone like you survive? Just barely alive. Meng Yuan laughed. Yeah, I remember saying that if you settle down, you'll come whore me out month after month. Sister Hua lifted the covers. Come on, just because you remembered that I sent you something. Sister Flower, don't want your money today. Sister, the teenager hurriedly stopped him. You're sick like this. Just rest. It's fine. This gentleman looks like a fledgling brother. It'll be done in 3 clicks. No delay. Flower Sister obviously knew countless people, and was very confident in her own ability and vision. Meng Yuan pressed his forehead, only feeling superfluous. He shouldn't have talked more, but just gave the money and left. Chapter 53 Mother Luo. Chapter 53 Mother Luo. Chapter 53 Mother Luo. You're here, and there's no reason to pat yourself on the back. What did that person from the party come to do? Meng Yuan asked. He's a forked pole in the alley, here to press for regular money. Sister Hua stared at Meng Yuan. The so-called forked pole is usually said to be the brothel owner, but also refers to the person who manages these dark doors. What kind of disease did you suffer from? Meng Yuan asked again. There's nothing serious. It's just that my body has been cold and hot for a while now, and I don't have any energy. Sister Hua didn't mention the matter of sleeping. How long has it been? Meng Yuan asked again. Almost a month, right? Sister Hua thought carefully and said very helplessly. It's been most of a month without opening. It was less than a month. It was the beginning of the month when the disease was committed. Then Sister Flora's brother remembered it well. Now that March is approaching, the sky has already warmed up a lot, but at the beginning of February, there was still a cold spring. When the spring rains were continuous, Meng Yuan had fought with the wolf to death, so he remembers it very clearly. May I see a doctor? Meng Yuan asked again. How can a rotten have money to hire a doctor? Sister Hua had a smile on her pale face, seemingly realizing that Meng Yuan was talking foolishly. Just asked the granny to take a look. She saw that although Meng Yuan was carrying a knife, he was very amiable, and his expression of speech was not vicious, so she pulled it. It's probably about getting into the business to cure your brother and how it turned out to be so grueling. What with this quagmire being easy to get in and hard to get out of, I'd like to find a soulmate to live with. He also said that it was impossible to live with the exploitation of the forked pole. Meng Yuan only listened quietly and didn't say anything. This time, he had come to return a favor, and while the favor was certainly immeasurable, Meng Yuan would not be so pedantic as to provide for people for the rest of his life. This flower sister had indeed been a helping hand, but she was not purely honest. Nearby is not inferior. Far away is resentful. Meng Yuan has not been a benefactor, but it is not a little cute. Sister, cut the crap. Sister Hua's younger brother couldn't help but tug on Sister Hua's sleeve, clearly seeing that Meng Yuan wasn't a stupid fat sheep. Blame me. I'm very sick. My eyes don't work well and my brain doesn't work well either. Sister Hua was not embarrassed. You are now making a fortune here? I didn't get rich. Meng Yuan asked directly. How much money will make forked pole let you go? Meng Yuan was confident that he could easily defeat that forked pole, but a strong dragon could not suppress a snake. This lucky lane, and indeed the surrounding land, is a big quagmire, and there's no point in getting stuck in. Meng Yuan believed in fists and swords, but there was no need for fists and swords when things could be solved with money. Before he came, Meng Yuan had planned to see the situation and give some silver money enough to get Sister Hua out of the quagmire, and then appropriately give some silver to establish herself. Meng Yuan was poor, but if some money could end this matter, it would be nothing. If you don't have money, you can borrow again. Meng Yuan's face nowadays is already able to borrow more money. Sister Hua was sitting on the bed. When she heard this, she got up in a panic and knelt down on the bed towards Meng Yuan, saying, "This is not something I dare to think about. Master, if you want to remember the favor you did at the beginning, why don't you take my younger brother out, and bring him up just like that?" This flower sister, although fast, Meng Yuan is not at all interested in. Now he just in the king's residence based, how to promote others, and don't know each other character, don't know each other heart. Repayment of kindness is not so repayment. How much do you pay for a pickup? How many a day? Meng Yuan inquired. It depends on the light. I am young and look. Good flower sister saw Meng Yuan's face pressing the hilt of the knife, so she hurriedly changed her tone. Auspicious Lane is doing mud leg business. How expensive can it be? A day's work at the docks is only 100 or so won. In the past, when the wharf was doing well, 40 won was the rule of the trade, but now that the migrants were born at the end of last year, it's only 20 or 30 won a day. As for the number of times, there can be as many as 20 or so, or as few as 3 or 5, so my business is booming when the docks are good. Meng Yuan understood the situation, and no longer asked how much Sister Hua owed forked pole, nor did he ask about the draw, and looked directly at Sister Hua's brother. You go and invite that forked pole to come, Meng Yuan said. The teenager was stunned, then ran off. You are really a good person. I will be your future. Flower's sister wiped up her tears, and when she saw Meng Yuan close her eyes, she barred her mouth and stopped. Soon, Flora's brother led the 30-something-year-old man to arrive, but not the forked rod from before. Brothers mixed which road. The man was thick and burly, and when he entered the room, he walked directly towards Meng Yuan, his large hand outstretched. Meng Yuan reached out, grabbing the incoming person's wrist while picking it upwards. That person really did not have half the power to fight back. After only 5 or 6 breaths, he opened his mouth to beg for mercy, and then the man went out and forked pole walked in immediately. Meng Yuan see clearly. This forked rod is also doing the usual thing. First sent to touch the bottom. See their own really have a few points of ability, before stepping forward. I don't know where Brother Tai has come from otherwise. Disrespectful, 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 disrespectful. The forked pole laughed, clasped his fists and asked, "Dare I ask what do you call your brother? In what place to make a fortune? I don't dare to mention names, they're all just mingling." Meng Yuan smiled and cupped his fists in return, saying, "Their siblings have some affinity with me. Can you look at my face and let them go? It's the first time we've all met, so there's no such thing as a face. It's just a polite thing to say." When Forked Pole saw that Meng Yuan didn't reveal his bottom, but his tone was amiable, he laughed and said, "Sister Flower is the head girl here, but if a brother wants to take it back, there's no reason to refuse. 100 taels of silver, okay? 20 taels. Meng Yuan cut the price fiercely. Meng Yuan just asked the Flower Sisters market. "I have calculated. Flower Sister is sick bedridden. Not many customers, when it is not worth money." You have to know that Meng Yuan sold it to Makwang for less than 1 or 2 silver pieces a year ago. Now that the disaster year is over, this price is also tops. "Brother, aren't you making things difficult for me?" Forked Pole sighed. "Not like a gangster, but like a businessman. Sister Flower still owes me more than 30 taels, and the routine silver has been dragging on for days. The so-called money owed, but the interest rolled over. In fact, the principal is not a few of them. Our bargaining skills, there is no way. Meng Yuan, a poor man, will fight for every cent, and bargain with the forked rod again." Seeing this, Sister Flower's younger brother didn't find it unusual, and didn't dare to interrupt even if he wanted to. After a quarter of an hour, the forked poleman glanced at Meng Yuan's knife several times and finally recognized the sum of 27 taels. After delivering the note of indebtedness and body contract, Meng Yuan directly threw it to Sister Hua. "Brother, come back later. I'll buy brother a drink." Forked Pole collected the silver and patted his ass. Who is the person behind him? Meng Yuan saw people's rules, so he was curious to ask. "I heard it's a sheriff from the government office." Sister Hua was still muttering, "This cheap life of mine isn't even worth 10 taels. You're out of your league. It's always a free-for-all." Being able to settle things with money, Meng Yuan didn't feel at a disadvantage and asked with a smile, "What are your plans for the future?" "What else can I do? Find an honest man to marry." Sister Hua sighed. "Sister." The teenager pulled Sister Hua and knelt down to Meng Yuan. Meng Yuan did not accept the gift and took out 10 small silver ingots of 5 taels. "In the future, the two of you will be able to do a small business or something else, and you will always be able to make a living. Remember to see a doctor first. The mountains are high and the roads are far in the future, so the two of you take good care of yourselves." Meng Yuan didn't even inform him of his name, and directly stepped away. Sister Hua saw the money. "The disease seems to get better." Lying on the ground, thud thud thud, kowtow. "Tears are out. I do not know if it is not an act. The disease is almost cured. Luo mother gave medicine. In 2 days will be good. I'll listen to you." Meng Yuan was already about to open the door and leave when he stopped again and turned back to ask with a frown, "Who is Mother Luo?" Chapter 54, Another Meeting with the Buddhist Sect. Chapter 54, Another Meeting with the Buddhist Sect. Chapter 54, Another Meeting with the Buddhist Sect. Once asked, the siblings did not do half-hide. All accounted for. Late last year, with a large exodus, a wife came here. This old woman was 70 or 80 years old, called herself Mother Luo, and was blind in her left eye and deaf in her right ear. Because Luo's mother happened to have some family heirloom ability to see patients, she made a living out of it and stayed in the area. Mrs. Luo doesn't charge for the consultation. She just takes care of the meal, and her skill is really good. 7 out of 10 people can be cured. Most of the people here are poor, and it is difficult to ask for medical help. So Luo's mother has slowly gained some notoriety. Even after collecting people's hearts and minds, there are more people surrounding Luo's mother, privately called something like Luo cult. It was at the beginning of February that Mrs. Law changed the rules for visiting the doctor. Mother Luo is good. When she saw that some people couldn't even eat, she didn't want them to take care of their food either, and just followed her old man to memorize a few passages of books and listen to lessons. Sister Hua obviously had great reverence for Mother Luo as well. Memorize? Listening to lectures? Meng Yuan felt more and more that Luo mother was not right. That's not true. Sister Hua nodded her head repeatedly. Mother Luo said that after memorizing the books and listening to the lessons, if you work as a cow or a horse in this life, you'll be in Elysium in your next life, and then you'll eat tofu feasts every day. Well, I can't believe you don't eat big fish and meat in Elysium and have a feast of tofu. Rules, man. Do you know which family's saying is Elysium? Meng Yuan asked. Isn't that what Mother Luo said? Sister Hua was curious. Apparently Qingguo's devaluation of Buddhism did pay off. She didn't even know it was a Buddhist saying. It's fine if you don't know. Meng Yuan became more and more enlightened and laughed. Recite a passage for me to listen to. Meng Yuan liked to listen to singing opera, and it would be even more interesting if it was told in a way that was both righteous and crooked like Venerable Demais. I forgot. Who has nothing to remember which one? Hannah spread her hands. Meng Yuan only felt that Sister Flower was a bit stronger than Xiangling's mother and daughter. Forget about it. At least people's Sister Flower listened to the lesson. I do remember a few phrases of the primal prayer. Sister Flower's brother immediately recited it like singing. Good man. If there are infinite hundreds of millions of billions of sentient beings suffering from all kinds of afflictions, and they hear that it is yes, 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 the teenager started scratching his head. Meng Yuan was almost certain that this what's-her-name Luo mother was probably of Buddhist origin and passed on Buddhist and Taoist learning. The kingdom of Qing is vast, and when it was founded, it set a national policy of respecting Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism, so that only Ping'an province has a Buddhist heritage, and the rest of the country may not set up Buddhist temples or pass on Buddhist doctrines. However, in the end, Buddhism has flourished for thousands of years, and there are still many people from all over the world who privately believe in and worship Buddha. Besides, Buddhists talk about this life and the next, karma and the 6 paths of reincarnation. So as long as these concepts are in place, there is no way to ban such things as believing in Buddhism, unless a similar sect is created. Because people have sorrows and joys, life and death, and thousands of sufferings, they will naturally go to find a place of support. Taoism seeks to get away with it and will only think that these people are full of. Confucianism, which emphasizes the establishment of life and mind, will only advise these people to cultivate themselves both internally and externally, and the Buddhist philosophy is just for these people. This is the reason why Buddhism has been able to coexist with Confucianism and Taoism for many years. Of course, the Buddhist concepts of emptiness, and the cleverness of playing wit, are also quite popular with some readers. As a result, many of the concepts of the 3 religions are intertwined and compatible. Therefore, the mother of such a person is not rare, all over the world, and most of them are borrowed from some of the concepts of Buddhism, and then fused with some of the doctrines of Confucianism and Taoism. Go to the poor people around the circle. Immediately there are a bunch of believers. What is the most common thing that Mother Luo says? Meng Yuan couldn't help but think of Venerable Great Tail. Let me think about it. Sister Hua barked her lips, and after thinking for half a day, she couldn't think of anything, so it was evident that all of Mother Luo's good intentions had been fed to the dogs, just as Venerable Great Tail's eggs had been coaxed away by mother and daughter Xiangling. When I begged for medicine on behalf of my sister, I heard Mother Luo say that no one in the world is unjust, and that all love in the world is sinful. Sister Hua's brother said, "Isn't that what His Holiness the Great Tail relayed to that master?" Meng Yuan felt that he still underestimated Mother Luo, and he immediately asked, "Is there any more of the medicine that Mother Luo sent you? You can only get 1 a day, and you'll have to pick up tomorrow's share by late afternoon today." Sister Hua said, "How is this the same way as Venerable Detail?" Meng Yuan all but laughed. "Where does Mother Luo live?" Meng Yuan didn't want to mess with Mother Luo, but was prepared to go back and tell her off. Luo mother now changes the place to live. Not allowed to say, but you come to ask, that there is nothing that cannot be said. Live in. Flower sister was just about to open her mouth. Suddenly her eyes turned white, foaming at the mouth, and her whole body convulsed. Her brother immediately panicked and didn't know what to do. Meng Yuan drew his knife and chopped off a piece of wood from the stool and stuffed it into Sister Hua's mouth to prevent her from biting her tongue. Looking at Flora's appearance, Meng Yuan guessed that this is probably some kind of seed thought method. If Flora wants to tell a stranger where Luo mother is hiding, she will be like this. Sister Flower's brother hurriedly scooped up a ladle of water and splashed it on Sister Flower's face. The fortune teller said that we siblings are cheap for life. Even if we have wealth we can't bear it. Sure enough, after receiving your money, something happened. Flower sister's brother whimpered and cried. He took out a brainful of silver from Flower sister's arms and stuffed it all back into Meng Yuan's hands. "Master, you came all the way to pay back my sister, and fished her out of the mire. My sister and I are both grateful, but we don't dare to ask for this money. Why was your sister sick at the beginning of February?" Meng Yuan did not take the silver. "Before the spring rains, I got sick for no reason." The young man cried and cried. "I used all the money I earned from labor to buy medicine, but I couldn't be cured. It was only after someone came to say something about Mrs. Luo that I invited her here, and she prescribed medicine, that I slowly got better. I remember you guys saying that at the beginning of February. Mother Luo changed the rules for seeing patients?" Meng Yuan asked again. "Yes," the teenager returned. Meng Yuan was about to ask again when suddenly there was a knock on the door. The knock on the door was soft and slow, not like someone in a hurry to amuse themselves. Meng Yuan pulled out his sword and went forward to open the door. There were surprisingly 3 people outside. One of them was still an acquaintance, Zhang Guangyan. Zhang Guangyan was also a bit surprised to see Meng Yuan. He looked Meng Yuan up and down and smiled. "Going out to steal food behind old Nia's back?" He also looked around the room. "Yoo-hoo, all on the floor? Windy? Uncle Zhang, why are you here?" Meng Yuan didn't have time for jokes. and then realized in a whirlwind. Checking on Mother Luo's business? No wonder old Nya praised you for your resourcefulness. Zhang Guanyin laughed and said, some people from the Luo sect came to see what was going on, so I came to take a look. It turned out to be someone you kid hooked. I unintentionally learned about Mother Luo, and when I asked where she lived, she was just about to say it. Meng Yuan immediately said, it's a small kind of chanting. It's no big deal. It'll be fine in a couple days. Zhang Guanyin entered the room, glanced at Sister Hua, and walked out again, looking at Meng Yuan and asking, has the body been drained yet? Meng Yuan raised his head and looked at the sky, halfway through the afternoon, close to the time when Mother Luo would dispense the medicine. So he said, it can still be fought. Then count you in. Zhang Guanyin cheerfully patted Meng Yuan on the shoulder. Chapter 55 The Buddhist Path. Chapter 55 The Buddhist Path. Chapter 55 The Buddhist Path. 4 bowls of mutton soup, with more mutton and more soup. For more cakes and 2 plates of cold cuts. Zhang Guanyin found a roadside stall and sat down. First greeted the food and drink. Brother Zhang. Brother Gong. Meng Yuan cupped his fists to the 2 youths who had followed Zhang Guanyin. These 2 people, one called Zhang Lingfeng, is Zhang Guanyin's own son and nephew, the other is named Gong Zihua, previously met in the pastoral village. Zhang Lingfeng and Gong Zihua smiled and returned the salute, and the 3 of them accompanied Zhang Guanyin to sit down. What's going on with this Luo cult? Meng Yuan knew it was going to be a dry run, but still wanted to feel out the ins and outs. Zhang Guanyin gurgled his soup while saying, Xiao Gong, you tell him that he was brought out by old Nia and is not an outsider. We also only found out in the past few days. Gong Zihua was very gentlemanly, and as he spoke, he stopped to drink his soup and eat his meat, and smiled. Nowadays, we've almost gotten to the bottom of Mother Luo and the Luo sect. It's probably some sect of the Buddhist sect, taking advantage of the poor land over here to recruit people and gather believers. Borrowing to see the sick to preach? Meng Yuan asked. Exactly. Gong Zihua smiled slightly. At the beginning of February, many people over here got sick one after another, all because of Luo Mother's means, and then Mother Luo came to the rescue, and got many demented and foolish people to follow. The Luo religion was even established. So it is. When Meng Yuan had heard Sister Hua talk about Mother Luo before, he had felt that this disease was a bit strange, and it was indeed Mother Luo who had drugged Mother Luo to heal her, using this as a way to give grace and spread the word. Meng Yuan had experience in dealing with Buddhist disciples, so he asked, how many grades is Mother Luo? Can there be anyone among the followers who has entered the grade? Gong Zihua, however, stopped talking and looked at Zhang Guanyin. Just like Big Tail Wolf, both are 7th grade, but the ability is much stronger than Big Tail Wolf. Guess it's for some grand wish again. Zhang Guanyin smiled. Mother Luo is blind in her left eye and deaf in her right ear. This is the path of the 7 orifices being severed in the silent phase, and has already cultivated a few points of ability. Silent phase? Meng Yuan was a bumpkin, and immediately came to ask curiously, could it be that the silent phase is fully accomplished, to have all 7 orifices broken? Naturally not. The 7 orifices being severed is the table. No need for all of them to be broken. Mother Luo has taken a crooked path. Zhang Guanyin laughed. Meng Yuan realized that this was another great tale exalted one. Uncle Zhang, what do I do then? Meng Yuan asked. Mother Luo has just organized up Luo religion. The climate has not become. The believers are unusual people. Zhang Guanyin is very confident. There are 7 or 8 monks underneath. I will deal with Luo Mother. You with Xiao Gong. Listen to him. Live can catch on catch. Cannot catch kill also line. He nodded at Meng Yuan and added, remember, your own safety is important. Don't try to be strong. Besides us, there are others. Yes. Meng Yuan immediately responded and asked, when will you leave? Wait for the evening. Zhang Guanyin hemmed and hawed. The old hides deep. We know her lair, but she only comes out in the evening to show her head. That's still a bit early. Meng Yuan saw this, so he inquired about the Buddhist cultivation path. Anyway, it's always good to know more. Old Nia didn't tell you? Zhang Guanyin was a bit surprised. He's been busy these past 2 days. Meng Yuan said honestly. It's just for a few bucks. No talent at all. Zhang Guanyin scolded. I'll tell you about it. So you'll have a defense if you encounter it. We generally refer to the 9 grades of Buddhism as the mindfulness realm, and it's not that difficult to enter the grades. You don't have to recite many Buddhist scriptures or have much understanding of Buddhist texts. The main thing is to plant Buddhist Bodhi seeds in your heart and give birth to a Buddhist mind. What is the Buddha's heart? Is it true, good and beautiful? No. Buddhists do not have idols. The gradualist school believes that by reading the scriptures, acting according to the precepts, and being obedient, one can plant Bodhi seeds and develop a Buddha's mind. According to the Epiphany school, The Buddha's mind is one's own mind. By feeling this thought, one can realize the Bodhi seed of the Buddha mind. By planting Bodhi seeds and giving birth to a Buddha's mind, one attains perfection. The 8 qualities of Buddhism are known as the pure mind realm. The Buddhist philosophy believes that too many distracting thoughts and distractions in the mind and too much external disturbance will delay the practice of Dharma. So you need to cultivate the flesh, blood, and skin, with a strong body and a clear mind, which allows you to cultivate better and get rid of greed and anger. One needs to ease the tendons and shift them, and quench the body to get rid of filth. At this time, the strength of a bald ass's body is not slightly worse than that of a martial artist. But we have the method of opening the secret Zhangtianji, so they are no match. The 8th grade into the 7th grade is the first major hurdle in Buddhism, preaching the 3 conversions and 5 precepts. But the 3 conversions and 5 precepts are the table, to follow or not to follow. Within it is to restrain one's behavior, to overcome whatever greed and anger, to clarify one's goal and direction of cultivation, and to attain Buddhahood. The gradual cultivation school believes in the firm acceptance of the precepts, even with the 8 precepts, and the 10 precepts are to be observed, and the sinews are to be hardened daily. Not so with the Epiphany school, who believe that the commandments are bull *******, and that they can be obeyed if they want to, or not. Once the Buddha phase is complete, it's considered the 7th grade. From then on, you can cultivate the Buddha's divine powers, like what the 6 divine powers, the treasure elephant Buddha light, and the law of degree of humanity can all be comprehended. These 7 qualities are known as the realm of the precepts. It speaks of the absence of greed, anger, and dementia, the holding back of emotions and removing delusions, and the mind shining in the void. Zhang Guanyin finished the mutton soup with a gulp, and barred his mouth beautifully. Can greed and anger really be screened away? Meng Yuan asked curiously. Let me ask you, what do you think about the most in the entirety of the Wang Fu? Zhang Guanyin asked rhetorically. Escort the princess. Meng Yuan returned. Honestly. Zhang Guanyin laughed. Practicing martial arts. Meng Yuan said. There are no outsiders here. Tell the truth. Zhang Guanyin rubbed his hands together and encouraged. Thinking about women. Meng Yuan said. Zhang Guanyin laughed. Zhang Lingfang also laughed out loud. Gong Zihua smiled and shook his head. That's right. You're only sick if you don't want a woman at your age. Zhang Guanyin heatedly laughed. Greed, anger and infatuation have all been suppressed. If you have removed your feelings and your heart is shining in emptiness, why are you here to preach the way? This is not an obsession? Do you really think you're here to save people? It's just a trick to fool the foolish. He nodded at Meng Yuan, as well as Zhang Lingfang and Gong Zihua, and said seriously, so this is not considered a high monk. Real high monks don't look at rank. They only look at virtue, and they won't hold favors, much less persuade you to become a monk. But there are too few high monks with great compassion. And now it's all about the wangbangs. Uncle Zhang, what is there to take extra precautions against fighting a monk? Meng Yuan's mind was all about dry humping. In terms of fighting, even if the 6 divine powers are added, they are not necessarily a match for our martial artists. Zhang Guanyin was very familiar with it. We have to beware of their illusionary methods such as the method of human enlightenment and the method of planting thoughts. This will make people have thoughts that the days are meaningless and they want to become bald asses. As long as you have a strong will, you will not be afraid. Of course, if the grade is much worse, then no matter how firm it is, it won't work. Zhang Guanyin finished ripping and touched his stomach. I'm full. When Meng Yuan saw that Zhang Guanyin had no idea of paying the bill, he looked at Zhang Lingfang, only to see that he had also finished eating, and was wiping the sheath of his sword with his head down, as if he was wiping his endless loneliness. And Gong Zihua is buried in the bowl of cold goat soup. Eat slowly. This gentleman's style. He actually giggled. 3 of you, 1 of me, and you're asking me to treat you? Bullying an honest man? Meng Yuan obediently went to meet the bill. After the meeting, Zhang Lingfang did not wipe the knife, and Gong Zihua did not drink the leftover soup. Little Meng, it's not that I'm talking about you. You're too good at getting ahead. Zhang Guanyin seriously criticized. I'm the elder. How can any junior treat you? Don't allow this next time. I'm a junior, and Uncle Zhang brought me here to see the world, so it should have been my treat. Meng Yuan then realized that people who were close to Niesher were particularly good at being and setting up a house of cards. Zhang Guanyin was like that, and so was he himself. Chapter 56, All the Shackles Trapping the True Self. Chapter 56, All the Shackles Trapping the True Self. Chapter 56, All the Shackles Trapping the True Self. The 4 of them gossiped for a while longer, and Zhang Guanyin made his assignments. He took Zhang Lingfang away, and Meng Yuan followed Gong Zihua. Don't let anything happen to him. Zhang Guanyin nodded to Gong Zihua, and didn't ask about Meng Yuan's progress, but only admonished him, saying, don't try to be brave. We're more than just these guys. There's still outside help that hasn't shown up yet. Soldiers divided into two ways. Gong Zihua took Meng Yuan to the west, out of the people's gathering area. Avoiding people turned northeast, the wasteland in the line of miles. Then see a small road ahead. There is a dilapidated courtyard house by the roadside, in which there are 7 or 8 people in velvet clothes making fire to boil the medicine, which are the disciples of Luo's mother. According to Gong Zihua said, this place is a deserted village. Because of the remoteness, has always been less people come and go. After circling around and coming to the woods north of the righteous village, Gong Zihua and Meng Yuan each climbed up an acacia tree and borrowed leaves for cover. The two of them were more than 10 paces apart, forming a hand in the position. Meng Yuan also did not know where Zhang Guanyan uncle and nephew had hidden, not to mention where the reinforcements were, and only waited silently. After half an hour, there are scattered people come. Look at their clothes. Should be the poor people outside the north city, and the old woman mostly. Stayed up until the evening. One after another came more than 20 people, slightly less than the former Great Tail Venerable. Visible hair eggs are indeed conducive to preaching. As he waited quietly, Meng Yuan faintly heard a subtle ringing sound. Raise your eyes to see, but see a person from the west and come. Hand on the tin staff. When the remnants of the sun is blood, the person seems to be caged layers of blood with the Buddha's light. Meng Yuan gazed at it and saw that the person's hair was like snow and his eyes were white. There was not a trace of meat on his hands, and his face was as pale as skin and bones. The people of that righteous village also saw that Luo's mother had come, and they all got up and waited quietly in the courtyard. All dermas, from the original, are always in their own silent phase. Mother Luo came to the gate of the courtyard, looked around at all the people and said kindly, all good believers, please hear the verse, the world is like a dream. Greed and dementia are hard to exhaust. Anger and resentment are bitter in the heart. Let go of attachment and turn to the wisdom. The people in the courtyard have joined hands and recited the verse. Only these people mostly do not recognize words. Memory is not good. Humming and hailing without a tune. That Luo mother, however, nodded with exceptional satisfaction and walked into the courtyard, sitting in the center, surrounded by 8 velvet men and women, and only after that was Zhu Shanxin. This Luo mother again spoke of the 8 sufferings of life, and her voice was kind, so that people were mesmerized by it. Just as Mother Luo finished her speech and began to ask the men if they had recited the scriptures in front of their loved ones when they returned home, they suddenly heard the sound of a bowstring breaking the wind. The arrow was like a shooting star, and Luo mother immediately stood up and caught the long arrow with one hand. Demons can't be killed enough, only to see Mother Luo drop her arrows, plow up her tin staff, and look toward a large tree in the distance. Zhang Guanyan jumped down from the tree. At the same time, the subtle thunder sounded, and then more and more intensive ear-shattering. Clearly as Nyayanian used the stunt blooming spring thunder. Today, let the Buddha mother come to dispense with you. The evil thief of the demon suppression division. Mother Luo was not the least bit flustered. Her tin staff struck a flower, and her whole body radiated Buddha's light. The blinded eyes were especially bright. Clearly another divine power. The crowd of good believers immediately ran around in fear. Those 8 velvet monks, however, seemed to have rehearsed, not panic, clearly 2 by 2 pair, toward the 4 directions. Meng Yuan didn't have the time to watch the great battle between Zhang Guanyan and Luo mother anymore, only staring at the 2 monks running towards him, waiting for Gong Zihua to strike. The 2 monks were an old man and a middle-aged man, both with a look of indignation on their faces, and carrying wood knives in their hands. Seeing that the 2 monks had arrived within 10 paces, Gong Zihua jumped down from the tree and ran a long knife straight at the old monk. Meng Yuan immediately comprehended and simultaneously struck out, going to strongly attack the middle-aged monk. The Gale Blade technique was performed, and the true Qi was carried endlessly. Qi and force together, intention and Qi together. Meng Yuan's hand-long knife flip, reflecting the residual light of the setting sun. That middle-aged monk is not an opponent at all. Only 3 breaths will be knocked off the firewood knife. Meng Yuan saw that the other party is also the way of martial arts, but clearly under the 33 days did not fully open. Then no longer care. Immediately fast knife is flying, leaving wounds in its limbs. At this time and then look at Gong Zihua, only to see that he took the rigid path. While that old monk is not bad, his body has a hidden Buddha's light, but also swift. Previously, Zhang Guanyan had mentioned that apart from Luo Ma, the rest of the people were at most of the 8th or 9th rank and did not have much ability. Seeing that the other party had no divine abilities to display, Meng Yuan immediately joined the fray. Sure enough, that old monk had been fighting with Gong Zihua, and as soon as Meng Yuan came, there was a sign of weakness. How old are the 2 monks? What are your official positions? The old monk was cut by Gong Zihua on his back, deep enough to see the bone, but still had a smile. Meng Yuan naturally will not pay attention to. only to the Gale blade method with Gong Zihua's fierce blade method. The two people's blade method actually have a sense of a few points of agreement. A time to kill the old monk left and right, body full of wounds. Seeing that the old monk was already exhausted, Gong Zihua suddenly said. Xiaoming quickly went to ask for help. However, as soon as he said this, he saw Gong Zihua supporting the ground with his sword, and actually stopped fighting. His eyes were blank, as if he had lost his mind. Seeing this, Meng Yuan knew that Gong Zihua had fought with his opponent for too long, and had been disturbed by some kind of degree in seed numinous method. In order to break this divine power, one needs to have a firm mind, with no external objects disturbing the mind. Idiot child, you have deep Buddhist roots. Why don't you join my Buddhist sect? That old monk was covered in wounds, yet he was still wearing a smile. Meng Yuan was ruthless. His blade was faster and faster, only hoping that the other party would fall down first with serious injuries. But move after move, Meng Yuan felt that the knife in his hand was getting heavier and heavier. For a moment, Meng Yuan only felt that life had no meaning, and that what he pursued and what he sought was all vanity. The geldings have not learned their trade, and they can cut a big gash in their own hand for cutting an egg. Shoveling manure also hurt his back by the old ox. Old man Jiang fell sick and died, and the little girl was so sad that she coughed up blood. Meng Yuan went to the doctor with the money from the donkey, but on the way, he met a roe deer and a weasel, and all the money was cheated away. At the end of the mountain, there are peaks and valleys. Meng Yuan was picked up by Nye Yannian, privately offered to the princess as the head of the face, became a plaything. Meng Yuan has the intention to advance, with the talent, and will camp, actually won the princess of the heart. The good wind is by virtue of the force. Meng Yuan donated an official, became a power, all the hunters yamen, into the mountain hunting to get the roe deer and weasel, and prohibit the raising of noodles, but also Nye Yannian sent to shovel dung. The fire is cooking oil, rich and powerful. Meng Yuan already cannot see the unswerving Jiang girl, but also tired of her all day to persuade himself, only to take her as a concubine, another go to seek to marry a nobleman. Just at this time, the affair of fornication with the princess sent. The princess died of shame. Meng Yuan was also copied, sent all the way to the food market at the noon gate. Meng Yuan and Jiang Tang were pressed down under the guillotine, and the two of them were no more than 3 feet apart, only to see Jiang Tang still looking at herself. She said, "Brother, I still want to ride the little red horse with you and go out to play together, but I can't anymore. Heaven and earth are vast." Meng Yuan only felt that there is no way to go. The heart is empty, as if this life is all wasted. There is a gentle and kind voice in my ears. Yesterday I pitied the coldness of the tattered jacket, but now I suspect the length of the purple python. I am sighing that his life is not long, but I do not know that I have lost my life. I'm sorry to hear that, but I don't know that I'm going to lose my life. Meng Yuan opened his eyes, only to see that the old monk's face was covered in blood, but he was looking at himself with kind brows and a smile. Idiot child idiot, the only way back is to enter my empty door. The old monk's hand pressed the firewood knife to support the ground. Staggering unsteadily, he looked at Meng Yuan's eyes that were still bewildered and guilty, and smiled enchanted. Undertake the will of heaven, subject to cause and effect. All kinds of shackles trapped the true me. Can you realize? All the thousands of shackles are dreams, and there is no form, no phase, and no self. Meng Yuan stepped forward and raised his sword to slash. The old monk raised his firewood knife to block it, but it was chopped right through, and the knife landed on his shoulder without stopping. The old monk saw that Meng Yuan's eyes were clear and unobstructed, so he panicked and hurriedly said, "Demented child, you should have joined my Buddhist sect. Karma, the 6 paths of reincarnation, hell, ghosts and gods, and the pure land of ultimate bliss. All cultivation methods that terrorize and entice living beings in this way are extremely evil paths that cannot be tolerated by heaven and are not punishable for their sins." As the twilight and chaotic clouds flew by, Meng Yuan slammed up one blade after another. Chapter 57, Floating Like Cave Heaven. Chapter 57, Floating Like Cave Heaven. Chapter 57, Floating Like Cave Heaven. Little man, where are you chopping the dumpling filling? Meng Yuan chopping is attentive. Suddenly heard someone talking, only to realize that he chopped too fascinated. The old monk has long been dead cannot be dead. Looking back, he followed the sound. At this time it is already dark. That Gong Zihua kneeling on one knee, with a knife to support the ground, lowered his head. On his shoulder stood a large magpie, several times larger than an ordinary magpie, comparable to a falcon. The bird's beak was black and glowing, its feathers were colorful, and its eyes, though small, were distinctive. Meng Yuan did not have the experience of fighting with a bird demon, but the speculation was so similar that even if the other party could fly, throwing a knife might not be impossible to hit. The magpie also seemed to see Meng Yuan's killing intent, and hurriedly called out, "Little guy, we're on our own." "Really? I don't believe it," Meng Yuan said. "Old Gong, you say something." Magpies also did not dare to escape, fearing that Meng Yuan could not resist the knife. Anxious fluttering wings, take the long beak repeatedly pecked Gong Zihua's ears. "It's one of our own." Gong Zihua breathless back. He raised his head. Eyes are still a few dazed. Visible also walked through the ups and downs of life. Almost shaved his head. "You two are also too trusting." When that magpie saw Meng Yuan put away his sword, his voice got a little louder. "This old monk should be a perfect 8th grade, and has touched the edge of the 7th grade. He has the ability of the unhindered dialectical talent passage, and then borrows his heart passage, which has become a power. If it wasn't for me keeping an eye on it, you two little guys of the 8th grade would have been gone long ago." Meng Yuan saw that this magpie was a person who liked to brag about his accomplishments, but he didn't try to expose it, and asked curiously, "He is a telepath? Can see what I think?" "Little fellow, you are also too uneducated." This magpie seemed like he hadn't learned the power of enunciation, and his mouth was not polite. His heart pass is something they blew up. "Do you really think you can see what you're thinking? It's just that they can feel your mood and change your state of mind, and use it to lure you and confuse you, so that you can shave your head." "I see. I've been taught." Meng Yuan thanked. "Call me big brother, I have more than enough to teach you," Magpie said. Meng Yuan just pretended not to hear and looked at Gong Zihua, asking, "How is brother Gong doing?" "Smelling life and death." "Smelling death and life?" Gong Zihua pinched his brow, his eyes already clear, and laughed bitterly. "They are good at getting these dermas that make people have great joys and great sorrows, and give birth to great remorse and great repentance, and use this to talk about the wonders of the empty door. Old Gong, you're so uneducated. They talk about abstinence, next time they let you get caught up in the realm of lust. There's something for you to see," Magpie said. Gong Zihua didn't bother with the magpie as he stood up. 8 grades so soon. Elder Nye's eyes are really poisonous. He gently patted Meng Yuan on the shoulder and said, "Thanks to you this time. Without him there's still me." "You won't die," Magpie argued. "It's just a matter of being of one mind." Meng Yuan laughed. Both of them smiled at each other, and neither of them paid any attention to the magpie. Gong Zihua examined the old monk and didn't search out anything. The old monk is dead. That middle-aged monk is seriously injured. Also cannot escape. This moment counter sitting up, closed eyes and closed. Do not know what to murmur. The sutra should be calm and universal sound, but he spoke very fast, as if the faster the read the longer the cultivation, by virtue of adding a few points of bizarre. "Let's go. Go watch old Zhang fight." Magpie stood on Gong Zihua's shoulder, looking in the direction of Yi Zhuan while urging. Gong Zihua lifted up the middle-aged monk, and Meng Yuan fished out the old monk's head, and one by one, they headed for the righteous village. At the end of February there is only a waning moon, and this is a suburb with a gusty breeze. I heard the sound of horses galloping back and forth in the distance, and there were many people holding torches, so it seems that this is the reinforcements that Zhang Guangyan said, and that dilapidated manor, but also at times burst out of light. There are bursts of thunder. There is also the Buddha's light surging, with the Yi Zhuang as the center. There were 10 or so men riding on horses all around, and another 10 or so men tackled Luo Mu's disciples. It seemed that apart from Mother Luo, the rest of the Luo sect had been captured in full. Zhang Lingfeng didn't say anything when he saw Gong Mang walking towards him. He only nodded slightly and looked inside the righteous manor again, only to see the already dilapidated Yi Zhuang, but also added new wounds. Zhang Guangyan held a long sword in his hand, and there was the sound of spring thunder around his body, and behind him was the image of spring thunder in the mountains and rivers. That Mother Luo hair, withered hands such as chicken claws, but also holding tightly half of the tin staff, although woefully extreme, but still from time to time laughing. That blind eyes are more often light. The two men fought hard to distinguish, and on top of the roof of the righteous villa, there was a person who stood upright. Meng Yuan has entered the 8th grade, ears and eyes smart. At this moment to see clearly, only to see that the person is a 27 to 18-year-old man, wearing a basalt-colored Taoist robes, carrying a long sword, embracing the duster, eyes cold, although the appearance of the general, but the night wind under the moon, before the big battle on the spot. But there are a few points of floating and the sense of freedom to ascend to immortality. Who is that Taoist master? Meng Yuan asked the magpie. This magpie was a chatterbox, and Meng Yuan had been forced to speak to it by name, knowing that the magpie was named Annunciation Immortal. I don't know. The magpie stood on Gong Zihua's shoulder, stretching his left wing and scratching his head. He was invited by Zhang Tu to press the issue, and it's our first time meeting. Gong Zihua smiled. Meng Yuan wanted to ask again, but then he saw a sudden change in the scene. That Luo mother has been disheveled to the extreme, clearly can no longer hold on. but still murmur a few chants. The skin and bones of the body actually seeped out a lot of blood. Blood with golden light. The whole person seems to be bathed in Buddha's light. The 7 orifices are blazing light. Only she is withered and wretched. The secret method is opened. Not like the Vajra god Buddha, but like a demon descending into the world. Zhang Guiyan also stopped. Carefully look at each other. He has been simmering each other. Just want to see each other have a few can. So as to use this to push each other origin. Brother Zhang, don't hold back. The Taoist priest on the roof of the room suddenly spoke out and said in a clear and cold voice, self-murder is strictly forbidden in the Buddhist sect. She is on the verge of death. Forced to bring up the silent Dharma phase, destroying her own life cultivation. With the method of karmic continuity, intertwining karma with you, and even with us, there will be cause and effect, and the harm will be endless. This sounded esoteric, but Zhang Guanyan did not hesitate and immediately leapt forward. Only a vision was born behind Zhang Guanyan, with many floating lights flickering. The long knife in his hand is also flashing a blazing light. To be long knife swung out, as if splitting a hole in the sky in general. Endless knife intent blade astral like streams of light is also, such as rain pouring down. The onlookers outside the courtyard let out gasps of surprise, as if they had rarely seen this kind of stunts. For a moment, Luo Mother, who had wanted to make a counterattack at the moment of death, was smashed by countless streams of light, and countless wounds appeared all over her body, and she no longer had any fighting strength. As for Zhang Guanyan, he had performed a stunt and was still 10 paces away from Luo Mother, but at this moment, he seemed to be drained, his face was pale, and he knelt down on one knee, propping himself up on the ground with his sword. Meng Yuan was outside of the righteous village, 70 to 80 paces away, but he could still feel the might of this blade. Compared to blooming spring thunder, this slash was clearly stronger, even several times stronger, and whether it was against a single person or a group, it was the ultimate slash. Is this also the secret hidden heavenly chance method? Meng Yuan was itching to see it and hurriedly came to ask the Annunciation Immortal. You don't even know this? The magpie's tone was contemptuous as it bounced on Gong Zihua's shoulder, and when it saw that Meng Yuan didn't say anything, it immediately couldn't help but say, this is the method of the heavenly chance, and it was named the floating light cave because of the floating light flickering as if a cave was in full bloom. Extreme depletion of true qi? Meng Yuan saw that Zhang Guanyan couldn't even stand up, so he had this question. No. The magpie quacked non-stop. A few will be the jade liquid all into the sword astral broadcast out. Do you think? When the magpie saw that Meng Yuan didn't say anything again, it really couldn't wait for Meng Yuan to speak, so it hurriedly said, call me eldest senior brother and I'll teach you. Meng Yuan smiled and didn't bother. Chapter 58. Chapter 58. Chapter 58. At this time, inside and outside of the righteous village is silent. Occasionally a few hurtful murmurs and birds quacking sound. Zhang Lingfeng entered the righteous manor and held Zhang Guanyan, touching a pill and stuffing it into Zhang Guanyan's mouth. And that Luo Mother at this time is actually not dead. She sat paralyzed on the ground, the whole body bones and flesh broken, 7 orifices bleeding, but from the throat to probe out a few hoarse laughter. This is the image of the deathbed passing away. And Mother Luo laughed strangely while making the verse, ascend to his realization. But before the sentence was even finished, the Taoist priest on the roof immediately leapt down and kicked Luo's mother in the face. Bothered or not, you have to recite 2 verses even when you take a recite. Recite what rounded verse? How can you? That Taoist priest is obviously the image of the breeze and spontaneity, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he looked as if the Taoist master was not to be messed with. In vain, there is a high monk's table, but not a high monk's smile. The elephant and seek, 1,000 miles at hand. Really draw a tiger like a dog. That Luo Mother throat sound, but always cannot say a word. The body of the Buddha light dispersed, covered in blood. Eyes have been hollow. The expression is still hideous resentment. All that was heard was a few ohs and the blood slowly flared up on her body. You have the method of planting thoughts. I have the ability to move heaven. Just see the Taoist priest forward hand, pressed on the Mother Luo brow, and then retracted. That Mother Luo body flame was actually all drawn out. Mother Luo seems to be also suffered a great deal of pain. The pain of the rolling child. It's done. That Taoist priest stood up straight, one hand holding the handle of his duster. A bland smile on his face, clearly deep in his heart. Great joy, great joy, great joy. We can find the Guru. The Annunciation Immortal flew up and hovered endlessly over the righteous village, quacking. But at that moment, fire was actually born on Luo Mother's body again, slowly burning up from within her body outwards. The Taoist priest immediately panicked, casting spells repeatedly, but could not be extinguished at all. This. That Taoist saw Zhang Guanyan frowning and the rest of the people also had puzzled looks. He immediately broke out in a sweat and no longer had any semblance of a dashing look. only panic remained. Soon, Luo's mother was reduced to ashes, and no one inside or outside the righteous village even made a sound. No joy. Unhappy, the Annunciation Immortal wanted to say more, but was glared at by the Taoist priest, and immediately obediently flew onto Gong Zihua's shoulder. This is karma fire. That Taoist priest was extremely solemn, as if he wanted to salvage his reputation, and said to Zhang Guanyan, "Brother Zhang, it's better to invite someone else. The other party casts karmic fire, which is unending, and I'm afraid the grade is not low. With my ability, it is still slightly insufficient. It's just that this kind of high-level person must have an origin. But why did he let his disciples and grandchildren come here to fool around? In Buddhism, all kinds of behavior become karma, and karmic fire is the fruit that comes with karma, also known as karma. If a person has greed and anger in his body, he is bound to create a lot of bad karma, and in the future he will be rewarded with karma and suffer from the pain of karma burning his body. To put it bluntly, it's still that Buddhist doctrine of karma. Someone didn't just plant thoughts on Luo's mother, but also the cause of karmic fire. At least we know that the other party is a true master. Zhang Guanyan wasn't discouraged and smiled. There are always other survivors. The credit is not lost. He looked around at the people outside the righteous village. Examine this place and call it a day. With Zhang Guanyan's order, a group of people got busy, tying up all of Luo mother's disciples and stuffing them onto the donkey cart. Even the ashes of Luo's mother were collected, and the inside and outside of the righteous village were examined in detail. Little Meng, although you're not one of us, but in the end you saved my life and killed an 8th rank monk. Not a small amount of credit. When the time comes, I'll ask Zhang Tu to give you a recount of your merits. Gong Zihua was a gentle gentleman when he wasn't juggling swords, and spoke in a conciliatory manner. Thank you, Brother Gong. Meng Yuan smiled and answered, then asked curiously, how long will this merit reward come down? Meng Yuan is now poor and crazy. Borrowed Niesher's 200 taels, half of which was handed over to the little girl to take care of, and the other half was not much left to spend today. That's why Meng Yuan wants to get some money as soon as possible. What's the hurry? The Annunciation Fairy interjected. Do you want to receive it without 10 days and half a month? Meng Yuan lost his smile in realization and asked again, Brother Annunciation, what is that merit reward? This has to go back and discuss. Carefully discuss the merits. With me and old Gong as witnesses. You can't run away from that little credit. Annunciation Fairy is very familiar, and added, when the time comes, please invite me to drink. Meng Yuan didn't find it outrageous, but instead felt that it was only normal. In less than a quarter of an hour, the group was packed. The monk has disappeared. All the people riding horses to catch the car. Zhang Guanyan seems to have been very tired. Even horses do not ride, but sitting on a donkey cart dozing. Meng Yuan and Gong Zihua and the others followed the donkey cart with their swords to the left and right, and the Annunciation Immortal led the way in front. A party of 40 or 50 men, mostly carrying torches, came in great numbers outside the northern city, and at once drew out the mudbloods of this place. There were many good believers at the time of the previous battle against Luo Mu, and they had brought the news back early. Some bold people even went up to ask the reason. Zhang Guanyan deliberately pointed to Gong Zihua and others to tell the mother of Luo first drug and cure the means. Gong. Meng Yuan was just thinking that if he didn't return so late, the little girl shouldn't be able to sleep. When he saw the Flower Sisters' younger brothers surging to their knees in front of him. I'm not a benefactor. Instead I'm just returning a favor. Meng Yuan helped Sister Flower's younger brother up. Live a good life in the future. Remember, the proper sects are all about advising people to be good, filial to their parents, and loving their relatives and friends. Those who make you make offerings and have you memorize scriptures and sing songs are all people with bad intentions. Remember, they're not doing it for my good. They're ill-intentioned. Sister Hua had tears in her eyes. I've come to realize that all the people in this world, one or the other, are all ES. Just Ngong is not A. Meng Yuan pinched his brow and said, go ahead and have a good time. What's your name? Hannah asked, turning back after a few steps. Meng Yuan smiled and shook his head, not saying much. Sagittarius is asking you your name. Zhang Guanyan was sitting on the donkey cart and still had time to snicker. When Sister Flower's brother walked away, Meng Yuan also sat on the donkey cart. At this time the night is deep. Zhang Guanyan touched the token. Let Zhang Lingfeng to go to people shouting open the city gate. In a short while the city gates were opened, and a group of people went into the city again. You kid can, not only the 8th grade, but also save Xiaogong's life. It seems that you do not only think of pussy in your heart. Zhang Guanyan sat on the donkey cart, reached out and patted Meng Yuan's shoulder, chatting, you have merit. Go back to the guardhouse with me. I'll give you a credit. Let's put it on paper. Uncle Zhang. I came out today without reporting, so I have to hurry back. Meng Yuan wasn't in a hurry to catch up on his work, this time although it is a guest army, but in the end to fight to the death. The credit thing Meng Yuan and will not let half a point. This is their own deserved. But Meng Yuan sees clearly. He is a modest gentleman, gentle as jade, and his skin is too thin. The previous was pitched meal money. If you follow to go to the narrative, 10% of the credit is estimated to be only 60% or 70%. Will also fall on paper, may also have to take in a celebration of the money. And being unfamiliar with the situation at the guardhouse myself, I don't know exactly how the credit is divided. That's why you have to find someone who is thick-skinned, even shameless, and knows the market to talk to. This kind of thing can only be done by Master Nya. Moreover, his own ability was passed down by Nyesher, and if he went to ask for credit for his own achievements in killing the enemy outside, his face would have a face. I'll ask Master Nya to take me on a walk through the guardhouse tomorrow. Uncle Zhang took me to see the world. Master Nya must be grateful, Meng Yuan honestly said. As expected, Zhang Guanyan immediately became anxious. You came to help Uncle Zhang, and Uncle Zhang is happy. But for you to let old Nya come to recount his achievements, Uncle Zhang is not happy. It's good that Uncle Zhang is happy. When the credit comes down, I'll treat Uncle Zhang to mutton soup. Meng Yuan pretended not to understand, and seeing that he had already entered the city, he hurriedly clasped his fist at Zhang Guanyan, jumped off the donkey cart and ran. This kid, Zhang Guanyan opened his mouth. Originally see also strange loyalty. I did not expect early with the old Nia learned bad. Chapter 59, Hu Qian enters the grade. Chapter 59, Hu Qian enters the grade. Chapter 59, Hu Qian enters the grade. It was past noon before Nya Yanian slowly arrived at Drunken Moon House. Father, what took you so long? Duke Meng waited for you for a long time and thought he'd go back if you didn't come. Nia Qingqing was no longer full of smiles, but instead complained. Just go back. You're still not happy? If Laozi hadn't been earning you dowry money, would I have gone without daylight? Nya Yanian was not amused. Say it like I forced you. Nia Qingqing wasn't in a good mood either. The geldings are here to borrow money again, aren't they? Soft Rice is kind of letting him play it out. Nya Yanian pointed his finger at Nia Qingqing. Don't give him any money. He's the best at climbing up the ladder. If you do, he'll be sure to eat you up from now on. That's not true. When Nia Qingqing heard this, she spread her face and smiled. He said that he made a feat with Uncle Zhang outside of the city yesterday, earning you face, and wanted to buy you a drink. Earning me face? Sesame green beans of merit. He just wants to borrow money from me. Nya Yanian had a look of understanding. Father, you're too much of a doorstop. Nia Qingqing helped Nya Yanian up to the second floor and said, I heard him say that he was the one who joined forces with the Gong family brothers to kill a demonic monk of the 8th rank, and was considered the second most important person in that group. Meng Gongzi is humble in nature and didn't go into detail. I figured that he saved the Gong family brothers and also killed someone. When Nya Yanian heard this, he froze for a moment and stopped calling himself a gelding smith, saying, Maester Meng can do it. Didn't lose my face. He was so joyful that he didn't go up to the second floor, turned around and prepared to go back to the Wang Fu. But before he could get out of the Drunken Moon building, he saw that Zhang Guanyan came with Gong Zihua and Zhang Lingfeng as well. Old Zhang. Nya Yanian pulled Zhang Guanyan, also did not let go, said, Yesterday in the end what is the matter? You give me a detailed account. Geldings speak are not careful. Caught Luo cult went. Zhang Guanyan casually responded, then looked at Nia Qingqing and instructed, the entire vegetarian feast in a while? I'll treat Nubizi to dinner in the evening. Just don't worry. Nia Qingqing smiled and answered, all the way to the second floor box, on the hot tea and snacks. Zhang Guanyan then talked about last night. After Zhang Guanyan said the matter of Luo's mother, Nya Yanian was also rare and serious, saying, we must find a high person to come. Maybe that person in the back wants to move up to the upper third. Zhang Guanyan nodded his head slightly with a heroic look. Nya Yanian also stopped asking more questions, and asked Gong Zihua about the great battle against the 8th rank monk. Gong Zihua is really a modest gentleman, naturally said one by one. Not to mention how qualified Brother Meng is in practicing martial arts. He didn't escape when I entered the reincarnation dream realm, but instead threw himself into assisting me. Similarly entering the reincarnation dream realm with a firm will. It is evident that Senior Nya has taught him well. Gong Zihua bowed down to Nya Yanian in a very solemn manner, over and over, barely considered to have not lost me just. Nya Yanian waved his hand in a cloudy manner, sighed again, and nodded. I taught him every day to treat the crown princess with loyalty, and to treat his friends with righteousness, and in the end, he remembered some of it. Gong Zihua heard this, see more solemn. Zhang Lingfeng also have a solemn feeling. The two of them over there, Nia Qingqing and Zhang Guanyan, however, had a laugh. I have to go back to talk to him. Nya Yanian also did not sit down. immediately got up and left, but walked 2 steps and turned back, curious to ask, "You guys are doing something outside the North City. How did you meet him?" Jiang Guangyan sipped his tea and laughed. He went to Lucky Lane to look for a secret whore, and did not pay the bill when he finished, and it just so happened that I came across him and relieved him of the problem. And that's not why he went to do something with me. Nye Yannian also laughed when he heard this, and he sat back down again, saying, "Are you saying that he took my money and didn't go to the flower boat or the courtyard to eat mountainous delicacies, but ran to the mud pit outside of the northern city to pick at the coarse chaff?" Jiang Guangyan laughed. Having been used to a hard life, he knows the truth of frugality. He is a good boy. Nia Qingqing was slightly stunned by what she heard, and when she saw Gong Zihua and Zhang Lingfeng having a laugh, she realized that it was Jiang Guangyan who was joking. "He's thrifty my ass." Nye Yannian couldn't help but laugh. The little geldings are stingy and shallow-eyed, but if you want to say that he doesn't recognize women when he gets off the bed, I don't believe it. Don't believe me. He said himself that he thinks about women in addition to practicing martial arts. Jiang Guangyan laughed. Nye Qingqing also covered her mouth and laughed, but she saw Nye Yannian frowning and looking over. "Can I not know what he thinks?" Nye Yannian was very confident and said, "The geldings think, but he won't go to the mud pit to play with women. He's a bit like our one-face family in that he takes extra care of the people in the mud pit." He pointed outside and said, "I'll bet that when he gets to that mud pit outside the North City, he'll be lucky if he can hold back from hitting the forked pole or the head of the handle. Those secret whores in the mud pits are all poor people. I reckon he won't be able to take off his clothes when he sees them. That's because you didn't take him to a good place." Jiang Guangyan also laughed. He could tell that Nye Yannian knew that geldings very well and trusted him very much. He's so stingy that he's afraid to spend money even if you take him on a flower boat. He only dares to hook up with those who have never seen the world before, and call him son after hearing a few soft words. Nye Yannian was not amused. "Father, you might as well make it clearer," Nye Qingqing said unconvincingly. "I went with him to Yizhuang to find a place to ambush." Slightly asked. Probably he had previously received a secret prostitute's favor, specifically to go to the person ransom, send money to pay off the debt. Gong Zihua said. Nye Yannian saw that Gong Zihua also did not know much, so he did not inquire. "This is all trivial." Nye Yannian asked Jiang Guangyan about the origin of that Taoist priest again. After pulling a long time and eating some tea and snacks, Nye Yannian didn't drink any wine, so he headed for the royal residence. At this time has been over noon. The schoolyard, a group of people sitting, listening to Hu Qian preaching, but did not see the figure of Meng Yuan. That Hu Qian face has a smile. There is a sense of ease and leap, as if picking up big money. When the people saw Nye Yannian arrive, they hurriedly rose and saluted. "Entered the grade?" Nye Yannian asked Hu Qian with a smile. "I had a feeling at the time of this morning, and it was only after senior brother Meng assisted me that I opened my orifices." Hu Qian laughed. Well, you're not slow either." Nye Yannian clasped his arms and said, "If I can't be a little Taoist nun, it's good to be a chivalrous woman. In the future, I will help the princess to carry the sword, and it will be as awesome as ever." Hu Qian clearly thought the same thing, and immediately nodded happily. "Where did the geldings go? How did he arrange it when you entered the character?" Nye Yannian asked. "He gave me a day off and told me to take a day off tomorrow," Hu Qian honestly said. "Then simply rest today." "Why tomorrow?" Nye Yannian frowned in disbelief. "He said to have his girl bring some gifts and go with me to talk to my mother," Hu Qian said. "He hasn't even bought a gift for Lousy." Nye Yannian cursed, then realized. He cursed even harder. "How old is that girl? Little geldings really are." Not so much. Hu Qian also laughed. He said he'd wait a few more years. It's still barely human. Nye Yannian was a little more relieved. Chapter 60, Passing on the Power. Chapter 60, Passing on the Power. Chapter 60, Passing on the Power. Nye Yannian pointed out a few words to Hu Qian, then left the schoolyard again to find Mei. "I'm looking for the plums and I have a guest, but it's Jiang Xuanyo. Teacher Nya." Jiang Xuanxuan was uncomfortable and hurriedly saluted. "What's the matter? Did Xuan Mei owe you money for your labor?" Nye Yannian casually sat down and took the tea served by the little maid. Mei Seeker smiled and didn't make a sound. "Do not dare to dare. Jiang Xuanyo humble very. I think the work is too easy. All day long nothing to do. Feed the horses and horses are someone. I want to go back to the pastoral farm to help labor." "You can be too honest." Nye Yannian laughed at that. "This was supposed to be a job for your retirement. My granddaughter has settled. Xiaomeng also see have success. I do not do anything, but also for nothing to receive the monthly silver. The heart is not good." Jiang Xuanyo said. "This you don't understand." Nye Yannian took a sip of tea, nodded to Jiang Xuanyo, and said, "The little geldings are the Wangfei's guards. Now is not yet assigned work to him. There will be a busy time in the future. When the princess goes on a trip and patrols the quiet garden, he will have to contribute. Zhang Xuanyo still had a confused look on his face and obviously didn't get it. Loyalty is the most important thing in a guard's line of work. If both loyalty and ability, then must be reused. The little geldings were raised by seeking plum. I taught them by hand. And every day they hang their lips on what life between heaven and earth is like. Obviously they are also loyal, and their ability is barely there. Nya Yanian patiently explained up, saying, guards are different from other positions. They are too close to the princess, so they have to be treated favorably. He pointed to where Mang Yuan lived and said, think about it, it's so close to the princess. If he can't afford to treat his family's illnesses and can't get a daughter-in-law, wouldn't he have to think of ways to get money? At that time, if he were to publicize the princess's private affairs, or even engage in a collusion, wouldn't that be bad? That won't happen. Little Mang said that there is only one son in his heart, and that's Wang Fei. Zhang Xuanyo was very serious. Well said. Mei Seeker nodded in approval. Nya Yanian looked at Xuanmei. In the end did not tear down Mang Yuan's stage, but then said, little geldings have me and Xuanmei as a guarantee. In the future is close to the guards. In the past, it was a ministry, and in the army, it was to be adopted as a righteous son. Understand? Jiang Xuanyu finally understood. He froze out of his mind and said, worshipping Wang Fei as a righteous mother? Our Wang Fei doesn't engage in this. Nya Yanian laughed. In his heart, he definitely treats Wang Fei as a righteous mother. Jiang Xuanyo was very confident, and whispered, Mr. Nya. There was blood on Xiao Meng's clothes when he came back last night. But what happened? Xuanmei obviously only just realized it, and she didn't intend to dish it out. Looking curiously at Nya Yanian. Yesterday I took him out to see blood. It's fine. Nya Yanian smiled easily and asked again. I heard the little gelding say that he had been favored by a secret prostitute when he was a refugee. Dark. Zhang Xuan have seen Seeking Mei frowned. He did not dare to say anything. Thought for a while, before saying, but outside the North City? Nya Yanian smiled and nodded. Remember? Tell me what's going on. How can I not remember? At that time, Chief Yang came to buy handsome young man. Xiao Meng almost followed, or got a good person to remind. Zhang Xuanyu seemed to recall that day of heavy snow, cannot help but sigh, and then said that day situation. Nya Yanian and Xuanmei are both knowledgeable and know what kind of hook it is to buy a handsome young man. When he finished listening carefully, Nya Yanian smiled, seeking plum but much more solemn, asked, the so-called favor, just a broken mat and a dry cake? And the former is still for a righteous people who speak out of the body. The latter you share the food? Yes. Xiao Meng then I think more. He is still remembering people's favor. Zhang Xuanyo only felt a sense of the present is not the same as in the past, and even more so that today is not easy to come by. Alright, Lao Jiang you go back. Nya Yanian took a sip of tea and added, don't tell little geldings about what happened today. Yes. Jiang Xuanyo hurriedly answered. As soon as Jiang Xuanyo left, Xuanmei didn't plan to dish out any more, but only asked curiously, what did he go and do yesterday? Yesterday he went to pay off a debt to a secret prostitute, met an old buddy from the Jin Demon Division's guardhouse, and was brought in to do a favor. Nya Yanian hemmed and hawed. It's good to see some blood. Don't be afraid. I am not afraid of this. Xuanmei was very serious. I saw him as pure and simple at first, so I gave him a hand, and naturally I'm willing to see him excel. But Uncle Nya, I found that since he followed you, good wine not to mention, but also often in and out of the drunken moon house. Uncle Nya, teenagers are most afraid of alcohol, sex, and wealth sapping their minds. Nya Yanian was furious and laughed. He's even more pure quality than Shitsi. It's all because I brought him down. I don't mean this. Xuanmei hurriedly got up to pour tea for Nya Yanian to make amends, saying, he is the person who was grateful for the reward. I see that your old man also lifted him up. Then he should pass on some real ability. More constraints to restrain. It's been passed on. Nya Yanian sighed and said, you don't know how much the geldings can pester. Then when Princess Wang goes on a trip, bring him along as well and recognize him, so that he can be allowed to do things in the future. Xuanmei discerned. Nya Yanian had meant to do this, so he immediately responded and asked, where did that kid go? He excused himself and took Jiang Tang out, saying that he wanted to go out for a trek. It was only then that Xuanmei returned to the flavor. What exactly did he do yesterday? Wang Fei hasn't stepped on the green yet. He stepped on it first. Nya Yanian laughed in a good-natured way and said, he fought with the monk, guessing that he was hit by some dharma that attracts people to enlightenment of life and death. Maybe in his dream he shoveled dung for his whole life, and the little girl suffered after him. When he woke up, he felt sorry for his little girl. I've seen this kind of thing many times. In a couple days it will be fine. All the more reason for you to pass on some real skills. Seek Mei said seriously. Got it. Nya Yanian impatiently got up and returned himself to the schoolyard. Arriving at the schoolyard, Nye Yannian simply asked Wu Changxing to move the recliners and talk to the cadets one by one. Only in the evening, seeing that dinner was about to start, did Nye Yannian leave. Out of the gate of the schoolyard, he saw Meng Yuan and his girl had just returned as well. The two of them didn't know what to say with their heads bowed down. And that girl couldn't stop laughing. Come over here. Nye Yannian picked his finger. Master Nye, I've given you a long face. Meng Yuan hurriedly went forward to claim credit. Nye Yannian knew that the gelding should talk about borrowing money in the next sentence, so he immediately said, alright, you're the one with the big face. When he saw that Meng Yuan was still holding a few books, he snatched them up, but they were actually some kind of 29 ancient poems, some kind of poetic rhymes, and some kind of long and short sentences. Oh no, the geldings have switched to poetry. TSK, elegant man na, able to be married to Shitsi. Nye Yannian scoffed non-stop. Master Nye, don't underestimate people. Meng Yuan was very serious. Poetry can be vulgar or elegant. It can be chanted by everyone from princes and nobles to peddlers. Fine, then you compose a song. Nye Yannian grabbed Meng Yuan's arm. I'll see how you compare to Shitsi. I haven't learned it yet. Meng Yuan knew how to make a F***king poem, and it wasn't even for himself in the first place. It was for Xiang Ling. Poetry is the play of literary and elegant people. You can't learn the poetry fairy. Nye Yannian laughed, confidently said, but Lao Zi teach you door lightness. When others let you do poetry, you can't hold back and run away. You simply can't hear the sound of others cursing you behind your butt. Not so much. I can still do 2 limericks. Meng Yuan immediately explained. A confidant of the Seiji. Let's go. Nye Yannian laughed. Didn't you say you'd wait to learn until you've met the crown princess? Meng Yuan asked curiously. And there's no need to go through this. It's all the same. Nye Yannian took a step and went back to the schoolyard again. Chapter 61, Flying Floss Technique. Chapter 61, Flying Floss Technique. Chapter 61, Flying Floss Technique. The night is heavy. The teenage trainees practiced diligently, and Nye Yannian pulled Meng Yuan aside to talk about light body techniques. Learning lightness is good. I want to learn lightness too. Hu Qian came up. The next 33 days all open to learn. Nye Yannian in the end is a daughter of. See the girls on the side. His mouth will be convergence of many. People. Meng Bachelor has 8 products, known as Poetry Sword Double Best. You cannot? Master Nye, I really don't dare to be called the Poetry Sword Double Master. Meng Yuan was humble. So soon? It was only then that Hu Qian realized that Meng Yuan had entered the 8th rank. She opened her mouth and bent down to arch her hand. Senior brother Meng. Then it's back to drills and no more bull *******. Seeing that there were no more interruptions, Nye Yannian carried his hands behind his back, and while taking steps, he said, this method is called flying floss gong. What is flying floss? It has nothing to rely on. It flutters and moves with the wind. Using your true chi as the wind, your body is the flying floss, and when the wind is fast, the floss flies. The flying floss technique is as light as fluttering flakes, floating like a stream of clouds. It is not a method of vacillating in a square inch. It is a method of fast sprinting, and is especially effective in the mountains, forests, and wildlands. This is the dharma of pursuing the enemy. Meng Yuan realized. You can attack when you enter, but you can defend when you retreat. How can you just think about chasing and killing the enemy? The flying flurry kung fu can also run away. Nye Yannian glared at Meng Yuan and said in a bad mood, a great man can bend and bend, and there's no shame in running away sometimes. It's just a matter of fighting back when you're well practiced. Just like when you met that old monk. You saw Gong Zihua's eyes glazed over. You should immediately go back to get help, because Gong Zihua has long been in the 8th rank. He can't even carry it, and no one will accuse you if you give him up to ask for help. Speaking here, Nye Yannian smiled again and patted Meng Yuan on the shoulder. But you can stay and save people. That ruthlessness, it's a bit of the old man's style back then. After Nye Yannian boasted for a while, he didn't hide anything and talked about the flying floss kung fu's method of stance and true chi operation, as well as the breathing technique. The stance of this flying flocculent gong is not difficult, nor is it critical. With the method of breathing it is possible to run around, but if you want to go further, you will need to have real chi to support it. The true chi operates first and foremost in the orifices on the torso, and later on the limbs. As long as it runs back and forth in the dantian reflecting the engraving, it will be considered done. After half a day of wrangling, Nye Yannian spoke about the key points several times, and Meng Yuan first memorized the method of true chi operation, and then tried sinking his chi into the dantian according to what Master Nye had passed on. True chi running in the corresponding points of reflection. So the cycle of several times will feel the whole body light, the lower limbs and waist and abdomen powerful. A step out. There is a sense of endless life. like being pushed forward in general. After running around the schoolyard twice, Meng Yuan became a little more familiar with the method of carrying true qi, and the feeling of lightness in his body increased even more, and the true qi was carried around in the place where the reflection was engraved, and the consumption was not considered to be a lot. Meng Yuan estimated that, according to his own Dantian stored true qi, so under the operation, an hour is afraid to be no problem. Even with full power, he could survive for half an hour. After running 3 more laps in a row, Meng Yuan stopped. Nye Yannian came back to teach, saying, because of the reason that martial artists open the upper, middle, and lower 3 days, all the martial arts in this world have to be accompanied by the method of true qi transportation in order to increase their power even more. This flying floss kung fu can be learned as long as the full lower 33 heavens are open, but you have to understand that everyone is different, and that makes it high or low. Where is the difference? The individual's original strength, the true qi stored in the dantian, the speed of the impact on the place of reflection, the amount of true qi consumed, and the unseen and untouchable nature of the heart. At the time of the lower grade, the 9th grade consummation is a change, and the 8th grade consummation is another change. But even so, even if 2 people are in the same realm and have learned the same dharma, the gap is still enormous. Nye Yannian assiduously taught, full of sharpening intentions. Master Nye, isn't it true that the gap is smaller after reaching the middle and high grade? Meng Yuan asked curiously. I don't know about high grades, but I know the difference between medium grades. Nye Yannian laughed. Meng Yuan listened curiously. Even ing bigger. Nye Yannian was very emotional. This kind of thing in the martial path is very mysterious. After the others reach the middle grade, the difference of 1 grade is a heavenly rift. But this path of Wufu is different. A difference of 1 rank also has the possibility of a strong kill. Is it using the heavenly chance method of opening the Secretura? Meng Yuan asked. Not bad. Some methods are too strong. Like old Zhang's floating light cave heaven is a piece of, at best, just take a break. Some Tianji methods are simply 10 times more overbearing than floating light cave heaven. The body is 10 times heavier to suffer the backlash, and its power that's needless to mention. Nye Yannian nodded at Meng Yuan. That's why I've always taught you to be humble, to be restrained, and to be inwardly expressive. That's why. Master Nye, you've never taught me to be humble. You've only taught me to use my fists to solve things that money can't solve. When Meng Yuan finished speaking, he saw Nye Yannian frowning and glaring, so he hurriedly changed the topic and asked, Master Nye, what about yesterday's credit? Look, it's urgent again. Help me keep in mind. Nye Yannian also solemnized, said, but you don't have any big expectations. Those dog officials improper people. The reward is very little, not more generous than our Wang Fei out. He patted Meng Yuan on the shoulder and said seriously, at most, give a 30 to 50 taels of silver. This kind of bull **** will be able to fool Shangling's mother and daughter. Master Nye, it's naturally fine for you to stay moist, but can you at least leave me a pot of soup? Meng Yuan spread his hands and said helplessly, I'm dying of poverty, falling out of money at a young age. Nye Yannian scolded and said, the princess is going on a trip in 5 days, so practice hard in these few days, and I'll bring you to meet them then. Wang Fei travel thing said for a long time. See the March, after the summer is the fall, finally is considered to have a landing. Nye Yannian was going to wait for Meng Yuan to pester a few more sentences, to give a few taels of silver to get rid of, but saw that people do not shout poor, but is the crown, and straighten the waist, as if the princess is in front of you. Don't be a man of the world at this moment, but when you're in front of Wang Fei, you'll have no talent to cry poor. Nye Yannian nodded Meng Yuan's nose. Meng Yuan was ashamed in his heart, and he did not argue, only making a noble appearance. When Nye Yannian left, Meng Yuan did not go away, and came to try the Feiwu skill in the schoolyard. Stop every few laps to reflect and summarize. This flying flocculent technique was the same as the gale blade technique, and the most important thing was the method of carrying the true qi. As long as the method of transportation is familiar and the true qi is full, then it will be considered a small success, according to what Master Nye had said. In fact, flying flocculation technique and gale blade technique, both of which use true qi to support their movements, could only be considered minor paths when they were of low grade. The only way to consider heaven and earth as vast is to open the secret hidden treasures in the body and obtain the law of heaven and earth. Running over and over again, the true qi rushed back and forth and impacted in the place where the reflection was engraved. Meng Yuan was just like when he was running the gale blade technique, and the middle 33 heavens gradually responded. A deep hidden viscera sinews in the orifice is slightly trembling, which seems to hide what? To break out of the shell in general. Meng Yuan went straight home, closed the door and sat down, closed his eyes to calm his mind, and after the Dantian true qi was filled, his mind moved slightly, and he came to rub the new orifices. Chapter 62, Spring Tour. Chapter 62, Spring Tour. Chapter 62, Spring Tour. The true chi comes out from the dantian, passes through all the meridians, and goes downward at the mudball palace orifices, dabbing first, then grinding, slow abatement. In this way, I do not know how long, the true chi in the slow erosion and the depletion of most, that in the neck sinews in the hole finally opened. The true chi was leaking out like a stream, and the transportation was unhindered. Meng Yuan actually had a feeling of strength and fatigue, and the hunger in his abdomen was unbearable, only to feel that it was even more tiring than the vigorous impact of opening the lower 33 heavens. It took a few moments to slow down slightly before opening his eyes. It was evening outside the door and windows. Meng Yuan remembers clearly. He was in the middle of the night to settle down, did not think that this time to open the orifices actually took so long. Then when the first opening of the mud pill palace is even longer. No wonder I'm so tired. So it took too long. It seems I'm still quite good at fierce, long and bitter battles. Of course, speedy battles are also windy. Meng Yuan lamented a sentence, and when he smelled the aroma of stewed meat, he felt even more hungry, so he got up and opened the door. I only saw that the house was bustling with activity tonight, and in addition to old Uncle Jiang and Jiang Tang, Hu Qian was also there. Brother, Jiang Tang saw Meng Yuan come out. She was first happy, and then her face was slightly red. She didn't dare to look at each other, mixed with no previous lively vigor. Jiang Tang followed Hu Qian today to meet Hu Qian's mother. She has not been taught by women, although she probably knows how it is, but still learned a lot. Moreover, Hu Qian's mother had been the royal consort's nursemaid, and had pulled some things about bringing up children. Jiang Tang then listened carefully while being shy, and was close to taking notes afterward. Meng Yuan glanced at Hu Qian, who smiled knowingly, with a look of great success. Eat. Meng Yuan sat down. As soon as the stewed mutton entered his belly, Meng Yuan felt his chi returning. Just a little bit of stored thought. The growth of that essence flame remained extremely slow. Nowadays, although serving the crown princess is the top priority, the matter of containing the essence fire cannot be delayed. Meng Yuan was a calm gentleman, and while he lowered his head to eat, he thought about whether the words gathering the will and protecting the princess could be linked to containing the essence flame. Jiang Tang didn't say anything, and lowered her head to eat her meal, her face flushed, stealing a glance at Meng Yuan from time to time. Jiang old uncle is even more cautious nature. He knows that Hu Qian identity is not the same, so he also did not say a word. Hu Qian usually cooler, but after familiarization is also a talkative. But she saw all the people do not say anything, so she also honestly closed her mouth. After eating, Meng Yuan sent Hu Qian back, and practiced the gale blade technique twice in the courtyard to warm up his body, and then closed his work. Not practicing martial arts enlightenment again. This kind of thing is about a sense of relief. Just newly opened the orifices. Should be a little slow. Meng Yuan came to Jiang Tang's room and saw her practicing her writing and reading books in a well-behaved manner. So he didn't say any supervisory nonsense and just picked up the newly purchased anthology of poems and lyrics to read. Xiangling wants to learn poetry. She has the heart of a child. There is no guarantee that in the future will really become a talent, mixed with the name of the poetry fairy. Therefore, Meng Yuan intends to learn first, so as to be able to pressure her head, sleep for a day, to wake up in the morning. After eating meals, Meng Yuan first went to the schoolyard to teach the people some, and then practiced several times the gale blade law and flotsam gong. Until noon also did not see Nyeshur too. Meng Yuan simply closed the opening of the orifices. This is another night, until the next day at noon to count another opening of an orifice. At this point, the middle 33 heavens had been opened in 3 places. Meng Yuan estimated that the middle 33 days located in the torso of the orifices are in the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, is even more fragile. I am afraid to be even slower. After resting quietly for a day, it was already the day when the princess went out. Meng Yuan got up before dawn this day, burned hot water, rubbed his body vigorously, and took the soap horn to wash his head, and changed into the new clothes sent by Nyayanian. Jiang Tang was given a vacation by seeking Plum, but she was not idle and cheerfully combed and braided Meng Yuan's hair. When he was packed, Meng Yuan sat on his sword again and carried his longbow on his back. Not a moment later, Nyayanian searched for him, and he couldn't help but frown when he saw that Meng Yuan was neat and tidy. Bachelor Meng has passed the scholarship examination? Didn't say anything. I'll bring you a gift. Nyayanian had no good words in his mouth as he tugged Meng Yuan outside, nor did he go to the quiet garden where the princess resided, but first went to the stables to take the horses and waited outside the partial gate of the royal residence. There were already 5 people in this room, most of them in their 40s, and with Meng Yuan's general attire. They were all guards of the crown princess. Nyayanian pulled Meng Yuan and smiled as he went up to introduce them one by one. sort of mixing things up. Not a moment later, he saw two more people come out. Surprisingly, it was Dugu Kong and Wan Lao Shiokai. I saw Dugu Kong riding a white horse, his forehead covered with jade, but the whole person wilted. Although he was dressed as a nobleman, he did not have any noble spirit. There are no servants, only Wang Shiokai. Visible Dugu Kong was detained. Teacher Nya, Teacher Zhang, Teacher Lu, Teacher Xiaomeng. Wang Shiokai was a decent man, smilingly arching his hand towards Nya Yanian and the others. I see that little teacher Meng looks familiar. Duo Kong looked at Meng Yuan. This is the first time I have followed your highness out. Meng Yuan didn't tell a lie. After waiting for another quarter of an hour, he saw a carriage pulling out, and the driver was a woman. There were two other women riding horses with swords on their sides, on the left and right of the carriage. Other than that, there was no one else. After all, let's go. Nya Yanian made his assignments. He was in the front with Meng Yuan and another escort, while Dugu Kong was in the back, followed by the royal concubines' carriages, and finally the other four escorts. Generally speaking, when a noblewoman or young lady goes on an outing, she invites her peers of the right age to have a poetry session or an elegant gathering, and then she enters a joss stick to pray for the safety of her family members and elders. But the princess is just one carriage, not the least bit ostentatious, not to mention no noblewoman traveling with her. Horses' hooves clattered forward. Nya Yanian perhaps saw that Meng Yuan was a bit puzzled, so he laughed in a low voice and said, Wang Fei is not good at rows, not good at disturbing the people. You'll get used to it in the future. Just a few of us. Is it really alright? Meng Yuan glanced back at the drowsy Dugu Kong, and said that if there were really thieves attacking, he was loyal and had to take the princess away first, and as for the world's son, that would be another story. Just don't worry. Nya Yanian was very confident. Since this was the case, Meng Yuan did not ask any more questions. A group of people went out from the south gate of the city, and after traveling for a short time, they saw the Songlong River. It is late spring. The river is wide and full. Thousands of sails. Look up. Really have a sense of open-mindedness. I'm in a poetic mood. Giddy up. Dugu Kong came energized and urged his horse forward, crossing over Meng Yuan and the others, and Wang Xiaocai immediately followed. Follow your poet friend. Nya Yanian laughed. Meng Yuan immediately patted the little red horses but and followed Dugu Kong, only to see Dugu Kong came to the riverside. The horse stopped. He took out a folding fan to fan, looking at the wide river, but also really like in the belly. Meng Yuan didn't rush, just waiting for Dugu Kong to finish his poetry. After a while, Dugu Kong finally held it in, only to hear him chant. I looked at the river. The river was heaving into the distance. I scooped a scoop of water from the river and brought it back home to enjoy it slowly. Poetry just finished. Wang Shiokai has already opened the boast, just today to help idle on his one. Inevitably the momentum is not enough. Meng Yuan had already seen Dugu Kong make poems 3 times. A cloud viewing poem, a martial arts viewing poem, and this time a river viewing poem. 3 limerick is naturally not on the stage, but the poem does not have a perverse meaning, no playboy atmosphere. From the poem to see the person, we can see that this son is really in not much bad intentions, and although this river watching poem is still the same level, but Meng Yuan carefully smacked, found that the beginning and end is not bad, and there are a few flavors, especially the last 2 sentences. Only take a dipper home, through which to enjoy the river. Quite a bit of self-satisfaction. Do not compete with the idea. And take a scoop does not damage the river water, but also in line with a few points of Buddhism and Taoism of a certain doctrine. World Sun didn't carry the entire Songlong River home. Instead he only took a scoop, so it's clear that he's a generous man. Meng Yuan was heartily impressed. Leading back Dugu Kong, Meng Yuan came back over to Nya Yanyan's side. Master Nya, where exactly is the crown princess going on a trek? Meng Yuan asked curiously. Treading what green? Nya Yanyan laughed, lifted his chin and pointed ahead. Just going to the temple on the hill in front. Meng Yuan looked and saw only a short mountain by the river. Earlier when I went to the medicine village to get rid of the demon, I had passed by this place, and at that time in early spring, the trees were not yet in full bloom, and I could still see several dilapidated temples. Nowadays, however, the branches have flourished and only a corner of the temple is exposed. For a moment, Meng Yuan remembered that Xiang Ling had said that her godmother was infatuated with a Taoist priest here, and was all about pouting her ass off at people. When we get to the place, I'll take you to meet the crown princess. Nya Yanyan was solemn. Don't you disgrace me. Meng Yuan nodded, thinking that it was finally time to put a stamp on his ass. Chapter 63, The Princess. Chapter 63, The Princess. Chapter 63, The Princess. Listening to the waves of the river, Meng Yuan came all the way to the foot of the short mountain, and saw the ancient stone steps curving upwards. There was an old Taoist priest in his 70s or 80s leading a middle-aged Taoist priest in his 40s. The former was holding a duster, and the latter was holding a jade vase. Greeting him at the bottom of the steps, Meng Yuan could see clearly that this old Taoist priest was simply the one who had told his fortune. This old Taoist priest was cheating passers-by near the Drunken Moon building. Meng Yuan was caught by him, and he had no choice but to ask him to calculate whether or not the matter of searching for Sister Flower would go smoothly. And the old Taoist priest muddled a few sentences, and hitched himself to a pot of tea. Meng Yuan remembers when the old Taoist priest cried out bitterly, saying that there are valuable guests to the door, but there is no money to receive. Can only give up the old face out to earn some money? Now it seems that the honored guest is actually the crown princess. And the old Taoist monk knows the princess, this kind of nobleman, but still peaceful and poor, did not ask for incense money from the princess, can be seen to be a little different. Nye Yannian brought Meng Yuan off his horse, and there wasn't a Taoist boy to take the reins, which was really shabby. Old immortal master. Nye Yannian smiled and arched his hand, standing on each side of the steps with Meng Yuan, waiting for the carriage in the back. Meng Yuan stared at the old Taoist priest, who was genial and smiling as he stared at Dugu Khan. Dugu Khan arrived close to the front, without losing etiquette, but has no more poetry, wilting to the old Taoist priest salute. Look at him, actually seems to have a few points of fear. How many bowls of rice a day nowadays? The old Taoist priest asked Dako Kyo. 3 bowls. Dokira-kang returned. If your heart is not broad, your food will be restless. The old Taoist priest stroked his beard and laughed. Solo Hyper lowered his head, not daring to say anything. Soon the carriage came up behind and slowed to a stop. Seeking Mei got down first, and then they saw a woman get out of the carriage. The woman wore a waist-length jacket with embroidered floral paneling at the collar and cuffs. The underskirt is long with a slightly wide hemline that flutters as you take a step. Hair bun with double strands of hairpin. Body clad in silk cape, that cape thin and long, under the spring wind drumming, more show floating, Shanling so with a flower head wrap, carrying a small bag as a village woman out, is false fashion. This is the proper attire for a noblewoman to travel, not only to show the flow, but also to travel conveniently. The woman is 24 or 25 years old, although the clothes are flowing, but the national color is difficult to hide. There is a sense of grace and inviolability. For a moment, the red flowers and green grass are all reduced to a companion, listening to the waves of the river from afar. I feel that this person is a fairy coming over the waves. Meng Yuan pressed his hand against the long knife. He had been cutting his balls and juggling knives for a long time, and he finally knew who it was for. But at this moment, Meng Yuan's eyes were unblinking, dignified and majestic. Sister, Uncle Shifu. The 2 Taoist priests performed the Taoist salute. Senior brother, senior nephew. One face smiled and returned the greeting, her voice quiet. The old Taoist priest and the princess ascended the steps side by side, with that middle-aged Taoist priest and Dugu Khan following behind. And then behind them were Xuanmei and those few female guards. Nye Yannian led Meng Yuan on both sides of the steps and took the lead in traveling upwards. The steps are old and weathered. There is still moss visible in this shabby place. Less people come and go. Incense does not flourish. After a few steps, less covered by trees, you will see the gate of the temple, with the 3 words Chongshu Guan on it. The princess followed the old Taoist priest all the way into the Chongshu Guan, and didn't stop at the main hall, but went in 3 times to a quiet courtyard. There are pine trees and sycamore trees in the courtyard, which are already green and leafy. Under the sycamore tree there are bamboo tables and benches, another tea stove. The old Taoist priest invited the princess to sit down and cook tea with his own hands. Meng Yuan could see clearly that the teapot was clearly still a gift from himself. 100 years old, 1,000 years to be but tall. Wan Fei looked at the pine tree and sighed with a smile. Senior brother, you and I are both getting old. You're only in your 20s. You're in the prime of your life. I haven't said old. Why do you say that now? The old Taoist priest, his arm holding a duster, poured tea for the princess. The princess smiled slightly, so Seeking Plum and the others all retreated, and that disciple of the old Taoist priest also came out from the courtyard. Guard the door. If the slightest thing goes wrong, you'll go home and pack your bunk. When Nye Yannian saw Xuanmei come out, he hurriedly put on a mean face. Die before you die. Meng Yuan pressed his hand on the hilt of his sword, looking like he was going to die. Uncle Nye, the more you scare him, the easier it will be for things to go wrong. Sun Mei then helped to speak. Not true. Dr. Hyper had something to say as well. Don't scare people silly. That middle-aged Taoist priest harmoniously bowed toward all of them and said with a smile, I will go prepare meals for all of you. Meng Yuan was speechless, all the way into this Chongshu Guan, in addition to the old Taoist master and disciple, and then no one else. Now prepare the meal. Even have to old Taoist disciple personally busy work. Keep an eye on this place. Nye Yannian barked one more sentence and walked with the rest of the guards towards the back of the courtyard. Meng Yuan just stood at the door and waited until it was past noon and the crown princess and the old Taoist priest hadn't finished talking. Skewed glance, only to see the two of them sitting on a bamboo stool, talking to the tea stove. Do not know what they are discussing. The shift was changed for dinner, and it was not until halfway through the afternoon that the old Taoist priest finished his lecture and was sent all the way out by the princess. Don't worry about 1,000 miles. There is a wind of arrival. The old Taoist monk holding a duster, smiling and kind, mixed with no more catching people fortune-telling obnoxious look. Sister, rest here for a few days. Nourish your spirit. Thank you, senior brother. Princess Wang performed the Dao salute. When the old Taoist priest left, the crown princess looked back to the sycamore in the courtyard for a long time. Third miss. Nye Yannian took a step forward, but he didn't even address the crown princess. The princess turned back to Nye Yannian and smiled. Brother Nye. She had a lot of respect for someone who had followed her elder brother in a fight for his life. I don't dare. Nye Yannian smiled, clasped his fists in salute, and said, Third miss, you asked me to bring up that group of children, and apart from Hu Yao too, there's no one who's good at anything. He pulled Meng Yuan over and then said, This child is barely okay. I'll have him stand guard outside Third Miss's courtyard. If something happens, you can seek him out. Meng Yuan immediately bowed and saluted, saying, Under the title of Meng Yuan, I am willing to go through fire and water for Third Miss. Lift your head, the princess uttered. Meng Yuan raised his head and looked at the king's consort, only to realize that it was a waste for this person to be any kind of king's consort, and that this face of the country's prosperity should be the mother of a nation. But the moment he met his eyes, Meng Yuan again felt that the princess' eyes had a light that was different. It is not like the kind of upright gentleman who can see the preference at a glance like Xuanmei, not like Jiang Tang, that kind of simple with a small mind. Not to mention the kind of Hu Qian pretending to be cool. In the past, when Meng Yuan had not met the princess, he had only heard about her and thought that she should be a decent elder who pities the poor and cherishes the weak. After listening to the words of Nye Yannian and others, and knowing that the princess is beautiful and loves to read, Meng Yuan felt that the princess is a person who has the wisdom of the past, and has the ability to read. But now on the eyes, Meng Yuan only felt that the princess' eyes bright and deep, dignified and generous, but also seems to be accustomed to the world, and even have a few points of cunning gas. Just like this moment Niesher let himself show his face in front of the Wangfei, although he didn't say anything else, but the Wangfei already knew what was going on. It doesn't look like it's too good to serve. Meng Yuan's face remained unchanged, and he slandered in his heart, seeing as it's the one who can do the job. Princess Wang sized up Meng Yuan and smiled at Nye Yannian. A good seedling. Nye Yannian immediately made another bow. Wangfei nodded and smiled, did not say much, since back to the courtyard. Seeking Mei immediately followed, and then closed the courtyard door. Chapter 64. Chapter 64. Chapter 64. Wangfei sat down under the sycamore tree, took out an old book to see, looking for the plum in the side of the cooking tea. Nye Yannian only has one daughter at his knee, and I see that he treats this teenager quite differently. Is this the acceptance of a righteous son, or has he recruited a son-in-law? The princess casually asked. Nye Qingqing has killed 3 people in a row. Who would dare to be his son-in-law? Seeking Plum laughed. As for the righteous son, there should also be none. Meng Yuan is quite talented in martial arts, and his character isn't bad either. In my opinion, Uncle Nye is in love with his talent and character. Wangfei nodded slightly and flipped through the pages again, but saw that Xuanmei wasn't finished and said, he's also an up-and-comer, and while practicing martial arts, he also reads books and scriptures. What are you reading? The princess asked casually. He reads all the scriptures, histories, and books. And he also borrowed some Taoist texts from me, and I heard that he's been delving into poetry again lately. Seeking Mei laughed. I didn't want him to be a confidant of Dugu Kong. The princess smiled. Mei Seeker couldn't help it. Nye Yannian has a brash appearance, but is actually a fine man. He brought that teenager to me, so it's obvious that he trusts him. But he has only taught that teenager for 2 or 3 months. How can he be so trusting? Wangfei said. Perhaps it has something to do with what happened in North City. Uncle Nye did not have an heir and was afraid that Nye Qingqing would be eaten out of existence, so he looked for someone who knew what he was doing to be the heir. Seeking Mei then spoke in detail about Sister Flower, and even the beheading of the demon monk also said everything. Fighting for justice every more slaughtering dogs. The Dark Horde did not know the name of Meng Yuan. A seat in a cake of grace. Meng Yuan did not know the name of the old man, but was able to wrap his body and send it to the funeral. The old man did not know the name of the others, and died for the righteousness of his words. Very good. The princess smiled slightly. All the people in the world who have a heart are nameless. Seeking Mei poured the tea while murmuring the words of the princess. since he killed the demonic monk outside. He is also considered to have done harm to the people. It can be seen that this Meng Yuan that you value is still capable. Don't reward him for anything in the open. Award him something in the dark. The princess glanced outside and then said, just remember, this person has respect but no fear for me in his eyes, and is by no means a stupid and straight person. And Nye Yanian will not love a stupid and straight person. Beware of being bullied by him with a square. Yes. Seeking Mei immediately answered. Nye Yanian is from the Demon Suppression Division, and all his martial arts are the heel of the Demon Suppression Division. In the coming days, you send some errands to that Meng Yuan. If he does his job properly, you come to me and I'll send him a copy of the Heavenly Chance Map. Wang Fei added. Miss is going to reuse him? Seeking Mei asked with a smile. Nye Yanian is not an outsider. His people should naturally be used. As for whether or not to reuse them, that depends on whether or not he can be used. Princess Wang smiled and lowered her head to flip through the books again. Meng Yuan stood guard outside the courtyard, with the sound of waves faintly coming from the distance, not yet realizing that he had gained benefits for nothing. The spring breeze was clear and cold, and I kept watch all night without encountering any solicitation plays for midnight cloakings. After changing values, Meng Yuan came to the mess hall to eat, but he met the middle-aged Taoist priest. Yesterday Meng Yuan had already inquired. That old Taoist priest Taoist number Xuanji Z, the middle-aged Taoist priest named Zhao Jingshang, is in accordance with the seniority of Dao Tong Xin Jing. The small quan meals are simple, so I've made you laugh. Zhao Jingshang was very modest. Meng Yuan would not be picky and asked with a smile. Your Guan is not a small place. Why haven't I seen a few people? I'm not hiding it from you. Originally I had a few more senior brothers, but it's just that my master disliked them for being noisy and was afraid of disturbing the purity of Master Ying's uncle, so he kicked them out. Zhao Jingsheng didn't feel ashamed and said what he had to say. In theory, I should have been kicked out as well, with eldest senior brother receiving you all. It's just unfortunate that eldest senior brother had to go out a few days ago. But did you encounter an emergency? Meng Yuan asked curiously. It's not exactly an urgent matter. Zhao Jingsheng sighed and said, eldest senior brother has always acted on behalf of his master, preaching in the back of the mountain and teaching us. There's a roe deer that comes every day to listen to eldest senior brother's sermons, but he hasn't come back for the last month. Seeing that the roe deer has not been coming, eldest senior brother said that we are not as attentive as the roe deer in listening to the lessons, and he plans to go looking for that roe deer. Meng Yuan rubbed his brow, sort of knowing who the flower nun's lover was, and asked curiously, and then? Eldest senior brother got up for a lesson, put his sword on his back and went out overnight. Zhao Jingsheng spread his hands. I advised and was kicked over by eldest senior brother. A few senior brothers didn't dare to say anything either, and even master couldn't persuade him. Taoist night battle sword? Meng Yuan said. Not. Zhao Jingsheng face has a yearning. Seems to be very admiring to that big senior brother. Big senior brother said that it is not interesting to discuss the Tao all day long. He is going to swing the devil. Zhao Jingsheng said, even from the bosom touched out a wine gourd, to the door to look at, then barked to mouth. Very gluttonous whisper asked, drink or not, I have duties to perform. No offense. Meng Yuan pushed back and only inquired about this eldest brother. Don't rush. I'll tell you in detail. Zhao Jingsheng drank a large mouthful. My eldest senior brother Taoist named Jingsu, since young, followed the master. Taoist law is profound. Boxing and kung fu is slightly sparse. The master said that the eldest brother is a person with a heart, but it is not the time to come out of the sword. He drank a few more sips. His face was already red, and he didn't even need to hold the joke. He pulled all the have-nots by himself. Meng Yuan asked again in detail, and seeing that the other party was getting more and more endless, he hurriedly took his leave. Not sleeping either. Meng Yuan spared a circle with his satchel and went to the back of the mountain that Zhao Jingsheng had mentioned. This room on the north side of the mountain, away from the princess sitting quite far. Very clean. Only a small dilapidated courtyard. The ground casually placed a few gabion mats. There was also no one in the courtyard. So Meng Yuan checked briefly and was just about to leave when he saw some slight movement in the grassy shrubs under the short hill. Hiding behind a large tree to look, only to see a brown-skinned, white-bellied figure in the weed-strewn path, and carrying a small bundle, but no head wrap. The little guy was running fast, jumping up and running twice, looking back and forth with his hands on the cooler, not too bright, and humming. It's clearly Shannon. The sunny day so scenery is good. Red flowers or green grass. I am happy to go forward. Shangling jogged all the way up. See the big tree behind the sudden turn out of a silhouette. She has already braked. Instantly heavy head and feet rolled forward. Just as she was about to turn back to escape, Xiangling realized that the small bag on her back was grabbed, and her entire body was brought up. Hastily, Quickly let this great immortal down, or I'll make you look good. Meng Yuan turned her around. Who did you learn the word scare from? Yikes, the little geldings. It's you. Xiangling was immediately overjoyed. What are you doing here? Meng Yuan squatted down and set her down. I can't go back to my old home, so I'm idle. So I've come to burn a paper for my godmother. Xiangling was very old-fashioned, tugging at her small baggage, and said proudly, Are you burning it? I've brought 5, but I'll lend you 2.5 at most. Is it much? Not much. Although she came to burn paper, but very happy, just also sang what happy words, really is her godmother that live quite good. Dead is also good timely and for the joy of words in mind. Chapter 65 Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism and Martial Arts. Chapter 65 Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism and Martial Arts. Chapter 65 Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism and Martial Arts. The wind from the river swept up to the mountains and it was exceptionally cool. Noticing Xiangling's words, Meng Yuan asked, Why can't you go back to your old home? Xiangling smiled smugly, her 2 short upper limbs hugged to one another, and with a wise look, she said, I heard sister-in-law Peggy say that someone was looking for an old matchmaker, so I hurriedly ran away. Smart nah, you can't even go home and you're still so happy? Meng Yuan laughed. Godmother says if you can laugh, you don't cry. Shannon made perfect sense. Your godmother has a lodging wisdom. Meng Yuan smiled. You can't go back home. Where will you go to stay? I'll go down to the village and stay there. They have a home school. I listen to lessons during the day and live in a manger at night. It's good nah. Xiangling was very solemn, but the problem of being a good teacher could not be changed. She frowned at Meng Yuan and said, If you don't study for 3 days, you'll be driven over by Xiangling. You have to study too. I study every day. Meng Yuan nodded with a smile and added, But you can't burn paper on the mountain today, so you should go back and study first. Why? Godmother can come here to pout. Why can't I burn paper? Xiangling stood up straight, her 2 paws resting on the pergola, curiously peering into the distance, her head slowly rotating, looking witty and naive. There are nobles here. It's not good to disturb them. Meng Yuan pinched her ear and said seriously, When things are over here, I'll make a special trip to bring you here to burn paper. Okay. Xiangling listened to the advice, but the person was a little lost. She whispered, It's a pity that I didn't bring a head wrap today. Otherwise I could have competed with your excellency to see who's fashionable. Let's not compare this, right? Meng Yuan thought she was losing her mind over not being able to burn paper. Sure enough, the mother-daughter pair of Flower Nun and Xiangling could not be treated with common sense. Next time you tell me about what kind of head wrapping nobles wear. Xiangling admonished a sentence. Seems to remember what. He smiled, and unlocked a little bit of baggage mouth, stretching claws in to touch out a few mulberry fruit, picked up on the road. You taste. Mulberries are usually ripe at the end of March, and it's only the beginning of March. When Meng Yuan took it, he saw Xiangling tighten the small bundle and jump 2 more times, old enough to clearly be looking to see if the bundle would fall apart. I'm off then. Don't forget to study. Xiangling was dry and breezy. Don't rush off. Hear me out. Meng Yuan pinched the back of her neck and said, You go back and continue listening to the lessons, or go to the herding villa and look for Big Head Zhao. Don't go back to your old turtle pits home for the time being. When I'm done, I'll go find you. Then you remember to bring your poetry book. I'll compose poems for you. Xiangling solemnly urged. I've already bought it, so I'll bring it to you then. Meng Yuan smiled. Little geldings, you're so nice. Shannon jumped happily. Then I'm off. When she finished speaking, she slipped down the hill, but after a few steps, she turned back and bowed with both hands. You have to return the gift. Meng Yuan could only get up and return the greeting. Seeing that Xiangling had already hidden into the grassy deep path, Meng Yuan then withdrew his gaze. Wiping the mulberry, Meng Yuan swallowed it in one bite, turned back and was planning to go back, raised his eyes and actually saw someone in the distance. It was no one else, but the princess and the old Taoist master Xuanji. I saw that the princess had changed her jacket attire and was instead dressed in a basalt-colored Taoist robe. Xuanji, on the other hand, was still in his whitewashed and tattered Taoist robes, holding a duster in one hand. Third Miss, old immortal master. Meng Yuan stepped forward and saluted. Private meeting with little Xiangling is not considered a big deal. After all, Nye sure knows that he had saved Xiangling, but now that he is following the Wangfei, it still depends on what the Wangfei says. Meng Yuan had the feeling that this princess was extremely intelligent and not at all easy to fool. However, he was loyal all over, so he thought that his only son would not say anything. The princess gathered her hands in her wide sleeves and did not speak. Instead, it was Xuanji who smiled warmly and said, That friend of my little friend, Her godmother is the road deer who comes here from time to time to listen to the sermon? Yes. Meng Yuan honestly returned. Rather a naive and pure person. Xuanjizi smiled at his words and said, Jingshu carried his sword down the mountain. In the future, if you meet him, tell him to come back earlier. This Jingshu was Xuanjizi's eldest disciple, and Meng Yuan had heard Zhao Jingsheng mention it. Yes. Meng Yuan immediately answered. Since you have an old relationship with the daughter of the elk spirit, you have some fate with Jingshu. Jingshu is a humble nature. If you really have the fate to meet him, you can discuss with him about martial arts, or there may be improvement. Xuanjizi smiled and said, Senior brother Jingshu took the path of a martial artist? Meng Yuan was curious. This Chongshu Guan eldest senior brother didn't take the Taoist path, but instead took the path of a martial artist? Exactly. Xuanjizi is very amiable, mixed without the embarrassing appearance of the day to force people to fortune-telling. Gentle smile and explained, Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism have their own doctrines, or to seek to establish a life, or to seek the idea of nothingness, or to seek to get away from the fruit. Therefore, people who walk these three paths, more or less according to the doctrine of each family. He used his duster to point at Meng Yuan, and then said, but martial artists only cultivate themselves, is to explore their own ability, open the secret hidden heavenly opportunity, without all kinds of doctrines, ideas for the shackles, just like a blank sheet of paper. Meng Yuan realized and said, is it therefore true that those who follow the path of a martial artist can practice the doctrines of other schools as much as they like for their own use? Not bad. Xuanjizi smiled and nodded. If you enter the Buddhist sect, you will be a martial monk. If you worship the Confucian saint, you will be a Confucian warrior. And if you participate in my Taoism, you can also be a free guest. Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism are concepts and doctrines. As long as they honor the corresponding concepts, they are their disciples. Therefore, the three religions in the path of martial arts people are also quite a lot, has long been seen. Then with all the doctrines and concepts in the mind, wouldn't it be adding another shackle to the martial artist? Meng Yuan asked curiously. This child is willing to use his brain. Xuanjizi smiled at the princess, then looked at Meng Yuan and said, the path of a martial artist is the path of endeavor, the path of indomitability, the path of resistance. The idea of emptiness and non-contention of the Sure Tao and Taoist schools is quite counter to this. It depends on whether you cultivate martial arts for the sake of cultivating learning, or cultivating the way of fighting. You don't need to be too concerned. There are many people in this world who have the martial arts and have studied the teachings of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. Princess Wang suddenly spoke out. When you are in the low or middle grade, a few doctrines and concepts won't sway much progress, but will instead help quite a bit. Wang Fei looked at Meng Yuan and continued. Remember, it is not a particular family's doctrine or philosophy that gives people shackles, but rather they themselves give themselves shackles. The Buddhists have the saying of ripping off the shackles, which is roughly the same thing. Thank you, third miss, for your teaching. Meng Yuan only felt that he had benefited greatly. Since you promised to discuss poetry with someone, I wonder how talented you are at poetry. Wang Fei face has a smile, like spring mountain flowers blossom, and go to find Dugu Kong. He is good at poetry, may as well ask for advice. Meng Yuan thought that the princess was going to teach herself how to cut rhymes and write poems by hand, but he didn't realize that he was looking for Dugu Kong. But the Shannon thing is kind of over. Or maybe people just don't care. Meng Yuan walked a few steps back to find out the meaning of the words of the princess. That Dugu Kong can only be a limerick. What is the poetic talent? And the princess let herself go to ask Dugu Kong for advice. Clearly is the intention of making fun of. A little bad. Who are you looking down on? Xiang Ling can even compose poetry. Do you know that I, Maester Meng, can't? Meng Yuan was most courageous after knowing the shame, and planned to do well in the coming days to impress the third miss. Chapter 66, Pills. Chapter 66, Pills. Chapter 66, Pills. Meng Yuan had just returned from the back of the mountain when he saw Nia Yanian and Wang Xiucai talking in low voices outside the princess residence. So much for hooking up again. Teacher Little Meng. The world sun has recognized you and insists on hearing you speak about the extermination of the Buddha demon. When Xiu Kai Wang saw Meng Yuan arrive, he smiled and opened his mouth. Shitzi loves to listen to the rare, so go ahead and tell a story. Nia Yanian was much more solemn, having obviously received the silver. This, Meng Yuan sighed helplessly. Not too willingly. Sir is not an outsider. I should not refuse if you ask. But I've been on duty all night and haven't rested yet. Later on it will be my turn to guard the door again. Please also ask teacher Little Meng to bear some burden. Xiu Kai Wang stuffed a piece of silver into Meng Yuan's hand. Meng Yuan had wanted to be a bit more reserved, but when he saw Nia Yanyan's expression of almost done, he nodded. World Sun's elegance. I've long had admiration for it. so I just happened to ask for advice on the study of composing poetry and lyrics. Meng Yuan was a truthful person. Since the princess had asked herself to learn the way of poetry from Duga Kong, then she would go and ask for advice. Wang Xiaotsai politely said a few words and led the way. From the princess residence, all the way out, all see the road down the mountain, before it is considered to be to the residence of Duga Kong. This residence was right next to the gate of the punch bowl, away from the royal concubine's residence, away from the dining room, away from the great hall, and away from the back of the mountain. It was still not very spacious, and smelled musty, so it was obvious that no one had lived there for a long time. This is clearly the place where the guest lives, but Chongshu Guan is shabby, and there is no guest of honor. There were only a few stools in the room and a broken table. When Meng Yuan saw that Xiao Kai Wan was about to pour tea, he said, Mr. Wang, the matter of me killing the Buddha demon was originally not allowed to be spread out. I'm going to go outside to pick up the wind. You guys chat first. Wang Xiaotsai was happy not to listen as he closed the door with a smile. There was no one else in the room, and Dugu Khan laughed, personally helping to pour the tea, saying, Guard Meng is brave. I wouldn't dare. Meng Yuan smiled as he took the teacup and asked curiously, How does the world sun live here? It's clean here, and as soon as you go out, you can see that Songlong River. It's good. Dugu Khan took out his folding fan and shook it. It makes sense. Although this is a room of knowledge, but Chongshu Guan did not have incense to come, even if there are roe deer, but also from the back of the mountain. It is indeed clean. However, yesterday when he went out, Dugu Khan was a wilting, not very willing to go out appearance. See Xuanji Z is very uncomfortable. Now that you're living here, I'm afraid you're not deliberately avoiding Xuanji Z and the princess, are you? However, people Dugu Khan usually do not have any evil deeds. Do not trade or play eagle, do not stroll hook rail flower boat, do not bully the weak and small. Occasionally can also make a few limericks to attract people to laugh. Is a rule person. Let's have a little secret. Who doesn't have a little secret? As long as it doesn't harm anyone, it's not a big deal. Meng Yuan felt that there was something wrong with Dugu Khan, but since the intelligent princess didn't care, and Xuanji Z, who had lived for an unknown number of years, didn't care, then he himself wouldn't do much. Does Shitzi have any poetry in him? Meng Yuan asked with a smile. No. Dokurakang directly refused. He moved forward and curiously came to ask, Protector Meng, please also tell us about the Buddha demon. It's all almost forgotten. Meng Yuan sighed, and only then did he talk about the matter of Venerable Great Tail. Dokurakang listened attentively and nodded from time to time. When the rip was over, Dokurakang nodded his head and criticized, It really is a Buddha demon. World Sun also knows Buddhist stories? Meng Yuan asked casually. How would I know? Dr. Hyper replied casually. Meng Yuan didn't see any flaws in Dugu Kong, and didn't have the heart to probe, but he wasn't willing to go. Instead, he asked others to teach him the knowledge of making poems. Shitzi's poetic talent is unparalleled, and Guanzhang's poems are even more remarkable. Can you teach me how to make poems? Dokurakang clearly froze as he sized up Meng Yuan for a moment before nodding his head in response. After dilly-dallying for more than an hour and draining all the herbal tea from the teapot, Meng Yuan took his leave. Back outside the crown princess residence, Nye Yanian beckoned from afar. What did you and our son talk about? What took you so long? I asked for instruction in the art of composing poetry. Meng Yuan replied. Nye Yanian laughed when he heard this. He looked Meng Yuan up and down and said, Maester Meng's poetry and sword are both excellent? Not daring to be. Meng Yuan smiled. A limerick is also a poem. You dare to be one. Nye Yanian laughed, fished out another potion bottle and threw it out. Old Zheng gave it to you. This was the arrival of the credit for the matter of Luo mother. Meng Yuan hurriedly took it and asked curiously, What is this? 100 herb dan. Nye Yanian nodded with a smile. Meng Yuan asked Nye Yanian before. Most of the world's spiritual fruits and herbs are in places far away from the human world. Therefore, if you want to go looking for them, you should go to the high mountains, dense forests, rivers and densely populated places. Spiritual herbs and medicines are hard to come by. Some of them dissipate very quickly, but some of them can remain for a long time. Like some only show their heads when it snows. If they see the sun, nature is not good. Some are born in the Gobi Desert, cannot be watered by rain. These things are fine to eat directly, but some of them are poisonous, and those who are not familiar with the medicinal properties will still damage their bodies if they eat them. Generally speaking, according to the genus of the 5 elements of the drug, with the ruler and minister of the drug, refined into pills, in order to remove the weeds and preserve the essence of the long-lasting preservation. Of course, even then, it would be preserved for half a year at most, and the medicinal power would slowly dissipate after a bit more time. Some elixirs were quite helpful for low-grade martial artists to improve their physique and open up their aperture to the grade. However, if one takes too many of them, the efficacy gradually diminishes. Some of them stored their essence and nourished their spirit, quickly recovering their chi and true chi. For martial artists, the most precious ones are the ones that help to open the orifices. The upper, middle and lower 3 days. One step is more difficult than the other. Some people may stay in a certain orifice for a lifetime. If there is an elixir to help, then add a few points of success. Meng Yuan had heard Master Nye mention that this 100-herb pill was a specialty of the Demon Suppression Division, and had always been prepared for accomplished martial artists. It is made with green undergrowth as the main ingredient, and a mixture of 100 kinds of herbs. Because the 8th grade martial artist opening the orifices consumes quite a lot of true chi and takes a long time, and this 100-herb dan can stimulate the true chi of the dantian and restore chi, and the medicinal properties are warm and moist. It is extremely suitable for swallowing before breaking through the barrier, and if you are on the verge of a battle, you can also take this elixir. The main drug, green undergrowth, was still considered a common spiritual herb, and this 100-herb pill wasn't considered to be much precious, but it was a legitimately good pill for an 8th grade martial artist. A green underworld grass produces 30 grains up and down. Here are 20 grains, which is not bad. Don't be in a hurry to eat it first, wait until you get back. Nye Yannian earnestly admonished. Meng Yuan naturally obeyed. Since then a few days, Meng Yuan day by the sword outside the door of the princess. The shift rest will go to find Dugukong teach poetry. The day is not bad. Has been after 10 days. C came to the middle of March. The princess or no movement. Even seems not to go back. That night, Meng Yuan remained at the door. When it was midnight, the bright moon was thick. The courtyard door suddenly opened, and a woman with a Dao robe came out, which was the princess. The princess looked at Meng Yuan, who was straight-backed and meticulous, and asked, "How's the poetry learning going?" Barely able to sing and harmonize with Shizi's poetry, Meng Yuan still remembered Xiang Ling's admonition to let every day study, so he studied diligently every day, but remained humble. The princess laughed out loud at her words. The great river against the bright moon. When traveling with a high person, you go and inform Nye Yannian that it's time to go back. Chapter 67. Chapter 67. Chapter 67. You told me to ask Dugukong for advice, but now you're telling me that Dugukong can't learn, so I need to talk to someone high up. So where can I find someone high up? Xiangling? Anyway, what people say is what they say. Meng Yuan is an honest person and will not talk back, and go out for 10 days. A little meat and fish did not dip. Meng Yuan every day tea and rice, and looked forward to going back to the big fish and meat. After receiving the order, Meng Yuan immediately went to find Nye Yannian. Nye Yannian was obviously relieved as well. I'll go talk to the old boys. You go find your poet friend. Don't be asleep when you have to leave in the morning. This is already the middle of the night. The moon is hanging high, cold and silent. The wind swings to the sound of waves. Meng Yuan came all the way to the gate of Chongshu Guan, and saw that there was still a candle flame swing in the room of knowledge where Dugukong was staying. In these 10 days, Meng Yuan came to ask Dugukong for advice day after day, and realized that this son had some poetic talent, but not much. Meng Yuan also did not see Dugukong have any flaws, and Dugukong really not bad. Do not say dirty words nonsense. Not the kind of playboy look, but very courteous. Although there is some impatience on the face of Meng Yuan, but in the end, he endured, and taught some techniques of limericks. He is always wilting, not very energetic, and doesn't go out much. Meng Yuan went up and knocked on the door. Who? Dr. Hyper asked. It's me. Meng Yuan looked through the door of the room. Tomorrow we return to the city. Shizi make early preparations. The door to the room creaked open, and Dako Kyo's eyes widened as he asked, "Can we go back?" Meng Yuan smiled and nodded. Good. Dugukong couldn't stop smiling and hurriedly invited Meng Yuan to go in for tea. Meng Yuan was idle and readily agreed, because tomorrow we'll be leaving. The two people are in high spirits. Drink 2 mouthfuls of overnight herbal tea, and then a piece of the outside of the house to recite poetry to the bright moon. Dugu hyper poetry talent is unmatched. Naturally, he started, only to hear him chant a what suddenly see a jade plate in the sky. Could it be that the gods want to eat sentence? Meng Yuan poetry talent is a little less, but also long lived in the room of orchids, since it is not the same as in the past, and immediately sang a sentence if not want to eat. Why is there a jade plate tonight? The two of them suddenly cited a few stinky feet, and sang and harmonized 2 more songs, and dispersed after the fun was over. This Shizi really doesn't have any cracks at all. If it weren't for the 2 great mountains, the princess and Xuanji Z, being there, I guess he'd be running around the world spreading his wings at this moment. In that case, it's better not to borrow money from him for a while. Meng Yuan did not intentionally test Dugukong, really cannot see the other side of the heel, can only be slightly slender. Returning to the princess residence, Meng Yuan remained standing in front of the door and began to ponder over the matter at hand. Now that he had followed Niesher out for a trip, he had finally met the princess and gotten acquainted. What's more, Niesher asked himself to address third miss instead of Wang Fei, and the other party also agreed, clearly borrowing Niesher's face, becoming a beloved. The princess is not very nice to serve, but she is a bit of a badass, to say the least. Although the matter of Xiangling was seen, but the princess did not say anything, and there is some mention. Meng Yuan thought to himself, the next Wang Fei will probably send himself some work. If he did okay, probably will be reused. The other thing is the martial arts advancement. Now that the 100 herb pill is in hand, I'll have to take some when I go back to see the results. If it's really beneficial for harboring essence flame, it might be worthwhile to think of ways to get some more. Also have to go to see Xiangling. She has a home, dare not return. Can only be outside to study? Really poor. Of course, with Xiangling's happy-go-lucky nature, she probably wouldn't feel sorry for her, but instead was happily engaged in her studies. When morning came, the princess changed into her jacket again, only in a different style from the one she had worn on her earlier trip out of town, and much more fashionable than Xiangling. Xuanjizi sent the princess all the way out of Chongshu-guan, and the two of them went to the riverside to chat for a long while before they were dispersed. By the time he returned to the royal residence, it was already past noon. All of you have labored, and please take a 5-day break. Travel silver to find Go accounts office to draw. When the princess returned to the Jing garden, Xuanmei came back to deal with the aftermath. She smiled and beckoned towards Meng Yuan. Little Meng, you come with me. Meng Yuan immediately responded. Don't run around blindly. Come to Drunken Moon House at night and have a meal together as a group. Nyayanian patted Meng Yuan and went back to talking to the rest of the guards. Meng Yuan naturally obeyed. It was just that Sun Mei didn't seem too happy after hearing this. Came to the office of the Search for the Plum. The Search for the Plum will say, I know that you have been hard these days. Drinking and talking about the day is not inevitable, but you must not be greedy for alcohol, and do not go to the place of fireworks afterward. Master Nya wanted to take me there several times, but I refused. I don't love looking at those head scratchers. Meng Yuan said, seeing that you are so understanding, I am relieved. Xuanmei praised, fished out a few silver bills from her sleeve, and said, the princess learned about the matter of Luo's mother, praised you for ridding the people of evil, and asked me to give you some silver money to subsidize your family. Don't tell anyone else about this, especially Uncle Nya. Meng Yuan took it. It was clearly 200 taels, and couldn't help but sigh. Sister, the princess is so good to me, I really don't know how to return the favor. Doing a good job is the reward. Seeker Mei laughs. After chatting a few more times, Meng Yuan went home. Only Jiang Tang was at home, and she didn't know that the princess had come back yet, and was reading at home. Seeing Meng Yuan return at this moment, she was overjoyed. Are you hungry? I'll prepare the meal. Not hungry. Meng Yuan pressed her. Is there anything going on at home in the past few days while I'm away? It's fine. Everything is fine. Jiang Tang tilted her head and smiled, staring at Meng Yuan to see. The other day she talked to Hu Qian mother. Already know very well. The person also added a few points of shyness. Meng Yuan took out a silver ticket and gave it to her, and urged some more not to save money. I'm not eating at home tonight. Why don't you go and find Xuanmei first? She's just come back, so I guess there's a bunch of things to do. So a little help from you is a little help. She's a gentleman. There's no harm in learning more from her. Meng Yuan squeezed her hand. Jiang Tang nodded her head obediently, and just after she left the door, she turned back. Brother, I made you new shoes and a middle coat. They are placed right above your bed. Try them on later. Meng Yuan smiled and nodded. As soon as Jiang Tang left, Meng Yuan returned to his room and sat quietly for a while before taking out the 100 herb pill, pouring out a capsule and swallowing it. Meng Yuan felt that most of the nutrients in the Dan pill were taken away by the essence flame. The essence flame grew slowly, but it wasn't much bigger. It was almost equivalent to Meng Yuan eating for about 3 days, but that was already considered good. According to Meng Yuan's estimation, if he only ate ordinary meat, it would take about 5 or 6 months for essence flame to be perfected for the third time. But now with this elixir, it does shorten the time significantly. 1 capsule is equivalent to eating normally for 3 days up or down. A total of 20 capsules will save almost 2 months. Meng Yuan did not intend to eat it all in one go, but took his time. Of course, he had to keep some as a backup, so that in case of an emergency, he could use it to quickly recover his vitality. We'll have to find Master Nya to ask around again and see if there's a way to get some more 100 herb pills. Paying for it is fine. Meng Yuan made up his mind. Chapter 68, Shannon the Reader. Chapter 68 Shannon the Reader. Chapter 68 Shannon the Reader. After a slight reprieve, Meng Yuan got up and went to the schoolyard. After chatting with Hu Qian and the others, Meng Yuan practiced the Gale Blade technique again. When it was evening, Meng Yuan headed for Drunken Moon House. I haven't seen you for a few days, but, Mr. Meng is still as elegant as ever. Nie Qingqing's eyes were moving with a few hints of coquettishness. Sister, you and I aren't outsiders, and I'm not some kind of eunuch, so don't ever call me that, Meng Yuan said. Nie Qingqing smiled and nodded. How has sister been these past few days? I've been thinking about sister outside. Meng Yuan touched out a small round pebble and said, I saw a green stone by the river and couldn't help but think of my sister's name, so I picked it up. Nie Qingqing took it and saw that it actually had her name on it. She smiled wryly and said, You have a heart. Have a heart. My ass. He's trying to save money. Nie Yannian suddenly appeared, vigorously tapping Nie Qingqing's forehead. You've got to grow up. Nie Qingqing put away the green stone and simply ignored it, walking straight away. Forget about being angry with me. Nie Yannian was so angry and vicious that he took his finger to point at Meng Yuan again and said, You spend a fortune. Meng Yuan didn't dare to argue. The two of them went up the stairs together, came to the box, not long before the colleagues arrived in turn, serving food and drinking wine. Meng Yuan did not make much noise, only to listen to them gossiping about Zheng Hu's stories, stay until more than an hour before the group is considered to be dispersed, and no one proposed to go to Fireworks Alley. After all, they are all about the same age as Niesher, and each has a family. Meng Yuan stayed behind and didn't go, pulling Nie Yannian and asking about the 100 Herb Dan. This thing is a division of the Demon Suppression Division, and the green underworld grass isn't that valuable, but this thing is very useful to us martial artists. Generally no one is willing to let it out, but if you really want to buy it, you can, outside the price. A capsule is only about 20 to 30 taels of silver up and down. Sometimes it'll double, depending on the price of the main herb, green underworld grass. Nie Yannian was not hiding anything. Meng Yuan carefully calculated. A capsule tops their own meals for 3 days. 20 or 30 taels is indeed very expensive. However, it cannot be calculated this way, because the elixir can save a lot of time. Besides, you can still use it when you're on the verge of war, and you can't even put a price on it. So expensive? Meng Yuan was used to being poor. You can't even buy it if you want to. It's naturally expensive if you want to eat it every day as candy, but if you eat it as a precautionary measure, or before opening your aperture, it's not so precious. Besides, practicing martial arts actually costs money. Nie Yannian smiled. You have an idea? Master Nie has a doorway? Meng Yuan asked curiously. Nie Yannian thought for a moment, nodded at Meng Yuan, and said, Wait until you've finished eating. He was about to step away when he turned back. What's wrong with spending money on my girl? Every time I come, I see her using a green jade hairpin. I'll go and take a look tomorrow. Meng Yuan laughed. That's right. Nie Yannian pulled Meng Yuan again and said, Remember to have your girl come sit down and get acquainted. Meng Yuan nodded his head in response. Going back in a drunken breath, Meng Yuan practiced the sword technique and the flying waddle technique several more times in the schoolyard, and also instructed Hu Qian a few times. Before returning home, Jiang Tang had already prepared hot water and sobering soup, and Meng Yuan chatted with her for a while, rinsed his body, and settled down to sleep. Woke up refreshed from a good night's sleep. After breakfast, Meng Yuan went to the schoolyard to give a few more instructions, and then sat on his sword, carried a bow and arrow, carried a few hard-boiled eggs in his arms, and also brought a few rhyming books and word-cutting books with him before heading to the pastoral village to reminisce about his suffering. The horses' hooves clattered and traveled west out of the city. When he arrived at Makwang, Sun Zhuangtou was a little uncomfortable. There really isn't anything left to geld. I know that you have a big addiction, but you have to wait for some days. Right, the growth is not as fast as the geld. Sun Zhuangtou spoke helplessly. I just want to come and take a look around. Meng Yuan patiently explained a sentence, and took out the broken silver, asked people to take care of the horses, and then looked for Zhao Big Head to chat for a few words, and only then went out of the manor. When he came to the foot of the mountain, he waited until midday when the sun was at its peak before he saw a figure carrying a small bundle coming from the distance. The figure of brown skin and white belly, carrying a small bag of flowers. I do not know what to mutter in my mouth, but also walking and stopping, seemed to be thinking, and even more appear to be dull. It was almost close before Xiang Ling realized Meng Yuan. Little geld. She hurriedly increased her speed, ran to the front in 3 tries, came up to Meng Yuan, and said, You changed your clothes? Who made the new shoes? The alignment doesn't work. Just don't nitpick. Meng Yuan laughed and asked, What were you muttering on the way? Ugh. Xiangling sighed at the mention of this. The old gentleman assigned homework, and I was memorizing it. Just now saw a few flowers and butterflies. I chased and played for a while. I forgot my homework. Godmother said that playing with things loses one's mind. She really didn't lie to me. She looked at Manhwa and patted her little bundle again. Even more disheveled. Small in size. With big eyes full of helplessness and annoyance. Little geldings. If stealing learning was as simple as stealing a bundle, it would be nice. You stole someone's bun? Manhwa asked with a smile. Don't you slander people. Xiangling immediately defended herself. I chased away all the rats from his granary. She spread out her upper limbs and gestured. His house is a big family, and the granary is huge. I went to get paid for my work, not to steal. Little geldings, how can it be considered stealing when it's the business of a scholar? Then who just said that they stole the buns? Manhwa didn't try to poke holes in her, so he asked, then have you encountered any danger? No one can beat me, and the village dogs don't dare to say anything when they see me. It's not even my turn for the old gentleman to hit the bamboo board. Xiangling was old-fashioned and very serious, with her two short upper limbs folded over her waist, which were actually folded up to her armpits, and said seriously, I'm very powerful now. As she spoke, she ran forward twice, then twisted her body, her entire body in the air, and kicked Manhwa in the knee with a backward stomp. Then she used her strength to step back, rolled and got back on her feet again, hurriedly patting the dust on her body, really subdued and elegant. It hurts. Manhwa sat down. I only used 1 point of force. Xiangling stared wide-eyed, seemed to think it was unbelievable. She rushed forward and stretched out her two front paws to rub Manhwa's knees. Rubbing them twice was not enough. Yelling, take off your clothes then I'll take a look. Upon hearing this, Manhwa immediately said, it doesn't hurt anymore. Little geldings, if you are so unresistant to beatings, you are going to suffer in the future when you go out to run the world. Xiangling was very serious and rubbed it 2 more times, then frowned, looking like a teacher, and said seriously, I was hung from the peach tree by Big Tail Brother for several days, but I didn't even cry out in pain. So far, it's been you who's been on the losing end, hasn't it? Also, isn't that a bad example you're giving? Who was it that was begging for help? Educated. Manhwa gave her face in the end. You're still weirdly obedient. Xiangling smiles happily, then tilts her little head forward again, stares at Manhwa and asks, are you just not in pain, playing with me? Manhwa laughed. Little geldings, you are so bad. Xiangling hemmed and hawed and fished out a green plum from the small bundle. Here you go, eat it, it's not sour at all. There is no such thing as a sour plum, and when the season is not yet over, it's even more sour. Manhwa took it and took a bite. Xiangling grinned, but saw Manhwa praise it repeatedly. Sweet. Really? Xiangling immediately came forward. I'll taste it. When she took a bite, there was doubt on her face. Then she took another bite and saw Manhwa having a laugh before she was finally sure. She jumped up and pushed against Manhwa's chin. Little geldings, you're so bad. Chapter 69, Testimonials on the Shelf. Chapter 69, Testimonials on the Shelf. Chapter 69, Testimonials on the Shelf. On the shelf on the shelf. The editor has notified that it's on the shelves, and it will be on the shelves at exactly 12 noon tomorrow, which is Wednesday the 27th. Thank you for all the love from all of you, for the monthly votes and recommendations, as well as the rewards from Topsy-Turvy Big Brother. It's much appreciated. 3 chapters will go up first tomorrow, each with 4,000 words, totaling 12,000, because I still have to go to work. After that, 2 more chapters per day, 8,000 words. As for the rules for adding more, I'll add more if I can. Without further ado, I continue to code. Lastly, I'd like to thank the bigwigs who helped with the chapter push during the book's serialization, and you can add a bookshelf to check it out if you like it. Practicing martial arts is too difficult. I choose to explode other people's power. Wei Fan traveled through the demonic and evil world. Fortunately, you can kill the enemy to explode the power. Laughing Pride of the Heavens, Liver from Flying Dagger Technique to Shattering the Void. Lin Pingon crosses the Laughing Pride of the Wanderer's Fu Wei dartboard and becomes an ordinary Dark Master of the board, coinciding with the face of the Qingcheng sect coming to exterminate the door, awakens the proficiency panel, and starts livering from the Flying Dagger Technique and treads through the heavens. The Great Tang Shuanglong, from Flying Dagger Technique liver to Knife Opening Heaven's Gate. Qin Shuang travels through the martial arts world of the Great Tang Shuanglong biography, awakening the liver proficiency panel. Flying Dagger Technique example of the 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 example, Divine Sword, Knife Opening Heaven's Gate. Fishing for Creepy Fresh by Uncle Faunus. This Assassin is Bright and Straight is a great new book by the big guy. Chapter 70, The Old Man. Chapter 70, The Old Man. Chapter 70, The Old Man. Under the shade of the tree at the foot of the mountain, Manhwa sat cross-legged. Shannon peeled the shells off her eggs as she riffed on her stealing learning from the beams of her room. Meng Yuan asked her how much she had learned, and she looked away for half a day, then ate 2 eggs, rubbed her stomach, and rolled around on the ground in contentment, and then with a steep start, turned her back toward Meng Yuan. Pat the dust for me. Meng Yuan rubbed his brow and gently patted it for her a few times, then asked, how's it going in your old home? I also do not know. Shangling simply jumped into the Meng Yuan leg bend, lying on his back to reveal his white belly, adjusted the comfortable posture, said, you hear is still strange warm Lo. I remember it was sister-in-law Peg who told you that someone was looking for old matchmaker, but did you ask what kind of person? Meng Yuan asked. Shannon sat up in a flash and said seriously, it's a red-haired fox and a big gray wolf, and I've asked about both. Is it an ordinary elf, or is it one that has entered the character like Wolf Big Wolf too? Meng Yuan asked again. Sister-in-law Peg said the red fox is very Thai, the big gray wolf is very strong, but also ate the sister-in-law pig 2 children. Xiangling slightly recalled. Then angry stomping, although the pig's sister-in-law rude, but people also strange good Lu. Meng Yuan remembers clearly that the reason why Xiangling said that Piggy's sister-in-law was impolite was because Xiangling discussed with Piggy's sister-in-law and asked Piggy to pay for her children to be gelded, and then Piggy's sister-in-law told Xiangling to get lost, thus gaining a reputation for being impolite. Then let's go back and take a look. Meng Yuan smiled. Ask your friends when you get to the place and see if anyone else is inquiring about the old matchmaker. What if the red fox and the big bad wolf are still around? Shannon asked worriedly. They're no match. Let's snatch your house back. Meng Yuan said. That green fox old matchmaker is to take the road of the Taoist door, probably is 9, or just the appearance of the 8 products, and all the academic law is not much. The red-haired fox and the big gray wolf were of unknown realm and probably couldn't beat the old green fox matchmaker by much, and Meng Yuan is now at the 8th rank, and carries a heavy bow, and is equipped with the flying floss kung fu, so he can enter and exit without any obstacles, so he can naturally go and have a look. Geldings, why are you so nice to me? Except for my godmother. No one has ever treated me so well. Xiangling stood up, staring at Meng Yuan with 2 big round eyes and a wet nose, staring at Meng Yuan with a slightly tilted head, and said seriously, if my godmother hadn't died, I'd have let my godmother be your good friend. We're a family now. Meng Yuan smiled and got up, saying, your godmother has a good-looking son. In Chongshu Guan, he's not as good as you. Xiangling climbed onto Meng Yuan's shoulder with a look of reason. The two went into the mountains, because they had come once. Meng Yuan knew the way, and did not need Xiangling to point out the way, only to listen to her pulling some punishing students of the law. After walking crookedly for half an hour, he saw a bare high hill, which brought him to the boundary of Big Head Mountain. There is a depression in front of that bald high hill with standing water in it, the old turtle pit. Xiangling nimbly jumped down, ran to the old turtle pit next to a stone, drilled into the touch out of a broken flower-wrapped head with, and then a brain to climb up the big head of the mountain. 2 small paws hand on the cooler, exploring the head, turn around and look back and forth. After looking for a while and probably not seeing anything, Xiangling slipped and came down again. Let's go find Mrs. Piggy, she's the best to talk to. Xiangling climbed onto Meng Yuan's shoulder and earnestly admonished. Sister-in-law Peg is very nice. You talk a little more harmoniously, and I'll praise your craftsmanship, so maybe she'll be willing to do business with you. At this point, let's not talk about business, right? Meng Yuan also did not answer, but Xiangling is a broken mouth and talk a lot of words, said in a low voice. Pig's sister-in-law saved a lot of self-clouds. Prospecting ahead, there was no path either, and Shannon pointed the way when she did, but the paths she pointed out weren't reliable, mostly convenient for her form to pass through, while Meng Yuan still had to make a detour. So crookedly walked 2 miles or so, came to a valley. Xiangling shook his head and looked back and forth. Before the mountains are humming. Today how no? Meng Yuan ignored it, only removing his longbow and leaning against a large tree, peering forward. Ha! It smells like blood. Shannon narrowed her eyes and pushed her black nose forward as hard as she could. Silence. Meng Yuan grabbed Xiangling and tucked her into the lapel of her coat before she poked her head out again, only to see 3 silhouettes walking slowly in the distance. The person in the center was a tall wolf demon, clearly the wolf too that he had seen in Peach Blossom Ridge. At that time, Meng Yuan was successful in hunting down Wolf Dai, and Run Debia was unsuccessful in his pursuit of Wolf 2. At the time of the delivery, Niesher had scolded Rin Debia for not daring to fight for his life. Meng Yuan did not realize at that time, but later slowly pondered over, guessing that Niesher must have beaten and disabled the great-tailed venerable one early, and then rushed to chase himself and Rin Debia, which is why he saw his own fight for his life, as well as the rescue of the Xiangling matter, and Ren Debiao did not dare to fight for his life, and his actions must have also been seen in the eyes. At that time, Niashur thought that the great-tailed venerable one was already in the bag, and did not intervene in the fight between Rin De Biao and Wolf 2, not knowing that later the great-tailed venerable one's seed thoughts burned his body. But no matter what, Meng Yuan remembers clearly that it was after the Peach Blossom Ridge incident that Niashur was much closer to himself and became more and more distant from Rin De Biao. It's just that now that Wolf 2 has appeared here again, I'm afraid that there are still Buddha demons behind him, and to the left and right of Wolf 2, there was a red fox and a white fox, about half a man tall, about the same as the old matchmaker. Each carried a sword on their backs, the spikes of their swords fluttering around, distinctly ethereal. At that moment, that Wolf 2 was holding a sword in one hand and a black piglet in the other, and he was gorging himself while talking to those two foxes, and that one red and one white two foxes are much more civilized. The dislike on their faces can't be hidden, but they still barely compensate for the smile. Meng Yuan watched carefully and set the battle. This Wolf 2 took the martial arts path son, but it was only the 9th grade. Meng Yuan did not put it in his heart, but those two foxes might be related to the old matchmaker, so we have to be careful. It is only that the old matchmaker took the path of the Taoist sect, and in her words she did not think much of the Sakyamuni, so how could she not know that these two foxes had hooked up with Wolf 2? But no matter what, two foxes need to be scrapped first. Meng Yuan held his breath and waited for a wolf and two foxes to walk to 100 paces away. Then he triggered his longbow to shoot, not caring whether he hit or not, and immediately drew his arrow and shot again. But the other party is extremely vigilant, only heard the sound of string alarm, will hurry to dodge to the tree. Therefore, the first arrow hit the white fox's shoulder, the rest of the arrows fell short, taking from the top and getting from the middle. Only one white fox was wasted. Meng Yuan was already satisfied. Where is the Taoist friend setting up an ambush here? Wolf 2 asked with a loud roar as he hid behind a boulder. Ha ha ha, it's the dog thief from the Demon Suppression Division. Wolf 2 revealed half of his head and immediately burst out laughing after recognizing Meng Yuan. He's a 9th grade martial artist. Just a heavy bow. No need to worry. Side by side. End it quickly. Only a weak male voice came through, and then a delicate female voice droned. The wind breaks the ground. The water heaves the sky. Earth, fire, water and wind, rise. As soon as Meng Yuan heard the familiar chant, he knew that the other party must be related to the old matchmaker. Chapter 71, Swinging the Devil. Chapter 71, Swinging the Devil. Chapter 71, Swinging the Devil. Sure enough, only to see a small whirlwind was born. But a few breaths, the whirlwind even turned bigger and bigger. And then the whirlwind is 1 minute and 2 minutes and 4 minutes and 8 minutes and 16, and all the whirlwinds are in sight. Although that whirlwind was split in turn, its power was not slightly reduced, and it was much stronger than the old matchmaker's technique aptitude. It was mid-afternoon and the sun was slightly warm. For a moment, but see the withered leaves and debris were rolled up. 10 or so whirlwinds circled back and forth. Meng Yuan's heart became more and more calm. Although this whirlwind is strange, the power is really general, at most obscuring the field of vision for sneak attacks. Red Lady help me! Wolf 2 yelled. Go! Only several whirlwinds were seen heading towards Wolf 2, followed by a movement of Wolf 2's tail, jumping into one of the whirlwinds in front of him. Meng Yuan immediately drew his bow and shot, but several whirlwinds blocked the way ahead, and even the heavy arrows were deflected. The red fox also took the opportunity to jump into a whirlwind, and then the whirlwind wandering around, rolling away from the stone-withered leaves. It has been indistinguishable from the red fox and the Wolf 2 in which a whirlwind, and a dozen whirlwinds surged and surged, already surging towards Meng Yuan in a hurry. Meng Yuan wasn't in a hurry and drew his arrows to shoot the whirlwind in turn. A few arrows were fired in a row, but Red Fox and Wolf 2 were seen jumping from one whirlwind into another. Just he used the whirlwind to hide their shapes and dodge the heavy arrows. Seeing that the whirlwind had reached 30 paces away, he saw a ball of fire emerge, immediately igniting the dry leaves in the whirlwind. In a moment, a dozen fire dragons flew, obscuring the field of vision, and all of them pressed over toward Meng Yuan. Little Geld, Godmother said to run if you can't beat them. Xiangling nestled in Meng Yuan's lapel, revealing a small head and froze out. Hide it. As soon as Meng Yuan spoke out, he slung his longbow back onto his body while drawing his sword forward. Shannon froze and hurriedly shrunk her head back. Flying flocculent kung fu was fully activated, and Meng Yuan was like a light flocculent subjected to a swift wind, violently moving forward to meet those 10 or so fire dance whirlwinds. 30 paces was just 3 breaths away. Meng Yuan saw the right moment, his true chi bulging all over his body, and he pressed his sword towards a whirlwind in front of him, with a sound of gold and gorgon clashing. Even the fire dance cyclone was split apart by a knife. Wolf 2's left arm was cut off mostly along with his arm, paralyzed on the ground, clearly no longer able to fight. You broke the realm. Wolf 2 uttered in shock. Meng Yuan didn't pay any attention to it, and turned back to chop at a whirlwind behind him, but the red fox was extremely sensitive, and with a single step, jumped into another whirlwind. For a moment, Meng Yuan chased, fire dance cyclone circumambulated, and the red fox fled, but even when the scene was chaotic, Meng Yuan was equipped with the flying floss kung fu, and was still much faster than the whirlwind circumambulation. One by one, the whirlwinds were dispersed, and soon there were only 5 left. Seeing that she couldn't maneuver any further, the red fox made another pinch, and the 5 whirlwinds merged into one and pressed all of them against Meng Yuan, while she turned around and fled. But although this whirlwind is fast, but the flying flotsam is the most good at running between the mountains. Meng Yuan immediately flashed away. See that the red fox has fled more than 10 feet away, then immediately take the bow to lead the arrow, and then shot. The arrow broke through the air and hit the red fox squarely on her left shoulder, and she instantly fell to the ground. Meng Yuan had the experience of fighting the old matchmaker, and didn't bother to go up to check, fearing that the other party would lead to any more compelling secret techniques, and only came to stomp on Wolf 2's head with his feet. Demonic arcane magic is fascinating to the eyes, but in the end, it can't withstand the power of a single blade. Meng Yuan put his bow back on his back and held his long knife against Wolf 2's neck. We meet again. Fellow Daoist fought 1 against 3 and broke the enemy in a few breaths, so it's obvious that the artist is bold. Right at this moment, a mellow voice came from not far away. Meng Yuan followed the sound and saw an old man standing more than 20 paces away. The man was 50 or 60 years old, with a messy black beard, scruffy clothes, and a pine hairpin on his head, but it was still a bit messy. The man had a long sword behind him, and his clothes were so worn and dirty that they could still be seen as Taoist robes. Meng Yuan quietly looked at the other party, but felt that this person's downtrodden and unkempt seemed to be not because of the days spent in the mountains, but that he was already like this, just so true to his nature. Unable to tell friend from foe for a moment, Meng Yuan held his sword to guard against it, but he saw the other party politely salute and smile. Just now I saw the firelight over here, so I knew there was a fight, so I came to take a look. I really don't mean any harm. Before Meng Yuan uttered a word, Xiangling poked her head out of her lapel, her 2 round eyes wide. Yeah, it's Godmother's lover. The old Taoist priest smiled and made a Taoist salute, and Xiangling hurriedly made a bow with her 2 small paws to return the salute. But is it Taoist Jingshu, the first disciple under the seat of the Guan master of the Punching Void Observatory? Meng Yuan asked. Fellow Taoist recognizes my master? The old Taoist smiled happily, clearly recognizing the name Jingshu. My name is Meng Yuan, a member of the Ying clan, and I have spent a long time in your Guan before, having benefited from the teachings of my honored teacher. Meng Yuan smiled. So it's Uncle Ying's people. Disrespectful. The old Taoist smiled and bowed again. Meng Yuan could only return another salute. He had inquired with Zhao Jingsheng before and knew that this Grand Master of Chongsu Guan was in his 50s, a little old man, but Zhao Jingsheng only had good things to say, and would only make it a point to praise his big brother, not saying anything lousy. This moment to see, Meng Yuan only feel that this Chongshu Guan big senior brother is flat, and also secular, polite. Zhao Jingsheng said his eldest brother with a long sword, take advantage of the night and go out to swing the devil. Really heroic, but Meng Yuan looked. People clearly when she very much, and not much luxury, in addition to scruffy point, is a good gentleman. Why don't you change your clothes? Xiangling stretched her neck outward vigorously, looking straight at Jingshu. Godmother said that no matter if you wear new or old clothes, you have to clean up before you can do so. She tugged at her small bundle and head wrap, signaling that she was clean. Didn't bring a change of clothes. Jingshu smiled, and he was polite to little Xiangling. Then why are you here? Shannon asked again. I come to swing the devil. Jingsu smiled peacefully, not half as imposing as swinging a demon. Xiangling was a bit confused. She nestled in Meng Yuan's lapel, tilted her head over, and made to raise it again to look at Meng Yuan. I've heard Taoist Zhao Jingsheng say something about the matter of Taoist Jingsu. Meng Yuan asked with a smile. If you are a disciple of Master Ying, we are not outsiders. No need to be polite. Jingshu took 2 steps forward and smiled gently. Now that I am walking outside, I don't dare to use the name of Chongshu Guan. I use my lay name Li Weizhen. If you don't mind, just call me Brotherly. Brotherly. Meng Yuan and Xiangling spoke at the same time. If you guys talk, can you talk without stepping on my head? One of Wolf 2's arms was chopped off, but he still had something to say. Meng Yuan really stopped stepping, politely withdrawing his foot and sheathing his sword. You're not at home chanting sutras. Why did you come to the mountains to swing the devil? I can't even find a sutra reader when I go back to burn paper. Xiangling asked. Alas, I can't go on reciting. There are devils all over the place, and even I have devils in my heart. but I don't have the ability to break the devils in my heart, so I can only come and swing the devils in this mountain, Li Weijin said. When Xiang Ling heard this, she stared with big round eyes, one small paw scratched her chin, and twisted her head to look at Meng Yuan blankly. One chapter in 2. I still owe 8,000 words. I'll pay it back after work. Chapter 72 My heart is Buddha's heart. Chapter 72 My heart is Buddha's heart. Chapter 72 My heart is Buddha's heart. The afternoon sun was bright, with rays of it scattering on the ground. The rubble and dead leaves left behind by the previous battle were still there, only in a state of disarray. Brother Li is also looking for the Buddha demon? Meng Yuan asked. Not bad. Li Weijin smiled modestly. I searched for a few elves and monsters in the Peach Blossom Ridge area in the south and inquired about them before realizing that it was a Buddhist demon that was causing trouble, and then went to the Jin Demon Division's guardhouse to inquire about it, and then searched for it again in the mountains. Meng Yuan remembered that before the second essence flame quenching, Master Nye had said that there was an old Taoist priest causing trouble, and that he had gone to help Zhang Guangyan turn it around. Nowadays, it seems to be about the same time as when Li Weijin went out. Moreover, Nye Shi is the person of the deceased brother of the Wangfei, and is considered to be a member of the Ying clan, so he does have this face. The mountains and forests are big. I wandered around the south for a few days with no results, so I came over here to take a look, and I happened to see you guys. Li Weijin smiled. We have fate. Are you looking for my godmother? Shannon asked suddenly. She listened to my sermons all year round, and is considered half of my disciple. Li Weijin smiled and looked at Xiang Ling, saying, since she has disappeared, I naturally had to go out and look for her. Godmother was eaten by a wolf. Shannon gesticulated. It's been a long time. Li Weijin was silent. Seeing this, Meng Yuan opened his mouth and asked, does Brother Li want to interrogate them? You're the one who captured it. You come. Li Weijin did not look like he came from the Taoist sect. Instead he was humble like a Confucian disciple. Meng Yuan didn't push back, and first went to ask the red fox and the white fox, and then finally came to ask Wolf too. It was only after this comparison that I realized that after the Great Tail Venerable, there came another white ape elder, whose Buddhist teachings were also profound. This white ape elder opened the door wide to teach the Buddhist school, and also ordered Wolf too and the others to recruit disciples, vowing to carry forward the Buddhist school. And that red and white fox and green fox old matchmaker is a family. This does not want to get involved in the white ape elders, but the white ape elders to find the door, branded the scar of the commandment, forcibly metamorphosis. As for how much cultivation the white ape elder had, Wolf 2 and the others couldn't tell a thing or 2 or 3. However, there was no doubt that it was absolutely no worse than Venerable Great Tail, and there are also 4 Great Vedra under his seat, all of which are also extremely capable. I wish to sweep away the demons. Would you two like to accompany me? Li Weijin asked with a smile. Xiang Ling made an effort to crane her neck to look at Meng Yuan. Although Meng Yuan has the intention of sweeping away the Buddha and demons, but considering his own strength, he thinks it's better to go back and inform Nye Shi and Zhang Guangyan, so that they can do it. Go together. You have much protection for Miss Xiangling. I am also willing to protect Brother Meng's safety. Although Li Weijin is unkempt, he is very sincere. You will look around more when you arrive, and you can also go back to Zhang Guangyan and others to tell them about the situation. Brother Li comes from the punching void view and is not an outsider. Since you opened your mouth, I naturally can't refuse. It's just that we agreed beforehand that I'm not capable enough. So if I'm in danger, I'm afraid I won't be able to do much to help. Meng Yuan's meaning was, I'll help if I can, but if I can't, I'll withdraw first. Good point. Li Weijin smiled and answered. Dare I ask how many grades of martial artist Brother Li is? Meng Yuan was uneasy. If it's a 6th rank, I'll probably still have no problem against 1 or 2. Li Weijin humbly said. Meng Yuan was quite relieved. When the 2 men agreed, they drove a wolf and 2 foxes to lead the way. The mountains were silent, with occasional birdsong. After traveling more than 10 miles ahead, Xiangling had something to say. Further ahead are all bad-talking demons. They are very fierce, and sometimes they come down the mountain to eat people. If they can't finish them, they hang them on the trees to dry and eat them. They stink. Continuing on for 10 or so miles, it was already evening, and Shannon were squinting for a nap. This is it. Wolf 2 was already injured, and by now he was running out of gas. Ahead is a dense bamboo forest. Gusts of mountain wind swept up the bamboo waves, hidden in which there is a fire. Li Weijin stopped and looked at Xiangling. Xiangling still do not realize. Body nestled in the lapel of Meng Yuan, only exposed ahead, staring at the big round eyes to see. Little Miss Xiangling. Li Weijin touched out an elixir pill and smiled. I brought sugar pills with me. Eating them will nourish your spirit and body. Why didn't you say so earlier? Xiangling hurriedly took it, pasted it under her black nose and sniffed it. and peeked at Li Weijian's hand. But in the end she entered the school. Her upbringing was not lacking, and she didn't dislike the old Taoist master for being sloppy, but blew on the pills, and wiped them again before sending them to her mouth. It's gone before I can eat out of the flavor, so I'll give it to another one. After entering the bamboo forest and continuing on for no more than 100 feet, there was a small mountain stream. Crossing the mountain stream water, he saw a bamboo house compound in front of him. Looking at the appearance should be used as a nunnery. At this moment, bright torches were lit in front of that courtyard, and there were 30 to 40 elves and monsters of all sizes gathered in front of the courtyard gate, and there were 3 dry corpses hanging on the door, and I don't know how long they had been drying. Xiangling's little head drooped down in front of her lapel, and she had already fallen asleep. A great battle is imminent. Blood aura is roiling the sky. She's naive and pure. It's not appropriate to look at her too much, so please ask Brother Meng to understand. Li Weijian explained. It is also what I wish. Meng Yuan stuffed the entire Xiangling into his lapel and pressed his sword to look ahead. He only felt that these spirits and demons were more hostile than the ones he encountered in Peach Blossom Ridge and were not afraid of people in the slightest. Elder. Wolf 2 stumbled forward and came to the door of the nunnery and knelt down, then simply lay down on the ground. There are evil people bullying me. White Fox and Red Fox also fell to their knees beside Wolf 2, calling out the elder's name. The elves and monsters gathered in front of the door were not panicked, but only twisted their heads to look at them, and pointed and talked, and in a few words, they divided Meng Yuan, but all of them thought that Li Weijian was too old, and only a few old elves and monsters were willing to take it. Meng Yuan and Li Weijian didn't make a sound either, just looking at the nunnery. Soon, a bull demon was seen coming out of the nunnery. That bull demon was tall, about 10 feet tall. He was dressed in black and black clothes, with a big red robe and 2 horns on his head like steel swords. Behind him slung wooden sticks the thickness of buckets, about equal height. Meng Yuan early with the Wolf 2 carefully asked. So at first sight know that this is the White Ape Elder seat of one of the 4 great Vajra Bull Vajra. Buddhist attainments are deep, but take the road of martial arts son, and just entered the 7th grade. Where are the elders? Wolf 2 asked. Niu Jin Gang stepped out of the nunnery courtyard door, hands folded, and ignored Wolf 2, only reciting, and Master has said, my heart is Buddha, Buddha is heart. I observed the goddess of mercy. The demons immediately repeated Bull King Kong's words. That Ox Vajra's eyes were slightly reddened, and he bowed again toward Meng Yuan and Li Weijian. The monks have come a long way to work hard. Please stay a little while, and then pay attention to the scriptures after I've spoken them. Seeing the other parties preaching, Meng Yuan smiled and said, please. Niu Jin Gang sat down, said, Matty cloud, the mist between the mountains to cover the forest, the stream side of the stubborn stone lying in the past and present. The wind whisks the bamboo branches and the moon is in the pool and the shadows are sinking. Throw away the delusional realm to find the true meaning. The heart like glass everywhere spring. After reading this paragraph, Bull King Kong looked around at a group of monsters, and then said, the world is not enlightened, and only recognizes seeing, hearing, and perceiving as the mind, and is covered by seeing, hearing, and perceiving, and so does not see the essence of the essence. However, if you go straight down without a mind, the essence will appear. When this Ox King Kong recited a sentence, the crowd of elves and monsters hurriedly followed and recited a sentence. Even Wolf 2 and the red and white foxes followed. But the more Ox King Kong recited, the faster he recited, and the faster the demons recited. For a time, that Buddha singing sutra was all but devoid of any semblance of Buddhahood. Meng Yuan could see that the demons were clearly possessed, thinking that they could become Buddhas by reciting the true scriptures over and over again. So they recited it faster and faster, as if they could travel faster on the path to Buddhahood. But things in the world. Of course, there are shortcuts, but this goes on. I'm afraid that there is only the anxiety of quick success, as well as more and more cannot hide the evil and weird gas. Meng Yuan pressed the knife with one hand and pressed the sleeping Xiangling on his chest with the other. He glanced at Li Weijian, but saw that he was shaking his head slightly and didn't know what he was thinking. After 3/4 of an hour, the chanting finally stopped. Niu Jing'an's eyes were even redder and his body was bubbling with heat. Plowing without sorrow. The years pack spring and fall. I wear a yoke on my head and a plow on my body, and I hoof it in wind and rain. If I do not cry out for hardship, why should you? Ox King Kong still ignored Meng Yuan's trio, but instead scolded Wolf 2 and the red and white foxes. You are familiar with the Buddhist scriptures, but you are chicken-hearted and have no heart to help others. He is thirsty. You cut blood for him to drink. He is hungry. You pluck meat for him to eat. He wants to kill you. You stretch your neck for him to cut. How can you complain about even a minor injury? You must remember that a Buddhist has great generosity and becomes a great man. These words not only confused Wolf 2, but Meng Yuan and Li Weijian also looked at each other helplessly. It is true that the Buddhist sect advocates tolerance, and even the cutting of flesh and feeding it to eagles. But these Buddhist demons who have taken a crooked path are afraid that they will not be able to do so. Mang Yuan clearly remembered that just now the demons were discussing how to cook themselves delicious. The two monks, but they have hurt people too much. Although the elder is not here, I, Earthshaker Vajra, have my own words. Bull Vajra remained seated, looked toward Mang Yuan and Li Weijin, and said, both of you listen to my true words and join my Buddhist sect. In the future, you will be blessed by observing the precepts, practicing meditation, and giving. When the blessings continue, you will be able to attain the great blessing of liberation from the cycle of birth and death. This is the method of practicing to become a Buddha. Why don't you come forward and kneel? Coming up and preaching, Mang Yuan immediately drew his sword. Cultivating for the purpose of attaining Buddhahood is all false Taoism. Cultivation for the purpose of seeking blessings is all chanting funeral sutras. Mang Yuan responded in a loud voice. Master's Buddha is not quite right. I can't learn it. You are so stubborn. The Buddha is going to kill you, throw you into a hot pot, cook you over a gentle fire. Just now this Bull Vajra also talk about what to be generous, to be patient, but just because of one sentence, the anger is unable to curb directly stand up, tearing the body of the velvet robe, dialing around the back of the giant wood, holding in the hands. The crowd of demons drummed up. When fire cooking, cook with fire. Your Excellency does not resemble the gradual cultivation sect or the epiphany sect. I'm afraid that you have really taken a crooked path. Li Weijin spoke out. What gradual cultivation? What epiphany? Ox King Kong danced back and forth holding the giant wood. What rain moistens the precious tree in the Brahma? What thunder travels the flatboat on the sea? It's all bull asterisk. My heart is Buddha. A dull flood bell roar shook through the quiet mountains and forests. Birds rustling. The group of demons shook. Just see the Ox King Kong body is like a small mountain. The muscles around the body pancake, as if the copper cast iron casting, arms around a bucket thickness of the huge wood. Rumbling step came. Ox King Kong is extremely powerful. Sharp horns in front, and embracing the huge wood. It is really fast and fierce. 100 paces is not far, and a heavy bow is useless. Mang Yuan intended to temporarily retreat and watch Li Weijin perform, but he saw a golden figure appear in the bamboo forest behind him, which was actually a deer demon. This deer demon is also one of the four great Vajra, being on the Buddhist path. Seeing this, Mang Yuan wanted to pick a soft persimmon, but realizing that he was the soft persimmon, and that Niu Jin Gang was clearly aiming at him, he hurriedly said, I'll circle with Niu Jin Gang, then I'll deal with the deer demon. You must be careful. Li Weijin immediately answered and drew his sword towards the deer demon. That deer demon was holding a Zen staff in his hand, with the 6 divine powers added to his body, and his body flickered with Buddha's light. Mang Yuan didn't have the time to look at it either, and simply sidestepped. That cow King Kong really do not go after Li Weijin, only chased after Mang Yuan, but also howling endlessly what the fire cooking. Mang Yuan could see clearly that this Ox King Kong was a martial Dao 7th grade, but did not utilize the heavenly mechanism. However, due to his physical stature, both his strength and speed were not to be underestimated, and thick skin and flesh, and embrace the huge wood, simply cannot be hard. Only maneuver, to wait for him to exhaustion, before there is a possibility of victory. Before coming, brotherly said to protect my. Mang Yuan carried his sword, not even squarely with Bull King Kong. Flying floss kung fu in full force, circled around and rushed toward the group of demons outside the nunnery courtyard door. The group of demons still shouted cooking with fire and came to block the fire. Mang Yuan didn't care and rushed directly in front of the group of demons, while his stance moved and his true chi correspondingly turned a right angle bend. And behind the Bull King Kong is the wind and rain, eyes red, the hands of the giant wood waving. See Mang Yuan change the direction, but he has braked, not to avoid the fish in the pond. A number of monsters hit the giant wood, was actually shot scattered flesh and bone. That wolf too on the ground. But the cattle King Kong has been crazy, did not pay attention to the wolf too. A random foot will be stepped on the death. Mang Yuan was more careful, using the terrain to circle back and forth, draining Bull King Kong's physical strength. Now twice quenched body, Dantian vast, full of true chi, far better than the same product. Flying flocculent power under this show, an hour can be consumed. So Mang Yuan would like to play a war of attrition, only to wait for Li Weijin after the completion of the work, and then come back to 2 to fight 1. Sure enough, Ox King Kong didn't know how to spare his strength, and after a quarter of an hour, he slowed down. As Mang Yuan became more and more comfortable, he fled while chasing down the fleeing group of demons. Niu Jin Gang was mad with anger, but he could never catch up. Even if he catches up to more than 10 paces, the other party makes a sharp turn, and he falls behind again. Consumed another quarter of an hour. The bull gold just big mouth gasping unceasingly. He simply stops. A hand to fish to a goat demon monsters without eyes. Hard to smash in the giant wood. The goat demon head burst, and then was lifted up. The bull gold just tilted his head and opened his mouth to catch the blood and water plasma, so as to quench his thirst. But at this moment, an arrow came in a hurry. Ox King Kong flung the sheep demon's remnants to stop it, but another arrow immediately arrived and immediately stabbed into the huge right eye. Bull King Kong suffered pain and became even more insane, and when he saw that Meng Yuan was drawing his bow again, he hugged the huge wood and charged up regardless. Meng Yuan drew his bow and shot an arrow, hitting Bull King Kong squarely in the left arm, then turned and fled. As you chased me and I fled. Bull King Kong soon became tired again, so Meng Yuan stopped shooting arrows, and Bull King Kong came back to chase him. After so many times, Bull King Kong finally stopped chasing. Stupid cow! Come help me quickly! The deer demon escaped from the bamboo forest, covered in blood and with no semblance of Buddha's light. Nyo Jin Gang was opening his mouth to reply, when he felt a pain in his throat, which was clearly an arrow shot into his mouth. I can't! He's just running away, not fighting me! I've never seen such a bad guy. He's not a good person. The red light in Bull King Kong's eyes receded a lot. He pulled out the arrow in his mouth, sat on the ground, and actually whimpered and cried, Elder save me! Elder save me! Why don't the elders teach me Tianji? Nyo Jin Gang has not finished. His mouth received another arrow. His tongue was shot through. He was angry and pulled it out, bringing out a piece of flesh and blood. But then came a heavy arrow, shot in the left eye. So far, Nyo Jin Gang both eyes are bad. Howling miserably. Stupid cow. You gave up your stick to chase after him. You would have caught up long ago. The deer demon shouted in anger. Quickly think of a way out. That old dog is not simple. Will be the sky god down to the sky machine method. My Buddhist law is useless. Let's go find the ape. Before he finished speaking, he saw Li Weijin follow him up, and behind him there was a subtle colored light that drove the sword chi, which pierced through the deer demon's chest. Deer demon mouth spitting blood, but still have to chant desperation verse. The end of the world cloud water road is vast, several times the vicissitudes of life to get. When Li Weijin's sword blade moved, the deer demon didn't even have time to finish his chant and directly died. Brother deer? Ox King Kong was blinded and wailed. Brother deer, elder, Ching Guanzi. But as soon as this was said, a subtle light of fire lit up on Nyo Jin Gang's body, followed by a rapid rise, which instantly enveloped Nyo Jin Gang. Soon, Ox King Kong actually turned into residual ashes. Li Weijin took a look and saw that the area around the nunnery was in complete disarray. The group of demons had long since dispersed and there were still many remains left behind. He looked at Meng Yuan again. Meng Yuan already had a sense of exhaustion. One hand holding the knife resident, one hand pressing the shangling on his chest. After this battle, Meng Yuan felt that this Li Wei really is not very reliable. Against the 7th grade deer demon also wore for so long. Beforehand, swore, but in the end the strength of doubt. And Niesher seems to have a small gap. If it wasn't for the fact that he was able to run and had a heavy bow in his hand, he really wouldn't have been able to deal with Bull King Kong. Li Weijin stepped into the nunnery and came out after wandering around, holding a wooden box in his hand, a copy of the Heavenly Chance diagram and a copy of the Great Medicine. Do you want it? 2. Meng Yuan felt that Li Weijin was still reliable. The next chapter is very late. It'll be posted around 1 or 2. So don't wait. Chapter 73, The Heavenly Chance Diagram. Chapter 73, The Heavenly Chance Diagram. Chapter 73, The Heavenly Chance Diagram. Meng Yuan took the wooden box and opened it. Then he saw a purple fruit with an animal skin pressed underneath. When he took the animal skin directly and looked at it, he saw 4 inked words on it, everything flows, and underneath it were small, densely written words of this sort. What with the upper 7 turning to the middle 9 and the upper 20 turning to the lower 7. Meng Yuan was a bumpkin, and Niesher always wanted to take things one step at a time and didn't teach himself. When he wanted to ask Li Weijin, he saw him sitting cross-legged in front of the remnants of the ashes of Ox King Kong, not saying a word. Meng Yuan had gained a great deal from this battle, obtaining the Heavenly Chance diagram and the Great Medicine. On the other hand, Nyo Jin Gang was burned to death by karmic fire after revealing the name Qingguangzi. This Qingguangzi might have some connection with the master. Nyo Jin Gang was a son of the martial arts school, but he was indeed a Buddhist. The word son as a title of honor is generally used by the Confucian and Taoist schools for people of virtue and conduct. As for Buddhist monks, most of them use Didi and Fa Sure as their honorific titles, and never use Z. Brother Li, where is Qingguangzi from? Meng Yuan asked as he sat beside Li Weijin. I don't know. Li Weijin shook his head. I honestly can't recall this one character. He raised his head to look at Meng Yuan and asked, I see that you seem to have practiced the flying flocculent technique. The amount of its true chi. and its ability to run fast and slow without any hindrance is far superior to that of its peers, and even Ox King Kong was consumed to death. Who passed on your martial arts? Nya Yan Ian. Meng Yuan said. I know him. Li Weijin nodded slightly and said. He does have some real skills. Brother Li, how exactly does the heavenly chance diagram work? What is the explanation for the method of opening the Secretura heavenly chance? Meng Yuan asked directly. You first entered the 8th grade. Although it's too early, it won't hurt to know more. Li Weijin took a thin tree branch and drew it casually on the ground, while saying, how did you feel when you entered the 8th grade? The orifices tremble, as if there is a huge object hidden in them that wants to break out of the body. It even feels like there's another world within the body that can contain everything in the world. Meng Yuan said truthfully, just that although you realize that there is something different in it, there is no corresponding method to show it outwardly? Li Weijin smiled kindly and then said, this is the secret stash. Once it is opened, there will be heaven and earth magical powers, so it can be said that the heaven and earth is as big as I want it to be. I wish to hear about it. Meng Yuan sincerely asked for guidance. The 9th, 8th and 7th grades are the foundation of a martial artist, which is the opening of the upper, middle and lower 3 days. Li Weijin instead said about the other, the most difficult, nothing more than the 8th product into the 7th product. It is because the upper 33 days are not in the flesh and blood, not in the internal organs, sinews and bones, but is located in the dantian. He nodded at Meng Yuan's chest. That's why after entering the 7th grade, the dantian is transformed, and one can transform true qi into jade liquid. Some people often say that the 7th, 8th, and 9th grades are all low grades, not free from mortal flesh, but in fact, after entering the 7th grade, the world is already vast. Li Weijin took the thin branch and pointed at Meng Yuan's chest again, saying, I'm pointing at you, not your dantian. It's your chest that's slightly wet. Is it that Miss Xiang Ling wet the bed? Xiangling had been sleeping in his lapel, and Meng Yuan reached in and fished it out, saying, drool. The two men smiled at each other. Then let's move on. Li Weijin drew squares on the ground with a thin tree branch and said, the so-called method of opening a secret stash is not difficult. As long as you enter the 7th grade, you can come to use it. Even if you only open one orifice, you can come to use it. He nodded many more dots within the square and said, the method of the heavenly chance is actually to carry the jade liquid, so that it wanders and impacts according to a certain path in the place where the dantian is reflected and inscribed, which is complicated and strange. Then it can open up the secret treasure and become a martial arts aptitude. It is also known as the change of heavenly chance. Meng Yuan heard and understood. This Tianji map is a drawing. Dantian is the construction place. Jade liquid in accordance with the order of Tenji map impact orifices impact, wandering, will become a building. That is to say, the secret stash opens and the power of the heavenly planes manifests itself outwardly. In short, it is the jade liquid impact on the reflection of the various points of the orifices, and in a specific order, and even back and forth travel, in order to be successful. Most of the gong methods of the heavenly chart are complicated, some starting from a certain orifice in the upper heaven, some starting from a certain orifice in the lower heaven, and then impacting each orifice in turn, with tedious exchanges, as few as dozens of impacts, and as many as hundreds. Li Weijin nudged his brain. That's why, you need to be clear in your mind and practice more. And even if it's the same heavenly chance avatar, there are differences in its power. The dantian is a field, and the rice that each person grows is also extremely different. When Meng Yuan heard this, he carefully counted the upper, middle and lower 3 days of 99 orifices. If the impact is less than a few dozens, more than hundreds, and also need to be in a very short period of time, or even rely on the continuous impact to maintain, then there are countless combinations. Educated. Meng Yuan arched his hand and asked, Brother Li, that martial arts seniors must have pioneered countless heavenly chance diagrams, right? I knew you were about to ask that. Wei Jin Li smiled slightly. I wish to hear about it. Meng Yuan sincerely asked for guidance. According to what you said, the predecessors should indeed have opened up countless heavenly chi diagrams. But why do you say that it is opening up secret collections and becoming heavenly chances? The heavenly chance lies in the unknown, and no one can know the heavenly chance. Li Weijin shook his head inside. The danger here is extremely great. Combining and functioning haphazardly is something that can go terribly wrong. If it is light, the body will be damaged. Or if it is heavy, the body will die. Or even, all the skills are dispersed for the most part. Seniors have tried many methods, many ways. Currently the most secure is from the 5 viscera and 6 bowels out, because it has 5 elements. It is able to show the power of the 5 elements, but it is not guaranteed. He nodded at Meng Yuan, who looked down at his chest. I mean you, not her. Li Weijin laughed. Secretura Tianji is magical to the extreme. Since you followed Master Nya to learn the art, you must know about blooming spring thunder and floating light cave heaven. Both of these are the best techniques of the demon suppressing division, but amongst the heavenly chance avatars, they can only be considered easy to learn, and can't be called superior. Mang Yuan listened carefully. When I first practiced martial arts, I felt that I was the only one in the world. But then the further I went, the further I climbed, the more my eyes gradually widened, the more I felt like a frog sitting in a well peering at the bright moon. At this time it was already dark. Li Weijin pointed to the sky and then said, even to the extent of having the feeling of a mayfly seeing the blue sky. Li Weijin really erudite, pulling up endless, and said, Taoism and Buddhism have their own arts and crafts. Martial arts people on the can't do? Just now I and the dear King Kong fight. His Buddhist stunts are very much, but cannot help me? You think why? Mang Yuan remembers that the deer demon seemed to say that Li Weijin had the method of heavenly gods descending to the earth. The secret hidden heavenly mechanism, like the god of heaven, all kinds of evil law does not invade, can maintain a quarter of an hour. He can only use the force to win me, but a quarter of an hour victory and defeat early divided. Li Weijin said here, remembered that his own quarter of an hour did not distinguish victory and defeat, then hurriedly changed his words, or look at the individual ability. What other bizarre heaven's chance aptitudes are there? Mang Yuan asked curiously. Much more, the ones that chase and run away, the ones that recover quickly, and even the ones that forcibly raise their own strength. Li Weijin sighed. Even the method of the same life in heaven and earth that drains itself and suffers endless backlash. There are even some Tianji Shinton does not show the power. The practitioner day by day according to the Tianji diagram wandering several times hundreds of times the jade liquid, accumulating decades of power. A release. Anyway, there are many. Each person can cultivate a variety of, depending on personal endurance. In short, the path of a martial artist, with or without as much as possible. A low grade can even kill a high grade. This is almost non-existent in other paths, so never belittle anyone, even if it's a lower grade than you. They might have a spell to kill strongly to the death. Li Weijin mentioned. After all, the path of a martial artist is that the sky is the limit. Mang Yuan was truly instructed. Chapter 74, Taking the Great Medicine. Chapter 74, Taking the Great Medicine. Chapter 74, Taking the Great Medicine. The night is late, and there is a bright moon shining brightly. Mang Yuan listened quietly, then took out the small wooden box and touched the animal skin. This heavenly chance diagram is called Everything Flowing Light. I wonder what it is interpreted as. Mang Yuan handed it over and asked sincerely. I have heard of it. Li Weijin but not pick up, smiled and said, Open Secretora will see the sky outside. Some of the method needs jade liquid cycle back and forth running, such as the Jin Demon division of the Blooming Spring Thunder stunt. Some of the only need to jade liquid round trip once will be able to become. Like the floating light cave is this, there are also need to run a few times a day, or even 100 times. Usually do not show the power, just for a moment to show the outside. The most famous is the fish leaping to the blue sky. Speaking here, Li Weijin pointed to the animal skin and said, the flowing light of all things is the first one, which needs to be activated without stopping. The external appearance of the body is clad in streams of light, which is the method of escaping and pursuing. Once activated, it is like a stream of light traveling, extremely fast hiding speed, extremely strange. Rumor has it that it is a demon elder who has opened up a divine ability of heavenly opportunity. Mang Yuan heard and understood that the everything flowing light was the same as the flying flurry technique, but it was much stronger than the flying flurry technique. But how can I verify whether it's real or fake? If we try it hastily, if it's false, won't we hurt ourselves? Mang Yuan had already inquired and understood that it was extremely dangerous to randomly open up the heavenly chance method, and that it was equally dangerous to try out new heavenly chance methods. And one couldn't let the jade liquid flow slowly to try, because it was too slow to be of any use at all. One had to move the mind at will and rapidly impact the orifices to make it work. People say that the law is not lightly transmitted. Generally in the big clans and big sects there is the inheritance of the law of heavenly chances. Are many people who have participated in the practice? Since there is no need to worry about the danger. Li Weijin smiled, said, but all things flow light as you robbed. Since I do not know the true or false, need to heart random movement. Jade liquid running. Personally try before. Li Weijin saw Mang Yuan pondering without saying anything, so he smiled and said, you follow Master Nya to learn the art. He comes from the Department of Demon Suppression. You might as well walk through his door. Go to the Department of Demon Suppression to mix up some merits, but also in exchange for some of the methods of the heavenly planes, which have been used by many predecessors, are safe and secure and not too bad in terms of their power. Mang Yuan slowly nodded his head, but in his heart, he was thinking that he was carrying the essence fire, and he had quenched his body twice, so if he quenched his body a few times later, and his dantian and body were even stronger. Could he come to try out this new method of the heavenly chance by that time? Or even open it up by himself? Of course, if one enters the demon suppression division and rakes in some merit in it, not only can one mix up some pills, but one can also get the law of heavenly chance, which is indeed a good offer. Meng Yuan put away the beast skin and looked at the purple fruit. Now that he had the 100-herb pill in his hand, he was able to save 2 months of time for harboring the essence flame. Then with the addition of this fruit, that essence flame consummation could be expected. Li Weijin picked up the purple fruit and looked at it, saying, "This thing has a bit of fire. It should be born in a sunny place, or a place near fire. It would be best if it can be practiced as a potion, but it's hard to find a ministerial medicine for a while." He pointed to his chest and said, "The heart and intestines are the exterior and interior, and belong to fire. If you open these 2 orifices and swallow it, the effect will be the best. Of course, there is no need to deliberately wait. Just go with the flow." As she spoke, Li Weijin handed it to Meng Yuan and laughed. "If you take it back, someone might ask you for it, so I'm afraid it'll cause another twist." This was to let it be eaten now. Meng Yuan received the purple fruit and looked at Li Weijin. This purple fruit should be the fire bodhi. The people of the Buddhist sect are best at this, and the purple color means it's ripe. Among the lower grade great medicines, it is considered excellent. It's quite a bit better than the main medicine of that 100-herb pill you ate. Li Weijin didn't have a hint of greed and smiled. "I'll come and protect Brother Meng. Why don't we go back and eat again? In case that what's-her-name ape elder searches for us. I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with." It was fine not to mention the protector, but as soon as he did, Meng Yuan remembered how Li Weijin had said how secure he was before he came. But after taking on dear King Kong, it had taken more than 2 moments. It wasn't that Meng Yuan didn't believe in Li Weijin's character, it was that he had doubts about his strength. "There's no harm in it. With me as a protector, Brother Meng is bound to be safe and sound," Li Weijin said confidently. "What heavenly chance mysteries does Brother Li cultivate?" Meng Yuan asked curiously. "It's not worth mentioning. What I'm practicing is just the dharma of encountering strength." Li Weijin laughed. Meng Yuan understands what it means to be strong when encountering strength, but he has never heard of being weak when encountering weakness. Since this was the case, Meng Yuan first swallowed a 100-herb pill, and then sat down for a few moments to nourish his true qi and spirit. After an hour had passed, Meng Yuan crossed his knees and closed his eyes, and only then did he swallow the fire bodhi in one mouthful, and then his body suddenly warmed up, his spirit multiplied, and it was as if there was a wisp of fire swirling in his heart. However, after a moment of stored thought, Meng Yuan saw that the vast majority of the fire bodhi's energy and aura had been absorbed by the essence flame. And it seems to be because of the fire bodhi belongs to the cause of the fire, originally such as the size of a fist, but also have to contain half a year in order to complete the essence of the fire, but steeply rose up, step by step to grow, and finally even covered half of the body, only 1/3 short of completion. Meng Yuan estimated that if he swallowed all the 100-herb pills again, it would almost be complete again. Look closely at their own changes, because the nutrients of the fire bodhi mostly by the essence of the fire to take away, the body only slightly warm feeling. Warm body. After sitting in silence for a while longer, Meng Yuan heard the sound of a crackling fire in his ears, so he opened his eyes to see. "I saw that the nunnery has been burning a huge fire." Li Weijin to the fire. Seems to be reading some scripture. The corpses of dear King Kong and the many goblins, as well as the 3 dried bodies hanging on the courtyard door, are all gone, and must have been thrown into the fire. "Isn't it said to give me the protection of the lot? Antlers cut or not?" Meng Yuan muttered, raised his eyes to look at the bright moon in the sky, and realized that 2 hours had passed, and the shangling in the lapel was still sleeping, and from time to time, she even grunted twice. "Digested it so quickly?" Li Weijin finished reciting the sutra, and when he saw Meng Yuan waking up, he hurriedly came closer to look. "The medicinal properties of that great medicine shouldn't have dispersed much, and since you're at the 8th rank now, it'll take at least half a day's time before it can be melted into all parts of your body." He took Meng Yuan's wrist and took his pulse, and saw that the pulse was soothing and slow, steady and heavy, exactly the pulse of a martial artist when he was meditating. Moreover, there was a sense of vigor, so it was evident that this person's true qi was abundant, twice as much as that of his peers. "I'm afraid," and then a pinch of bones. Li Weijin more feel Meng Yuan's sinews and bones strong, and extremely toughness, seems to be the appearance of more than 10 years. "You have heat in your body. It is indeed an outward appearance after eating the bodhi fruit, but it has not been digested fast enough." Li Weijin stroked his chin and concluded, "Older brother is indeed good material for the martial arts path. The stupid bird flies first, but it's just being more diligent." Meng Yuan was very humble. It was midnight. and the two of them talked again about the way back to their homes by the light of a roaring fire. Your master has a word, saying that if you are destined to meet you, he told you to return earlier. Meng Yuan said. I haven't walked enough. Li Weijun smiled coyly. Please ask brother Meng to send word. Just say that I intend to look for elder ape's whereabouts again, and if that doesn't work out, then head south and go to the Ping'an province for a walk to inquire about the origins of Qingguangzi. If that doesn't work out, then I'll head west and visit the Buddhist kingdom. When Meng Yuan heard this, he looked at Li Weijun and said, You're having such a hard time fighting with dear King Kong, and you're going to find Qingguangzi? I'm afraid it's not even easy to deal with the other ape elders when they come, right? After politely advising a couple of sentences, Meng Yuan did not say any more. I have written to take note of today's events. Li Weijun took out a letter and a piece of paper. You can give it to Zhang Baido of the guardhouse, or ask Master Nye Yanian to come forward. If they question you, just tell them the truth. I've written it all in the letter. They won't make things difficult for you and Miss Xiangling. I also know Zhang Baifu. Meng Yuan smiled and took the letter paper, thinking that embarrassment was bound not to happen, fearing that he would have to give Niesher a long face again. In that case, let's go to the mountains and return in the next day. Although Li Weijun was unkempt, he was really thunderous. Immediately memorized his sword, smiled and arched his hand in farewell. At this time, the night will be bright. The firelight is still there. Li Weijun stride. Chapter 75 Perfection of Essence Flame. Chapter 75 Perfection of Essence Flame. Chapter 75 Perfection of Essence Flame. There were 3 of them when they came, but only Meng Yuan and the little weasel in his arms were left when they went back. Along the way, lying not much time, we'll see the sky slowly revealing the sun. The mountains were cool and damp, steaming with mist, with birds of prey passing through them. Meng Yuan had a sword at his waist and a longbow on his back, with only a few retrieved and tattered arrows left in his arrow pouch. After walking for a while longer, he felt that the Xiangling in his lapel stomped his feet, and then he heard a yawn. And then Xiangling's head burrowed out of the opening of Meng Yuan's lapel. It's dawn. Xiangling's 2 eyes were round. Where is this? Her little nose twitched. Why do you smell like blood? Got in a fight? Xiangling numbly drilled out and stood on Meng Yuan's shoulder, probing and tilting his head to survey Meng Yuan's face, then barreling down to the arrow pouch before climbing down again. She carefully checked once and saw that there were no wounds on Meng Yuan's body. Then she climbed back onto her shoulders. Why didn't you wake me up for the fight? Don't look at me as small, but I'm capable. Xiangling gasped and scratched Meng Yuan's hair, saying, Godmother said that one person can't steal peaches as fast as 2. What kind of crooked reasoning is this? Meng Yuan's footsteps didn't stop and he laughed. You're sleeping so soundly that you can't wake up at all. Xiangling heard this, staring at her eyes and scratching her head. My godmother said that sleeping is a mistake, so she really didn't lie to me. You pinch my ears, tickle me She scratched Meng Yuan's neck with her little paw and said seriously, Little geldings, call out for me in the next fight. Then she added, but you can't keep fighting. You have to make peace in business. That's natural. Meng Yuan immediately responded. Where's Brother Li? That Li Weijun had asked Meng Yuan to call him Brother Li. Xiangling also learned this name. Now she remembered Li Weijun. So she hurriedly climbed to the top of Meng Yuan's head, stood up straight, the 2 front paws on the pergola, looking around back and forth. Where's No Shadow? Is he dead? Xiangling sighed. Next time you burn paper for your godmother, prepare 2 for him as well. She's actually thick and proper, so it's obvious she's a sophisticate. He's already left. Meng Yuan deliberately quickened his pace and bumped Xiangling while saying, Those demons have all been driven away by us, so your home will be safe from now on. You guys are still weirdly powerful. Xiangling climbed back to Meng Yuan's shoulder, probed and looked at Meng Yuan with a crooked head, and asked curiously, Little geldings, why are you so powerful? Meng Yuan laughed. Xiangling may be too much sleep, twittering non-stop. Mouth will not be empty. Not long afterward, she remembered about composing poetry and pestered Meng Yuan to teach her. Although Meng Yuan does not have the fault of a good teacher, but is a helpful. Since Xiangling wants to learn, it is not a bad idea to teach. And anyway, he has already done his homework in advance. There is nothing difficult in making a poem. It's all about the beginning and the end. And the beginning and the end are 2 pairs of couplets, the level and the oblique, the false and the false. If you have a great line, it doesn't matter if you can't even match the flat and oblique tones. The rules of style are nothing, as long as the words and phrases are true. Meng Yuan taught earnestly. Xiangling listened to this and fumed for a while, then said dully, Little geldings, say something I can understand. You're still in school? What did you learn? Meng Yuan can only give her a detailed explanation. Xiangling listened carefully, nodding from time to time. Just do not know whether to understand. I've brought rhyming books and word-cutting books for you. Haven't you got them all stashed away? Take a look at them more when you have time. Meng Yuan said. Xiangling nodded her head in response and added, you compose 2 songs for me to listen to. Meng Yuan had prepared for this, and pulled some simple poems like I went to see the river, and came back to drink noodle soup. You're really good. Xiangling was a bumpkin, and entered school too late. Seeing Meng Yuan read the poems that were all catchy, she boasted non-stop. Her envy could not be concealed. The two of them talked and walked. Mostly Xiangling was talking. She chattered. Listened to all the crooked poems made by Meng Yuan in recent days. Intoxicated. Boasted that her throat was dry, and even drank the mountain spring water several times. When it was nearly noon, after walking 20 or so miles up the mountain in a crooked way, he came to the land of the pig's sister-in-law. Sister-in-law Pig was scared away by Wolf too and had several children eaten. So poor. Xiangling was a warm-hearted person, so she stood on Meng Yuan's shoulder and called out for Pig's sister-in-law. Not a moment later, rumbling sounds came, and a black pig that seemed as big as a buffalo was seen running. When the black pig saw Shannon with the stranger, he turned and ran. Don't be afraid, sister-in-law Pig. Xiangling hurriedly jumped off Meng Yuan's shoulder and chased after her in a flash. Sure enough, the black pig ran about 200 paces before stopping and turning back to talk to Xiangling. Meng Yuan looked from afar, then saw the two of them seem to be in a piece of scolding the wolf too. To be scolded, Xiangling and forked over. Seemed to be in the pig's sister-in-law to teach what things. Then Inuyasha directly arched Shannon's ass and ran off into the distance. Shannon stomped her foot in anger, then sulked back. You're persuading people to geld their own sons again? Meng Yuan asked. No. Xiangling stomped her foot in anger. I taught her to learn how to make poems, and sister-in-law Piggy said that she might as well have 2 more children if she had the time. Meng Yuan didn't know how to answer. The two of them made small talk and went piece by piece to the old turtle pit. Xiangling flipped out the rhyming book and word-cutting book sent by Meng Yuan, flipping through them in a serious manner, and her mouth was still not stopping. Let's go down the mountain together, without delaying the afternoon class, and we can still watch the old gentleman beat his poem. Meng Yuan smiled, intending to go back and ask Master Nie and Uncle Zheng to see if they could bring Xiangling back to live in the city. Of course, Meng Yuan felt that with Xiangling's nature, she probably wouldn't like the constraints and rules of the city. As soon as they arrived at the foot of the mountain together, Xiangling pieced up her chest, then jumped off Meng Yuan's shoulder and turned around. Stand here and don't move. I'll go get you a bun to eat. My treat. Stealing is just stealing, but also treating. Meng Yuan saw her running fast, so he followed for a while, and in less than half a mile he saw a manor. After a quarter of an hour, Xiangling came back, unwrapped the bag, and there was indeed a bag inside. Eat up, Shannon urged. Meng Yuan ate the bun, which made Xiangling grin happily. Give you some money to use. Meng Yuan felt out some broken silver and stuffed it into her baggage. Put it in the kitchen of a big household. It's enough for you to eat for a long time. Little Geld. You are so nice. Xiangling was happy, and while carefully beating the bag, she said, next time, I'll steal some snacks for you. Do you like sweet or savory? Anything. In the future, if you're hungry, go to Makwang and look for that friend of mine. Meng Yuan said. Xiangling nodded her head repeatedly and said, if you come back in a few days, I'll be able to compose poems. Meng Yuan laughed and pulled a few more words with her before she couldn't wait, saying something about classes starting. Only when Xiangling walked away with her bag did Meng Yuan head back. When he arrived at Makwang, he and Sun Zhuangtou politely said a few words, and Meng Yuan took out 10 taels of silver and said, Tainyo practiced hard in the Wang Fu, so please take care of some big head uncle. Meng Yuan had mentioned before that nowadays, Big Head Zhao had long since stopped needing to do heavy work, and was only responsible for driving the donkey cart and being the driver. After saying this, Meng Yuan sought out Big Head Zhao again. This is 10 taels of silver. Uncle Big Head, you take it and use it. Meng Yuan took out the silver and instructed, if Auntie comes back, you prepare a few hard-boiled eggs for her. Big Head Zhao took the silver, opened his mouth, and said, Little Meng, you have a great future. You have to take it easy. Meng Yuan nodded. After a few moments of small talk, Meng Yuan mounted the little red horse and headed out of the herding village, this time to go out to dry fight. Harvest is extremely large. Tenji map 10,000 things flow light needless to say. If then swallowed the 100 grass dan, the essence of the fire eyes look at the consummation. The third time to quench the body in the imminent. The horse hooves clattered back to Songhua Prefecture City. Meng Yuan went to buy a jade hairpin, a pair of strands of treasure hairpin, each packed. Returning the horse to the stables, Meng Yuan chatted with old Uncle Zheng for a few moments before heading home. Zhang Yao was not there either, so Meng Yuan fetched water to scrub his body and changed into clean clothes. After placing the double-stranded hairpin in Zhang Tang's room, Meng Yuan went to the schoolyard, and Master Nya was really not there. On the contrary, there was good news for Tainyo, who had already entered the grade and opened an orifice. Meng Yuan pulled Tainyo and recited the scriptures to the group of teenagers. As long as everyone has faith in their hearts and knows who they're practicing for, they'll definitely be able to enter the grade. This is true for me. This is true for Hu Qian. And this is even more true for Zhao Tainyo. After pulling his words, Meng Yuan pulled on Tainyo. Go, I'll take you outside to eat. I'll go too. Hu Qian immediately said. Nya sure Jin? Tainyo was afraid of Nya Yanian. He doesn't dare not allow it. Meng Yuan pinched the wooden box in his sleeve, which contained a green jade hairpin, and glanced at Hu Qian. Seeing that she was looking forward to it, he said, anyone who is enlightened and enters the grade can go. The three of them wended out of the schoolyard, and Tainyo pondered over it again, and immediately said, brother, let me lead everyone in shouting the trumpet in the future, right? It's okay if I come. Hu Qian said happily. Loyalty isn't something you shout out. Meng Yuan immediately refused. The three of them pulled crap and made their way to the Drunken Moon building. Sister. Seeing Nye Qingqing and seeing that bulging mass, Meng Yuan immediately laughed out. Why are you here? Nye Qingqing smiled daintily and looked at Tainyo and Hu Qian again, especially staring at Hu Qian. I do recognize little girl Hu Qian. And this is? It's my brother Zhao Tainyo. Meng Yuan introduced with a smile. Nye Qingqing saluted, but it was Hu Qian who kept glancing between the two of them. Nye Qingqing and Meng Yuan. Meng Yuan told Hu Qian and Tainyo to go to the second floor, while he stayed behind to talk to Nye Qingqing. Come to find my father? Nye Qingqing asked with a smile. Looking for Master Nye is a bit of business. Meng Yuan was solemn, but still fished out a delicate wooden box from his sleeve. But seeing sister is also business. Nye Qingqing took it with a smile, slightly sideways looking at Meng Yuan, said, Hu Qian little girl I've seen long ago. Zhao Tinyo looked to be a Dunhuan generation, but it's when will you bring that one of your family to take a look? Some other day for sure. Meng Yuan said. Then I'll wait for you. Nye Qingqing smiled again, then said, Uncle Zhang took my father away, and I don't know what's going on, so you might as well wait. Meng Yuan naturally obeyed, came to the second floor, served the meal. Hu Qian again clamored for a drink. Nye Qingqing gave her face, sent a pot of Dream Lake Spring, but the three of them chatted for a long time, and when it was night, they didn't see Nye Yanian come back. Seeing this, Meng Yuan could only come and go back how he wanted. After sending Hu Qian and Tainyo back to the schoolyard, Meng Yuan went home again. Brother! Zhang Tang was happy to see Meng Yuan return in anything but, holding a delicate wooden box in his hand. He asked, Brother, did you leave your things on my desk? The little girl is getting more and more mindful. Meng Yuan smiled and said, It's just for you. Then you put it on me. Zhang Tang said happily. Meng Yuan came to her, and with a slight sniff, he knew that she had long since washed her head, washed her body, changed into clean clothes, and didn't have a single hair ornament on her head. The hairpin is divided into 2 strands and set in a bun. Meng Yuan talked to her for a while longer and then went back to his room, sitting peacefully for a few moments to meditate. Meng Yuan stored his thoughts on the essence flame, and seeing that it was growing stronger, he took out the 100-herb pill. Before the big battle with Bull King Kong, I took one in advance just in case something went wrong, another one before taking Fire Bodhi, and one at home before that, leaving 17 left. Meng Yuan poured out a grain and swallowed it, seeing the essence flame grow slightly. Then he poured out another grain to eat. A brain ate 16 in a row, and there was only one left. The essence flame also grew stronger and stronger, not far from the realm of perfection. The remaining one was no longer eaten, and was kept for the time being. But even so, Meng Yuan had a feeling that in 3 or 5 days at most, the essence flame would be complete. The night passed, and only in the late afternoon of the second day did Meng Yuan open his eyes, having already opened another orifice. Meng Yuan got up and ate, in no hurry to find Niesher, and had already asked Nye Qingqing to send a message on his behalf anyway. If Niesher came back, he would definitely find his way to the door. After that, another 5 days passed, and Meng Yuan's middle 33 heavens opened up 3 more places, but he never saw Niesher return. Moreover, Zhang Tang's daily supply of fish and meat was constant, and under Meng Yuan's gorging, the essence flame had already been perfected.